Fuck. I was just drunk last night, and when I sobered up, I actually traveled back to the year 2000? Lin Lang rubbed his eyes and looked at the date on the calendar on the wall of the rental house. He was so shocked that his pupils trembled. Nice. I've actually returned to the age of 22, back to the peak of my beauty. Lin Lang felt ecstatic. Before Lin Lang could think too much, a mechanical system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Universal Item Prompt System. Everything the host sees with the naked eye can generate relevant item prompt information, helping the host become a super tycoon. The host's portable space has been successfully activated. The host currently has a portable space area of 1,000 cubic meters, which can be expanded and upgraded later. 3 newbie skills are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for activating the maximum level of comprehensive street fighting technique and becoming a top-tier master of actual street fighting. Congratulations to the host for activating the Love Talk Master skill. Your words are better than your songs, and your emotional quotient for picking up girls is maxed out. Congratulations to the host for activating the perfect male god body. You now have 8-pack abs, chest muscles, back muscles, and other perfect male god-like bodies. You look thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. You're like a walking hormone. Lin Lang couldn't hide his excitement and took off his shirt. He looked at himself in the mirror and admired his perfect body with an inverted triangle, a dog waist, and a body of strong muscles. He was so handsome. Awesome. As soon as I traveled back to the year 2000, I activated the system's golden finger. It would be difficult for me not to get rich in this life again. Wherever Lin Lang's eyes go, universal prompt entries will be automatically generated. Lin Lang looked at the clock on the wall, and an entry prompt immediately appeared on the virtual system screen in front of him. Ding! Wall-mounted analog quartz clock, low value. Currently using AA batteries with 22% remaining power. There are 31 days, 6 hours, 7 minutes, and 45 seconds left until depleted. No way? A universal entry prompt system, is it really that universal? Lin Lang's eyes fell on the wardrobe in the rental house. Ding! Old-style pine solid wood wardrobe, low value. Due to decay and moisture, it has attracted termites. It is recommended to carry out insect repellent treatment. That's awesome. Even pine furniture attracts bugs, and the universal entry system can give you a hint. It seems the system's prompt function is very powerful. The second-hand wooden TV in the rental house was playing the old-fashioned program Animal World. Spring had arrived, everything was reviving, and it was the season for animals to reproduce. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the rental house. Squeak. Lin Lang opened the door with his bare chest. The landlord, Mrs. Gu Kaching, appeared outside the door with her curly hair loose, wearing a short hip-hugging cheongsam and a pair of Chanel high heels. Gu Kaching, with her curvy figure, was seen wearing a cheongsam that wrapped her graceful body, with the perfect cut outlining her graceful curves. The unique charm of a mature and elegant lady seemed to emanate from her bones. The landlord's wife, Gu Kaching, had big butterfly-like eyes that lit up the moment Lin Lang opened the door. Gu Kaching was a little surprised that the male tenant Lin Lang had such a perfect body. The outlines of his abdominal and pectoral muscles were clearly visible, and his head-to-shoulder ratio was perfect. She was almost embarrassed by the sight. Lin Lang greeted politely, "Hello, landlady." As he spoke, a golden light suddenly flashed before Lin Lang's eyes, and a virtual system light screen suddenly appeared, showing the landlady Gu Kaching and a glittering information prompt entry. Name, Gu Kaching. Gender, female. Blood type, O type. Age, 32. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56.5 kilograms. Body and appearance comprehensive score, 9.6 points. Married, husband Chu Tian-nan is the heir to the Truman Group. Although he is the CEO of a listed company, he only likes the same sex and does not like women. His marriage with his wife Gu Kaching is just a formality. They are husband and wife in name only, but they do not have a real sexual relationship. Occupation, full-time housewife. Assets, 16 real estate properties in Shanghai City, 5 luxury cars, and stock options in the Truman Group, with a market value exceeding 78 million Chinese yuan. Desire, lonely, cold, emotionally and spiritually lacking companionship, having long suppressed myself, and longing for a simple and handsome boyfriend. Formal marriage, also known as cooperative marriage or mutual aid marriage. It refers to holding a wedding or completing legal procedures with another person for a certain purpose, maintaining the nominal status of husband and wife. The purpose may include sharing interests, political marriage, etc. Lin Lang never expected that Chu Tianan, the president of Truman Group, was actually gay, and his marriage to his beautiful wife Gu Keqing was just a formality. The beautiful landlady Gu Keqing actually stays alone in her empty room every night, and she and her husband Chu Tianan are just a fake couple. Gu Keqing said, "Alung, you've already owed 3 months' rent. Isn't it time to pay it?" "Well, landlady, please give me a few more days. I just graduated from college and haven't found a job yet. Next month, I will pay off all the overdue rent in one lump sum." Lin Lang smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Don't call me landlady. Call me Sister Keqing from now on. Alung, you won't even let me come in and sit down? Pour me a glass of water. It's so hot in the summer in Shanghai. I'm thirsty now. It's so hot. So hot." Gu Keqing held the doorframe with her left hand in a coquettish manner, waved her right hand to fan herself, and looked at Lin Lang with charming eyes. Chapter 2 Chapter 002 Beautiful Queen Gu Keqing. Al generated beautiful pictures of the landlord's wife Gu Keqing. "Well." Lin Lang hurriedly smiled and said politely, "Sister Keqing, please come in and sit down. A single man's room is a bit messy, please don't mind it." Gu Keqing walked into Lin Lang's rental house in a very feminine way, wearing high heels and twisting her waist with every step. She sat down on the sofa in the living room, looking elegant and charming. As Lin Lang poured water, he said sweetly, "Sister Keqing, you are so beautiful, just like a spring flower." He. "Alung, don't think that you can avoid paying rent just because you are sweet-talking and can make your sister happy." Gu Keqing took the water cup. "Sister Keqing, I'm a poor college student. My pockets are cleaner than my face. I really don't have money to pay the rent now. Can you give me a few more days?" Gu Keqing patted the sofa with her delicate white hands and replied, "The rent is easy to deal with. Alung, come over here and watch Animal World with me for a while." "Oh, okay." Lin Lang responded and sat on the sofa. Because Gu Keqing likes boys with simple personalities, Lin Lang deliberately keeps a distance from Gu Keqing. His somewhat restrained and immature appearance makes Gu Keqing think he is very cute. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. The scene in Animal World is the African savanna, where the honey badger is fighting with a cobra. They will fight until they are defeated, and their fighting power is extremely strong. Gu Keqing deliberately moved closer to Lin Lang and teased, "Alung, other boys like to look at beautiful women, why do you like to watch bears fight?" The faint fragrance from Gu Keqing made Lin Lang a little intoxicated. "Well," Lin Lang replied somewhat restrainedly, "Sister Keqing, this isn't a bear, it's an African honey badger. They're masters at catching snakes, and eating them is like eating spicy noodles." After hearing this, Gu Keqing asked, "Is Flathead Brother the nickname of the honey badger?" Lin Lang replied, "That's right. When fighting, flatheads are indifferent to life and death. If they don't accept it, they will fight. When they see cobras and pythons, they will become ecstatic and pounce on them like they are eating spicy noodles, tearing the pythons apart with their bare hands." Gu Keqing smiled after hearing this. Seeing Lin Lang's hypocritical look, Gu Keqing couldn't help but jokingly said, "Alang, is watching an African flathead tearing a cobra apart really more interesting than looking at a beautiful woman?" "Well." Lin Lang dodged Gu Keqing's burning gaze and continued watching Animal World, replying, "Of course, I'd rather watch the African Flathead Brothers. It's more interesting to see them tearing apart venomous snakes on the savannah with their bare hands." Gu Keqing saw sweat on Lin Lang's temples and couldn't help laughing as she said, "Alang, you're sitting with your sister watching TV. Are you nervous? Why are you sweating?" Lin Lang smiled awkwardly and lied, "Sister, you misunderstood. I'm not sweating from nervousness watching TV with you. I'm sweating from nervousness when I saw the African Flathead Brother tearing apart a venomous snake in a fight on Animal World." He. Lin Lang breathed in the scent of Gu Keqing's perfume, which made him somewhat intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Gu Keqing gently wiped Lin Lang's sweat, her movements somewhat ambiguous, and teased, "Alang, are you nervous like a venomous snake? Or are you afraid that the honey badger will lose, so you're so nervous that you're sweating?" Of course I'm a nervous serpent." Lin Lang's heart pounded as he replied, "Because the African honey badger dares to go head-to-head with all kinds of venomous snakes and beasts because they have thick skin and flesh, making them almost immune to all venomous snake toxins." He. After hearing this, Gu Keqing smiled sweetly and charmingly, looking at the male tenant Lin Lang with affection in her eyes, which made Lin Lang feel a little uneasy. Sister Keqing, what are you laughing at? Gu Keqing smiled and replied, Alung, you are so cute. Sister Keqing, what's so cute about me? Sister, I'm talking to you about life, but you keep talking about African flathead brothers. Aren't you silly and cute? Well. Lin Lang deliberately ignored the conversation and pointed at the TV with an exaggerated expression, saying, Sister Keqing, look. The African flathead just tore a cobra apart with its bare hands, and right after that, it started fighting with a highly venomous black mamba. It's ready to fight to the bitter end, and to feast on this black mamba, known as the African god of death. Gu Keqing asked speechlessly, who's prettier, me or the African flathead brother? Well. Lin Lang feigned shyness as he looked at Gu Keqing, the queen of pure desire, and replied in a rumbling voice, Sister Keqing and the African flat-headed brother are both good-looking. He. Gu Keqing was successfully amused, but couldn't help but complain, Alang, are you here to make people laugh? Lin Lang couldn't help but look directly into Gu Keqing's big, Kazalan eyes, and said according to his heart, actually, Sister Keqing is pretty, so pretty that I'm embarrassed to look at you. Gu Keqing shifted on the sofa and deliberately leaned close to Lin Lang and said, Alang, you're so handsome, but you don't look like the kind of man who doesn't understand romance, do you? Well. Sister Keqing, you're joking. Lin Lang said with sweaty palms, Brother, I just graduated from college and I haven't had a girlfriend yet. I don't quite understand how to interact with girls. I hope Sister Keqing doesn't mind. Alung, you're so handsome, with such great chest and abdominal muscles, how come you never had a girlfriend during college? Lin Lang replied seriously, when I was in college, I was completely focused on my studies. I never thought about falling in love. Gu Keqing was secretly delighted after hearing this, and asked charmingly, what kind of girls do you like, Alung? Well. Sister Keqing, I'm a little embarrassed to answer you. What's there to be embarrassed about? Alung, tell me, sister wants to know. Gu Keqing looked at Lin Lang with affection. Lin Lang, acting like a dramatic character, deliberately lowered his head and counted on his fingers as he replied, My parents died early, and I lacked maternal love. I tend to like girls who are older than me. Gu Keqing was secretly happy after hearing this, but she also felt a little distressed because Lin Lang was an orphan. I'm so sorry, Alung. I made you talk about your sad past. I didn't realize you were an orphan. No problem. Lin Lang forced a smile. Gu Keqing took the opportunity to hold Lin Lang's hand and said, Alung, let me take care of you from now on, okay? Well. Sister Keqing, do you have any quick-acting heart pills on you? I didn't bring it. Sister doesn't have a heart disease, so why would she bring quick-acting heart pills with her? Lin Lang breathed in the light fragrance of Gu Keqing's body, and said uncontrollably, Sister, when you hold my hand like this, my heart is beating so fast. After hearing this, Gu Keqing smiled charmingly and said, If I kiss you, won't you need to call 120 for an ambulance? Sister Keqing, you're not trying to take my first kiss, are you? Gu Keqing was very surprised after hearing this and said, No way, Alung. You've already graduated from college, and you still have your first kiss? Yeah. Lin Lang nodded shyly. Alung, you are not lying to your sister, are you? This isn't something to be ashamed of. I don't need to lie to my sister. Gu Keqing said affectionately, Alung, close your eyes now. I'll give you a surprise. Okay. Lin Lang obediently closed his eyes, his heart pounding with anticipation. Chapter 3 Chapter 003, Whatever You Want. Gu Keqing, the most lustful queen, gave Lin Lang a light kiss on the lips. Lin Lang opened his eyes with his heart pounding. The moment their eyes met, the spark of love flew like lightning. Sister Keqing smells like sweet peaches, hee. Gu Keqing smiled and said, That's the smell of my sister's lip gloss. Alung, do you like me? I like it. Lin Lang nodded repeatedly. So how much do you like your sister? I like it very much. So do you like the African flathead brother or my sister? I like the African flathead brother. No. Yes, I like you. I was so nervous that I was almost incoherent, hee. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing asked with a look of affection, Then why do you like me? Lin Lang replied sweetly, Sister Keqing is so beautiful and charming, she is the ceiling of pure desire queens. There are thousands of beauties in the world, but I only like you, sister. Hee. Gu Keqing smiled charmingly. Then, Lin Lang pretended to be mysterious and said, Sister, I know a little bit about Joey metaphysics. I can read palms and faces. Do you want to do a divination? Okay. Then you can let me, your sister, take a look at your face first. Gu Keqing smiled. Sister Keqing's face looks like she's been without a man for a long time, like she's been alone in her empty room every night? Well. No. How could you, Alung, tell that my sister doesn't have a man to nourish her? Lin Lang spoke nonsense in a serious tone. Women who have not been nourished by love and men for a long time, their hearts are like a piece of crackland, longing for the rain and dew of love to nourish them. The face reflects the heart. Brother, I can tell from your face that Sister Keqing's marriage is a sham. It's the same whether she has a husband or not. Empty, lonely, and cold. Life is very depressing, so naturally the face looks dull and lifeless. Gu Keqing replied stubbornly, No. Tisk, I'm naturally beautiful, with a curvaceous, voluptuous, and charming figure. How could I not have a man to nourish me? Lin Lang, however, took Gu Keqing's fair and soft little hand and said in a fake tone, Then let me read your palm and I'll know if you're lying or not, and if you've been lusted after by a man. He. Gu Keqing couldn't help but laugh and said, Alung, I don't think you can read palms at all. You're just embarrassed to hold my hand, so you're just looking for an excuse. No. Sister Keqing, please don't underestimate me. I can analyze your love lines by reading your palms. I can also predict your temperament, your romantic life, and your marriage. Gu Keqing smiled sweetly and said, Okay. Sis doesn't underestimate you, so I'll let you read my palm and see if you can tell me everything? Lin Lang touched Gu Keqing's delicate hand and looked at her palm lines seriously. TSK. My sister's love life is destined for a second marriage. Now they are either living apart or sleeping in separate rooms. Their marriage is already dead in name only. Alung, your calculations are really accurate. Lin Lang continued pretentiously, Based on the lines on Sister Keqing's palm, I can conclude that you are trapped in a marriage. Although you have everything you need, you are emotionally and physically miserable. It's really pitiful, it makes my brother feel very distressed. Gu Keqing exclaimed, Alung, you're amazing. You can actually see through this? What's even weirder is that you're already married and have a husband, so why are you still a virgin? Gu Keqing's face flushed red after hearing this, and she was extremely surprised and said, Alung, can you still calculate that my sister is still a virgin? Yeah. Lin Lang nodded. Gu Keqing said embarrassedly, sister is still a virgin, isn't it embarrassing? Lin Lang chuckled and said, looks like you're going to give me a bargain, sister. Hateful. Gu Keqing smiled shyly. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing's back. Lin Lang held Gu Keqing's warm little hand and raised his eyebrows, saying, From the lines on your palm, I can see that you're destined to have a romantic relationship this year. An unavoidable love affair is about to happen. He. Alung, are you trying to tell me that the man I'm destined to be with is you? Lin Lang pretended to be affectionate and replied, Sister Keqing, let me warm and redeem you. Gu Keqing was moved after hearing this. She took out a car key of Audi A6 from her LV limited edition bag and stuffed it into Lin Lang's hand arrogantly. Sister Keqing, what do you mean? Gu Keqing replied charmingly and tenderly, Alung, I'm not feeling well enough to give it to you today. This Audi A6 is a token of love from me. I'll love you for the rest of my life. Sister Keqing, are you so generous? An Audi A6 is only a few 100,000 yuan, not even as much as my sister's pocket money for half a month. Good boy. Take it, Alung, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, Sister Keqing. I've had stomach problems since I was a kid, and the doctor said I'm suitable for a soft diet, so I gladly accepted it. Gu Keqing said gently, Alung, you accepted the car my sister gave you. Do you understand our relationship from now on? Boo. Lin Lang kissed Gu Keqing's beautiful little face, which was his tacit answer. Gu Keqing held Lin Lang's arm intimately, and said in a sweet voice, Alung, accompany me to Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City. Sister Keqing, what are you doing in the Antique City? My mother's birthday is next week. She is a devout Buddhist. I would like to buy an antique Guanyin statue as a birthday gift for her. After hearing this, Lin Lang replied, It just so happens that I also want to go to the Antique City to pick up some bargains and make a small fortune. Alung, besides having a basic understanding of Zhou metaphysics, can you also appraise antiques? Sister Keqing, I know a lot more. What you saw of Lin Lang is just the tip of the iceberg. When we get to Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City, you'll discover my ability to appraise treasures. Alung, just blow it. If you had the ability to appraise treasures, you wouldn't be so poor that you can't pay the rent. Lin Lang laughed awkwardly. Gu Keqing stood up and said, "Let's go now." Lin Lang replied with one word, "Okay." Lin Lang drove a black Audi A6, carrying the charming Gu Keqing, and they talked and laughed all the way to the Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City in Longhai City. Gu Keqing, with her graceful and plump figure, was seen wearing a tight, short, hip-hugging cheongsam and black luxury brand sunglasses. She was intimately holding Lin Lang's arm as they strolled around the antique city. Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City is the largest antique trading market in Shanghai. Although it is not the weekend, the antique market is still crowded with people, and there are a wide variety of stalls selling everything. There are all kinds of stamps, calligraphy and paintings, bottles, jars, dishes, ancient Chinese and foreign coins, swords, bows, crossbows, lacquerware, porcelain, jade, agate, gold and silver lacquerware, old books, rare stones, bone carvings, wood carvings, Buddha statues, incense burners, mahogany utensils. In short, there is nothing you can't see, only what you can't think of. Because it was the millennium, the internet economy was not that developed. The antique and second-hand goods market has become a great place for foreign tourists and local citizens to go shopping and have fun. Most people who come to the antique market are looking for bargains. The antique market is very complicated and it is not easy to find a bargain. Many times, you want to find a bargain, but others are using fakes to trick you. Lin Lang was no exception. With the idea of finding a bargain, he walked into the antique market with Gu Keqing. As soon as you enter the Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City, wherever you look, countless antique identification entries in various colors will pop up on the virtual system screen in front of you. Bite. 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 Lin Lang looked towards the antique stall, and on the virtual system screen in front of him, countless treasure appraisal prompts popped up, floating in front of Lin Lang's eyes. Because of the different colors, Lin Lang was a little dazzled. Red treasure appraisal tip, fake. Yellow treasure appraisal tips, for modern handicrafts, the higher the value, the yellower the color. Blue treasure appraisal tips, old items with low value are light blue, and the more valuable the items are, the bluer the color. Green treasure appraisal tip, authentic. The higher the system appraisal value, the greener the color. If the green is to the point of sparkling, it means it is an authentic antique or a very valuable authentic item. Purple treasure appraisal tips, toxic and harmful items, such as acid-washed jadeite, dyed agate, jade, bracelets treated with chemicals, etc. Black treasure appraisal tips, prohibited and illegal items such as ivory products, unearthed cultural relics, etc. Glittering golden treasure appraisal prompt entry, it is an eye-catching entry that prompts you to pick up a genuine treasure. It is very easy to identify and shows the AI intelligence of the universal entry prompt system. If the treasure appraisal entries for the various items on the stalls in the antique city were not colored differently, it would probably take Lin Lang half a year to read every treasure appraisal prompt. Lin Lang secretly marveled in his heart, the universal item prompt system is simply a magical tool for appraising treasures and finding bargains. It seems that it will be difficult not to get rich today. Gu Keqing said, "Alung, there aren't many good things on the antique stalls. Let's go to the antique shops." Lin Lang replied, "Those who run antique shops are all experts. It's too difficult to find bargains from experts. Let's go to the antique stalls first. It's easier to find bargains and make a lot of money by panning for gold in the sand." Okay. Then I'll see if you're just bragging, or if you really have the ability to identify treasures and find bargains. Don't let me slap you in the face. Just wait and see, Sister Keqing. Lin Lang and Gu Keqing chatted and laughed while browsing the dazzling array of stalls in the huge antique market. As he walked, Lin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up and he stopped in front of an inconspicuous ancient coin stall. Ding! Glittering golden treasure appraisal prompt, antiques tip, a de Tong Bao copper coin was found. The current market collection value is conservatively estimated at 1 million Chinese yuan. Al generates de Tong Bao copper coins. Lin Lang suppressed his inner excitement and squatted in front of the stall. He deliberately picked up a fake yuan data silver coin and asked, "Boss, how much is this 1 yuan data from the third year of the Republic of China?" The middle-aged uncle who owned the stall, sitting on a small stool, replied, 100 yuan. Gu Keqing stood aside and reminded, "Alung, there are too many counterfeits of yuan data silver coins. Are you sure this one is real?" Lin Lang shrugged and lied, "I'm not sure." The middle-aged uncle who runs the street stall boasted, "Buy with confidence, young man. Brother, the ancient coins on my stall are all genuine. The value of yuan data silver coins is appreciating very quickly now. If you collect them in a year, their value will definitely double. Red treasure appraisal tip: this yuan data silver coin is a low-quality fake." After hearing this, Lin Lang thought to himself, "It's no use trying to fool me. I'm just making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. What I really want to get is that Dade Tongbao copper coin with the golden entry." After reading it, Lin Lang casually picked up a few coins on the ancient coin stall, and then, following the instructions in the golden treasure appraisal entry, he couldn't hide his excitement and picked up a very old and seemingly inconspicuous Dade Tongbao copper coin. "Boss, how much is this copper coin?" The stall owner, who was bargaining with other customers, took a casual look and replied without hesitation, 10 yuan, take it." After hearing this, Lin Lang was secretly ecstatic. He hurriedly grabbed the Dade Tongbao copper coin in his hand, took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the busy stall owner. "Goodbye, boss." Lin Lang, who had successfully picked up a big bargain, stood up from the ancient coin stall and wanted to leave, holding a $1 million Dade Tongbao copper coin in his hand. The middle-aged uncle who owned the stall suddenly said, "Don't leave, young man," after accepting Lin Lang's 10 yuan. Lin Lang, who was about to leave, was startled when he heard the voice and thought, "Oh no, could it be that the stall owner has changed his mind?" Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Making money is like stealing. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gukuching. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged uncle who owned the stall just asked, "Young man, do you still want that yuan data silver coin?" "Brother, I'll give you a discount. How about selling it to you for 50 yuan at a 50% discount?" After hearing this, Lin Lang thought to himself, "That scared me. I thought it was a street vendor who realized I had stole $1 million Dade Tongbao copper coin and regretted it." After reading it, Lin Lang replied, "No." Immediately afterwards, Lin Lang put his arm around Gukuching's soft waist and quickly left the ancient coin stall. "Turn your back to the middle-aged street stall owner and walk away." A smug smile appeared on Lin Lang's face. He was very excited to see that he had just spent only 10 Chinese yuan to buy a Dade Tongbao copper coin worth 1 million yuan. Lin Lang looked at the old Dade Tongbao copper coin in his hand with great curiosity, as if he was greedy for money. "I'm rich. As soon as I arrived at Jing'an Temple Jewelry in Antique City, I became rich." Gukuching took off her sunglasses, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked tentatively, "Dear, this seemingly insignificant copper coin, could it be that it has a high collection value?" Lin Lang replied calmly, "The seemingly ordinary old copper coin is actually a Dade Tongbao, an extremely rare coin in existence. The current market value is at least 1 million Chinese yuan." Gukuching exclaimed, "Is this true? Just this worn-out copper coin, and you snagged 1 million Chinese yuan?" Lin Lang, in a good mood, replied patiently, "Sister Kuching, you don't know that the Dade Tongbao copper coin was minted and circulated during the Dade reign of Emperor Qingzong of Yuan, Timur. The inscriptions on Dade Tongbao copper coins are divided into two versions, Chinese and Mongolian. The Chinese inscriptions are in regular script and read vertically. There are small flat coins, 2-fold coins, and 3-fold coins. Mongolian characters are in the shape of 3 folds, with a plain back and no text. Most of the Dade Tongbao copper coins handed down from generation to generation are small offering coins, with a diameter of less than 24 millimeters and poorly written characters. According to historical records, the circulation of Dade Tongbao copper coins was relatively small at the time. Coupled with the years of war, very few have survived to this day, which is why they are so valuable. And I just stole this Dade Tongbao copper coin. It's in Mongolian script, with no text on the back. If you're not an expert in ancient coin appraisal, you wouldn't be able to tell that this humble old copper coin could be worth over 1 million in the ancient coin collection world." Gukuching said in disbelief, "My dear, although what you said is very concise and does not seem to be a lie, I don't believe such a small, worn-out copper coin can be worth 1 million. Lin Lang replied proudly, "If you don't believe me, then we can find a professional antique shop and sell this Dade Tongbao copper coin for 1 million in cash. Then you won't be able to disbelieve me." "Okay. Sister, I also want to see if you are bragging." Ding. Friendly reminder from the Universal Entry System: you can authenticate, purchase, and collect this Dade Tongbao copper coin at the Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop in Jing'an Temple Antique City. With the Universal Entry Prompt System, everything can be turned into an entry prompt. Awesome. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gukuching. So, Lin Lang put his arm around Gukuching's slender waist and followed the system's instructions to come to the Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop. I saw a shop assistant sweeping the dust with a feather duster. The Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop displays many antiques and cultural relics such as porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, antique collectibles, gold and silver lacquerware, bronze Buddha statues, etc., which look very high-end. Lin Lang glanced around and triggered the Universal Item Prompt system. On the virtual system screen in front of him, the antiques, calligraphy and paintings displayed in the Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop were identified in the form of barrage item appraisal prompts. Surprisingly, none of them were fakes. This also shows that the appraisers of Jinbao Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop must be experts, and the boss is also a very powerful antique dealer. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang greeted them warmly. "Excuse me, are you here to pawn or redeem your items?" Lin Lang replied, "Pawn." Appraiser Ah Chang continued to ask, "Is it a forfeiture? Or is there a time limit for redemption?" "Absolutely." Lin Lang replied without hesitation. The so-called Jupawn means that the pawned items are sold directly to the pawn shop, and they cannot be redeemed after the transaction is successful. Furthermore, if the pawn is not redeemed or renewed within the prescribed period, the pawnshop will also regard it as forfeited. "Excuse me, sir, what do you want to pawn today?" Lin Lang placed the Dade Tongbao copper coins on the counter. Appraiser Ah Chang put on white gloves and picked up the Dade Tongbao copper coin with a three-fold shape and Mongolian version. He first looked at the front and back with his naked eyes, and then carefully looked at the old copper coin with a magnifying glass, but frowned because he did not recognize the Mongolian version. "Well, this three-fold copper coin has a very old feel and doesn't look like a modern imitation. When I look closely at it, it looks like currency from the Yuan dynasty. But this copper coin has Mongolian characters on one side and nothing on the other. I've never seen such a rare copper coin before, so I can't make a random estimate or offer a price. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the boss to come over and bid." After hearing this, Lin Lang replied with one word, "Okay." The waitress at the Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop made tea and poured water with a smile, and her service awareness and attitude were very good. "Please have some tea, both of you." After Gu Keqing took the disposable paper cup, she replied politely, "Thank you." Then, a slightly plump middle-aged man with short hair was seen. He was wearing a black cloth shirt and cloth shoes, with an eight-faced Buddha amulet on his neck, an ivory bracelet on his wrist, and a walnut in his hand. He walked over with a smile and the treasure appraiser Ah Chang. Ding! The Universal Entry System prompts. Zhou Zhangdong, owner of the Jinbao Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop, is an expert in cultural relic appraisal, a collector, a researcher at the Palace Museum and the State Council, deputy director of the Yihai Cultural Relics Appraisal Committee, and a consultant to the Yihai Museum. He has long been engaged in the research of ancient Chinese porcelain, calligraphy and painting, with a focus on ancient coins from past dynasties. Zhou Zhangdong approached with a smile and greeted politely, "Hello, both of you." "Hello, Boss Zhou." Lin Lang replied. Zhou Zhangdong looked Lin Lang up and down and asked, "My fellow Tibetan, do you know me?" Lin Lang replied, "Boss Zhou is a master of antique appraisal and quite famous in the collecting community in Haikou. I have heard a little about him. You are overly flattering, fellow collector." Zhou Zhangdong put on white gloves with a smile and picked up the Dade Tongbao copper coin on the counter. His eyes lit up as he touched it. After carefully examining the front and back of the coin, he asked tentatively, "My fellow collector, do you know the origin and value of this copper coin?" Chapter 5 Chapter 005 The beautiful schoolgirl appears. The pawnshop owner Zhou Zhangdong asked this question because he wanted to test whether Lin Lang was an amateur or an expert. If Lin Lang is a young man who doesn't know much, Zhou Zhangdong can lower the price and buy the goods at a bargain price. If he meets an expert, he can only buy the goods at a small profit according to the market collection price. Lin Lang replied truthfully, "This Mongolian inscribed Dade Tongbao copper coin is a rare and precious Yuan dynasty currency. It's extremely rare and hard to come by in the ancient coin collecting world. The current market value is over 1 million Chinese yuan." Zhou Zhangdong exclaimed, "I didn't expect this collector, despite being young, is such an expert." That's right. This Mongolian inscribed Dade Tongbao copper coin is truly a treasure. It is rarely seen in the ancient coin collecting circle of Longhai City, and its number in existence throughout the country is also extremely small. A small flat coin with Chinese characters can fetch tens of thousands of yuan in average condition, and over 100,000 yuan in good condition. 2- and 3-fold Dade Tongbao coins command even higher market prices. This Mongolian inscribed Dade Tongbao Zhesun copper coin is in near perfect condition and is extremely rare in the world of ancient coin collecting. It has always attracted much attention and is considered a peerless treasure by many collectors. Gu Keqing, who was standing by, was amazed after hearing this. "Ulung is not bragging. This seemingly insignificant old copper coin is actually worth a fortune. Appraiser Aching was shocked and said, "Boss, this old copper coin with Mongolian text on one side and a plain plate on the other side is the Dade Tongbao copper coin minted by Emperor Qingzong of Yuan, Timur, during the Dade period 1297-1307 AD?" Zhou Zhengdong smiled and replied, "That's right." Upon hearing this, Treasure Appraiser Acheng's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in amazement, "I've only heard of Mongolian language Dade Tongbao copper coins in the treasure appraisal community before, but I've never seen one before. Today I've really broadened my horizons." Lin Lang said, "This Mongolian-style Dade Tongbao copper coin is made with exquisite craftsmanship, pure copper, and a smooth and delicate surface. The coin is engraved with exquisite patterns, with clear handwriting and smooth lines. It is definitely a rare ancient coin from the Yuan dynasty." Treasure Appraiser Acheng exclaimed, "Yes. This Mongolian inscribed Dade Tongbao copper coin is in perfect condition and has extremely high historical and artistic value. It is indeed a rare ancient coin treasure." Zhou Zhengdong was overjoyed. He put on his glasses carefully, picked up the magnifying glass on the counter, and observed the front and back of the Dade Tongbao copper coin very carefully, as if he had found a treasure. With many years of experience in treasure appraisal, Zhou Zhengdong, the owner of Jinbao Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop, can confirm with 100% certainty that this ancient copper coin is the rare Dade Tongbao copper coin from the Yuan dynasty. "My fellow collector, are you really willing to pawn this rare Dade Tongbao copper coin to us?" Lin Lang replied, "As long as your offer is reasonable and I have the pawn ticket as proof, I will never regret it." Zhou Zhengdong wanted to lower the price, so he opened his palm and made the number 5, meaning he wanted to bid 500,000 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang curled his lips and said with a wry smile, "Boss Zhou, you know how to bargain down. But a mere 500,000 Chinese yuan is not something I, Lin Lang, would take seriously. This rare Dade Tongbao copper coin has a current market value of over 1 million Chinese yuan. If you take it to any Hong Kong antique auction house, it will most likely fetch a whopping 1.5 million Chinese yuan. If it's less than 1 million Chinese yuan, I won't make a move." Zhou Zhengdan laughed after hearing this and said, "This collector is young and promising, and he knows a lot. He even knows the auction price of this Dade Tongbao copper coin. But if you go to Hong Kong Island auction house, you have to pay channel fees and commissions. Adding the time cost, even if this rare Dade Tongbao copper coin can be auctioned for a good price at the Hong Kong Island auction house, our treasure pavilion will not make much profit from the difference. 800,000. We at Treasure Pavilion are offering 800,000 Chinese yuan for your Dade Tongbao copper coin. We might even have a small profit margin." Lin Lang smiled and shook his head, saying, "I won't sell it for less than 1 million Chinese yuan. According to international practice, the commission rate for antique or artwork auctions is generally 10%. I know that you pawnshop owners will deliberately downplay the quality of goods when you receive them, and estimate their prices very low. This is the pawnshop's rhetoric. Boss Zhou, there's no need to play mind games with me. Just give me a straight answer. If your bank accepts the goods for 1 million Chinese yuan, we will sign the pawn ticket. Happy cooperation. If your bank insists on lowering the price and offers less than 1 million Chinese yuan, then the deal will not go through. I will take my leave and not bother you any further." After hearing this, Zhou Zhengdong praised, "It seems that, young man, you are not an ordinary person. Since you're an expert, there's no need for me, Mr. Zhou, to beat around the bush. 1 million Chinese yuan, deal." "Okay." Lin Lang smiled. Gu Keqing, who was standing aside, was stunned with shock after hearing this. She never expected that the old copper coin that Lin Lang had bought at a bargain price of only 10 yuan would actually be sold at a whopping price of 1 million Chinese yuan. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. The financial staff at Jinbao Pavilion began writing the pawn ticket and the pawn waiver agreement, and reminded them, since it is a forfeited pawn, it means that the pawner will neither redeem nor renew the pawn. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. Once you leave our Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop, there's no regrets. The pawn ticket is proof. I will never regret it." Lin Lang signed his name on the pawn ticket and the waiver agreement. Zhou Zhengdong took out a checkbook from his body and wrote a transfer check for 1 million Chinese yuan, payee to Lin Lang, for business payment, and then handed it to Lin Lang. Ding! Friendly reminder from the Universal Entry System: this transfer check for 1 million Chinese yuan from Hai Bank is authentic and valid. After Lin Lang took the transfer check, he smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you. I wish Boss Zhou a prosperous business and a lot of money every day." Zhou Zhengdong took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Lang and said, "Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin has any collections to sell in the future, please remember us at Treasure Pavilion Antique Pawn Shop. Let's be friends. I've enclosed a business card for Mr. Zhou. Please keep it, Mr. Lin. Lin Lang politely replied, of course. Of course. Seeing that Lin Lang easily got a bargain of 1 million Chinese yuan, Gu Keqing couldn't help but look at Lin Lang differently. Gu Keqing was very tactful and didn't say a word the whole time. She just stood by and accompanied Lin Lang, secretly feeling happy for him. After the pawn transaction was completed, Lin Lang smiled and said, "Sister, let's go." "Yeah." Gu Keqing responded gently. "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." Zhou Zhangdong, the owner of Treasure Pavilion, treated guests with courtesy and personally saw them off. Buzz. The roar of motorcycle sound waves. Lin Lang and Gu Keqing had just walked out of the door of the Treasure Pavilion. I saw a sweet and cool motorcycle girl wearing a tight black leather jacket, with an amazing figure, holding a cool helmet in her hand, wearing black motorcycle gloves, with flowing long hair and light smoky makeup on her face, walking down from a racing motorcycle. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang, why are you here? The sweet, cool, and beautiful motorcycle girl actually took the initiative to greet Lin Lang enthusiastically. Lin Lang looked at the cool, wild and uninhibited girl on a motorcycle and asked tentatively, "Who are you?" The sweet, cool, and beautiful motorcycle girl replied playfully and charmingly, "I am your high school classmate Zhou Mengyao. It's only been 4 years since we last met in college, and you, Lin Lang, have already forgotten about me, your deskmate?" AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Sweet and Cool Motorcycle Goddess. Ding. Universal Entry System Barrage Prompt. Name, Zhou Mengyao. Gender, female. Blood type, UB. Age, 22. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall rating of body and appearance, 10 points, full score for the perfect school beauty by Yue Guang. Unmarried and without a boyfriend. Occupation, Xia country's top-ranked professional female motorcycle racer. Honors, 1999 champion of the CL2 motorcycle category at the Longhai Super Racing Festival. 1999 champion of the China Superbike Championship CSBK Kyoto Station. 2000 runner-up at the Longhai Station of the Asian Superbike Championship. 2000 champion of the Longhai Station of the National Road Race, among over 20 other honors. Companies under his name: Shanghai Mengyao Professional Motorcycle Racing Club, Shanghai Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar Club, Shanghai Mengyao Motorcycle Sales Company, Limited. Desire entry: longing to chase the wind and freedom, seeking freshness and excitement and speed and passion. The emotional world is temporarily blank, and longing for a passionate love affair. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang exclaimed, "Mengyao, you've changed so much, haven't you? When we were in school, you were the pure and lovely high school beauty. How come after 4 years of not seeing you in college, you've turned into a cool and sexy motorcycle goddess?" Zhou Mengyao held the cool helmet in one hand, tossed her long hair sweetly, looked at Lin Lang charmingly, and said with a sweet smile, "Haven't you heard that you have changed a lot since you became a big star? Lin Lang, you haven't contacted me since you graduated from high school." "What does that mean?" Lin Lang said with some sadness, "After I graduated from high school and just finished applying for the college entrance examination, my parents passed away in a car accident. The drunk driver also died, and I received almost no compensation. My parents' death was a huge blow to me, and I had to work part-time to earn my own tuition and living expenses during my 4 years at university. So during my 4 years of college, not only did I not contact you, Mengyao, but I didn't contact any of my high school classmates." After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao said, "I'm so sorry, Lin Lang. I brought back sad memories for you." Lin Lang forced a smile. "It's okay. My parents have been gone for 4 years now, and I've gotten over it." Hearing this, Gu Keqing, who was standing by, realized that Lin Lang's parents had died in a car accident, and she suddenly felt a pang of heartache for Lin Lang. Then, the sweet and cool motorcycle girl Zhou Mengyao was heard calling the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, Zhou Zhangdong, Dad. Well. Lin Lang was a little confused after hearing this. He didn't expect that his high school beauty deskmate Zhou Mengyao was actually the daughter of Zhou Zhangdong, the treasure appraiser of Shanghai City. Zhou Zhangdong, holding a walnut in his hand, smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Mr. Lin and my daughter Mengyao were high school classmates, and even deskmates. What a coincidence." Lin Lang replied politely, "Junior greets Uncle Zhou. I was unaware of this just now, so I hope Uncle Zhou will forgive me if I was disrespectful." Lin Lang, How come you and my dad have come into contact? Lin Lang replied modestly, I just did some business at your pawn shop. I didn't expect Uncle Joe to be your father. Zhou Mengyao said, I see. This beautiful lady must be your girlfriend, Lin Lang, right? As Zhou Mengyao spoke, she looked at Gu Keqing, who was wearing a luxurious Cheongsam, a Patek Philippe luxury watch, an LV limited edition bag, Chanel high heels, and luxury brand sunglasses. Lin Lang couldn't answer that it was the landlady, so he lied and said, This is my cousin Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing politely took off his sunglasses and greeted, Nice to meet you. Zhou Mengyao narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly, That was my misunderstanding, hello cousin Keqing. Gu Keqing smiled slightly and politely replied, Hello. Zhou Zhangdong asked with concern, Daughter, aren't you going to a press conference today to film the Dayong motorcycle commercial? Zhou Mengyao said sadly, We just finished filming, so I haven't even taken off my makeup yet. I have to go to Hi TV this afternoon to do a TV interview, and tonight I have to shoot the cover of a motorcycle magazine. I'm so busy that I'm really worried about you, your daughter. Zhou Zhangdong said lovingly, Our family isn't short of money, so why don't you just be a rich second-generation kid and spend money every day? Dad, who would teach their daughter to stay at home and rely on their parents for support? Zhou Zhangdong frowned and replied, Dad also hopes that you will make progress, but your career as a professional racing driver is ultimately very dangerous. Meng Yao, you are now the #1 professional female racer in Xia country. You no longer need to prove yourself in terms of speed. Even if you like racing, you can have your own professional motorcycle racing club, sign up and train some professional racers, and be the boss full time. Don't participate in races yourself in the future and make Dad worry, okay? What if you get injured while racing a motorcycle? How sad will your mother and I be? Zhou Mengyao stubbornly replied, Dad, you're talking about the same old things again. Among Asian professional female racers, your daughter is currently ranked 5th. As long as I earn enough points to win the title of Asia's top professional female racer, I'll consider retiring then, okay? I really can't do anything about you, a dead girl. Zhou Zhangdong turned away and returned to the Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop. Zhou Mengyao hugged the cool helmet and shrugged, Lin Lang, are you talking about my father? Is he a stumbling block to my career? Lin Lang smiled and replied, Your father is also worried about your safety. Being a professional racing driver is indeed dangerous. Uncle Joe is a famous antique dealer, treasure appraiser, and collector in Longhai City. His collection is estimated to be worth at least hundreds of millions. With only a daughter like you to inherit the family fortune, he naturally hopes that you will retire and go into business so that you can live in peace. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly after hearing this, then stroked her flowing long hair, looked at Lin Lang sweetly and coolly and asked, Let's not talk about me anymore. After graduating from university, did you go to graduate school, or have you found a good job? Lin Lang replied, I majored in finance in college, and after graduation I plan to start a financial investment company in Haikou. Zhou Mengyao handed Lin Lang her business card and said with a smile, We could make money together if there's a chance. Okay. Lin Lang smiled. See you later. Zhou Mengyao waved goodbye. Lin Lang replied, Goodbye. Goodbye, cousin Keqing. Zhou Mengyao, who was well educated, did not forget to say goodbye to Gu Keqing politely. Gu Keqing replied beautifully, Goodbye. 32-year-old Gu Keqing is the ceiling of pure lustful queens. 22-year-old Zhou Mengyao is a sweet, cool, and sexy motorcycle goddess. Two stunning beauties appear in the same picture at the same time, competing with each other for beauty. It is really hard to tell who is better. Both of them are beauties picked from thousands. After saying goodbye to Zhou Mengyao and leaving the Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop, Gu Keqing actually asked, Alung, who is prettier, your high school beauty deskmate Zhou Mengyao or me? AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Picking up the Antique. Lin Lang replied sweetly, Of course Sister Keqing is prettier. Sister, with her rosy lips, slim waist, crescent-shaped eyebrows, fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, the more I look at her, the more she looks like Yang Yu-wan, more like Shishir and Diaochan. After hearing this, Gu Keqing covered her mouth and laughed, Alung, your mouth must have eaten honey. Why do you always speak so sweetly? Lin Lang replied, I'm speaking from the heart. Sister is just this beautiful in my eyes. Tisk, I don't believe the nonsense you men say. Lin Lang shrugged. Alung, you just stole 1,000,000 Chinese yuan. Why don't you look excited? Lin Lang actually replied, It's just a mere 1,000,000 Chinese yuan, which is just a small amount of money. I want to first achieve the small goal of earning 100 million, step into the initial threshold of the wealthy class, enter the upper class, and then use money to make money to become a wealthy tycoon. When I become the richest man in Longhai City, I should feel a little excited, right? Gu Keqing smiled after hearing this and said, Alung, you're talking nonsense so seriously and bragging without thinking. It's quite funny. Hey. Why do I just brag without thinking? I just spent 10 yuan and found a bargain of 1 million Chinese yuan. Sister Keqing, don't you believe that I have what it takes to become the richest man in High City? Gu Keqing smiled and said, you must have been lucky just now. You can't mistake temporary luck for strength, right? Hey. What I, Lin Lang, cannot tolerate the most is being looked down upon by a woman. Sister, let's continue to go shopping at the antique market. I want you to know what it means to make money as easy as drinking water. Okay. Then let me, your elder sister, see for myself, Alung, your ability to identify treasures and find bargains. Is it just a momentary luck, or do you have the ability to continue to find bargains and make a fortune? I'm really looking forward to you finding some priceless treasures in the antique market next time. Lin Lang and the beautiful Gu Keqing continued to browse the antique stalls in Jing'an Temple Jewelry and Antique City, chatting and laughing like a couple. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing saw a porcelain bowl with antique patterns on a miscellaneous goods stall and asked casually, Boss, how much is this porcelain bowl? 135,000. The street stall owner asked for a huge price. Gu Keqing was puzzled and asked, why is a broken porcelain bowl so expensive? The stall owner actually replied, this is the porcelain bowl that Pan Jinlian used to feed Wu Dalong medicine. How can it not be expensive? Is this true? The stall owner replied confidently, of course it's true. Beautiful lady, if you like this porcelain bowl, you can bargain for the price. It's a bargaining rule. After hearing this, Gu Keqing looked at Lin Lang and asked in disbelief, Alung, is what the street vendor said reliable? Because the system's virtual light screen displayed the yellow treasure appraisal tip, Lin Lang smiled and replied, it's just a modern handicraft, not worth much. Gu Keqing pointed to a brass pagoda on the street stall. It looked very old and asked, Boss, how much is this pagoda? The stall owner replied, this is the Wenchang pagoda of the Heavenly King Totoro. You can take it away for 20,000 yuan. Gu Keqing couldn't help but laugh and asked, then where did you get the Wenchang pagoda of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King? The stall owner replied shamelessly, this was left by our ancestors. Lin Lang laughed and said, if this pagoda is real, why would you set up a street stall? The vendor held up the pagoda and said, look at me, do I look like the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King? Lin Lang teased, I think you're like the king of the Totoro street stall, setting up an antique stall and telling stories and making up nonsense. I'm trying to make you understand. The antique market is so complicated. It seems that if you don't have a good eye, it's even harder to find a bargain than to win the lottery. Gu Keqing and Lin Lang slowly left the miscellaneous equipment stall. Lin Lang said as he walked, the purpose of visiting the antique market is to have fun. Listening to the vendors bragging and making up stories can be quite entertaining sometimes. While walking, Gu Keqing saw an old bronze cup at an antique stall and asked curiously, Boss, how much is this bronze cup? The stall owner replied, this is a peacock cup from the Western Zhou dynasty. I'm selling it to you at a steal of 8,000 yuan. After hearing this, Gu Keqing looked at Lin Lang. Lin Lang curled his lips and laughed. The stall owner just said that casually, Sister Keqing, just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Any bronze objects like these sold at antique stalls, while the stall owners claim they're from either the Eastern Zhou dynasty or the Western Zhou dynasty, are actually from the past. Sister, if you buy one, the vendor will just put out another one that's exactly the same. Boss, am I right? He. The stall owner scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Gu Keqing pointed to a yellow porcelain cup on the street stall and said, Alung, I saw the same chicken-glazed cup when I was visiting the Longhai Museum. The stall owner boasted, this is the chicken-glazed cup that Empress Dowager Cixi used to drink tea. Lin Lang sneered, Boss, you're so funny. Why is the bottom of the chicken-glazed cup that Empress Dowager Cixi used for tea from the Tang dynasty? The stall owner scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, maybe I remembered it wrongly. This should be what Wu Zetian used to drink tea. You're amazing, you just open your mouth and say it. Lin Lang smiled. Gu Keqing said, let's go, Alung. It seems that all the goods on this stall are fake. Let's go to other stalls. Just as Lin Lang was about to leave, the virtual system screen in front of him suddenly began to flash with golden light. Ding! Glittering golden treasure appraisal tip, antiques tip, found a pair of lacquer wine cups from the late Qing dynasty. Peel off the red lacquer camouflage on the surface and you will find a pair of priceless rhino horn cups from the Tang dynasty, used as tribute to the royal family. The current market value is conservatively estimated to be over 10 million Chinese yuan. Holy crap! I'm lucky this time. Lin Lang was secretly excited. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing's back. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 Picking up a Tang Dynasty Imperial Rhino Horn Cup. Then, Lin Lang pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "Sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I think the stall owner is quite humorous. Let's take care of his business and buy a small item. It's not too late to leave later." The stall owner chuckled after hearing this and said, "Handsome Manrani, you can take your pick of items from my stall. If you like anything, I'll definitely give you a discount." Lin Lang looked at the four treasures of the study on the left, the jade bracelets on the right, the porcelain, and the wood carvings on the dazzling array of antique stalls. He seemed nonchalant, but in fact he was bluffing. He did not directly look at the lacquerware wine cups from the late Qing dynasty. After showing off his acting skills, Lin Lang casually picked up a lacquer wine glass and asked tentatively, "Boss, how much are these worn-out lacquer wine glasses?" The stall owner replied with an exaggerated expression, "Handsome man, you have a good eye. Even if this pair of lacquerware wine cups is not from the late Qing dynasty, it is still from the Republic of China period. Although the quality looks a little worse, it is definitely an old item with a sense of age. You can take it if you give me 5,000 yuan." Lin Lang said with disdain, "Boss, don't ask for too much. Folk lacquerware itself is not valuable, let alone this pair of lacquer wine glasses. They look very shabby and don't look like they are worth anything. Moreover, this pair of lacquerware wine cups are plain cups, without any carvings or red lacquerware. You can tell at a glance that they were painted by a folk lacquer craftsman. They are not even worth 50 yuan. While Lin Lang was speaking, he deliberately placed the worn lacquer wineglass in his hand on the stall and pretended to stand up and leave. The stall owner smiled and solicited customers, lowering the price and saying, "Handsome guy, don't leave. We can negotiate the price. I'll give you a 50% discount. How about selling this pair of lacquerware wine glasses to you for 2,500 Chinese yuan? Lin Lang replied, "Not very good. Brother, I want to help you open up your business out of kindness, but you, the boss, want to rip me off. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The stall owner laughed and said, "Handsome guy, you're really good at talking. How about this? Just tell me how much you'd like to pay for this pair of vintage lacquerware wine glasses." Lin Lang took out the only 385 Chinese yuan left in his trouser pocket. "Brother, I only have 385 yuan on me. I'll keep 5 yuan for the bus ride home, and I'll use 380 yuan to buy your pair of worn-out lacquer wine glasses. How about that?" The stall owner took the 380 yuan, wanting to sell it but hesitant and scratching his head. His eyes rolled around as he looked at Gu Keqing, who was dressed in noble attire and standing next to Lin Lang. "Handsome guy, your girlfriend is obviously a wealthy lady from the sea. Not to mention the luxury brands she's wearing, just the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist must be worth over $1 million, right? The LV bag she's carrying is also a limited edition, right? Handsome guy, your girlfriend is so rich, and you said you only have a little over 300 yuan on you, why don't I believe it?" The stall owner was good at observing people's expressions and wanted to sell the pair of lacquer wine glasses that Lin Lang had his eyes on at a higher price than he thought. Gu Keqing couldn't hide her happiness when she was misunderstood as Lin Lang's girlfriend. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. "Boss, don't get me wrong. This beautiful lady is my landlord's wife." Lin Lang handed the only 5 yuan note left in his hand to the stall owner. "I'll give you the last $5 I have. You can take bus number 11 and walk home. Is that okay?" When the stall owner heard that Gu Keqing was not Lin Lang's girlfriend, he replied, "Okay. I see you're serious about buying this, handsome guy. I'll sell you this pair of lacquerware wine glasses at a discount. Just consider it a friendship. Please come back often to support my business." Lin Lang replied with a fake smile, "Okay. This pair of seemingly worn-out lacquer wine glasses on the antique stall actually holds a secret. Beneath the lacquer shell lies a pair of priceless rhino horn cups from the Tang dynasty, which Lin Lang successfully snatched up at a low price." AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing's back. After leaving the antique stall and walking away, Gu Keqing, who was completely unaware of the situation, jokingly said, "Alung, this pair of worn-out lacquerware wine cups, the street vendor sold them to you for 385 yuan. He must have earned at least 380 yuan with his blood and tears. Lin Lang, however, was as excited as if he had found a treasure. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Sister Keqing, you don't really think that this pair of shabby-looking lacquer wineglasses is not worth even $5, do you?" Gu Keqing replied with a look of disdain, "Such a shabby old lacquerware item, like the red lacquerware wine cups used for offering sacrifices at graves during funerals in rural areas in the old days. I wouldn't even accept it if it was given to me for free. It seems a bit unlucky." Lin Lang replied proudly, "You women are long on hair but short on knowledge. Now let's go to the Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop. I want you to witness a miracle and see how I found a bargain on this pair of worn-out lacquerware wineglasses and sold them for tens of millions of Chinese yuan." After hearing this, Gu Keqing exclaimed, "Could it be a lung? Have you found another great bargain?" Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Hidden Secrets, Priceless. Lin Lang proudly replied, "It seems like the goddess of luck is on my side. It's hard not to get rich." "Alung, this pair of old lacquer wineglasses, are they really worth a lot?" To see if this pair of shabby-looking lacquerware wineglasses is worth much, let's go to the Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop and get an estimate. Sister Keqing will know for sure. Gu Keqing replied with a smile, "Okay." Immediately afterwards, Lin Lang took Gu Keqing for a walk in the antique city again and came to the Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop. Al generates Gu Keqing's back. Zhou Mengyao's motorcycle was still parked outside the gate of the Treasure Pavilion, which meant that Lin Lang's high school beauty deskmate was still in the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Lang and Gu Keqing walked into the Treasure Pavilion store for the second time. Treasure appraiser Chang greeted him warmly, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Mr. Lin just left and came back. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I didn't regret pawning the Dade Tongbao copper coins. Instead, I brought a pair of fine antiques to your bank to pawn again." Treasure appraiser Chang said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, please come in. We dare not neglect our distinguished guests this time. Let's go directly to the VIP room and have tea while we appraise and value the treasures." Lin Lang replied with one word, "Okay. Please." Treasure appraiser Chang led the way respectfully. Lin Lang and Gu Keqing sat in the VIP room. The beautiful female tea artist from the Treasure Pavilion, wearing hanfu and a hairpin, began to perform tea art and brewed tea and poured water for Lin Lang and Gu Keqing. The VIP treatment was much higher end. Lin Lang picked up the fragrant tea at hand and took a sip. In an instant, the fragrance and sweetness entered his mouth. The aroma of tea filled his mouth and slowly spread, and a refreshing feeling filled his whole body. "Good tea." Gu Keqing took a sip of tea and replied indifferently, "I still prefer coffee." "Alung, do you know anything about tea ceremony?" Lin Lang shook his hair exaggeratedly and replied, "I am not talented, I just know a little bit about everything." He. Gu Keqing raised her eyebrows and smiled, then asked testingly, "Then Alung, tell me, what kind of tea did the female tea artist brew?" Ding. Universal Entry Prompt System Message, Westlake Longjing Tea. After receiving the system prompt, Lin Lang replied pretentiously, "Fine Westlake Longjing Tea." Gu Keqing looked at the female tea artist wearing hanfu. The female tea artist smiled and replied, "Mr. Lin is right. The tea served in our Treasure Pavilion VIP room is indeed the finest Westlake Longjing tea." After hearing this, Gu Keqing shrugged and said, "All right. Ah Lang has been fooled by you." Al generates Gu Keqing's back. Treasure appraiser Chang asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, I wonder what precious antique you're looking to pawn this time." Lin Lang placed a pair of worn-looking lacquer wineglasses on the treasure appraisal table in a mysterious manner. Treasure appraiser Chang picked up a lacquer wineglass and first looked at it 360 degrees with his naked eyes. Then he used a magnifying glass to carefully examine the details of the lacquer wineglass. "Well, Mr. Lin, it seems that your pair of lacquer wineglasses are not really precious antiques. This pair of lacquerware wineglasses is in very poor condition. They are plain lacquerware cups without any carvings, and they are not red lacquerware. They look more like old folk items from the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. Their value is very low. Our Treasure Pavilion won't accept lacquerware wineglasses of such poor quality, even if they're from the late Qing dynasty or early Republic of China." After hearing this, Gu Keqing looked at Lin Lang and whispered awkwardly, "Ah Lang, you must have made a mistake this time, didn't you?" Lin Lang smiled proudly and said, "This pair of lacquerware wineglasses of mine are priceless treasures. It doesn't matter if you don't know the value of them. Go and invite your boss over. Uncle Zhou is a master treasure appraiser and he will definitely know the value of them better than you." Treasure appraiser Ah Chang said with some embarrassment. Mr. Lin, I don't think this is necessary. After all, I've been an appraiser for 8 years. I don't think I'd miss such an ordinary pair of lacquerware wine glasses. There's no need to bother our boss. Lin Lang said, it seems that even after 8 years of studying treasure appraisal, your skills are still not sophisticated enough. Why do you say that, Mr. Lin? Appraiser Ah Chang laughed awkwardly. My next move will not be to slap you in the face, but to help you gain some knowledge. As Lin Lang spoke, he picked up the tea knife on the tea table with his right hand. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said weakly, Mr. Lin, your method of helping me broaden my horizons is truly unique. Why did you suddenly pick up the tea knife? What's the meaning behind that? Lin Lang smiled and replied, I'm not going to hurt you, what are you afraid of? Treasure appraiser Ah Chang was sweating profusely and said, Mr. Lin is joking. Gu Keqing secretly tugged at the corner of Lin Lang's clothes and whispered, Alung, you picked up the tea knife, what are you trying to do? Lin Lang replied mysteriously, the time to witness a miracle has come. Lin Lang was seen holding a tea knife and carefully scraping off the old red paint on the lacquerware wine glass with the blade until the oil paper layer inside was exposed. Lin Lang used the tea knife to pierce the oil paper very carefully, just like peeling off silk threads from a cocoon. Then, Lin Lang peeled off the layer of oil paper that was perfectly wrapped around the rhino horn cup bit by bit, and took out a precious and rare Tang Dynasty rhino horn cup, which stunned everyone in the VLP VIP room. The female tea artist, dressed in hanfu, was stunned by the sight and exclaimed, I've worked at the treasure pavilion for so long, and I've never seen such a bizarre thing as a rhino horn cup hidden inside a lacquerware wine cup. Gu Keqing blinked her big butterfly-like eyes and stood up from the sofa in shock, saying in amazement, this is simply unbelievable. I never imagined that a rhino horn cup of great value could be hidden inside a seemingly cheap, worn-out lacquerware wine glass. Alung, you really made me look at you differently this time. Under the light, Lin Lang looked at the Tang Dynasty rhino horn cup in his hand and praised it highly. This rhino horn cup has a hard, yellow, and smooth bone, and its color is amber with a slight translucence. It is carved in the round, and its luster is bright and smooth, like solidified fat. It is in perfect condition. It is simply beautiful. The appraiser Ah Chang, who was slapped in the face, was shocked and said, it's amazing. Mr. Lin, you have a really good eye. Mr. Lin was able to spot the rhino horn cup, hidden inside the lacquer wine cup, so perfectly disguised. I have great respect for Mr. Lin. Clothes. I'm truly convinced. I've been an apprentice appraiser for 8 years. Today, thanks to Mr. Lin, I've broadened my horizons twice. I've really learned a lot. Lin Lang said calmly, all right, stop flattering me. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang bowed and said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. I was so rude just now. I hope Mr. Lin will be magnanimous and forgive my lack of experience and my neglect of our distinguished guests. I'll go and invite the boss over right now to personally appraise the treasure for Mr. Lin. Go! Lin Lang crossed his legs and drank tea comfortably. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. After exiting the VLP VIP room, treasure appraiser Ah Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, it seems that the young lady's high school deskmate is definitely not an ordinary person. After reading it, the treasure appraiser Ah Chang hurried up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the boss's office. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Zhangdong, who was writing calligraphy in the office, was writing with a brush. His brush was flying like a dragon, and his calligraphy was written in an elegant manner, with the artistic sentiment of a master of treasure appraisal and collector. Zhou Mengyao, the sweet and cool motorcycle goddess, was standing by grinding ink for her father. When she heard the knock on the door, she replied, come in. Squeak. The shop assistant pushed open the door and walked into the boss office, saying respectfully, I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Zhou's pleasure. Mr. Lin, the eldest lady's high school classmate, has come to our treasure pavilion again. Zhou Zhangdong paused after hearing this and frowned. Could it be that Lin Lang regrets pawning his Dade Tongbao coins? AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 10, Meet the beautiful schoolgirl again. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang replied truthfully, no. Mr. Lin brought a pair of worn lacquer wine glasses. They looked like they were from the late Qing dynasty or early Republic of China. I appraised them and found them flawed. This has brought shame to our treasure pavilion. Zhou Zhangdong asked in confusion, Ah Chang, you've been an appraiser for many years. How could you have fooled a pair of relatively recent lacquerware wine cups? Treasure appraiser Ah Chang replied with an exaggerated expression, Mr. Lin brought this pair of seemingly worn-out lacquer wine glasses, but inside they're actually disguised, antique rhinoceros horn cups from a very long time ago. It's truly amazing. This is quite novel. Zhou Zhangdong put down the brush in his hand. Appraiser Ah Chang continued, a layer of oil paper was affixed to the surface of the rhino horn cup, and the oil paper was painted with camouflaging red lacquer, perfectly concealing the priceless rhino horn cup within the lacquer wine cup. How could the owner of this pair of rhino horn cups have such a miraculous skill? Zhou Zhangdong replied, never doubt the wisdom of the ancients. In ancient times, there were frequent wars and chaos. Many nobles feared their treasures would be robbed or stolen, so they would painstakingly disguise their precious cultural relics as less valuable items and pass them down to future generations to protect them from thieves. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang exclaimed, so that's how it is. I imagine the ancient owner of this pair of rhino horn cups must have hidden their valuable items inside lacquer wineglasses out of fear of theft. Zhou Mengyao's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she smiled beautifully. Dad, as the daughter of a treasure appraiser, this is the first time I've heard of such a strange thing. Appraiser Ah Chang said respectfully, Mr. Zhou, we'll have to trouble you to come to the VIP room in person and appraise the rare treasures Mr. Lin brought. Let's go. Zhou Zhangdong set off. Dad, I'll go to the VIP room with you to see where my high school classmate Lin Lang found this rare treasure. Zhou Zhangdong walked with his hands behind his back and teased, Daughter, do you want to go watch the fun, or do you want to see your male classmate Lin Lang? Of course I went to watch the fun. Zhou Mengyao raised her beautiful little face. Zhou Zhangdong smiled and said, I remember when you were in high school, your mother told me that you had a crush on your deskmate, the school hunk, and it was somewhat affecting your academic performance. Today, I, your father, learned that this Lin Lang was your deskmate for 3 years of high school. Could it be that the deskmate you had a crush on during high school was Lin Lang? The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao's beautiful face flushed red in an instant, like a little pufferfish, and she said angrily, Did my mother peek at my diary? Zhou Zhangdong realized that he had let something slip and quickly replied, I didn't betray your mother. Just treat me as your daughter. I didn't say anything just now. Zhou Mengyao, looking unhappy, walked down the stairs with her father Zhou Zhangdong, pouting and complaining, My mother's behavior of peeking at my diary has violated my privacy. My mother used unauthorized means to pry into my privacy when I was in high school, which is an illegal act. Zhou Zhangdong laughed loudly and said, My daughter, you're too kind. Your mother secretly read your diary back then because she cared about you. She was afraid that your premature love would affect your studies, and she wanted to help you solve the troubles of growing up. TSQ parents are just saying nice things, but I protest. My mother's behavior of peeking at my diary is wrong. She has no sense of boundaries and is extremely wrong. I express my strong dissatisfaction with her wrong behavior and firmly oppose and condemn it. Zhou Mengyao pouted playfully, looking sweet, cute, and beautiful like a mystery. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhangdong replied lovingly, Okay. Dad joins you in condemning your mom for her wrongdoings many years ago. I'll apologize to you on your mom's behalf, okay? TSK. If apologies are enough, why do we need the police? Some actual compensation is better than anything else. You damned girl, it seems you want to take this opportunity to blackmail your father. Tell me. What do you want this time? Zhou Mengyao replied with a bright smile, I've got my eye on a convertible sports car with a dung fork logo. It only costs a little over 5 million yuan if imported into China, hee. Zhou Zhangdong asked, What brand is this convertible sports car with a dung fork logo on it? Treasure appraiser Ah Chang reminded, It's a Maserati. Zhou Zhangdong laughed and said, You know what, the Maserati logo really does look like a dung fork. But my daughter, you already have 7 or 8 luxury cars in your name, including several convertible sports cars. Can you drive all of them? Dad, you're reluctant to buy this for your precious daughter? Zhou Zhangdong replied lovingly, Buy. It's just over 5 million. I spent a little money to make my daughter happy. As a father, I don't feel bad at all. Dad is the best to me. I forgive my mom for reading my diary. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and happily. Zhou Zhangdong shook his head and laughed. It's all my fault for letting you, a girl, use that old story to blackmail a Maserati convertible sports car. Hee. Zhou Mengyao laughed secretly with success. As they were talking, Zhou Mengyao and treasure appraiser Ah Chang, who had already surrounded Zhou Zhangdong, who was walking in the center position, went downstairs and entered the VIP reception room, where they saw Lin Lang and Gu Keqing who were sipping tea. The female tea artist, dressed in hanfu, greeted respectfully, Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Zhangdong looked at his junior Lin Lang and greeted him with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Lang stood up politely and replied, "Hello, Uncle Zhou. Once again, I trouble you to personally appraise and value this treasure for me. I am very sorry for the inconvenience. Mr. Lin is taking care of the business of our treasure pavilion. It is an honor for our pawnshop to have you visit. We couldn't be more pleased," Zhou Zhangdong said with a smile. Gu Keqing stood up, nodded with a smile, and greeted Lin Lang's female classmate Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao greeted sweetly, "Hello, cousin Keqing." Then, Zhou Mengyao looked at the handsome Lin Lang and said with a sweet smile, "Old classmate, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon." Lin Lang replied with a smile, "Yes. After I started investing in the antiques industry, I began to frequently conduct business with Treasure Pavilion and your father. It seems that we will have more opportunities to meet as classmates in the future." Zhou Mengyao asked curiously, "Lin Lang, didn't you study finance in college? How come you're so proficient in antique collecting and treasure appraisal?" Lin Lang replied modestly, "I'm just new to the antique business and only have a basic understanding." Zhou Zhangdong set his eyes on the treasure appraisal table and saw a tea knife with a lot of lacquer fragments scattered around it, a worn lacquer wineglass, and an antique rhinoceros horn cup that had been stripped of its oil paper and lacquer cover and was now in perfect condition. "This is a truly rare antique rhino horn cup." Zhou Zhangdong carefully picked up the rhino horn cup and, under the light of the VLP VIP room, he admired it as if it were a treasure. He couldn't put it down and couldn't help but marvel at the precious and rare antique rhino horn cup and praise it endlessly. This rhino horn cup has a folded rim, a deep belly, and a ring foot with the sides tapered inwards. The bone is hard, yellow, fine and smooth, with a slightly translucent amber color. It is carved in the round, with a lustrous luster, like solidified fat. The carving is delicate, the craftsmanship is complex and very exquisite. This vessel has a dignified and elegant shape, a smooth and rounded finish, and an excellent polish. The artist spared no expense in the use of materials, which is quite remarkable. Most of the rhino horn carvings that survive today were made in my country during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They are treasured worldwide and can be found in major museums in Europe, America, and my country. They are also coveted by private collectors. The shape and workmanship of this rhino horn cup clearly indicate that it was an imperial tribute from abroad during the Tang dynasty. It has distinct characteristics of the era and is extremely rare. It is definitely a fine antique rhino horn cup. Mr. Lin, can you tell me if this pair of lacquerware wine cups, which contain a Tang Dynasty rhinoceros horn cup, are family heirlooms? And was it purchased at a high price? Zhou Zhangdong asked curiously. Lin Lang replied truthfully, "To be honest, this pair of lacquerware wine cups, which contain a Tang Dynasty rhinoceros horn cup, was something I just found at an antique stall. I spent 385 yuan to pick it up. Because I'm starting my own business, I need a lot of startup capital, so I reluctantly parted with them and went to the Treasure Pavilion to buy this pair of rare antique rhino horn cups." Zhou Zhangdong was shocked and said, "Mr. Lin has good eyesight. It's been years since anyone has found such a great bargain in Jing'an Temple Jewelry and Antique City in Jinhai City. It seems Mr. Lin is quite knowledgeable in antique collection and appraisal. Uncle Zhou, you're so kind. I've just entered the antique business, and I just got lucky and found a bargain." Lin Lang was very low-key. After hearing this, treasure appraiser Ah Chang was shocked and exclaimed with envy, "Mr. Lin is truly a god with great luck. I admire you. I admire you." Zhou Mengyao blinked her charming eyes and exclaimed, "Lin Lang, your luck is too good, isn't it? Just casually browsing the antique market, you stumbled upon a pair of antique rhino horn cups hidden inside a lacquer wine glass. Wouldn't that mean you saved yourself 30 years of hard work and suddenly became rich?" AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Graceful Figure, Motorcycle Goddess. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang smiled quietly but said nothing. Zhou Zhangdong put down the rhino horn cup and picked up the lacquer wineglass on the treasure appraisal table. He examined it carefully and said, "Mr. Lin is truly a young and promising man. I, Zhou, have been engaged in antique appraisal for over 30 years and am one of the few treasure appraisers in Shanghai City. Even with the naked eye, I cannot discern the hidden secrets within this lacquerware wine cup. It is perfectly disguised as an antique rhino horn cup. This shows that Mr. Lin's ability to appraise treasures is far superior to mine. I am ashamed of myself." Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. Uncle Zhou, you are a master treasure appraiser and a big figure in the antique collecting community in Haihai. I am still young and need to learn a lot from you." Zhou Zhangdong laughed loudly and said, "Uncle likes talented yet steady and low-key juniors like you. Mr. Lin, if you have time tomorrow at noon, please come to my humble abode with my daughter Mangyao for dinner. We, uncle and nephew, can learn from each other and improve together. Lin Lang was somewhat surprised that the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong would appreciate him so much and invite him to his home for a family dinner, which was definitely giving enough face to the younger generation Lin Lang. Zhou Mangyao was also somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that her father, Zhou Zhengdong, who was highly respected in the antique circle, would condescend to invite his junior, Lin Lang, to visit their home. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao's daily outfit. Lin Lang replied politely, since such a kind invitation is hard to refuse, I will respectfully obey your order and will definitely be there on time. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, Lin Lang, we haven't said goodbye since our second meeting, and we've made an appointment to meet for the third time tomorrow. My father admires you so much, I'm afraid he wants to take you in as his apprentice, to become the treasure appraiser of the treasure pavilion. It seems that we old classmates will have many opportunities to reminisce in the future. Well. After hearing this, treasure appraiser Acheng was filled with envy. Being able to learn from a famous master would not only make it easier for him to make a name for himself in the antique appraisal world, but he could also make friends with the powerful and wealthy and climb up the social ladder by relying on his master's connections. Lin Lang asked curiously, Uncle Zhou has been famous in the antique appraisal world for a long time. Hasn't he ever officially accepted a disciple? Zhou Zhengdong smiled and replied, taking on disciples and teaching is a matter of fate. In today's treasure appraisal world, while knowledge accumulation and hard work are important, talent is also indispensable. Although Zhou has long been well known in the antique appraisal world, he has never met a talented apprentice, so he has been reluctant to formally accept a disciple. Now Zhou is over 50 years old, and my daughter Mangyao is not interested in antique appraisal. The future inheritance of the treasure pavilion can only rely on the closed disciple to teach the apprentice. After hearing this, Lin Lang said, I see. Then I wish Uncle Zhou to find a beloved disciple soon. Zhou Zhengdong politely replied, Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lin. A Chang, the treasure appraiser standing nearby, said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lin is ready to buy this pair of rhino horn cups. Could you please give us an estimate of their value? Zhou Zhengdong replied, If you peel away the oil paper lacquer covering that disguises this seemingly worn-out lacquerware wine cup and find an antique rhino horn cup hidden within, it's in perfect condition. Our treasure pavilion is willing to offer 10 million Chinese yuan to purchase Mr. Lin's pair of antique Tang Dynasty rhino horn cups. Gu Keqing, who was standing by, was shocked after hearing this. She never expected that the pair of lacquer wine glasses that her lover Lin Lang bought at an antique stall for only 385 Chinese yuan actually contained a secret, and she had picked up a bargain of 10 million Chinese yuan. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, Dad, are these antique rhino horn cups really worth so much money? Zhou Zhengdong couldn't let go of the cup and replied, There are currently fewer than 4,000 antique rhinoceros horn cups in existence in China, and most of them are from the Ming and Qing dynasties. This pair of rhino horn cups, hidden inside a lacquer wine glass, was a gift from foreign envoys to the royal family during the Han and Tang dynasties. They have been handed down from generation to generation and are well preserved to this day. A pair is extremely rare and has high appreciation potential. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao looked at her classmate Lin Lang and playfully teased, Old classmate, you've really made a fortune this time. Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. Treasure appraiser Chang said enviously, It seems our high antique circle is about to add another anecdote. Someone found a Tang Dynasty rhinoceros horn cup at an antique stall and made tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Under the attention of everyone, Lin Lang picked up the tea knife again and carefully used the blade to scrape off the old red paint on the lacquer wine glass until the oil paper layer inside was exposed. Lin Lang used the tea knife very carefully, just like peeling off silk threads from a cocoon, and gently pierced the oil paper. With the experience from last time, Lin Lang easily peeled off the layer of oil paper that was perfectly attached to the rhino horn cup, removed the lacquer shell and took out a Tang Dynasty rhino horn cup. Zhou Mengyao was amazed and exclaimed, I really admire the wisdom of the ancients. This rare rhino horn cup is also well preserved and in perfect condition. Zhou Zhengdong exclaimed, This pair of rhino horn cups, with their perfect appearance and lustrous luster, can be compared to the luminous wall and the bright moon pearl. They are truly rare treasures that are rarely seen. Treasure appraiser Chang exclaimed in amazement, I'm fortunate to have witnessed this pair of Tang Dynasty rhino horn cups. In Mr. Lin's hands, the broken lacquer shells have been rediscovered and are now shining brightly. I've truly broadened my horizons. Gu Keqing looked at Lin Lang, who had found a bargain of 10 million Chinese yuan but remained calm and composed, and secretly marveled in her heart, It seems that Ulung is very cunning. He is definitely not an ordinary pretty boy. He will become a great man in the future. Zhou Zhangdong ordered, write the pawn ticket immediately and sign the pawning documents for Mr. Lin. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Appraiser Acheng hurriedly did as he was told. The financial staff at Jinbao Pavilion began writing the pawn ticket and the pawn waiver agreement, and reminded them, since it is a forfeited pawn, it means that the pawner will neither redeem nor renew the pawn. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. Once you leave our Treasure Pavilion antique pawn shop, there's no regrets. The pawn ticket is proof. I will never regret it. Lin Lang signed his name on the pawn ticket and the waiver agreement. Zhou Zhangdong took out a checkbook from his body and wrote a transfer check for 10 million Chinese yuan, pay to Lin Lang, for commercial payment, and then handed it to Lin Lang. Ding! Friendly reminder from the Universal Entry System, this transfer check for 10 million Chinese yuan from Haikao Bank is authentic and valid. After Lin Lang took the transfer check, he smiled and said, Uncle Zhou is so eager to pay, are you afraid that I will regret it and refuse to accept this pair of antique rhino horn cups? Zhou Zhangdong couldn't help but admire the pair of Tang Dynasty rhinoceros horn cups that he had just bought for a large sum of money, and he could not hide his joy. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, single antique rhino horn cups were common, but a pair of Tang Dynasty rhino horn cups in perfect condition are extremely rare and valuable. So, Zhou does not intend to sell this legendary and perfect pair of Tang Dynasty rhino horn cups. Instead, he will keep them in his private collection and pass them down to future generations as a legacy. Uncle Zhou is indeed a master of antiques, with a unique eye and generous spending. No wonder it is widely said in the antique collecting world that there is Ma Weidu in the north and Zhou Zhangdong in the south, who are the top collectors in China. Lin Lang said with compliments. Ma Weidu is an old friend of Zhou's in the antiques circle. The next time he comes to Longhai from Kyoto, I'll host a dinner and introduce you to Mr. Lin. Uncle Zhou has a wide network of contacts, which is something that the younger generation could only dream of. Zhou Zhangdong smiled and said, Meng Yao, your high school classmate, Mr. Lin, is very outstanding. You two should visit each other more often in the future. The friendship between you classmates cannot be alienated. Zhou Mengyao gave her father a fake smile and replied with one word, okay. After a brief greeting, Lin Lang stood up and said, Uncle Zhou, if you have nothing else to do, I'll take my leave now. Zhou Zhangdong ordered, Meng Yao, please see Mr. Lin off on your father's behalf. Good. Let's go, old classmate, I'll take you there. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly and coolly. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao's daily outfit. Goodbye, Uncle Zhou. Lin Lang said goodbye. Zhou Zhangdong said in a good mood, goodbye. Gu Keqing nodded slightly and said goodbye to Zhou Zhangdong, the owner of Treasure Pavilion. Goodbye. I look forward to your next visit. Zhou Zhangdong replied politely. Treasure appraiser Ah Chang said, farewell, Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Goodbye. Lin Lang stepped out of the VLP VIP room. Zhou Mengyao chatted and laughed as she escorted Lin Lang and Gu Keqing to the gate of the Treasure Pavilion. She smiled and said, old classmates, see you tomorrow at noon. Lin Lang replied, okay. I'll text you later. Please send me your home address. I'll be there on time tomorrow night to visit my uncle and aunt. Zhou Mengyao replied okay. Goodbye, old classmates. Lin Lang said goodbye with a smile. Bye-bye. Goodbye, cousin Keqing. Zhou Mengyao did not forget to wave goodbye to Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing replied politely, goodbye. After watching Lin Lang and Gu Keqing walk away, Zhou Mengyao raised her wrist to take a look. The time on her Audemars Piguet diamond luxury watch was already past noon. In the afternoon, Zhou Mengyao, the top-ranked professional female racing driver in Xia country, had to rush to attend an interview program on High TV. So, Zhou Mengyao put on a cool helmet, rode the Augusta streetcar, started the car and gently twisted the accelerator, and the sound of speed and passion came out. Buzz. Buzz. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao rides an Augusta street bike, which is limited to 100 units worldwide. She is so cool and stylish, and her incredible graceful figure on the motorcycle makes people fall for her involuntarily. The cool and beautiful motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao sped away on a cool street bike, like a flower blooming at high speed, looking absolutely cool. Girls riding motorcycles can be so handsome. Zhou Mengyao, riding a cool motorcycle and riding in the wind on the streets of Longhai, makes people unable to take their eyes off her and cannot extricate themselves from her. It has to be said that this professional female racer ranked first in Xia country is unforgettable at first sight. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Playing Pig to Eat Tiger. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu-Kaching. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Gu-Kaching blinked her big butterfly-like eyes, looked at the handsome Lin Lang, and said weakly, "Dear, why do I feel that you are pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger when you are with me?" Lin Lang looked at the beautiful and charming sister Gu-Kaching and replied, "Sister, why do you say that? Alung, your acting is pretty good." "Sister, I studied finance in college, not acting, so how can I have any acting skills?" Gu-Kaching realized it belatedly and said, "You have the ability to identify antiques and find bargains, but you cry poor and have no money to pay the rent. Isn't that just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger?" Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. Gu-Kaching narrowed her big eyes and looked at Lin Lang charmingly and seductively, which was very ambiguous. "You found 2 great bargains at the antique market in just one day, making a cool 11 million Chinese yuan. You've really impressed me. Alung, you are a multi-millionaire now, how do you feel?" Lin Lang replied, "It feels pretty good. I'm one step closer to my goal of 100 million. There's a Gingan branch of Haikao Bank next to Jing'an Temple Antique City. I'm going to go there and exchange the 11 million transfer check into my bank account." "Okay. I'll go with you." Gu-Kaching smiled beautifully. At the Jing'an branch of the Hai Bank, Lin Lang presented his ID card to apply for a bank card, and successfully exchanged the 11 million yuan Jinbao Pavilion transfer check he had earned from the bargain and transferred it to his own bank account. Seeing 11 million Chinese yuan arrive in his account, Lin Lang's face showed a proud smile. After traveling back to the millennium, Lin Lang made his first fortune of tens of millions of Chinese yuan by picking up bargains with the help of the Universal Entry Prompt System, which made him rich overnight. After walking out of Hai Bank, Lin Lang said, "Let's go, Sister Kaching." "Walk? Where are you going?" "Alung, have you forgotten why you came with me to the antique city?" Lin Lang suddenly replied, "I remember now. Sister Kaching's mother's birthday is next week. She's a devout Buddhist. You want to buy an antique Guanyin statue as a birthday present for your aunt, right?" Gu-Kaching smiled charmingly and said, "You have a good memory, kid. You can't just make 11 million Chinese yuan by picking up a bargain and forget about my important business. I'll accompany Sister Kaching to continue shopping at the antique city and get your birthday present for Auntie, okay?" That's more like it." Gu-Kaching smiled. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu-Kaching. The two of them were browsing the antique stalls. Royal sister Gu-Kaching takes very good care of her beauty and looks very young and beautiful. She walks closely with her lover Lin Lang, and the visual effect of a talented man and a beautiful woman is immediate. They look no different from a young couple. "Alung, you picked up 2 big bargains in the antique city and made 11 million Chinese yuan in one go. How come I didn't see you so excited?" Lin Lang replied, "Who said I wasn't excited? I simply don't show my joy or anger on my face, my likes or dislikes on my lips, my sorrow or joy doesn't show on my face, and my life or death is not determined by fate. As the saying goes, a crouching dragon lies dormant, waiting for the right time to strike. Those who are good at hiding will win, while those who are good at showing off will fail. Those who achieve great things must keep it hidden in their hearts, act in practice, and not consult with others. Half gentleman, half bandit, seemingly gentle, but in fact a diamond. Flowing water doesn't compete for the lead, it competes for continuity. 10,000 years is too long. I, Lin Lang, only strive for the day." If a mere 11 million Chinese yuan can make Lin Lang so excited that he loses all control, then it means that I won't be able to accomplish anything earth-shattering in the future, right? After hearing this, Gu-Kaching looked at Lin Lang with new eyes and said admiringly, "Alung, I like you more and more." Lin Lang. "Alung, how come you look so harmless, but you're actually just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger?" Lin Lang hugged Gu-Kaching's soft waist and couldn't help but kiss her in the street. Her lips were so soft and sweet. After a passionate kiss, Gu-Kaching was afraid that people she knew would see her keeping a gigolo, so she looked around at the people guiltily. Then, Gu-Kaching said in a somewhat infatuated manner, "Alung, you satisfy all my fantasies about men. Good figure and tall. Both gentle and uninhibited. She's very sweet-mouthed and very capable. The eyes are clear, bright and charming. Although he might be a bit of a playboy, he has a handsome face that's full of righteousness." After hearing this, Lin Lang laughed and said, "Sister, if you praise me again, I'll be flattered." "Alung, you've already seen that I'm in love with you, right?" Lin Lang replied, "When renting a house, the deposit is 1 month and the rent is 3 months in advance. How could a tenant default on rent for 3 months? Sister Kaching, you allowed me to stay 3 months behind on your rent. You always contact me under the pretext of collecting rent. I'm not a fool, so of course I can see that. Well. So, I was taken advantage of by you when you were late with the first month's rent. Sister, I am the love calamity that you cannot escape in your life. Falling in love with me is your destiny. Gu Kaching held Lin Lang's arm and giggled sweetly. Immediately afterwards, Lin Lang accompanied the royal sister Gu Kaching, and like a couple in love, they strolled around the antique stalls, expressing their affection for each other. About 20 minutes later. Among the dazzling array of antiques on the street stalls, Lin Lang finally found a genuine antique Guanyin statue in good condition. Ding! Green Treasure Appraisal Tip found a genuine antique Ming Dynasty small leaf red sandalwood, ivory, lacquer, and gold carved Guanyin statue, currently valued at 80,000 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang stopped and squatted in front of the miscellaneous goods stall. He picked up the red sandalwood Guanyin statue and asked the price. "Madam, how much is this Guanyin statue?" The stall owner replied, 69,800 Chinese yuan. After seeing it, Gu Kaching complained, "Is a wooden statue of Guanyin really that expensive?" The stall owner said with a smile, "A beautiful woman can tell you don't know anything. This wooden statue of Guanyin is not made of ordinary wood. It is made of the finest small leaf red sandalwood, inlaid with ivory and lacquered gold. It is obviously an old item from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties." After hearing this, Gu Kaching looked at Lin Lang and asked, "Alung, is what the boss lady said right?" Lin Lang nodded affirmatively, then bargained, "Madam, please give us a fair price, and we'll buy this antique Guanyin statue." Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. The stall owner replied, "Handsome boy, if you're serious about buying, I'll give you a lucky price of 68,000. 56,000, no more." Lin Lang offered a price. "Sorry, handsome. I can't sell it for a penny less than 68,000. Gu Kaching said, "Boss, can you please tell me why you are not selling it at a low price?" The stall owner smiled and replied, "This antique Guanyin statue is carved from red sandalwood, with a head, hands, and feet carved from ivory, inlaid on the red sandalwood body. The lapels are lacquered gold, the belt is flowing, and the lines are smooth. It is extremely rare. The combination of ivory and red sandalwood, meticulously crafted by the hands of artisans, makes this an exquisite antique Guanyin statue, highly valuable for collection and appreciation. Take this Guanyin statue home and worship it devoutly. The Bodhisattva will bless your family with good fortune and peace, and ward off disasters and misfortunes." After hearing this, Lin Lang looked at Gu Kaching and shrugged, saying, "The boss lady is an expert and sells real antiques. It seems that it is impossible to find a bargain. I can only buy it at a normal price." Gu Kaching asked, "Boss, can I pay by credit card?" "Sure." The stall owner prepared the POS machine. Gu Kaching opened the limited edition LV bag, took out a top credit bank black card, and handed it to the stall owner. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Kaching. After the street vendor took the bank's black card, he exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen a bank credit card with no preset spending limit. It seems this beautiful woman must be very wealthy." Gu Kaching joked, "Boss, you're not thinking that this antique Guanyin statue is too cheap because I have a black bank card, are you?" The stall owner replied, "No, no, no. Sister, my antique stall sells things fairly, and I don't cheat anyone. Reputation is what matters. I'll swipe your card now." The stall owner used the POS machine to swipe the card and entered 68,000 yuan in Chinese yuan. Gu Kaching entered the black card bank password. Zzzz. The POS card receipt showed that the payment was successful, and Gu Kaching signed his name on the receipt. "Now you and your wife can take this exquisite antique Guanyin statue home as you wish." As the stall owner spoke, she returned the bank black card to Gu Kaching. Being misunderstood as being a couple with Lin Lang, Gu Kaching was delighted. She took the initiative to hold Lin Lang's arm and said with a gentle and sweet smile, "Let's go, husband." Boo. In front of the stall owner, Lin Lang kissed Gu Kaching on the cheek. "You two are so sweet showing off your love in public, it's almost cloying. You are so in love, aren't you?" As the stall owner spoke, she handed the antique Guanyin statue and the gift box to the handsome Lin Lang. "Goodbye, Madam Boss." Lin Lang put his arm around Gu Kaching's soft waist, and the two of them walked intimately. The picture of the handsome man and beautiful woman was very pleasing to the eye, and they slowly left the antique stall. "Goodbye, young couple." The stall owner watched Gu Kaching walk away with Lin Lang on her arm, and muttered to herself enviously, What a talented man and beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. They look so enviable. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. After leaving the antique and sundry goods stall, Gu Keqing smiled sweetly and said, "The stall owner just now actually mistook us for a couple." Lin Lang smirked and said, "You're so happy to be mistaken for my wife?" Gu Keqing held Lin Lang tightly and replied happily, "Of course I'm happy to have such a handsome husband." Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. Gu Keqing asked curiously, "Alung, is this antique small leaf red sandalwood guanyin statue really as good as the stall owner said it was?" Lin Lang patiently replied, "Small leaf sandalwood is the finest of red sandalwood. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 red sandalwood trees are hollow. The largest red sandalwood tree is only about 20 centimeters in diameter, so you can imagine how precious it is. Small leaf red sandalwood is precious and hard to find, and large pieces are rare. This Ming Dynasty small leaf red sandalwood inlaid with ivory lacquer and gold carved guanyin statue is approximately 34 centimeters tall and 15 centimeters in diameter. It is made of large pieces of high-quality small leaf red sandalwood. The head, hands, and feet are carved from ivory and set on a rosewood body. It is a perfect combination of ingenuity and craftsmanship. The guanyin statue is in a standing position, with a solemn color, graceful curves, and a rich texture. This guanyin statue has fine hair, a broad forehead, a full forehead, and slightly closed eyes with a downward gaze. She wears a wide-sleeved celestial robe, a necklace dangling from her chest, and stands barefoot on a small leaf sandalwood seat. She appears plump, with flowing lines, and a solemn and benevolent appearance. Also, the guanyin statue has drapery folds that are micro-carved using traditional realistic techniques. The folds are neatly carved, simple and clear, and appear extremely solemn and elegant. This Ming Dynasty small leaf red sandalwood, ivory lacquered, and gold carved guanyin statue is in excellent condition and extremely rare. The current market value is around 80,000 Chinese yuan. After hearing this, Gu Keqing smiled and said, "So, I made a profit by buying it?" Lin Lang replied truthfully, "Although it's not a bargain, the price wasn't high, so I made a small profit." "Thank you, Alung. I gave this exquisite antique guanyin statue to my mother as a birthday gift. She will definitely be very happy. It's just a small favor, Sister Keqing, you don't have to be polite to me." Gu Keqing praised, "Alung, you are so young, but you have profound attainments in antique appraisal. It's really amazing. I originally thought you were a pretty boy, but I didn't expect that beneath your handsome and perfect appearance, you possessed a heart that refused to be mediocre. You are an amazing antique appraiser. Sister Keqing, you are the one who sees beauty in everything. It seems my charm is irresistible." Gu Keqing, who was the sealing of pure lustful queen, admitted generously, "That's right. Sister, I just like you. I'm leaving this out. You can find a way to fall in love with me." Sister, are you always so arrogant?" Gu Keqing kissed Lin Lang on the cheek and said coquettishly with a loving look in her eyes, "Little ancestor, you have already taken my life." Lin Lang feigned deep affection and replied, "Then from now on, let us keep each other in mind and run towards each other." After hearing this, Gu Keqing smiled beautifully and nodded lovingly. It's rare to see an extramarital affair this sweet. Lin Lang is still young, but he doesn't learn his lesson. He imitates Chow Chow to be a hero and specializes in stealing other people's wives. He is really unheard of. Squeak. Sizzle. A shrill noise came from a gambling stone stall not far away. It was the sound of a stone-cutting machine cutting jade. Sister Keqing. There seems to be a gambling stone stall up ahead. Let's go check out the excitement and try our luck. Hearing the sound, Lin Lang glanced sideways and saw a group of people gathered around a gambling stone stall, talking and watching the excitement. He was also attracted over and stopped in front of the gambling stone stall with interest. Gu Keqing wisely dissuaded him, "Alung, 9 out of 10 gambling scams. Gambling on stones sells dreams. There's a saying that one cut can make you poor, one cut can make you rich, and one cut can make you wear linen. As the saying goes, even gods can't tell the difference between an inch of jade. You may be good at identifying treasures and finding bargains, but gambling on stones can lead to you losing everything." Lin Lang replied confidently, "Sister, have you forgotten? I told you that I, Lin Lang, am not talented, but I know a little bit about everything." Gu Keqing was surprised and said, "Alung, don't tell me you also know something about gambling stones?" Chapter 014 Blind Gambling on Jadeite Rough Stone. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Lin Lang replied mysteriously, "I understand a little bit. I understand a little bit." As soon as Lin Lang's eyes fell on the gambling stone stall, the virtual system light screen in front of him instantly generated countless system entry prompts, floating in the air in different colors. All the jadeite raw stones on the gambling stone stall and the gambling stone success rate system prompts were presented in front of Lin Lang without any suspense. The greener the color of the prompt entry, the higher the success rate of cutting and increasing the value of the corresponding jadeite raw stone. The darker the color of the prompt entry, the higher the failure rate of cutting the corresponding jadeite raw stone. Seeing this, a subtle hint of pride flashed across Lin Lang's face. He thought to himself, now that I have the universal item prompt system, I'm invincible. It's hard not to get rich. Sizzle. The sound of the stone cutting machine cutting the jadeite raw stone is still humming harshly. To the onlookers, it is just noise, but to the buyers who are gambling on the jade, it is very exciting because success or failure depends on it. The so-called gambling on stones is to gamble with unpolished jade, and if the price increases, you can become rich overnight. If you cut it down, you will lose everything. People die for money, and birds die for food. This is the charm of gambling on stones. Opportunities always come to those who dare to gamble. Gambling on stones is a gambling game that requires courage and money. On the ground at the foot of the stone cutting machine, there are many jadeite raw stones with windows opened or even cut in half. They are obviously waste stones that have been cut down and have almost no meat. It is obvious that all the people who gambled on the stones in the last wave have lost money. The middle-aged man who was gambling on jadeite stones rubbed his palms with excitement, staring at the owner of the gambling stone stall who was cutting the jadeite raw stones. Oh shit! Several pieces of jadeite rough stone have been cut into pieces. This time, I've staked my entire fortune and life on this piece of jadeite. I must get it cut and sold for a higher price. Cut it up. Cut it up. Cut the price. The middle-aged man who gambled on stones had red eyes because of all the losses. It was obvious that he was very anxious about the gambling on stones. He thought that he could win back all the money he lost by cutting the value of a stone. However, he didn't know that he would only get deeper and deeper into trouble. In gambling on stones, some people become rich overnight by cutting the value of the stone, while others lose so much that they jump off a building. The crowd of onlookers watched the excitement with a buzz of chatter. Gu Keqing took Lin Lang's arm and asked testingly, "You said you know a little bit about gambling on jadeite, so tell me, will the jadeite rough stone the owner of the gambling stone stall is cutting increase in value or decrease in value?" Lin Longzue replied, "This 4.8 kilograms piece of jadeite rough looks good from the surface, with a green skylight. It's a stone that makes you want to buy it." The middle-aged uncle couldn't resist the temptation and bet his entire fortune on this piece of jadeite rough that looked like it could be cut and increased in value. He could have gone to the rooftop and written his suicide note. Gu Keqing was stunned and said, "Alung, you mean that the middle-aged uncle who gambled on stones is doomed to lose?" Lin Lang replied, "That's right. The greenest part of the jadeite rough stone I'm cutting is in the skylight. The green on the surface doesn't extend inside. In fact, once you cut it open, there's no green inside. It's inevitable that it will be cut down." Gu Keqing was skeptical after hearing this, but replied with some anticipation, "Then we'll just have to wait and see," waiting for the rapidly spinning stonebreaker to reveal the answer. Squeak! The owner of the gambling stone stall pressed a button and turned off the rapidly rotating stone cutting machine. The atmosphere around the gambling stone stall suddenly became tense, and the onlookers became silent. The middle-aged man who was gambling on stones held his breath, his heart beating very fast. He stared with his eyes that had turned red with loss, rubbing his hands and waiting for good news. "How about it? Is there any green? Has the price increased?" the middle-aged man asked anxiously. The owner of the gambling stone stall handed the jadeite rough stone that had been cut into pieces to the middle-aged man and said regretfully, "Boss, you are unlucky today. You cut it into pieces again. What a pity for this piece of jadeite rough stone. If it had been cut into an imperial green jade, you, boss, would have made a fortune in no time. Next week, a new batch of Burmese jadeite rough stones will arrive. Boss, please pray to the Buddha to change your luck. You will definitely win money if you come back to gamble on jade next week." The middle-aged man was stunned upon hearing this. He sat down on the ground with no hope in his life, hugging the broken jadeite stone and crying with regret, "It's over. It's over. 280,000. I lost 280,000 yuan gambling on stones in just one day. What a loser. My luck is so bad. Not a single stone I gambled on increased in value. I'm so pissed off. I lost all my family savings in one go. How am I going to explain this to my wife? If she finds out, she'll definitely divorce me. Oh my god. My son is almost getting married, and I've lost all our money gambling on stones. How can I buy him a house and a wife? Pa. The middle-aged man who lost money in gambling on stones slapped himself in the face with tears in his eyes. Pa. 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 The middle-aged man who had lost everything gambling on stones slapped himself hard several times, beat his chest and cried, I really deserve to die. This family is ruined because of my gambling on stones. If I ever touch gambling stones again, I'll chop off my hands and feed them to the dogs. The middle-aged man, who had lost all his money, stood up with a dejected look on his face, hung his head as if possessed by the god of misfortune, and left the gambling stone stall with great regret. The onlookers were filled with sighs. The average price of a house in Shanghai at the turn of the millennium was only 3,000 Chinese yuan per square meter. Losing the money for a house on gambling on stones in one day was considered a huge gamble back then. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing exclaimed, the middle-aged uncle's gambling stone actually broke down. Ah Lang, you are truly a prophet. Lin Lang sneered, sister, don't look at the middle-aged uncle's oath that he will never come to gamble on stones again. Gamblers who gamble on stones have no shame. It won't be long before he cheats and deceives people to make some money. If you can't resist your gambling addiction and don't learn your lesson, you will come to the antique city to gamble on stones again. Alung, what you said makes sense. Gambling on stones is just like playing cards and gambling for money. It's a game of psychology. It's addictive, and once you get involved, it's hard to quit. Lin Lang replied, yes. Gambling on stones is similar to appraising treasures and finding bargains. It also requires vision and luck. If you're not careful, you can lose everything. I'm afraid the middle-aged uncle who just lost the gambling on stones will never be able to recover in his lifetime. After hearing this, Gu Keqing advised him, Alung, since you know that you will lose 9 out of 10 times when gambling, then don't touch gambling stones. You just stole 2 fortunes and made 11 million Chinese yuan in one fell swoop. If you put it in a bank account and earn interest, you'll earn 300,000 yuan a year in interest, which is more than the annual salary of a senior white-collar worker. If you lose the gambling on stones, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Other people who gamble on stones lose 9 out of 10 times. I, Lin Lang, am a son of good fortune, blessed by the goddess of luck. Sister Keqing, just wait and see. Rich people are superstitious and pay attention to feng shui and wealth. Seeing that Lin Lang had a rosy face and looked very imposing, as if he was blessed with good fortune and was about to inflict great damage, Gu Keqing stopped trying to persuade him. A little gambling can cheer you up. Since you insist on taking a gamble, I won't stop you. But no matter if you win or lose, you can only try your luck by betting on a piece of jadeite. If you lose, it's my turn, and if you win, it's yours, okay? Boo. Lin Lang kissed Gu Keqing's beautiful face and replied with a smile, I'll listen to Sister Keqing. Am I good? Gu Keqing gently held Lin Lang's arm and replied with a smile as beautiful as a flower, you are just a little pervert in sheep's clothing, but sister likes it. Then, I heard the owner of the gambling stone stall shouting, don't miss it if you pass by. Those who have money support the show with money, and those who don't have money support the show with their presence. Newly arrived Myanmar Damakan jadeite rough stones. You won't be cheated or fooled if you buy them. Take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Chase her and she'll become your wife. Bet it, and the motorcycle will turn into a Mercedes-Benz. With a little effort, lust turns into platinum. Try it, white paper turns into money. If you don't gamble, your life is meaningless. If you want to be rich, place a big bet. The opportunity to get rich overnight is right in front of you. Cut it down and start over, cut it up and turn the hut into a villa. The migrant worker becomes a boss. The boss becomes a tycoon. Small gambling supports the family, big gambling makes a fortune. As the stall owner started shouting provocatively, crowds of onlookers began to gather in front of the stall, squatting in front of it as if they were treasure hunters. They began using strong flashlights to look through the jadeite raw stones of good quality on the stall, and began to seriously examine the stones. Every piece of jadeite raw stone on the stall is marked with its weight and price. On the huge gambling stone stall, there are dozens or even hundreds of Burmese jadeite raw stones. The owner of the jade gambling stall was selling jadeite stones to the onlookers while distributing high-intensity flashlights to illuminate the jadeite raw stones. Handsome guy, how about using a powerful flashlight to identify jadeite and betting on a piece of jadeite rough stone? The owner of the gambling stone stall handed Lin Lang a high-intensity flashlight, but Lin Lang replied proudly, "No need. I gamble blindly on stones, so I don't need a flashlight to identify them." The owner of the gambling stone stall replied, "Awesome." Then the owner of the gambling stone stall thought to himself, even if you use a strong flashlight to look at the stones, you may not be able to win the bet and increase the price. If you gamble blindly and rely on guessing, you will lose everything. Gu Keqing was surprised and said, "Alung, who would gamble on stones blindly by guessing without using a strong flashlight to identify the stones? If you blindly gamble on jadeite rough without identifying the stone, wouldn't the chance of it increasing in value be lower than winning the lottery?" Lin Lang put his arm around Gu Keqing's soft waist and said with a wicked smile, "Sister Keqing, do you believe that I have the Midas touch?" Chapter 15 Chapter 015 Priceless Imperial Green. Gu Keqing replied in disbelief, "I don't believe you. Alung, if you can blindly guess the value of a stone without using a flashlight, unless you saved the Milky Way in your previous life, the probability of a stone increasing is extremely low. Since you don't believe me, I'll turn stone into gold for you. Boss, I don't need a strong flashlight to identify the stones. I'm going to blindly bet on the jadeite rough stones on your stall. Can you give me a discount?" Lin Lang looked at the owner of the stone gambling stall. The owner of the gambling stone stall replied with a fake smile, "So-called blind gambling means just pointing at the stone. You don't use a strong flashlight or your naked eyes to judge the stone. If you really dare to make a blind bet, handsome boy, I can give you a 50% discount on which jadeite rough stone you bet on." Lin Lang continued to ask, "Can I pay by credit card?" The owner of the gambling stone stall replied with a smile, "Sure." AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. After hearing this, Lin Lang smiled mysteriously and said, "Okay. Then I'm going to start working. Blind guessing and gambling on stones, it all depends on luck." Lin Lang deliberately played tricks, making a gesture of summoning the gods with his hands, stamping his left foot on the ground, and muttering in a pretentious manner, "My life is mine, please come down. With my knowledge, I summon the spirits of heaven and earth to explore this breath." The spirits of heaven and earth are constantly responding. "The 5 ghosts and spirits, please communicate with me and bring me wealth. Do not stop. Those who follow me will be lucky, and those who go against me will be disastrous. I order you to help me, and act quickly. I follow the order of the ancestor Gigi to attract wealth. Fortune. To attract wealth." Lin Lang stomped his left foot in a pretentious manner, kept his hands in a gesture of summoning gods, and chanted a spell to attract wealth, which stunned the owner of the gambling stone stall. Gu Keqing, who was standing nearby, looked confused and said in a sweat, "Alung, what are you doing?" The crowd watching in front of the jadeite gambling stall were all stunned, because they had never seen such a psychic jadeite gambling operation. They all cast curious eyes on Lin Lang and watched him blindly gamble on jadeite raw stones. "It's done." Lin Lang shook his hair ostentatiously, ending his pretense of mystery and leaving the onlookers confused. Gu Keqing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said weakly, "Don't scare me, dear." What is going on?" Lin Lang proudly replied, "Of course it's to pray for wealth and the gods to guide us." Gu Keqing was surprised and asked, "What did the gods guide you to do?" Lin Lang curled his lips and said with a sly smile, "Of course it was the gods who helped me choose a piece of jadeite rough stone and guided me to make a fortune." Gu Keqing was speechless. The owner of the gambling stone stall burst out laughing after hearing this, thinking to himself, "It seems like I've run into a bad guy today. Is this guy mentally ill?" After reading it, the owner of the gambling stone stall asked tentatively, "Handsome guy, you are not kidding me, are you? If you really dare to bet on jadeite rough stones without knowing the stone, then you can pay the money and bet directly now. If you are here to make fun of me, I don't have time to play with you." "Pa!" Lin Lang snapped his fingers and pointed to the edge of the gambling stone stall. There was an inconspicuous raw jadeite stone. It looked very ordinary, with a marked weight of 7.8 kilograms and a selling price of 78,000 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang, who pretended to be a psychic, seemed to be randomly pointing at a rough jadeite stone and blindly gambling on it by luck, but in fact, he followed the system prompt and selected a rough jadeite stone with the full green entry. "I'm just going to make a blind bet on this piece of jadeite rough. Just swipe your card." The owner of the gambling stone stall was blinded by the money and hurriedly took out the POS machine to swipe the card, saying with a smile, "We agreed on a 50% discount for blind betting. Handsome, this piece of raw jadeite you chose weighs 9.8 kilograms and is priced at 78,000 Chinese yuan. With a 50% discount, it's 39,000 Chinese yuan, right?" Lin Lang replied, "That's right." The owner of the gambling stone stall used the POS machine to swipe the card and entered 39,000 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang entered his bank password. Zizizizi. The receipt from the POS machine showed that the payment was successful, and the owner of the gambling stone stall immediately smiled. After signing the card receipt, Lin Lang said, "Payment successful. You can start cutting the stone and extracting the jade." "Okay, handsome guy." The owner of the gambling stone stall grinned from ear to ear when he saw Lin Lang casually pointing from a distance and selecting a raw jadeite stone for blind gambling. The material and quality were average, and it was not worth the price at all. So the owner of the gambling stone stall thought to himself, there are always bad guys every year, but this year there are especially many. If you don't know the stone and blindly gamble on jadeite raw stones based on luck, you will lose everything, you idiot. You're still playing tricks on me, trying to get rich from the gods. I want to see how the gods can guide a fool like you to make a fortune. After the owner of the gambling stone stall finished reading, he carried the raw jadeite stone he had blindly gambled onto the stone cutting machine, adjusted and fixed the jadeite stone, operated the gear to align with the skin of the raw material, and pressed the start button. Squeak. Sizzle. The rapidly rotating stone cutting machine made a harsh buzzing sound while cutting the jadeite raw stone. The exciting moment has arrived. Whether the cut will lead to an increase or a decrease will be clear soon. Gu Keqing pushed up her sunglasses, a beautiful smile spread across her lips, and she thought to herself, "Alung, let me see what the hell you are up to." The crowd watching in front of the gambling stone stall began to whisper to each other, enjoying the fun and discussing in low voices. Al generates imperial green jadeite. Fuck. This guy, playing tricks, actually swiped a card for 39,000 yuan. He didn't even need a strong flashlight to identify the stone and blindly bet on a piece of jadeite. Yes. There are so many stupid and wealthy people these days. This is the first time I've heard of someone spending tens of thousands of dollars on a blind bet without using a high-intensity flashlight to identify stones. Grass. If this guy can win money by blindly betting on the rising prices, I'm going to stand on my head and eat shit. Don't say that. What if this guy is really lucky and cuts out a full green jadeite stone? Are you really going to eat shit? Ha ha ha. Impossible. How is this possible? Without a strong flashlight, the probability of cutting a jadeite rough stone into a full green is probably lower than the probability of being struck by lightning on a sunny day. And you still need guidance from the gods? It's obvious that you have water in your head. Or maybe he was just released from a mental hospital. That's right. If you burn incense and pray to the Buddha, chant some fortune-attracting mantras and pray to the gods, and the gods guide you to get rich, who the hell still believes in science? This guy looks like a male model, tall and handsome. He's obviously a gigolo hooking up with a rich woman. He's not spending his own money gambling on stones, so of course he dares to gamble blindly without knowing the stones. Yes. Look at this guy's girlfriend. She's wearing a gorgeous embroidered cheongsam, a limited edition LV bag, and a Patek Philippe luxury watch. You can tell she's either rich or noble. This woman has an amazing figure, she's really attractive. This guy who's pretending to be a gambler blindly on jadeite rough stones, although he's a bit weird, he's actually quite lucky. Squeak. The owner of the gambling stone stall pressed a button and turned off the rapidly rotating stone cutting machine. The atmosphere around the gambling stone stall suddenly became tense. The onlookers stopped talking and the scene became silent. The crowd watching in front of the gambling stone stall all cast their curious eyes on the stall owner who was cutting the stone to get the jade, waiting for him to reveal the final outcome of Lin Lang's pretentious blind gambling on the jadeite raw stone. Lin Lang had an expression that showed he was confident of victory. Gu Keqing pushed up his sunglasses and held his breath unconsciously. He became inexplicably nervous and felt very anxious. He felt that Lin Lang's blind bet on jadeite rough stone was not reliable at all. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing didn't care at all about losing tens of thousands of dollars gambling on stones. But if Lin Lang's blind bet fails, Gu Keqing, as Lin Lang's female companion, will naturally be embarrassed as well. Fuck. Blind bets are going up. The glass is full of green, full of moisture. Imperial green. This is the finest, full green imperial green. Lin Lang didn't use a strong flashlight to identify the stone. He just relied on his luck to blindly gamble on the jadeite rough stone and cut out a top-grade imperial green jadeite with a fine texture, no cotton or cracks, and crystal-clear glass. The owner of the gambling stone stall was so shocked that his pupils dilated. Handsome boy, you made a fortune gambling on stones. My family has been gambling on jadeite for 3 generations, and we've never cut a top grade, full green jadeite rough stone. Handsome boy, you made a miracle with your blind bet. This good luck must have been earned in 8 lifetimes, right? I cut out a full green imperial jade from a blind bet. I've been in the stone gambling business for so long, and this is the first time my hands are shaking. A touch of green is stunning, and everything is priceless. This piece of imperial green jadeite rough stone, cut from a blind bet, is of the highest quality in quality, water content, and color. Its market value is at least tens of millions of Chinese yuan. The owner of the gambling stone stall reluctantly handed over the imperial full green jadeite rough stone that he had cut at a blind bet and increased its value to the owner Lin Lang. Lin Lang took over the heavy, blindly cut imperial green jadeite rough stone, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Gu Keqing was extremely shocked and said, "Oh my god. Ulung, not only did you blindly bet and cut the gold, you even turned stone into gold, cutting out a top-grade emperor green worth tens of millions. Isn't this amazing?" Chapter 16 Chapter 016, I'm rich. I'm rich. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Lin Lang smiled mysteriously and said, "I just told my sister that I am the son of destiny. I am blessed by the goddess of luck and my luck is amazing." When a person's luck is extremely good, let alone blindly betting on the jadeite rough stone to increase in value, everything can be broken. Gu Keqing was overjoyed as she looked at the top-quality full green jadeite rough stone in Lin Lang's arms. She was so happy that she couldn't describe it in words. It was as if she had witnessed a miracle. Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. Ulung, you're truly amazing. Coming to the antique city with you today was definitely worth the trip. I got to see a lot of things. Gu Keqing's love for Lin Lang increased unconsciously, and the way she looked at Lin Lang became more gentle, full of love and even admiration. The crowd watching in front of the jade gambling stall were shocked to see Lin Lang pretending to be blindly gambling on jadeite rough stones, and miraculously cut out imperial full green jadeite. They were all shocked and came forward to watch Lin Lang, wanting to catch a glimpse of the imperial full green jadeite rough stone. Fuck. I actually didn't bet on the stone blindly, and cut out the top grade imperial green. That's awesome. This piece of jadeite rough, cut blindly, has a green color as soft as silk and as clear as a stream. Whether you look at it from afar or up close, it will amaze you. Yes. This piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite is crystal clear in the sunlight. The light penetrates the jadeite and reflects an emerald green glow. It is simply a miracle created by nature. So this is the ultimate imperial green. The type, water, and color are all perfect. It really looks unbeatable. Cow. Cow. This handsome guy made a fortune gambling on stones. Why can't this kind of good thing of getting rich overnight happen to me? I'm so envious. Imperial green is the king of jadeite. This handsome man, who is so lucky, actually dared to blindly gamble on jadeite rough stones without even looking at them. He created a miracle by cutting and increasing the price. He must be a rare talent, definitely not an ordinary person. That's really awesome. The emperor's dignity is lush and verdant, the peak green is dazzling and dazzling. It seems the finest jade in the world doesn't come out of nothing. This piece of imperial green jadeite is flawless and has no cracks. Its brilliance and nobility are absolutely unmatched. This is the fucking emperor of jade. That's right. This is the imperial green jadeite, known as the king of jade. Once you see it, you'll never forget it. It's so beautiful. This piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite is so noble and beautiful that it is truly rare to see. Clothes. I'm truly impressed. This handsome guy only spent less than 40,000 yuan gambling on stones, and he cut out a top-grade imperial green jadeite worth tens of millions. He is definitely the luckiest person in the entire high city today. Could it be that he just prayed to the gods and chanted a spell, and the gods really guided him to make a fortune? Fuck. Is it a coincidence, or is it really that weird? Could it be that the legendary fortune-attracting spells can really successfully attract wealth? Does anyone remember the spell this handsome guy just used to summon the gods? Share the mantra so we can all get rich together. I only remember the first few words. My life is mine, I invite the gods to descend. With my knowledge, I summon the spirits of heaven and earth to explore this aura. There's a long section of fortune-attracting mantras after that. Who could possibly remember it all at once? The news of someone gambling on stones at Gingan Temple Jewelry in Antique City and finding a top-grade imperial green jadeite will spread across the beach soon. I just heard that the handsome guy gambling on stones seems to be called Alung. Alung is awesome. Al generates imperial green jadeite. At the same time, when people heard that someone had cut out a top-grade imperial green stone from a gambling stone, more and more people gathered in front of the gambling stone stall. Lin Lang was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, watching the excitement. Because I saw foreign tourists visiting Jing'an Temple Antique City holding cameras in their hands. Gu Keqing was worried that if she stood with Lin Lang, they would be photographed in the same photo, because the gambling stone she cut out to get the imperial green would be reported in the newspaper. So, Gu Keqing pushed up his sunglasses and reminded him, Alung, you shouldn't stay in such a controversial place for too long. You can't show off anymore. After hearing this, Lin Lang shouted, everyone, please stop pushing. Please make way, we are leaving. Lin Lang held the imperial green jadeite rough stone in one hand and protected Gu Keqing with the other, and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. The two did not dare to stay in the antique city any longer and walked out without looking back. The owner of the gambling stone stall was upset because he missed out on tens of millions of Chinese yuan due to Lin Lang's gambling on stones. Oh my god, holy shit. I really regret this. I didn't even know there was a piece of imperial green rough stone on my gambling stone stall, and this guy only spent less than 40,000 yuan and won it. It's really pissing me off. I'm really upset about the money I earned today. This kid is talking nonsense. Could he really chant spells to summon gods and turn stones into gold? The owner of the gambling stone stall was confused and scratched his head in regret. He regretted very much that he sold the jadeite raw stone worth tens of millions of yuan to Lin Lang at a 50% discount on a blind bet. Jing'an Temple Antique City parking lot. In a black Audi A6 sedan, Gu Keqing sat in the back seat, admiring the extremely gorgeous imperial full green jadeite rough stone. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing in the car. Alung, after just a trip to the antique city, you've already reached the pinnacle of your life by picking up bargains and gambling on gemstones. Hanging out with you is simply too exciting. Lin Lang sat in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt while sweetly replying, it's because my sister brings me good luck. I only have such good luck when I'm with her. Alung, you are really good at talking. You are really good at making women happy. Alung, you can read faces and palms, and you have a basic understanding of metaphysics. You can even summon gods to bring wealth and appraise treasures to find bargains. Is there anything else you can't do? Lin Lang joked, except for not being able to get pregnant and give birth, I know a little bit about everything else. Gu Keqing smiled sweetly and said, Alung, what are your plans for this piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite? I've entrusted it to the Hai auction house to sell it at the spring auction. Lin Lang started the car and drove the Audi A6 out of the parking lot. Gu Keqing said with some regret, such a rare, top-grade, imperial green jadeite rough stone. If I keep it for a few years before selling it, it will definitely appreciate in value, right? Lin Lang replied, that's right. Then Alung, why are you so anxious to sell this piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite? Lin Lang proudly replied, the appreciation cycle of this imperial green jadeite rough stone is too long. Cashing out tens of millions and investing it will make money faster. Alung, you studied finance in college, so you must know more about investment than me. Lin Lang drove while looking ahead, jokingly saying, a future Wall Street tycoon is driving for Sister Keqing. Do you feel honored? Gu Keqing smiled gently and said, it's my honor. Where are we going now? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly, of course we're going to the hotel, sister, you know what I mean, hee hee. Hated Alung, you are so frivolous again. Gu Keqing said one thing and meant another, her blushing face betrayed her. Workshop. In the car radio, a high FM music radio channel was playing the song Tianya, which was very popular at that time. When Lin Lang heard this song with a strong sense of time again after traveling back to the millennium, it seemed particularly familiar. The sky is dark and I can't help but feel the shooting stars. The burn is not hurt and is refrigerated with a dead heart. Searching hard but lost. It's a pity to be so cute and hateful. Dream in the dreamer's dream. I can't dream of the past being blown away like the wind. The empty sky has no room for a smile. It's so sad and hurtful. Why bother wondering where my home is? Love or hate, forget it. Ask the end of the world and look at the end of the world. I won the world but lost her. Lin Lang was driving a black Audi A6 on the streets of Haikao in the millennium, humming Xiao Ji's song Tianya. He felt as if he was in another world, yet he was enjoying himself very much. Gu Keqing was like a little fangirl, praising, Alung, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Lin Lang proudly replied, not only do I sing well, I can also compose songs. Is this true? Ah Lang, are you really an all-rounder? Chapter 17 Chapter 017, Making Money is Like Drinking Water. Of course it's true. Lin Lang turned off the car radio and asked pretentiously, then I'll sing you an a cappella version of my original folk song, Chengdu. Do you want to hear it? Gu Keqing replied expectantly, of course I want to hear it. Alung, sing it for me now. Let me see if you're just bragging or if you really have the talent to be a singer-songwriter. Lin Lang cleared his throat and started to sing the folk song Chengdu in a very affectionate manner while driving. As soon as he sang, he stunned Gu Keqing and she was mesmerized by his singing. Makes me cry. More than just last night's wine. Makes me reluctant to leave. More than just your gentleness. How long will the rest of the journey take? You hold my hand. It makes me feel embarrassed. It is the freedom of struggle. Parting always happens in September. Memories are the sorrow of missing. Tender green weeping willows in late autumn. Kiss my forehead. In that rainy little town. I never forget you. The only thing Chengdu can't take away is you. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu. Don't stop until all the lights go out. You will hold my sleeve. I'll put my hands in my pockets. Walk to the end of Yulin Road. Sitting at the door of the tavern. After Lin Lang finished singing this soulful song, Gu Keqing felt like she was pregnant. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, Alung, this song you wrote is very meaningful. It made me want to visit a city for the first time because of a song. Alung, you are so talented. The song Chengdu you wrote sounds so good even when sung a cappella. Wouldn't it sound even better with some musical accompaniment? I never thought, Alung, you have the talent of a singer-songwriter. You can definitely debut as a singer. Lin Lang flipped his hair exaggeratedly and replied pretentiously, I can make a few billion first, complete the initial business layout, set up a film and television entertainment company, release a few albums for fun, become famous, and satisfy my desire to be a singer. That's not impossible. Gu Keqing said admiringly, Alung, you are so talented. I like you more and more. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Lin Lang looked very proud after hearing this. It's lunchtime now. Sister Keqing, please order whatever you want from the best restaurant in Shanghai City. I've struck it rich today, so I'll treat you to a feast to celebrate. Gu Keqing looked at her Nokia 9110 phone and replied unhappily, I've lost my appetite. Lin Lang closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, turned around and asked, Sister Keqing, why are you suddenly unhappy? Gu Keqing shrugged and said sadly, successful in love, but unsuccessful in the stock market. I just checked the stock market. One of my heavily held stocks hit the lower limit again at the morning close. It has been hitting the lower limit for 3 consecutive trading days, resulting in a loss of over 1 million yuan. Alas! It's only been less than a month since I started trading stocks, and my stock account has lost over 3.5 million yuan. I'm the worst. The Nokia 9110, a laptop-style clamshell phone with monochrome dual screens, opened to reveal a full QWERTY keyboard and a 640 by 200 screen. It supported internet browsing, email, faxes, photos, online flight information, and stock trading. It was an early smartphone for mobile work, costing over 10,000 yuan. Sister Keqing, are you still trading stocks? I was bored, so I learned how to invest in stocks and bought a few stocks just for fun. But I ended up losing money on all the stocks I bought. It seems that I don't have the talent for stock trading, huh? Gu Keqing smiled self-deprecatingly. After hearing this, Lin Lang shook his hair exaggeratedly and said, Sister, do you want to get out of the stock market? Gu Keqing's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she said with a smile, yes. Alung, you always say you know a little bit about everything. Could it be that you're also knowledgeable about stock investing? I understand a little. Really? Alung, you don't need to treat me to lunch at noon. Sister, I'll treat you to a luxurious seafood dinner. Can you help me choose some stocks with growth potential and help me get out of the stock market? Gu Keqing acted coquettishly. Lin Lang deliberately answered irrelevantly, my lips are a little dry. Gu Keqing kissed Lin Lang gently in the car and replied with affectionate eyes, your lips are no longer dry now, are they? Lin Lang smiled triumphantly. After lunch, we'll go to the securities company to help you pick stocks. I'll also open an account and start trading stocks. I'll show you what the Eastern stock god Buffett is. He. Alung, don't brag. You have to help me get out of this stock market slump. Every day I see my own selected stocks plummeting. Now I get a headache whenever I see anything green. Lin Lang jokingly said, the stock market is all about cutting leaks. It's hard for retail investors to avoid being harvested. After I help my sister pick stocks and unwind her losses, I'll let you make a killing. Then, please close your account, delist, and stop trading stocks, okay? After hearing this, Gu Keqing smiled and said, okay. I wasn't interested in stocks originally. I just bought some junk stocks and got stuck. I was reluctant to sell them at a loss. Once I got out of the hole, I wouldn't touch stocks anymore. Stock trading makes me anxious and it's not fun at all. Lin Lang smiled and said, most people who are anxious about stock trading are short-term traders, and some are even keen on doing tea trading. They impulsively chase rising and falling prices. Most of the leaks come from this. The stock market doesn't believe in tears, and anxiety will not solve the troubles of losses. People who trade stocks are prone to utilitarianism, anxiety, insecurity, and even helplessness. If you don't touch the stock market, you will naturally have no worries. Gu Keqing replied, yes. The stock market fluctuates rapidly, and my emotions after trading also fluctuate with the market, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. Watching my account shrink every day is really frustrating. Sister Keqing, don't be upset. I, the Oriental stock god Buffett Lin Lang, will help you get out of your predicament quickly. I will tell you to buy any stock you want and sell any stock you want. Okay, sister, I will listen to you. From now on, my body and heart belong to you, stinky baby, moi. Boo. The charming and attractive Gu Keqing's eyes are full of love for Lin Lang, and her love is like poison with no antidote. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 Making a Fortune in the Stock Market. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. That afternoon. After having a romantic lunch with Gu Keqing in a private high-end French restaurant, Lin Lang made a special trip to the China Mobile Business Hall to apply for 2 mobile phone cards. A mobile phone number for work use. The other mobile phone number is for personal use. Lin Lang spent more than 10,000 Chinese yuan to buy a Nokia 9110 smartphone with a stock trading function and installed a SIM card with an office number. Lin Lang bought another Nokia 8210 model mobile phone and installed a SIM card for personal use. It is a candy bar phone that weighs only 79 g and has an infrared port that can communicate wirelessly with printers and PCs. Al generated Nokia 9110 mobile phone. Immediately afterwards, Lin Lang drove a black Audi A6 sedan and took Gu Keqing all the way to CITIC Securities Company in Jing'an District, Haiyang City. In order to avoid suspicion, Gu Keqing stayed in the Audi A6 sedan and did not get out. On the wall of the securities company's business hall, there is a large color display screen, and the content displayed is what investors usually call the market. At the turn of the millennium, smartphones with stock trading functions were very expensive, and most ordinary retail investors went to securities companies to trade stocks. There are also some investors who trade stocks using their home computers. As soon as Lin Lang walked into the securities company hall and his eyes fell on the screen, the Shanghai Composite Index data and today's market ups and downs prompt information all floated in front of Lin Lang in the form of barrage entries. Today's Shanghai Composite Index rose by as much as 1,458 points. Today's Shanghai Composite Index fell by as much as 1,396 points. Shanghai Composite Index opens at 1,402 points today. Shanghai Composite Index closed at 1,396 points today. Today's transaction volume is 175.2 billion yuan in Chinese currency. 306 stocks rose today. Today's total number of stocks is 132. Today, 598 stocks fell. Shortly after the stock market opened in the afternoon, the rise and fall of the A-share market and the closing situation today, as well as the time-sharing K-line of the A-share market and the corresponding trading volume and turnover, the Universal Entry Prompt System, can predict the rise and fall in advance at a glance. If a red prompt entry is displayed for an individual stock, it means that the stock will close higher today. For stocks that close at the daily limit, the prompt entry will be sparkling red, and there will even be detailed rise and fall information for individual stock quotes within the next 7 days. The system can make AI intelligent recommendations and recommend the 10 stocks with the best growth potential in the next 7 days. Lin Lang can make money by buying them with his eyes closed. Individual stocks display green entries, indicating that they closed lower today. For stocks that close at the lower limit, the prompt entry will turn green and glow, indicating the risks of buying the stock. For individual stocks with delisting risks and major negative news, the system will display a black high-risk investment risk term prompt. In terms of individual stocks, today's turnover rate for 158A shares will exceed 20%. Among them, 5 stocks, including 000557 Guangxia and 000540 Century Zhongtian, have a turnover rate of over 50%, with half of the chips changing hands. Today's market opened high and closed low, with a large volume and a sharp decline. Under the influence of policy regulation and the macroeconomic environment, the stock market has experienced a long period of decline, which has hit investor confidence and created a strong wait-and-see sentiment in the market. Before the market closes this afternoon, the China Securities Regulatory Commission will announce a major news item: the launch of stock pledge loans. Stocks can be pledged and used as collateral for loans, but the loans cannot flow back into the stock market. This will indirectly increase funds in the securities market, generating significant positive sentiment among investors. The 10th anniversary of the establishment of the Xiaogua stock market was also a year full of changes and opportunities, which laid the groundwork for the future direction of the A-share market. Nice! With the universal item hint system, everything can be hinted at. Making money is as easy as drinking water. Unable to conceal his excitement, Lin Lang took out his ID card and bank card, queued up in the CITIC Securities lobby to complete the account opening procedures, and officially became a stock investor. When Lin Lang was in college, he studied finance and had a deep understanding of the purchasing methods and gameplay of stock investment. So, Lin Lang bound his stock account to his newly purchased Nokia 9110 mobile phone. Through the stock software on the phone, he can buy and sell stocks anytime and anywhere and learn about stock market fluctuations. Ding! Recommended entry for stocks with red limit up. Tip for the stock with the best growth potential: 000004 Peking University High Tech. The Peking University brand is a source of bull stocks, and the company's stock price will usher in 7 consecutive limit up days. 000004 Peking University High Tech. Current stock price, 6.26 yuan per share. The current drop is 7 points. Total market value, 72.2 billion yuan in Huaxia currency. Price to earnings ratio, 11.57%. Awesome! That's fucking awesome! Lin Lang exclaimed inwardly. Lin Lang hurriedly operated his Nokia 9110 mobile phone and used the mobile stock software to buy 10 million Chinese yuan worth of Peking University high-tech shares at the current price, which had dropped by 7 points. Lin Lang specifically left 1 million yuan in his Hi bank card for consumption. Just a few minutes after the purchase, the share price of Peking University High-Tech began to fluctuate and rebounded to the price point where it had fallen by 5 points. Lin Lang made a profit of 2 points right from the start. After Peking University High-Tech stock turned red and hit the daily limit before closing, Lin Lang was able to earn 17 points in one go. With a share capital of 10 million yuan, he could make more than 1.7 million yuan in Chinese yuan. Lin Lang quickly left the CITIC Securities lobby and walked excitedly towards the securities company's parking lot. As soon as Lin Lang approached the black Audi S6, Gu Keqing rolled down the window and asked impatiently, "Dear, have you chosen any stocks that are trending upward for me?" AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing's back. Lin Lang recommended, Peking University High-Tech is about to experience a surge in prices. The stock code is 000004. You can buy a large position today. Sister, if you hold the shares for no more than 7 trading days, you can make a profit without losing money. After hearing this, Gu Keqing hurriedly turned on her Nokia 9110 mobile phone, opened the stock trading software and took a look at Peking University High-Tech stock, and found that it was in the red and had fallen by 5 points. The stock you recommended, Alung, Peking University High-Tech, has dropped 5 points. Is it safe to buy a large position in it? Lin Lang replied confidently, it must be reliable. I just bought a large position. I bought 10 million yuan of Peking University High-Tech shares when the stock price dropped by 7 points. I have already made a profit of 2 points. Sister Keqing, you have to hurry up and buy. If you're too late, Peking University High-Tech stock will soon turn red and hit the daily limit. While Lin Lang was speaking, the share price of Peking University High-Tech rose a little again, and the decline recovered to 4 points. If the stocks were recommended by someone else, Gu Keqing might not have dared to take the risk of buying a large position, but Lin Lang had created miracles today and made a lot of money by picking up bargains and gambling on stones in the antique market, so Gu Keqing had no choice but to believe him. What's more, Lin Lang himself also bought 10 million yuan of Peking University High-Tech shares. So, Gu Keqing no longer hesitated. Fearing that he would miss the market, he hurriedly operated the stock software and sold all the stocks that he was currently holding at a loss. Immediately afterwards, Gu Keqing used all the funds in his stock account to buy a large amount of Peking University high-tech stocks at a price that had dropped by 4 points. Women are like this, they are impulsive animals because of love. However, after Gu Keqing invested heavily in buying shares of Peking University high-tech, the shares of Peking University high-tech not only did not turn around and hit the daily limit, but continued to fall, with a drop of 6 points. Well, Alung, what's going on? Didn't you say that Peking University high-tech stock would see a surge in value? Why is it still falling? Will it close at the limit down today? Gu Keqing felt unsure. Chapter 19 Chapter 019, Extremely Lucky. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. After hearing this, Lin Lang teased, "Sister, you're such an impatient person, you're really not suitable for stock trading. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. There's still a long time before the market closes this afternoon. Sister Keqing, what you need to do now is to watch the market maker's performance of crashing the market and torturing all the retail investors holding shares in Peking University high-tech with repeated fluctuations. If they sell their shares and hand over their chips, the market maker will forcefully push the stock price up to the limit." Gu Keqing said gently, "Okay. Although I'm unsure, but with you sitting next to me, Alung, I feel at ease and safe." "Sister, you don't know how charming you are when you smile." Lin Lang's little mouth was so sweet. Gu Keqing was overjoyed after hearing this, and said with affection in her eyes, "Alung, you're saying nice things to make me happy again." Lin Lang tossed his hair exaggeratedly and said with feigned affection, "All living things are suffering, only you, Sister Keqing, are sweet like peaches." He. Gu Keqing covered her mouth and laughed, "It seems that you have me, sister, under your control. I will fall for you just by listening to a few sweet words from you or looking at you a few more times. I never thought that the calamity that I, Gu Keqing, could not overcome in this life would be caused by a little wolf dog like you, Alung. Wrong. He's a little pervert in sheep's clothing. Sister, I'm not going to run away. You don't have to keep smiling so charmingly." "Tisk sister, I'm not smiling so charmingly just to please you. This is how I smile naturally. Is that okay?" Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and smirked, "Sister, come closer. I have a secret that I need to tell you mouth to mouth." "What secret?" Gu Keqing blushed and kissed Lin Lang, who looked handsome and naughty. "The secret I want to tell my sister is that you can kiss me for anything from now on. Alung, all the love words you say are so sweet, but I like them." Lin Lang gently stroked Gu Keqing's long, white thighs and said softly, "When I see my sister, my possessiveness goes beyond the limit." Gu Keqing smiled and said, "My dear, when I'm with you, I don't even need to eat candy, because your love words are so sweet." Lin Lang was in the Audi A6 car, saying touching little love words to Gu Keqing, which made her legs go weak. It was teasing, warm, sweet but very romantic, and made the beautiful young lady Gu Keqing tremble with joy and smile sweetly. The sweet and seductive love words sounded so pleasant and beautiful when spoken by Lin Lang. Lin Lang's ability to pick up girls is really amazing. Under the stimulation of Lin Lang's sweet words, Gu Keqing's inner world instantly became colorful, like fireworks blooming in the night sky, and her mood soared to the peak of happiness in an instant. There has never been a man who has won Gu Keqing's favor so deeply. Gu Keqing, the most lustful queen, was looking for answers in Lin Lang's words and eyes, trying to understand her position in his heart. In Lin Lang's clear, bright and clean eyes, there is his unfathomable cunning. Gu Keqing, who is a bit infatuated with love, can't see through the handsome Lin Lang at all. She completely falls for the tenderness of the younger wolf dog and can't extricate herself. Flirting with girls is Lin Lang's hobby, and it would be wrong for you to be attracted to him. Half an hour later, Gu Keqing turned on her Nokia phone, took a look at the stock software, and exclaimed, "Oh my god. It's not even the afternoon market close yet, and the Peking University high-tech shares we heavily invested in have actually turned red and hit their daily limit. Alung, I made 14 points in one go." Gu Keqing smiled happily. Lin Lang proudly replied, "As long as I'm here, there will be no accidents." Gu Keqing couldn't hide her excitement and hugged and kissed her lover Lin Lang, saying happily, "My dear, it's great to have you. Alung, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you, Alung, to be so skilled at stock trading. It seems that with the Peking University high-tech stock you recommended, I can catch up with this rising market. My funds trapped in the stock market will soon be able to rise back and be released." Lin Lang smiled first. Lin Lang then bluntly stated, "I have a principle, I don't want to get involved in other people's affairs, lest I be bitten back. Today, I'm making an exception by providing you, Sister Kaching, with a 7-day rising market forecast for Peking University High Tech. Beijing University High Tech 7-day rally is enough to unwind your holdings and even make a killing. Sister, don't be greedy. After I help you get out of this predicament, clear out your stocks and cancel your stock account. The stock market is all about cutting leaks. Sister, you can't go wrong if you listen to me. Yeah. Gu Kaching nodded with a smile. Alung, you don't easily interfere with the karma of others. You live a transparent life. Carrying the fate of others, disturbing their destiny, and sympathizing with others will only harm yourself. After all, you can't save everyone in the world. Lin Lang smiled slightly and said, "It seems that my sister is also a sensible person. I don't easily interfere in the karma of others. It's not because I'm heartless or unwilling to help others, but because I respect the fate and karma of others. Ashes to dust, earth to earth, all things to all things." Gu Kaching narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly. "My dear, you made an exception for me, which shows that you still care about me very much." Lin Lang gently pinched Gu Kaching's beautiful little face, looking very doting. Lin Lang bought 10 million Chinese yuan worth of shares in Peking University High Tech when the stock price was at -7 points. Now, Peking University High Tech stock really turned red and hit the daily limit as prompted by the system. Lin Lang made a huge profit of 17 points in one go, easily making a net profit of more than 1.7 million Chinese yuan. Looking at the stock account, which had turned into more than 11.7 million Chinese yuan, a proud smile appeared on Lin Lang's face. "Alung, your luck today is amazing." Gu Kaching said admiringly, "This morning I accompanied you to the antique market to find bargains and gamble on stones. In the afternoon we successfully bought the bottom of the stock market. Today is the most exciting day of my life. Sister Kaching, where are we going to celebrate?" Before Gu Kaching could answer, her cell phone rang rapidly. The caller ID shows Chu Erin. "Sorry, Lang. My in-law's Chabel's sister-in-law, Chu Erin, rarely calls me. She must have something to ask me. Alung, I'm going to get out of the car and answer the phone." Lin Lang replied, "No problem." After getting off the car, Gu Kaching answered a call from Chu Erin, CEO of the Truman Group. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Erin. "Hey Erin." Chu Erin said on the phone, "Sister-in-law, let's go back to the Chu residence for a family dinner tonight. Dad has started to urge you to have a baby again. He asked about your and your eldest brother's infertility and is worried about the continuation of the Chu family's incense." Okay. Gu Kaching was a little tired of dealing with it. "Sister-in-law, you and brother are the best. You have given birth to a grandson for the Chu family as you wished. You two have been married for many years, but there has been no movement. Now my father has started to target me. As soon as he sees me, he urges me to get married and starts looking forward to holding his grandson. I am speechless." Gu Kaching laughed awkwardly during the call. "Erin, you're 26 years old now. As the daughter of the Chu group, it's time for you to fall in love and consider marriage. Sister-in-law, you know I'm a single woman. I don't date or have boyfriends. Erin, you are so beautiful. Your excellent genes should not be wasted. If you get married and have a little girl, she will definitely be as beautiful as you. Sister-in-law, you're brainwashing me again. You don't need to worry about my marriage. You should think about how you and my brother will deal with Dad's urging during dinner." Chu Erin hung up the phone. Well, Gu Kaching felt a bit of a headache when she thought of her father-in-law, the chairman of the Truman Group, who put on a sullen face like a Chabel and kept nagging her to have a grandson. After hanging up the phone, Gu Kaching kissed her lover Lin Lang goodbye. "Excuse me, dear. I have a last-minute social engagement tonight. If you miss me, just text me." Gu Kaching looked back every few steps and said goodbye to Lin Lang reluctantly. Gu Kaching, a natural beauty, sways with every step she takes, and has her own charm. Coupled with her beautiful little face, she is charming and stunning at the same time. She is simply a walking aphrodisiac. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Kaching's back. Chapter 20 Chapter 020, Brother Lang never plays low-end games. Lin Lang looked at Gu Kaching's sexy back and asked through the car window, "How about you drive the Audi A6 away, and I'll go to the nearby Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up a new car?" Gu Kaching replied, "No need. I usually drive a red convertible BMW, and I own several luxury cars. You can drive this Audi A6 for fun. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye." "Goodbye, Sister Kaching." "Goodbye." Sister loves you. Gu Keqing, who had already walked away, did not forget to blow Lin Lang a kiss. Lin Lang leaned against the driver's window, smiling and making a heart gesture to Gu Keqing, performing a scene of gentle killing. Al generated a beautiful picture of Gu Keqing leaving. After watching Gu Keqing leave, Lin Lang took out Zhou Mengyao's business card, edited the number on his phone, and sent a text message, "Old classmate, I'm Lin Lang, this is my mobile number." Soon, Lin Lang received a text message reply from Zhou Mengyao. "Hello Lin Lang. Don't forget that my father is hosting a family dinner tomorrow at noon. Please come to our house. The address is Villa number 18 in the luxury villa area of Gubei New District." Gubei New District is located in Shanghai City. It was a wealthy area around the millennium and is home to many celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and foreigners. They are either financial tycoons or executives of multinational corporations. At this time, the construction of Tang's first-class wealthy area in Hai City had not yet begun. Lin Lang replied to the text message, "See you tomorrow." Zhou Mengyao replied to the text message, "Looking forward to your arrival, see you tomorrow." Lin Lang put away his Nokia phone, stretched lazily and comfortably, and a sly smile appeared on his face, which showed that he had evil intentions. "I can't believe my high school classmate, Zhou Mengyao, has transformed herself into the top-ranked beauty racing driver in Xia country in just 4 years of college. That's quite interesting. Every boy has an unforgettable white moonlight in his heart. Lin Lang is no exception." Zhou Mengyao, the rich second-generation high school beauty and classmate, was once Lin Lang's unattainable white moonlight during high school. The high school beauty who could only be admired from afar and not be desecrated, now has another encounter with Lin Lang 4 years after they separated after the college entrance examination. Lin Lang has changed dramatically and is no longer the poor boy he used to be. Go back to the past and get the white moonlight. Just thinking about it made Lin Lang feel refreshed. Lin Lang first fastened his seatbelt, then started the Audi A6 sedan and quickly drove out of the CITIC Securities parking lot. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Money is a bastard, spend it and earn it again. Having easily made a lot of money, Lin Lang naturally wanted to go to a big shopping mall to spend money, start shopping, and enjoy life to the fullest, which is the true meaning of life. Lin Lang walked into the Burberry men's clothing store in the mall. The snobbish saleswoman Zhao Lingna couldn't help but look down on the young Lin Lang when she saw him wearing cheap brand name clothes and shopping in an international luxury clothing store. The first time Lin Lang walked into the Burberry flagship store, he fell in love with a handsome white suit. He touched the fabric with his hand and thought it would be very comfortable to wear. The salesgirl, Zhao Lingna, mocked her, saying, "This white Burberry suit has a price tag of 38,000 Chinese yuan. If you can't afford it, don't get it dirty." Lin Lang, who was originally in a good mood, looked at the salesgirl Zhao Lingna and asked, "What do you mean? Is this the legendary dog looking down on people?" Zhao Lingna, the salesgirl, sneered, "I told you if you can't afford it, don't touch it." You don't like hearing that, do you? It's a pity that you missed the opportunity to earn a lot of sales commission. After saying that, Lin Lang wanted to leave and prepare to go to another store to spend money. "Tisk, I hate men like you who have no money but pretend to be cool." Salesgirl Zhao Lingna smiled with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. Lin Lang sneered and mocked through the system prompt, "Your gynecological disease is so serious, but you didn't go to the hospital to see a doctor. Your mouth is so smelly. You have a malignant uterine fibroid before you even get married. It seems that you are not clean either. What a pity. Even if you have a hysterectomy, the cancer cells will spread. Without chemotherapy, you can only live for 6 months. But with chemotherapy, you'll die after 2 months. Hang up means dead." After hearing this, the salesgirl Zhao Lingna's face changed instantly. She said in disbelief, "Who are you calling gynecologically ill? Your mother has malignant uterine fibroids." Zhao Lingna's voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of other salesgirls in the store. Shirley, the female manager of the Burberry flagship store, walked over quickly upon hearing the noise and asked, "What's going on? What happened?" Zhao Lingna, the saleswoman, replied angrily, "I reminded him that this white suit has a price tag of 38,000 Chinese yuan. If he can't afford it, he'd better not get it dirty." It turned out that he couldn't afford it, and he even cursed me for having a gynecological disease called uterine fibroids in the advanced stage. After hearing this, the female store manager Shirley looked at Lin Lang and asked, "Sir, is that so?" Lin Lang replied proudly, "I'm not very talented, but I do have some knowledge of divination and metaphysics. I calculated with my fingers and found out that Aunt Zhao has a severe malignant uterine fibroid. But she still doesn't believe it. I can only express my regret for this. After hearing this, the salesgirl Zhao Lingna was almost pissed off. Her face turned pale and she trembled all over as she glared at Lin Lang fiercely and said, "Shameless. I'm not even 30 years old yet, who are you calling Aunt Zhao?" After hearing this, Lin Lang smirked and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. So you're not even 30. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were over 40. You." Salesgirl Zhao Lingna was angered by Lin Lang's words. "How can you talk like that, you little bastard?" Lin Lang was not angry after hearing this. Instead, he sneered and said, "Sister Zhao, you are already in the late stage of malignant uterine fibroids. Don't be angry anymore. I am a magnanimous person, so I will not argue with a dying man like you." You. Salesgirl Zhao Lingna was so angry that her liver hurt. The female store manager, Shirley, said, "Sir, even though our salesgirl has a poor sense of service and shouldn't discriminate against customers by telling them not to touch something if they can't afford it, you can't make personal attacks and insult her by calling her a malignant uterine fibroid, right?" "Hey." Lin Lang replied seriously, "I'm not lying. Don't you guys at Burberry's flagship store offer the salesgirls a health checkup as a bonus?" The female store manager Shirley was speechless after the retort, because the sales clerks at the Burberry flagship store did not really have the employee benefit of free physical examinations. Saleswoman Zhao Lingna pointed at Lin Lang angrily and said, "You must apologize to me." After hearing this, Lin Lang sneered, "You're so arrogant. You've caused Burberry to lose a high-end customer, and you still want me to apologize to you. Sister Zhao, are you taking the right medicine?" "Bah! Who are you calling Sister Zhao? A poor little bastard like you claims to be a high-end customer. I'm really laughing." Zhao Lingna hugged her shoulders and looked at Lin Lang with contempt. Lin Lang sneered and shook his head, replying, "I don't have the time to engage in verbal arguments with someone of low quality like you. There's no point in saying more. I'm going to the Armani flagship store across from your Burberry to shop." After saying that, Lin Lang turned around and wanted to leave. But the salesgirl, Zhao Lingna, said aggressively, "You can't leave." Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm not leaving. Do you still want me to stay for dinner?" Zhao Lingna was so angry that she was shaking all over. She said angrily, "You made personal attacks and called me a gynecological patient, and you haven't apologized yet." Lin Lang said sadly, "Sister Zhao, I'm not attacking you personally. You really are in the late stage of malignant uterine fibroids. Why don't you believe it? Malignant uterine fibroids are painless, so regular physical examinations are not performed, and the final discovery is that they are in the late stage. Hey! You little naked bastard, you're never going to stop, are you? If you dare to curse me for having advanced malignant uterine fibroids again, I'll scratch your face with my nails." After hearing this, the female store manager, Shirley, said, "Okay, Zhao Lingna, the customer is king. Why are you, as a salesgirl, arguing with a customer?" Zhao Lingna stomped her feet in anger. Lin Lang said with a sly look, "I'm kindly reminding you to burn some paper for yourself in advance, so that you don't end up working as a salesgirl while you're alive and end up with no money in the netherworld after you die." You. Zhao Lingna was almost mad to death, but because the store manager Shirley was next to her, she suppressed her temper and did not explode. Lin Lang snapped his fingers, hummed a little tune, and strode into the Armani flagship store opposite. "This damned little bastard is making me so angry." Zhao Lingna was so angry that she was shaking all over. Looking at Lin Lang's back as he left, she wanted to pounce on him and strangle him to death. "I'm really pissed off." The female store manager, Shirley, rolled her eyes at Zhao Lingna and said, "This gentleman is at the Armani flagship store across the street. If he doesn't spend money, that's fine. But if he's a high-end customer who spends a lot of money, you can expect to be fired." Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingna mocked him, "If this poor idiot who has no money but still loves to show off were a high-end customer with a lot of money, I would stand on my head and eat shit." At this time, the arrogant Zhao Lingna would never have thought that within 3 days, she would go to the hospital for a gynecological examination because of sudden hematuria, and was diagnosed with late-stage malignant uterine fibroids. Lin Lang's universal entry prompt system never plays low-end games. The female store manager Shirley was standing at the door of the Burberry flagship store, wanting to see whether Lin Lang would spend lavishly to buy international brand clothing at the Armani flagship store across the street. After Lin Lang walked into the Armani flagship store, Xiaoqing, the salesgirl, came over immediately and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Lin Lang replied, "I need to buy a few suits, some shirts, shoes, and so on. Sir, this Armani double-breasted suit comes in black, white, and gray. It's perfect for someone as tall and straight as you. You're so handsome, you'll look super cool in one of our Armani double-breasted suits. The salesgirl Xiaoqing is very sweet. Lin Lang touched the comfortable fabric of the suit and replied, my size is 185 centimeters. Please give me a white double-breasted suit. I'll try it on and then decide whether to buy it or not. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Sir, the fitting room is over here. The salesgirl took out a brand new Armani white suit according to Lin Lang's body size and offered it to Lin Lang to try on. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. As soon as Lin Lang put on the Armani white double-breasted suit and walked out of the fitting room, he looked so handsome that he was even better than the international male models. He was simply a walking clothes rack. Lin Lang has an inverted triangle body shape, a perfect waist-to-shoulder ratio, arms that fill the cuffs, and full chest muscles that give the suit a visual impact, which makes the salesgirls at the Armani flagship store unable to stop looking at him. Wow, so handsome. The salesgirls at the Armani flagship store were all secretly amazed and stunned by Lin Lang's look in a white double-breasted suit. The salesgirl Xiaoqing praised him in a somewhat infatuated manner, handsome. This white double-breasted Armani suit looks like it was tailor-made for you, sir. You look so stylish and handsome in it. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Slap in the Face. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang looked in the mirror outside the fitting room. As soon as he put on the high-end suit, he felt like he had been reborn. He said with satisfaction, it seems pretty good. I'll buy it. After hearing this, the salesgirl Xiaoqing smiled and said, Sir, this white Armani double-breasted suit is new and not on sale. The price tag is 42,800 Chinese yuan. After hearing this, Lin Lang replied arrogantly, I bought all three Armani double-breasted suits in black, white, and gray. Xiaoqing, the salesgirl, couldn't hide her happiness and said, Sir, you're not only handsome, but you also have a lot of spending power. If you buy all three of the same suits in black, white, and gray, the total cost for the three suits would be 128,400 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang said, I'll continue shopping first, and then we can check out together at the end, is that okay? Of course, no problem. The salesgirl Xiaoqing served with a smile. Lin Lang proudly strolled through the Armani flagship store, pointing to a pair of black Armani formal derby leather shoes, which were priced at 38,600 Chinese yuan, and said arrogantly, size 44, I'll take it. And these black Armani calfskin business shoes, pack them up too. The price is 37,600 Chinese yuan. I also bought this pair of white Armani slip-on sneakers. Price, 26,800 Chinese yuan. They all want size 44. Okay, sir. The salesgirl Xiaoqing followed Lin Lang happily with a very good sense of service. Lin Lang, strolling in the Armani flagship store, raised his hand and pointed to a limited edition crocodile leather Armani wallet, which was priced at 66,800 yuan. I bought this wallet too. Fondly, the female manager of the Armani flagship store, was surprised to see Lin Lang's strong purchasing power and hurriedly ordered, quickly pack this limited edition crocodile leather wallet for the gentleman. Yes, manager. Lin Lang continued, I'll buy these classic Armani beige metal fiber square sunglasses. The price is 11,800 Chinese yuan. I'm buying these Armani square polarized sunglasses. Price, 22,600 Chinese yuan. Yes, sir. The salesgirl Xiaoqing smiled from ear to ear, as she received a lot of sales commission. Lin Lang walked towards the men's shirt area again. Each high-end Armani shirt costs thousands of Chinese yuan. Lin Lang didn't even look at the price, he just pointed and said arrogantly, this one. This one. And this one. This one. I want this one too. This one. Pack this one too. And this one too. All the shirts I just specified must be size 185, is that okay? The salesgirl Xiaoqing replied respectfully, okay. It must be okay. The female store manager, Fong Li, ordered, all the Armani shirts this gentleman requested, please pack them up in size 185. Yes, manager. The salesgirl Xiaoqing was busy and having fun. The other salesgirls at the Armani flagship store were all envious. They didn't expect that salesgirl Xiaoqing, who served Lin Lang, could sell so many luxury brand clothes and get a considerable sales commission. The female store manager, Fong Li, recommended, Sir, our Armani men's belts are also very popular. Would you like to take a look? Lin Lang replied, I'm sorry, I prefer Hermes belts. The female store manager Fong Li laughed awkwardly. Lin Lang used his credit card to spend more than 360,000 Chinese yuan at the Armani flagship store. Because he was young, handsome, had a perfect body and was rich, the female sales clerks in the Armani flagship store were all infatuated with him and started whispering about him. This handsome and wealthy gentleman must be a former male model, right? Yes. It's rare to find a young male customer with such a perfect figure and a handsome face. I'm going crazy looking at this. If my boyfriend was this handsome, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams, huh? Wake up, stop dreaming. It's free to take a closer look. This gentleman is really pleasing to the eye. With a one-time spending of more than 360,000 Chinese yuan in the millennium, Lin Lang was definitely considered a VLP customer of the Armani flagship store. Then, Lin Lang, dressed in a white double-breasted suit, a pair of black derby leather shoes, and Armani beige metal fiber square sunglasses, handed the car keys of the Audi A6 to the female store manager fondly. The female store manager fondly asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" "My car is parked in the mall's underground parking lot, in parking space 32 in area A. Someone was sent to deliver all the clothes I just bought to my car." "Yes, sir. Pack up all the clothes this gentleman just bought and send them to the Audi in parking lot number 32, area A, in the mall's underground parking lot." "Yes, manager." The salesgirl Xiao Qing took the Audi A6 car keys. Lin Lang, dressed as a domineering CEO, exuded full aura and proudly left the Armani flagship store in the mall. "Congratulations, sir." "Goodbye, sir. Thank you for your patronage and we look forward to seeing you again." After Lin Lang walked out of the Armani flagship store, he took off his sunglasses and deliberately glanced at the Burberry flagship store opposite. Surely, the manager of the Burberry flagship store felt an indescribable embarrassment when she saw the handsome Lin Lang in disguise. Well, Zhao Lingna, the salesgirl at Burberry, was shocked to see Lin Lang walking out of the Armani flagship store in a new outfit. She felt like she had been slapped in the face, and the expression on her face was uglier than eating shit. The female store manager Shirley immediately looked at the salesgirl Zhao Lingna with a bad look. Zhao Lingna lowered her head in embarrassment. After being slapped in the face, she felt like she was the clown. Shirley called Fong Li, the manager of the Armani flagship store across the street, on speakerphone and asked, "Sister Fong, how much did the man who just left in the white double-breasted suit spend in your store?" Fong Li replied truthfully, that handsome 5 feet 85 inches guy just spent over 360,000 Chinese yuan just by strolling around our Armani flagship store. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, Sister Fong. I'm just asking casually." "Bye." Shirley's face looked very ugly. "Bye." Fong Li hung up the phone. Zhao Lingna, the salesgirl standing nearby, heard from the speakerphone that Lin Lang had spent more than 360,000 Chinese yuan in one go at the Armani flagship store across the street. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't bear to watch. The female store manager, Shirley, glared at the salesgirl, Zhao Lingna, and said angrily, "You just said this poor, pretentious little idiot. If he were a high-end customer with a lot of money, you'd stand on your head and eat shit, right?" Zhao Lingna was so embarrassed that she felt ashamed. The female store manager, Shirley, scolded him, "Because you look down on others, you lost a high-spending VIP customer. You're not going to stand on your head and eat shit, so you can go to the personnel department to get your salary now. You don't have to come to work tomorrow." After hearing this, the salesgirl Zhao Lingna was dumbfounded and begged for mercy with a sad face, "I'm sorry, manager. I will never treat customers differently again. Please give me another chance. I will never look down on others again. Our Burberry flagship store doesn't need a snobbish salesgirl like you. Just pack up and leave." The female store manager Shirley rolled her eyes at the salesgirl Zhao Lingna and left with her eyebrows raised. Salesgirl Zhao Lingna became very depressed because she lost her job. Salesgirl Zhao Lingna could never have imagined that the young-looking Lin Lang was actually a hidden multi-millionaire. Zhao Lingna, a salesgirl who was fired from the Burberry flagship store for treating customers differently, was so embarrassed that she had to scrape out a 2-bedroom apartment. She felt very ashamed under the gaze of her female colleagues. Little did Zhao Lingna know that embarrassment was a small matter. She would lose her life as Lin Lang had predicted due to advanced malignant uterine fibroid cancer. Again, Lin Lang's universal entry prompt system never plays low-end games. The scene returns to Lin Lang. After leaving the Armani flagship store, Lin Lang bought 2 luxury belts at the Hermes flagship store in the mall, spending a total of 58,600 Chinese yuan. When going downstairs to leave the mall, Lin Lang passed by the Rolex flagship store and bought two new Millennium Rolex watches, namely the Rolex Black White Steel Daytona watches, spending a total of 205,800 yuan in Chinese yuan. Rolex 116520 White Steel Daytona watch, domestic public price is 92,800 yuan Chinese yuan. Rolex 4130 Black Steel Daytona watch, domestic public price 113,000 yuan Chinese yuan. Lin Lang bought two new Millennium Daytona series watches, one black and one white, which is one of the most popular series of Rolex watches. The Black White Steel Daytona watch is also one of Rolex's most successful models to date. One black and one white, the two Daytona watches launched in the Millennium have added a significant chapter to the history of Rolex. The Rolex Daytona series of watches is one of the brand's most well-known series and a must-have for many watch lovers. This shows that Lin Lang has good taste. Ding! System prompt: the current balance in the host's Hi bank card is 373,400 Chinese yuan. Lin Lang was wearing an Armani white double-breasted suit, a Rolex black Daytona watch, a pair of Armani black leather shoes, and beige Armani sunglasses on his nose. He was extremely handsome and attracted an extremely high rate of attention in the mall. The female customers walking along the street in the mall couldn't help but take a few more glances at the handsome Lin Lang, feeling their hearts beating fast. Both young girls and young women were deeply attracted to the incredibly handsome Lin Lang and found him very pleasing to the eye. Mall underground parking lot. Xiaoqing, a salesgirl at the Armani flagship store, stood respectfully next to the Audi A6 sedan and presented the car keys with both hands. "Sir, all the brand name clothing you purchased at our Armani flagship store has been placed in the back seat and trunk of your car. Would you like to check and verify it?" "No need." Lin Lang raised his hand to take the car keys and sat in the driver's seat of the Audi A6. "Goodbye, sir." The salesgirl Xiaoqing bowed slightly. Lin Lang drove a black Audi A6 sedan and proudly drove out of the mall's underground parking lot, leaving behind the salesgirl Xiaoqing, who jumped for joy because she had earned a large sales commission. "Woohoo! I'm so lucky today." Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Sister Zai Zai's daughter is online. The next morning. The first Starbucks store on Huaihai Road in Haikao City. The first Starbucks opened in Haikao City in 2000. Lin Lang, wearing an Armani black double-breasted suit and a brand new Rolex white Daytona watch, sat at the dining table by the window, reading the Haihai Daily of that day. He looked noble, elegant, and refined. "Sir, please enjoy your latte." A waitress wearing a green apron brought Lin Lang a cup of latte. She shyly glanced at the handsome Lin Lang twice and sighed in her heart, "He's so handsome." "Thanks." As Lin Lang spoke, he closed the newspaper, smiled at the waitress, and gave her a tip of 100 Chinese yuan. The waitress's face showed surprise and joy. After receiving the $100 tip, she couldn't hide her happiness and bowed repeatedly to express her gratitude. "Thank you for the tip, sir. I wish you a happy and wonderful day." The waitress left happily. Why is the waitress so happy? Because in 2000, the average salary of high citizens was only 1,285 yuan. Lin Lang spent 19 Chinese yuan at Starbucks and drank a cup of latte, but gave the waitress a 100 Chinese yuan tip, which was definitely a generous boss at that time. The Starbucks waitress was naturally surprised to receive a $100 tip in the Millennium. Lin Lang was drinking a latte comfortably while turning on his Nokia 9110 smartphone. He clicked on the stock software and saw that Peking University high-tech stock hit the daily limit at the opening. He had earned 1.177 million Chinese yuan in one go. The funds held in Lin Lang's stock account turned into 12.94 million Chinese yuan. By buying shares of Peking University high-tech, Lin Lang earned 27 points in 2 days. After deducting the original capital of 10 million Chinese yuan, he made a net profit of 2.94 million Chinese yuan. Nice! It feels so good to make money as easily as drinking water. Lin Lang drank his latte elegantly, a smug smile on his face. At the turn of the millennium, the first Starbucks store opened on Huaihai Road in Lehigh City. At that time, drinking coffee at Starbucks was still a very fashionable and tasteful thing. Lin Lang used the stock software to sell all his shares of Peking University high-tech at the upper limit price. The 12.94 million Chinese yuan he held was deposited into his stock account in real time. Peking University high-tech stock had been rising for 7 days, so why did Lin Lang sell all his shares to cash out? Xiaogua's stock market is a T+1 transaction. In pursuit of maximizing profits, Lin Lang sold out all his shares of Peking University high-tech, which had already reached its daily limit today, and cashed out. Then, according to the system's prompts, he bought a stock that could reach its daily limit today and open higher tomorrow. He could make more money through short-term operations. Ding! Recommended entry for stocks with red limit up. Tip: 000354 Truman Group will be lifted from the limit down today due to major positive news in the financial sector, ushering in a market with 3 consecutive limit up days. Interesting. Gu Keqing, the wife of the president of the Truman Group, is my lover, and the system actually recommended that I buy a large amount of Truman Group stock? When Lin Lang thought about yesterday, when he had an affair with the beautiful Gu Keqing and it was only a matter of time before he cuckolded Chu Tiannan, the president of the Truman Group, an unconcealable smirk suddenly appeared on his face. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host: Truman Group stock will turn red and hit the daily limit in 3 minutes. After receiving the system prompt, Lin Lang used the stock software to buy all the 12.94 million Chinese yuan in his stock account into Truman Group shares at the limit price of minus 10 points. Then Lin Lang drank latte leisurely and read the Hi Daily, enjoying the wonderful morning. 3 minutes later. Ding! The system is reminding you that Truman Group stock has reversed from the negative 10-point limit down to the upper limit up. The host has gained 20 points, and today's net profit from holding shares is 2.7174 million Chinese yuan. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Lang's wealth is growing rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lin Lang took a look at his Nokia 9110 mobile phone, and the funds in his stock account turned into 15.6574 million Chinese yuan. Awesome! In just 2 days, I made over 5.6 million Chinese yuan from the stock market. Making money easily is no longer out of reach. Lin Lang made money easily by investing in stocks with the help of the universal entry prompt system, just like stealing something. After finishing his coffee, Lin Lang raised his wrist and glanced at his Rolex watch. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. There was still an hour and a half left before he drove to Gubei New District to attend lunch at the home of Zhou Mengyao, the high school beauty. Ding! Friendly reminder: the host has not yet completed the daily system sign-in. Signing into the system can receive generous rewards. Then don't control it, just sign in directly to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's system sign-in and obtaining the maximum level, Guitar Master, skill. The host's current guitar playing level is already strong enough to crush the top 10 guitarists in the world. Rock out to your heart's content. Pa! Lin Lang snapped his fingers, unable to conceal his excitement. Nice! With the maxed out Guitar Master skill, I'm going to be even more powerful when it comes to showing off and picking up girls. Awesome! It's just that I missed my daily sign-in yesterday. Isn't that a shame? The system replied, the host has 3 makeup sign-in cards every month. If you forget to sign into the system every day, you can use them to make up for it. Then forget about controlling yourself. Just use a makeup card to sign in yesterday's daily check-in. Ding! The host successfully completed yesterday's system sign-in and obtained the maximum level, Singing Master, skill. The host now possesses a charming voice and can perfectly sing songs of various types and styles. The moment he opens his mouth, he can astonish everyone. Cow! Cow! Now, brother, can you debut as a singing star? Boys who sing well are more popular with girls. It seems that it has become difficult for me not to be liked by girls. Lin Lang, wearing a black double-breasted suit and Armani black sunglasses, picked up the Audi A6 car keys on the dining table, got up and left Starbucks. Goodbye, sir. Welcome back next time. The female receptionist at Starbucks saw the customer off with a smile. Lin Lang nodded slightly and walked out of Starbucks in a gentlemanly and polite manner. The female receptionist at Starbucks looked at Lin Lang's handsome back and exclaimed in a daze, "Wow, this man is so handsome. This is the first time I've seen a male customer who's more handsome than a movie star." He just glanced at me, and my heartbeat instantly quickened. Lin Lang, who had just left Starbucks, started his black Audi A6 sedan and turned on the turn signal when he saw a beautiful and charming daughter of a wealthy family proudly knocking on his car window. Knock, knock. Lin Lang lowered the driver's window and saw a wealthy daughter of a wealthy family. She was extremely beautiful with a fairy-like appearance. "Hello? What can I do for you?" Lin Lang asked. The chaebol daughter looked at the elegant and graceful Lin Lang, blinking her beautiful eyes and asking in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you driving the Audi A6 sedan that's owned by my sister-in-law Gu Keqing?" After hearing this, Lin Lang took off his sunglasses and looked carefully at the chaebol daughter. I saw her slightly curly long black hair, casually draped over her shoulders, her beautiful little face raised, her eyes as clear as water. She looked at you, but you were not in her pupils, as if she didn't care about the whole world. Her thin lips were lightly pursed, pink and crystal clear. Her every move was cool and elegant, as if she contained endless wealth and nobility, sparkling at a glance. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Irin. Ding! Universal Entry System Barrage Prompt. Name, Chu Irin. Gender, female. Blood type, B. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 54.8 kilograms. Body and appearance comprehensive score, 9.9 points. Unmarried and without a boyfriend. Occupation, COO of Truman Group. Daughter of the Chu family Chaebol in Shanghai City, heiress to the Chuman Group. Desire term, single, obsessed with looks but harboring a girlish passion, easily loses her resistance to gentle, considerate, emotionally stable, innocent, cute, handsome boys. Al generated Chaebol daughter Chu Irin beautiful picture. Lin Lang was surprised to see the prompt from the universal entry system. The peerless beauty who knocked on the car window was actually Gu Kaching's Chaebol sister-in-law Chu Irin. He was somewhat surprised. So, Lin Lang instantly switched to puppy mode, quickly opened the door and got out of the car, pretending to smile sweetly and said, "Sister Irin, don't you remember me?" Chu Irin had never seen Lin Lang before, so she could only ask tentatively, "Who are you?" Lin Lang's voice was very gentle, and his eyes were clear and shining as he lied, "I am your sister-in-law Gu Kaching's distant cousin. My name is Lin Lang, Shuang Mu Lin, Romantic Lang. Sister Irin, just call me Alung." Chu Irin said doubtfully after hearing this, "How come I didn't know that my sister-in-law has a tall, rich, and handsome distant cousin?" Lin Lang smiled harmlessly and gently, "Sister Irin, it's not too late for you to know now." Chu Irin felt a little numb when Lin Lang called her Sister Irin sweetly. So, Chu Irin blinked her big, Kazalan eyes, looked at the clean, handsome, and fresh-looking Lin Lang, and asked, "You called me Sister Irin right away. Have we met before?" Lin Lang lied, "We met at Cousin Kaching's wedding. I've only seen you, Sister Irin, once, and your stunningly beautiful figure has been lingering in my mind forever. It haunts my dreams. Sister Irin, you are so beautiful, just like a spring flower. It's so good to see you again." Lin Lang, who was in the younger and more youthful mode, unexpectedly gave Chu Irin a warm and innocent hug while speaking. It was a hug that could not be refused, and made Luo Irin feel the long-lost heartbeat. Beauty is justice. Perhaps it was because Lin Lang was tall, handsome, and charming. Chu Irin, who was a little overwhelmed, felt her heart fluttering in Lin Lang's arms, and she actually felt her heart beating. "Well, Alung, what are you doing? We are not very familiar with each other. How can you suddenly hug me in public without my consent?" Chu Irin, whose heart was pounding, pushed Lin Lang away with a blushing face. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 Give me a chance, I can understand you better. Lin Lang pretended to be innocent, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Sister Irin. I was just a little too happy after seeing you. I've imagined countless times in my mind the scene of running into Sister Irin again, but I never thought I'd see you, the one I've been thinking about day and night, in the Starbucks parking lot. Sister Irin, I'm your little fanboy. Please don't be angry with me, okay?" As Lin Lang spoke, he held Chu Irin's warm little hand and looked at the beautiful Chu Irin with affection in his eyes. He was like a little boy who had just fallen in love. He was innocent and cute, handsome and gentle, melting the heart of Chu Irin, the daughter of a wealthy family. "Well, Alung, you just hugged me and now you're holding my hand?" Chu Irin's face flushed, her heart beat faster, and her chest heaved violently. Sister Irin's delicate hands are long, white, soft, and as smooth as cream. When I gently hold your hand, it's like I hold the warmth of the entire world. Chu Irin smiled and said, "Alung, you have such a sweet mouth. This is the first time a man has described taking advantage of me by touching my hand in such a beautiful and romantic way. It seems you are quite good at picking up girls." Lin Lang gently held Chu Irin's delicate little hand, his eyes revealing endless tenderness and affection. He said slowly in a voice full of magnetism, "I see you again today, Sister Irin. You are still as beautiful as when I first met you." Chu Irin was stunned when she heard it. Lin Lang deliberately paused for a moment, giving Chu Irin the impression that he seemed to want to calm his turbulent emotions, but the affection in his eyes became more and more intense. "I have to say that Lin Lang's acting skills are very good. Ever since I attended Cousin Kaching's wedding, just because I took one last look at Sister Irin in the crowd, I was stunned. After that day, I can never forget your stunning beauty. Alung, you act like you're really affectionate." Lin Lang continued with feigned affection. After parting with my sister that day, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. We are reunited today, and it must be the matchmaker who is pulling the strings. Shuiran blinked her clear eyes, looking at the handsome yet unfamiliar Lin Lang, who was confessing his love to her with great affection. For a moment, her mind went blank and she was lost in Lin Lang's deep and seductive eyes. Well, AI generates beautiful pictures of Shuiran. Shuiran saw the stars and the sea, love and sincerity in Lin Lang's dark and deep eyes. Her heart was pounding, but she said insincerely, "I don't believe you. Where did you learn these love words, Alung?" Lin Lang continued to hold Shuiran's hand and said with feigned affection, "Every word I say to Sister Irin comes from my heart. Alung, stop talking nonsense to me. If you fell in love with me at first sight at my eldest brother in Gu Kaching's wedding, why haven't you taken the initiative to look for me after all this time?" Lin Lang lied sincerely, "Sister Irin, you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Back then, I was just a poor boy with no education. I couldn't afford you. Alung, can you afford to marry someone so high now?" Lin Lang stared into Shuiran's eyes and lied without blushing. "In order to be worthy of Sister Irin, I started working hard after we parted that year, focusing on my studies without any distractions. Now that I have finally completed my studies and found a way to make money, I am now rich and blessed. Only then do I dare to express my feelings to Sister Irin. Today we meet again, and our love will be reborn with the force of a prairie fire." Shuiran said with a moved heart, "Your love words really touched me. I admit that you are very handsome and particularly attractive to me, but this is the first time I have met you. I am the daughter of the Chu family consortium. No man has ever dared to hold my hand in public like this, flirt with me so brazenly, and make me so mad. Alung, I've been acquiescing to you holding my hand until now, and I'm a little surprised at myself. Maybe I've been single for too long, and I'm a little greedy for your tenderness. But I don't know, Alung, whether your love words are true or false, and I don't know if you approach me for other purposes. I can't even confirm yet whether you are really my eldest sister-in-law Gu Kaching's distant cousin. How can I easily agree to your confession when there are so many unknowns? AI generates beautiful pictures of Shuiran." Lin Lang looked at Shuiran with a burning gaze, and replied with feigned affection, "I'm so sorry, Sister Irin. I lost control of my emotions for a moment, but falling in love with you is something I can't control. Actually, I'm very reserved when it comes to expressing my love, but today, I was so excited to meet Sister Irin again after such a long time that I couldn't control my emotions and said so many words of love that I had suppressed in my heart for so long." Shuiran blushed and her heart beat fast. She looked at the tall and handsome Lin Lang and said with rapid breathing, "No way? Alung, you suddenly burst into my world and bombarded me with so many sweet words that stirred my heartstrings. I'm so confused now. You. Give me some time to think. I feel like my brain is going to shut down. I need to calm down. Calm. I have to calm down. Don't look at me with such affectionate eyes. I'm actually not familiar with you." Shuiran, her heart beating fast, shook off Lin Lang's hand, dodged his burning gaze, covered her burning cheeks with both hands, and took a deep breath to try to calm herself down. Lin Lang continued to intensify his attack and said, "Please forgive my ignorance, because you are the goddess I fell in love with at first sight, and you are the one who haunts my dreams." Although Lin Lang's love words were a bit awkward, Shuiran blushed and her heart beat fast when she heard them. She fell in love with the affectionate eyes of the younger boy and felt unprecedented passion and love. For some reason, at this moment, Shuiran, the daughter of a wealthy family, was enjoying the feeling of being loved very much. As the saying goes, if you have no shame, you are invincible. Lin Lang spoke cheesy love words without blushing or beating his heart. His acting skills in picking up girls can definitely be included as a teaching material in Beijing Film Academy. Shuiran looked directly into Lin Lang's clear, sparkling eyes and said soberly, "Your love words are obviously fake, but they sound so sweet to me. Tell me, Alung, are you trying to cheat me out of money or sex?" Lin Lang pretended to be wronged and replied, "Sister, you are disrespecting yourself by looking down on someone who loves and cherishes you." Shuiran asked with a smile, "Why do you say that?" Lin Lang frowned slightly, and replied with a look of deep emotion, "Because to despise the feelings of others is the same as despising yourself. Sister Irin, you are the first visitor to my emotional world. You have already occupied my heart. Now I just want to buy the whole world for you and spoil you until you can't take care of yourself." Shuiran was slightly moved after hearing this, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She covered her mouth with her hands and smiled sweetly, "Alung, you have such a sweet mouth. Your skills in picking up girls are about to defeat me. I'm the heir to the Chu group. I can easily have everything I want. This is the first time a man has dared to say in front of me that he wants to buy the whole world from me and spoil me until I can't take care of myself. Alung, do you really have the ability to pamper me? Chapter 24 Chapter 024 Who can replace you? Chu Yiren acted like a drag queen and looked at the handsome Lin Lang provocatively. The aggressive little puppy Lin Lang suddenly hugged the beautiful Chu Yiren in his arms and kissed her unexpectedly, shocking her so much that her mind went blank. Well. Chu Yiren was stunned for a moment, her little face flushed and she forgot to resist. Chu Yiren, the single daughter of a wealthy family, had her heart beating wildly as she smelled the faint fragrance from Lin Lang and felt his breath. Lin Lang pretended to be affectionate, holding Chu Yiren's face in his hands, and said, "We kissed and sealed our love. From now on, we will miss each other and run towards each other." Well. After recovering from her shock, Chu Yiren avoided Lin Lang's burning gaze, her heart pounding and almost suffocating, but she felt a little unsatisfied and was craving for the tenderness of the younger boy. Alung, you. What did you just do to me? Chu Yiren's beautiful little face turned red and she looked at the handsome Lin Lang in disbelief. Only then did she realize that she had been taken advantage of. Lin Lang actually replied, "That was my first kiss, Sister Yiren, you have to be responsible for me." Chu Yiren wiped her lips in disgust, blushing as she scoffed, "Alung, what are you doing? I don't know if this is your first kiss, you little brat, but you stole my first kiss." "I'm convinced too. Alung, how dare you?" After hearing this, Lin Lang exclaimed, "Sister Yiren, you're 26 years old, and you still have your first kiss?" Chu Yiren bit her red lips and stamped her feet, and replied angrily like a little pufferfish, "I have always been single and have never been in a relationship." "You little bastard, give me back my first kiss." Lin Lang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a brilliant smile. He said softly, "Today, the country is so generous that it has given you a partner. Sister Yiren, your single life can now be declared over." Tisk Chu Yiren gave Lin Lang a bad look. "Alung, I'm calling the police now. You'll be arrested and detained for 15 days for molesting a woman in the street." "Sister Yiren, I like you so much, how could you bear to call the police and detain me for 15 days? Chu Yiren said sadly, "I'm not familiar with you. Even if you like me and have had a crush on me for a long time, you can't just force a kiss on me right away, right?" Lin Lang replied arrogantly, "I don't care anyway. You can find a way to fall in love with me. Among the billions of people in China, I only give you the chance to be my girlfriend. Don't be ungrateful." After hearing this, Chu Yiren couldn't help laughing, and she squatted on the ground and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "Alung, you're so fierce, are you here to make people laugh?" Lin Lang tossed his hair exaggeratedly and replied, "I'm not here to make fun of you. I'm here to represent love and justice and help Sister Yiren find her way out of being single. Alung, you hugged me, held my hand, and just now you forcefully kissed me. Why don't you stop while you're ahead? I'm a steadfast bachelor and don't want to be in a relationship for the time being. If you really like me, please respect me, okay?" Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and smirked, "Sister Yiren, I can be sweet or salty, gentle. I can be strong or soft, domineering. No matter what type of man you like, I can switch freely. You are lucky to be in a relationship with me. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Lang threw a coquettish glance. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Yiren. "Tisk Alung, you're just bragging about yourself. Although I'm obsessed with looks, when we first met today, I was attracted by your inherent handsomeness. I even felt a little moved by you. For the first time in my life, I have the urge to fall in love. But you are so eloquent and sweet-mouthed, you look like a seasoned lover. I won't fall for you, sister. It's not as easy as you think to flirt with me." Lin Lang feigned deep affection and replied, "Sister Yiren, you are too wary of me. To break your prejudice against me, I can only sing you the love song I wrote for you when I missed you." Chu Yiren wiped the sweat off her forehead after hearing this and said in obvious disbelief, "You've even written a love song for me? That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?" Lin Lang pretended to be mysterious and said, "Sister Yiren, please wait for me here. I will be back soon." "Alung, you're so mysterious, what are you going to do?" Lin Lang actually crossed the sidewalk and ran straight to the music store across the street. He bought a guitar as quickly as possible and returned to Chu Yiren panting. Alung, you didn't really write a love song for me, did you?" Lin Lang held his brand new guitar and replied with feigned affection, "I wrote a song for Sister Yiren called I Want to Sing Me to You. The lyrics are a duet between a man and a woman. We'll sing it sweetly on our wedding day. Chuiran's sweat dropped after hearing this and said, "No way, Alung. Before you even chased me, when you were secretly in love with me, you wrote the song we would sing together at our wedding?" Lin Lang's acting skills burst out, and he replied seriously, "Yes. I've already picked a name for our child after we get married. If it's a girl, she'll be named Lin E. It's my last name, plus the E in your name, Iran. How about that?" Chuiran was somewhat moved after hearing this, but she couldn't believe it and said, "Alang, are you really not talking nonsense?" Lin Lang evasively replied, "If our child is a boy, we'll name him Linny, which is my surname, plus the homophone of your name Iran, E, which means 1, 2, 3, and 1. Sounds good, right? Alung, you are so good at it. I admit that you seduced me. You are really good at picking up girls. I almost believed your lies. Then please play and sing this song for me, the one you wrote for our wedding chorus." Chu Iran seemed very excited. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Iran. Lin Lang plucked the guitar strings and began to use the full level, Guitar Master, skill, playing the prelude of I Wanna Sing Me to You on the street. His gentle and romantic voice amazed Chu Iran as soon as he opened his mouth. The scene of Lin Lang dressed as a domineering CEO, holding a guitar and singing passionately, was so handsome that it was unfair. Chu Iran was mesmerized by his singing and her ears were almost pregnant. "I want to sing to you. While you are still young. Let the flowers bloom freely. Decorate your years with my branches. Who can replace you? Love while you are young. My dearest one. The road is long, let's be together. I'll sing it to you. I'll sing it to you. Give me your innocent smile. We should have happy sunny days. I'll sing it to you. I'll sing it to you. Can I move you with my passionate feelings? The years are worth it. Nostalgic. Shy red. Who can replace you? Face. Love while you are young. My dearest one. The road is long, let's be together." Lin Lang's singing voice is very healing, and Chu Iran is very envious of it. After Lin Lang finished singing, the tycoon's daughter Chu Iran had already become a little fangirl, clapping generously and exclaiming, "This song is so good. Alung, your singing and playing skills are even better than those of professional singers, and your original lyrics and music are amazing. You are truly talented. Listening to you sing this song, I feel like a spring breeze blowing on my face, it's so sweet, it makes me want to be in love with you." Lin Lang smiled after hearing this. "Dear Sister Iran, I wrote this song for you, I Want to Sing Me to You, and we'll use it at our wedding. You'll be wearing a pristine white wedding dress, and I'll be wearing a handsome suit. We'll be holding hands sweetly and happily, singing a romantic duet to the guests. Isn't that a beautiful scene?" Chu Iran was deeply moved after hearing this and asked again, "Alung, did you really write this song for me?" Lin Lang looked into Chu Iran's clear eyes and replied with feigned affection, "Once you see a beautiful woman, you'll be ruined for life. Who can replace you?" Chapter 25 Chapter 025 10 miles of spring breeze is not as good as a smile from a beautiful woman. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Iran. It's over, it's over. Alung, you're so creative. You actually wrote such a romantic and beautiful song and planned to sing it at our wedding ceremony. I'm almost falling in love with you, sister. No boy has ever treated me so attentively. I couldn't believe it for a moment. Alung, tell me the truth. Are you really not approaching me deliberately to defraud me of my money and sex just because I'm the daughter of a wealthy family?" Lin Lang held his guitar handsomely and replied affectionately, "If I lie to you, I will definitely lie to you for the rest of my life. Tisk, you men can be trusted. Even sows can climb trees." Lin Lang pretended to be affectionate and said, "It seems that one love song is not enough to make Sister Iran open her heart to me. So, after I sing the next song, Anha Bridge, which I wrote for you, how will you respond?" When the prelude of Anha Bridge sounded, all the dogs passing by felt regretful. Chu Iran hadn't realized that Anha Bridge was Lin Lang's ultimate move, so she said disapprovingly, "Okay. I want to hear how good this song Anha Bridge written for me is." Lin Lang began to pluck the strings, hit the boards, and knocked on the boards, playing the prelude of Anha Bridge. As soon as the sad prelude came out, Chu Iran instantly became emo. As soon as Lin Lang opened his mouth to sing the lyrics, Chu Iran felt inexplicably depressed. "Let me see you again from south to north. Like eyes blinded by the fifth ring road. Please tell me about that day again. Girl holding a box and man wiping sweat. I know those summers. Just like youth, it can never come back. The only thing that can replace the dream is the reluctant. I know the bad things I've said. I will also laugh it off with youth. Let me be trapped in the city to remember you. Let me taste the autumn wine again. It won't take long to drive south. Let me listen to the most beautiful sentence again. You come home, I'm waiting for you. I know those summers. Just like youth, it can never come back. The only thing that can replace the dream is to do it reluctantly. I know the bullshit. I will also laugh it off with youth. Let me be trapped in the city to remember you. I know those summers. Just like you can't come back. I won't expect anything from anyone anymore. I know this world. There are too many regrets every day. So hello and goodbye. Lin Lang finished singing a song with his guitar. The aftertaste of Anha Bridge was so strong that Chu Yiren's eyes were red. She was stunned for a long time and forgot to applaud. Chu Yiren couldn't calm down and asked, Alung, is your world so gloomy? How could you, a recent college graduate, write such a sad yet sophisticated ballad? Lin Lang looked at Chu Yiren's tearful eyes and replied with faint affection, if I can't love Sister Yiren, it will be a lifelong regret for me, right? Chu Yiren and Lin Lang looked into each other's eyes. Moved by Lin Lang's affection and talent, she said with tears in her eyes and a smile, Lang, you are not trying to seduce me, you are trying to kill me. Sister Yiren, are you moved to tears by me? Chu Yiren sniffed, wiped her tears, and replied stubbornly, this song is like the wind, it blew sand into my eyes. This song is so helpless and hard to accept. It makes me feel sad and helpless. I hold the strings of the harp, my thoughts sing, just for the smile of the Boyi people, but my sister feels a little sad? Alung, you have to understand that not all love will have a result. Some people have used up all their luck just by meeting each other. Why are you doing this? Lin Lang replied affectionately, if falling in love with me is your destiny, please don't resist it, Sister Yiren. From now on, let's keep each other in our thoughts and run towards each other, right? He. Chu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, smiled and looked at Lin Lang lovingly. Her smile was so beautiful. After confirming their eyes, they finally met the right person. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Yiren. Chu Yiren did not agree to date Lin Lang, nor did she explicitly refuse. Her ambiguous and vague attitude seemed more like a tacit agreement with Lin Lang. At this moment, Chu Yiren's single complex has collapsed. Chu Yiren has never had such a strong urge to fall in love. She has lost her resistance to Lin Lang and longs to have a sweet sister-brother relationship with him. When masters fight, they stop when the time is right. Just as the tycoon's daughter Chu Yiren was becoming more and more interested in Lin Lang was about to end the topic, deliberately creating a feeling of wanting more. Lin Lang glanced at his Rolex watch and said, Dear, I have an important social engagement at noon, so I have to excuse myself. I haven't agreed to date you yet, why do you start calling me dear? Chu Yiren's face turned red all of a sudden. You can't hide your love for someone with your eyes. Sister Yiren, your eyes have already betrayed you. Lin Lang opened the trunk of the Audi S6 and put the guitar inside. Then he said gently and charmingly, Dear, I still have many songs written for you that I haven't sung for you yet. We're running out of time today. Next time, I'll sing you a better original love song. Chu Yiren's lips curled up slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with 1,000 kinds of charm, and she replied softly, Okay. Lin Lang approached the beautiful Chu Yiren and asked mischievously, Dear Sister Yiren, do you want a goodbye kiss? Well. Before Chu Yiren could react, Lin Lang took advantage of her again. Chu Yiren said shyly and angrily, Alung, you. Why are you taking advantage of me again? Lin Lang put his arm around Chu Yiren's waist and replied with feigned affection, Sister Yiren, your beauty is like a blooming flower. I can't bear to pick it, for fear of disturbing your orchid. I can only touch your lips to savor your beauty. Alung, you're so good at it. Sister, this is the first time I've heard someone describe taking advantage of a woman in such a sanctimonious, beautiful, and romantic way. Chu Yiren bit her red lips with an unsatisfied look. Lin Lang gently raised his right hand, ruffled Chu Yiren's hair at her bangs, and said intimately and ambiguously, Sister, your lips are so sweet. This sweet taste must be the taste of you, Sister Yiren, that I have been thinking about day and night. Chu Yiren blushed and said with a pounding heart, Alung, you really seduced me. It's so easy for you to win my heart. Are you an expert in picking up girls? Lin Lang pretended to be melancholy and lowered his head slightly, with a hint of sadness and helplessness in his eyes, further consolidating his affectionate personality. After the acting is in place. Lin Lang raised his head, looked at Chu Yiren affectionately and said, "You may not like me, but please don't doubt my sincerity." Lin Lang's voice was low and magnetic, with an irresistible charm that made Chu Yiren, who had never been in love, very intoxicated. "I'm sorry, Lang. I shouldn't have called you an expert at picking up girls. I hope you're not angry." After hearing this, Lin Lang deliberately sighed softly, as if his heart was filled with endless regret and melancholy, and he extended his affectionate acting to the fullest. Alung, do you really like me that much?" Lin Lang's eyes sparkled as he replied, "A spring breeze 10 miles long is not as good as a beautiful woman's smile. Without my sister by my side, my life would be meaningless." Chu Yiren fell in love with Lin Lang's clear yet bottomless eyes. Okay. Sister, you've completely got me under your thumb." Chu Yiren, her heart pounding, used her last bit of rationality to say, "If there were levels to picking up girls, Alung, you must be a saint-level heart-stealing master. You're definitely not the harmless, affectionate little puppy you appear to be. It seems like I, your sister, am going to fall into the hands of a stinky boy like you." Lin Lang said reluctantly, "Although I really want to stay with you, the lunchtime social event is very important, so I have to go. Be careful on the road and stay safe." Chu Yiren smiled slightly. "Goodbye, Sister Yiren." Lin Lang handed Chu Yiren a business card, then opened the car door and got into the driver's seat of the Audi A6. "Goodbye." After Chu Yiren took the business card, she waved with a smile. Lin Lang put on Armani black sunglasses and drove a black Audi A6 sedan, slowly leaving the Starbucks parking lot. After watching Lin Lang drive away, Chu Yiren raised her hand and glanced at the business card. "Angel investor, Lin Lang." Chu Yiren saved Lin Lang's mobile phone number on the business card into her mobile phone address book, with the note Angel Lang. "Oh my god. My face is so hot. A boyfriend so handsome he's fallen from the sky. It seems I have no choice but to have a passionate love affair. I was forcefully kissed twice by a younger guy. Today is the craziest day of my life. Why is my mind full of Alung now? Even though I just met him, it's like I've been possessed by Alung. His handsome face is always in my mind. Could it be possible that even a wealthy daughter could be a nymphomaniac?" Chu Yiren tried to calm herself down, dialed her sister-in-law Gu Kaching's mobile number, and when the call was connected, she greeted, "Sister-in-law." "Hello Yiren." Gu Kaching's voice came from the receiver. Chu Yiren held up her phone and asked tentatively, "I just saw a young man driving your Audi A6 on the streets of Longhai City. Could your car have been stolen?" Gu Kaching was stunned for a moment, then lied during the call, "I lent my Audi A6 sedan to my distant cousin Alung to drive for a few days. It wasn't stolen." "That's okay, sister-in-law, as long as your car wasn't stolen. Bye-bye." Gu Kaching was also on the phone and replied, "Bye." During the call, Chu Yiren found out that Lin Lang was the cousin of her elder sister-in-law Gu Kaching, and then she hung up the call. The two of them exchanged only a few brief words, but both of them were hiding a lot of ulterior motives. Chu Yiren mistook Lin Lang for her elder sister-in-law Gu Kaching's cousin. Chapter 26 Chapter 026 White skin, beautiful face, and long legs. At noon that day. Luxury villa area in Gubei New District, High City. Joe's detached villa. "Lin Lang, just come if you want to. Why do you buy so many things?" Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao smiled and welcomed Lin Lang into the house. Zhou Mengyao has waist-length hair, an incredibly beautiful fair face, delicate features like a painting, a noble and elegant temperament, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, a wasp waist and a perky butt, a plump and proud figure, and a stunning appearance that goes straight to the soul. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang, dressed in a white double-breasted suit, smiled and replied, "Since this is my first visit, I naturally have to bring a small gift to show my appreciation." The maid, Aunt May, took the gift from Lin Lang and said politely, "Mr. Lin, please come in. I'll go tell the master and the mistress that you've arrived." Lin Lang replied with one word, "Okay." Zhou Mengyao praised, "Old classmate, your outfit today is very handsome." Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Mengyao, your daily outfit of white clothes that are as white as snow still has the aura of a beautiful schoolgirl. It's still hard to look away." Lin Lang, when you were in high school, you were not good at speaking, melancholy and introverted, and your mouth was not as sweet as it is now. Mengyao, when you were in high school, your figure wasn't this perfect, with curves where they should be, and curves where they should be. I was embarrassed to look directly at you, afraid that I would get a nosebleed if I wasn't careful. He. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, "Lin Lang, you've become more humorous now. You're much more interesting than when you were in high school. Lin Lang shrugged and said, as the saying goes, money is a hero's courage, and gold is a man's waist. When I was in school, my family was ordinary, and I went to a prestigious high school. I kept my distance from my classmates from wealthy families, so it was inevitable that I would feel a little out of place. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao replied, money is a magic mirror, and silver is a ruler to measure people's hearts. When you are rich, you can understand people's hearts, and when you are poor, you can see people's nature. Lin Lang, your eyes are still as clear as they were in high school. You are humble and polite, without any of the arrogance and flamboyance of a nouveau riche. You are still the same reserved and cool boy you once were. Lin Lang sighed, only after entering society did I understand the beauty of campus life. Those fleeting years when I sat at the same table with you often appear in my mind. That must be our youth that we can never go back to. Zhou Mengyao smiled and said, time has never been gentle, so there is youth. Time has passed, and there is no need to say more. My youth is also about you, my deskmate. We were once far apart and did not bother each other, but now we have intersected again. I hope that this time our friendship will no longer be separated and alienated. Lin Lang took out a bunch of colorful zinnia flowers from his portable space as if he was taking objects from the air, and gave them to Zhou Mengyao, the beautiful high school girl. Dang 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 dang. Change. I send this bouquet of flowers to you, my deskmate. May our youth never fade away and our friendship never fade away. Zhou Mengyao took the fragrant zinnia, sniffed the fresh scent, and exclaimed happily, old classmate, you can actually perform magic tricks to make girls happy. Thanks for the surprise. The zinnia symbolizes longing for distant friends, which lasts forever. So, I wish our friendship as classmates will last forever, remain as fresh as it was at the beginning, and be as poetic and picturesque as a painting. Lin Lang smiled warmly after hearing this. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao smiled happily and said, I'll give you a brief tour of our home. Would you like tea, coffee, or juice, old classmate? I'll ask the servants to bring it to you. I'll have some coffee. Lin Lang followed Zhou Mengyao's footsteps and strolled in the huge and luxurious villa of Zhou's family, admiring the antique porcelain, calligraphy, and painting artworks displayed indoors. As soon as he entered the living room of the villa, what caught Lin Lang's eye was a complete set of Wanwali furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The treasure appraisal entry showed that it had a history of more than 300 years and was worth tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Wow! Your father is indeed a great collector. Just the complete set of Wanwali furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties displayed in the living room is worth tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Mengyao, you really are a rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Lin Lang, you just took a casual look and you said this set of antique furniture is from the Ming and Qing dynasties and is worth tens of millions. It seems you are not an ordinary person. In the living room of Zhou's villa, a group of vases and porcelains are particularly eye-catching. They are an imitation cloisonné appreciation vase from the Qianlong period and two blue and white porcelain general jars from the Kangxi period, all of which are of great value. On the wall of the living room hangs a framed original work by the great master Qi Baishe, which is also priceless. The Zhou family villa was filled with famous paintings and calligraphy, and antiques and curios were placed in every room. It was so dazzling that Lin Lang was dazzled by the sight. Lin Lang exclaimed, although this is your Zhou family's private residence, the collection inside is comparable to a museum. Authentic works of famous people can be seen everywhere. Your father's collection is astounding. The Zhou residence is filled with antiques, and it's obvious that they're worth tens of billions. It's simply too luxurious. Zhou Mengyao replied, old classmate, you don't know this, but I'm not a second-generation rich kid. I'm a fourth-generation rich kid from the Zhou family of old Shanghai. Many of the billions of antiques in the Zhou mansion were left behind by my grandfather, Zhou Shangyun. Lin Lang was shocked after hearing this and said, Mengyao, your grandfather is Zhou Shangyun, the real estate tycoon from old Shanghai? Zhou Mengyao replied, that's right. When talking about my grandfather, the real estate tycoon Zhou Shangyun, we have to start with my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather, Zhou Zilian, was a carpenter by trade. He joined the wave of refugees who poured into Old Hai from Ningbo. With no relatives, he became a laborer on the construction site of the Sassoon Company. My great-grandfather, Zhou Zilian, wasn't content to be a laborer on a construction site. He spent 2 months' wages on a copy of English notes and taught himself Pidgin English. After learning basic spoken English, my great-grandfather Zhou Zilian quickly joined the Sassoon Company and became a real estate agent, visiting tea houses on Nanjing Road every day to introduce and sell real estate to clients. In just a few years, my great-grandfather Zhou Zilian became wealthy and earned a large sum of cash. My great-grandfather, Zhou Zilian, then registered a real estate leasing company with the municipal council under the name Zhou Lianji. This was the first real estate leasing company established during the Xia dynasty's old Shanghai period. The main business of Jingzhou is to sell or lease commercial housing on behalf of real estate developers and extract a commission of 5% to 10%. Since renting did not require much cost, my great-grandfather Zhou Zilian used his savings to purchase properties inside and outside the concession, becoming a real estate tycoon among the Chinese merchants in Shanghai in the 19th century. After hearing this, Lin Lang exclaimed, "I didn't expect that your great-grandfather, Zhou Zilian, was the earliest real estate agent pioneer in Xia country during the old Shanghai period. It was after your great-grandfather Zhou Zilian became a real estate tycoon that the profession of real estate agent came into being in Xia country. Your Zhou family's ancestors truly pioneered the real estate industry." Zhou Mengyao smiled proudly and continued, "My great-grandfather, Zhou Zilian, left behind many legends of real estate tycoons and successfully started his own business. After his death, he left behind his wife Shui Chunlan and two underage sons. My great-grandmother, Shui Chunlan, was known as Madame Shui in Longhai Beach. After experiencing the grief of losing her husband, she took charge of the vast family business and raised my grandfather Zhou Xianyun and my second grandfather Zhou Chunqing to adulthood. My great-grandmother, Shui Chunlan, was also a rare talent. She was very skilled from the moment she appeared on the scene. Not only did she manage the business left by my great-grandfather in perfect order, she also trained my grandfather, Zhou Xianyun, and my second grandfather, Zhou Chunqing, to become top business masters in Old Hai. From the hard work of my great-grandfather Zhou Zilian, to the continued expansion by my great-grandmother Shui Chunlan, and then to my grandfather Zhou Xianyun, who took over the family business as a second-generation chaebol, our Zhou family had become the leading wealthy businessmen among Ningbo expatriates in Shanghai during the old Ningbo era. After my great-grandmother Shui Chunlan passed away, my grandfather Zhou Xianyun was the eldest son, so out of respect for seniority, he inherited the Zhou family's real estate business. My grandfather, Zhou Xianyun, was a cautious and conservative man. Although he didn't expand the Zhou family's real estate business, he had good fortune that was envied by all merchants in old Shanghai. He encountered a golden opportunity when land prices in the concessions skyrocketed several times. Before and after the Xinhai Revolution, the population of the Shanghai concession increased dramatically, and real estate prices soared accordingly. During the Jiangsu-Zhejiang War in 1924, refugees from Jiangsu and Zhejiang fled, causing land prices in the concessions to soar again. During the anti-Japanese war, refugees from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, wealthy families in Kyoto and Tianjin, and wealthy bureaucrats from the late Qing dynasty and the Beiyang warlord era all desperately rushed to the concessions, driving up real estate prices in Shanghai. And our Zhou family's real estate business is all in the international settlement. My grandfather Zhou Xianyun made a fortune from it and became one of the few real estate tycoons in old Shanghai. With a substantial family fortune and a keen interest, my grandfather, Zhou Xianyun, became a major collector in old Shanghai. The two treasures of the current Haihai Museum, Huaisu's bitter bamboo shoots and the Yoren's Xiaoxiang II, were once my grandfather's collection. My father's ability to become a master treasure appraiser and his lifelong love for collecting antique porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings has a lot to do with my grandfather Zhou Xianyun's artistic influence on my father since he was a child. Lin Lang exclaimed, "Your grandfather, Zhou Xianyun, was a second-generation real estate tycoon who had the best of both worlds in old Shanghai. As a collector, he had the privilege of viewing authentic works during that unique war-torn era and passed them down to future generations. His life was truly well-deserved. I didn't expect your father was a third-generation wealthy man, and you, Meng Yao, are actually a fourth-generation wealthy man, the daughter of a prominent family in Hai. No wonder you have such an outstanding temperament, Meng Yao. Every frown and smile of yours exudes elegance. It turns out that your Zhou family has always been upper class, a powerful family on the beach." Zhou Mengyao said with a smile, "It's nothing actually. After all, I am the only daughter of the Zhou family. Whoever marries me in the future will have billions of dollars worth of antiques and treasures in the Zhou mansion, plus our Zhou family's inheritance, all go to someone else." Lin Lang said jokingly with a smile, "It seems that whoever marries you, my deskmate, will not only marry a beautiful, wealthy woman, but will also inherit the Zhou family's legacy and social connections, and will embark on the pinnacle of life from then on." Zhou Mengyao raised her beautiful face and said half-jokingly, "Lin Lang, are you tempted to marry me and become the son-in-law of our Zhou family?" Chapter 27, Showdown. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang asked back, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course it's the truth." Zhou Mengyao smiled playfully. Lin Lang half-jokingly said, although I, Lin Lang, come from a humble background, I am a member of the Lin family's wealthy generation. I don't want to be a son-in-law of your Zhou family. If I do that, we won't even be able to write our Lin family tree, right? Zhou Mengyao smiled and said, I didn't realize you still have such a fighting spirit, old classmate. But in today's materialistic and morally corrupt society, Lin Lang, you come from a humble background. Without someone to help you build connections, starting a business is a life or death struggle. Lin Lang actually replied, I studied finance in college and found that economics is a lie. Economics is actually the art of being thick-skinned. The skills I learned in college seem to be all deceptive. I'm so ruthless that I even fear myself. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Lin Lang, you are right. This is a dark age for economics. You just graduated from college, and you're able to jump out of the underlying logic and understand that economics is a lie. This shows that you, Lin Lang, are no ordinary person. Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. Mr. Lin, please have some coffee. The maid, Aunt May, smiled and handed Lin Lang a cup of coffee. Lin Lang took the coffee and replied, thank you. Your tea, Mississippi. Zhou Mengyao took the tea and smiled politely. Seeing this, Lin Lang asked, Mengyao, do you like tea? Zhou Mengyao replied, yes. If a woman wants to exude elegance from the inside out, she should nourish her heart with tea. Every day, she should spend a cup of tea to think, feel, and experience, and ultimately discover her extraordinary self in the ordinary. After hearing this, Lin Lang praised, ladies from famous families are really different. I believe your fans, Mengyao, would never have thought that you, as the top-ranked female racer in Xia country, would prefer tea instead of whiskey or vodka. Zhou Mengyao took a sip of tea and smiled, the outside world's impression of me is that of a cool motorcycle goddess, full of speed and passion, wild and sexy. They never imagined that I have a gentle and elegant side. Is my sense of contrast too great? Lin Lang replied, holding his coffee cup, everyone has more than one side, but vulgar people often only see one side and define people based on that side. This is prejudice. Mengyao, I never get tired of seeing every side of you. Zhou Mengyao smiled faintly after hearing this and said, my old classmate, you are really good at chatting. You must be very popular with women in your life, right? Lin Lang tossed his hair exaggeratedly and said jokingly in a serious tone, to be honest, I am a master of the saint level in the heart-stealing realm. A master, an even greater master. In many cases, being too popular with women is also a kind of trouble. He. Zhou Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed, my old classmate, when you were in high school, your image as the melancholy and aloof school idol was about to collapse, but now you have become quite humorous. I was just poor in high school. I had this lustful heart. It was all because of poverty that I was able to keep it under control. Poverty made me behave well and have a good style. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a good person. Lin Lang, you become so funny that I almost spit out the tea in my mouth. He. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang regained his composure, took a sip of coffee gracefully, and then replied pretentiously, excellent Blue Mountain coffee, it tastes pretty good. With just one sip, you've already tasted the best Blue Mountain coffee. Lin Lang, are you also knowledgeable about coffee? Lin Lang looked at the barrage of entries on the virtual system screen in front of him and replied pretentiously, I am not talented, but I know a little bit about everything. This cup of freshly ground coffee is made with beans from the Blue Mountains of Jamaica. It's known for its stunningly rich fruity aroma, mellow taste, and velvety texture. The aftertaste is long and easy to taste. Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, you've impressed me time and time again. My old classmate is amazing. Then, Zhou Zhangdong and his wife Zhuang Jingxue slowly descended the villa's spiral staircase. They greeted him warmly and politely, Mr. Lin, it's a great honor to have you here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Lin Lang replied politely, I am deeply honored to receive Uncle Zhou's kindness in hosting a family dinner for me. I am so sorry to bother you with such a small gift. Zhuang Jingxue looked the younger Lin Lang up and down and was struck by his imposing figure, tall and handsome, with a refined demeanor and an air of nobility. She smiled and praised him, my impression of Mr. Lin was that he was just a green high school boy, but now he has become a handsome man with an extraordinary temperament. Lin Lang smiled and replied, hello, Aunt Shui. When I was in high school, I had the honor of seeing Aunt Shui at a parent-teacher conference for Mengyao. I was stunned by your elegant and dignified demeanor. It's been a few years since I last saw you, and you're still as beautiful and graceful as ever. You truly are a beauty that time can never defeat. Zhuang Jingxue was delighted after hearing this and said with a smile, Mr. Lin is really good at talking. You and my daughter were deskmates in high school, and I often heard Meng Yao mention you. Lin Lang said sweetly, it seems that Meng Yao is so beautiful because she inherited your excellent genes, Aunt Shui. When I was in high school, I only knew that Meng Yao's mother was a famous cardiac surgeon in Longhai City and served as the vice president of Zhongshan Hospital affiliated with Fudan University. I just recently learned that Uncle Zhou, a master treasure appraiser, and you are married. Zhuang Jingxue smiled and asked tentatively, where is Mr. Lin currently working? I am currently an independent angel investor, involved in some stock and financial investments, antiques and artworks, and some real estate venture capital. The next step is to enter the real estate investment. The Chongting Capital Investment Company, Limited that I'm planning is currently under preparation. I believe that it won't be long before Chongting Capital makes its mark in the business world of Longhai. Lin Lang's answer was very confident. Zhuang Jingxue praised, Mr. Lin is young and promising, his future is immeasurable. Zhou Zhengdong said with a smile, Mr. Lin, the name of the company Chongting Capital is very good. Zhou Mengyao asked in confusion, how is it a good idea? Dad, can you tell me? Zhou Zhengdong replied, the name Chongting Capital implies that it grows wildly like a vine. It's a bit like capital expanding everywhere. Wherever there's profit, vines will appear. So that's how it is. People with intellectual backgrounds are different. The names they choose for their companies have profound meanings. Zhou Mengyao looked at Lin Lang with another admiring look. Uncle Zhou is not only a master treasure appraiser and collector, but also a literary giant. He immediately articulated the ambitions and aspirations behind the founding of Chongting Capital. I admire you. Zhou Zhengdong laughed and said, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves in front. I'm afraid that I, the wave in front, will be washed onto the beach by you, the wave behind. Lin Lang replied modestly, Uncle Zhou, your praise is too great. I really don't deserve it. Zhou Zhengdong continued, Mr. Lin, you are too modest. Yesterday, at Gingan Temple Antique Market, someone spent less than 40,000 yuan on a blind bet on jadeite rough, and found a top-grade, imperial green jadeite worth tens of millions. People in the antique market are saying this person's name is Ulung, a tall, handsome young man. Mr. Lin, your name is Ulung. Could it be that you were the one who won the top-grade Emperor Green in a blind bet at Gingan Temple Antique City yesterday? Lin Lang replied modestly, to be honest, it is the junior. Wow. Zhou Mengyao's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she exclaimed in shock, Ulung, you were so amazing. Not only did you stumble upon a pair of Tang Dynasty rhino horn cups worth tens of millions yesterday, but you even made a blind bet on jadeite rough and cut out a top-grade imperial green. This is simply unbelievable. Zhuang Jingxue was astonished. Besides appraising treasures and finding bargains, Mr. Lin is also proficient in gambling on stones? It's just a moment of luck. Lin Lang smiled modestly. Zhou Zhengdong exclaimed, it seems that your high school deskmate, Meng Yao, is definitely not an ordinary person. If it's just a momentary stroke of luck, Mr. Lin, the most you could have done is pick up a pair of Tang Dynasty rhinoceros horn cups hidden inside a lacquerware wineglass while browsing an antique stall. It's absolutely impossible for you to have two strokes of luck in one day. Mr. Lin, you were able to identify the stone without a strong flashlight and blindly bet on a top-grade imperial green jadeite. You must have some extraordinary ability to ensure a sure win. Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. As the saying goes, wealth comes with luck, and happiness comes from heaven. I have good luck, and this is the reason for my great fortune. I don't have any special skills in appraising treasures or gambling on stones. Uncle Zhou is a master treasure appraiser. I still need to learn a lot from you. Zhou Zhengdong replied, as the saying goes, even gods cannot judge a piece of jade, and even ghosts and gods cannot fathom the human heart. Gambling on jade is like a knife that can lead to heaven or hell. 30% depends on luck, 70% depends on experience and jade identification. Based on the appearance of the jade skin, you have to guess and judge repeatedly. Therefore, gambling on jade is full of unknowns. Although I am proficient in appraising treasures, I am not as skilled as Mr. Lin in identifying jade from gambling stones. He can't blindly bet and cut out a top-grade imperial green jadeite. From the mining of Burmese jadeite to its final trading in the market, dozens of experts have to go through the process. Normally, high-quality Burmese jadeite rough stones will not flow into the Shagwa market for gambling, so 9 out of 10 gambling on jadeite will result in losses. Mr. Lin made a blind bet and cut out an imperial green jadeite. If it was just due to luck, the probability of him being struck by lightning on a sunny day is even smaller than that. Therefore, I can conclude that Mr. Lin, you are simply hiding your talents and cleverness. You are deliberately concealing your abilities. Am I correct? Since I can't escape Uncle Joe's discerning eyes, I won't pretend anymore. I, Lin Lang, have the ability to turn stones into gold and cut rocks into jade. I'm laying my cards on the table. Wow. Mr. Lin is indeed no ordinary person. Zhuang Jingxue was stunned with shock. Well, it seems that my old classmate is no longer the same as before and has become a rare talent. Zhou Mengyao looked at Lin Lang in disbelief, as if she were looking at a monster. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Wolf Ambitions? Zhou Zhengdong laughed loudly and said, "Okay. I like young people like you who are both low-key and talented. You really suit my taste. Come. Mr. Lin, please come with me to the study. I have prepared some rare antiques to test your eyesight. Let's compare our treasure appraisal skills and learn from each other. Uncle Zhou, you are a master treasure appraiser. You said you want to learn from me about treasure appraisal skills. That's really flattering me. I hope you can give me more guidance." Lin Lang followed Zhou Zhengdong's footsteps and moved to Zhou Zhengdong's exclusive study on the first floor of Zhou's villa. Zhou Mengyao went with him, following behind her father and Lin Lang, wanting to go to her father Zhou Zhengdong's study together, but was quietly stopped by her mother Zhuang Jingxue. "What's wrong, Mom?" Zhuang Jingxue whispered, "Mengyao, your father has never admired Lin Lang so much. He is a young man in the antique appraisal industry. It seems that he has the idea of taking Lin Lang as his apprentice. My father finally found a beloved disciple and accepted Lin Lang as his apprentice. Isn't it a good thing that the treasure pavilion has a successor?" Zhuang Jingxue sighed and replied with a hint of worry, "Mengyao, don't think that your mother can't see your little thoughts. When you were in high school, you had a crush on your deskmate, the school hunk Lin Lang. Now that Lin Lang has become wealthy and powerful, he's transformed from a dashing young man into a gentle and refined man, handsome and talented. I'm afraid your feelings for him, which have been dormant for many years, are about to rekindle, right?" Zhou Mengyao blushed as she replied, "Mom, I know you've peeked at my high school diary. I did secretly like Lin Lang back then, but that was just the throbbing emotion of a girl's first love. What's the point of you bringing up the past events of your daughter's early sexual life?" Zhuang Jingxue replied bluntly, "Although Lin Lang's dark eyes are very clear, when I look him in the eye, I can see that he is a man with deep ambitions and hidden plans. If this person follows the right path, his future will be bright and promising. But if Lin Lang strays into the wrong path and embarks on a crooked path, then given his cunning and emotional intelligence, your father accepted him as his disciple. If you fall in love with this guy again and insist on marrying him, the consequences will be disastrous." Zhou Mengyao frowned slightly after hearing this and said weakly, "Mom, you're not afraid that Lin Lang will eat up all the wealth and property accumulated by our Zhou family for generations, right? In traditional concepts, only sons can carry on the offspring, so a family without sons is called an extinct family." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. What Zhou Mengyao meant by eating up the entire family here refers to the act of occupying or dividing the property of a family without a son, because Zhou Mengyao is the only daughter of the Zhou family. Zhuang Jingxue nodded solemnly and sighed, "My daughter, you are too kind and unpretentious. Naturally, you don't understand the benefits and disadvantages of this. If your father really accepts Lin Lang as his apprentice, it wouldn't be a big deal if he taught him all the skills of treasure appraisal. It wouldn't be a problem for Lin Lang to borrow our Zhou family's social connections in Shanghai. I'm afraid that you and Lin Lang will fall in love with each other over time, but he doesn't really love you. Instead, he deliberately married you, a silly girl, just to get his hands on our Zhou family's huge fortune. Wouldn't that mean our famous Zhou family's billions of wealth will be lost and our surname will be changed to Lin?" Zhou Mengyao laughed after hearing this and said, "Mom, Lin Lang and I haven't even started dating yet. Aren't you thinking too far ahead?" Zhuang Jingxue replied, "Your mother is from the famous Zhou family of Shanghai, the third generation's eldest grandson's daughter-in-law. What kind of world has your mother not seen? Your mother is still the vice president of Zhongshan Hospital affiliated with Fudan University in Shanghai. I have seen countless people and have a unique vision, but I don't have the ability to judge people and judge things. Could I have married into a famous family and won your father's favor?" Zhou Mengyao smiled and said, "Mom, I finally heard it. You are not an ordinary person. Back then, you deliberately married into the famous Zhou family. After giving birth to me, you took control of my father. So, you are cautious and cautious, guarding against Lin Lang following your example, defrauding people of their money and sex, and then destroying their family. Isn't that right? Zhuang Jingxue glared angrily after hearing this and whispered fiercely, "How can you talk like that, you damned girl? Back then, your father was surrounded by so many beautiful women, all trying their best to marry into the Zhou family. If your mother didn't have some beauty and means, would you have been born into a wealthy family with a silver spoon in your mouth? You haven't even gotten along with Lin Lang yet, but you're already trying to be so unfaithful. I think you still have feelings for him, so your mother's worries are not unnecessary." Zhou Mengyao smiled and held her mother Zhuang Jingshue's arm, and replied coquettishly, "Mom. It's okay. It's okay. I know, isn't it? I should be more careful and be on guard against Lin Lang's attempts to defraud you of your money and your body. This is Lin Lang's first time visiting our house, and my father hosted a family dinner, actively inviting him to our home. Yet you're so wary of him, guarding against him everywhere. This is a bit of an overreaction, and you're overly cautious." Zhuang Jingxue looked at her daughter Zhou Mengyao lovingly and warned her, "Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against them. Mom, this is called preparing for a rainy day. If things develop to the point of no return, won't it be too late? Your high school deskmate, the school hunk Lin Lang, is definitely not an ordinary person. Mom can only pray silently now that Lin Lang can maintain a righteous mindset, walk the right path, do the right things, cultivate slowly, be willing to endure hardships, work hard, know how to cherish, understand gratitude, and be a kind and honest person. Only then can he achieve the right results and have a bright future." "Mom, my dad hasn't accepted Lin Lang as his apprentice yet. As his master's wife, you're already worrying about him? You silly girl, Mom is worried about you, okay? You've been running a motorcycle racing club and always personally competing in various races. Mom's worried enough already, and now I'm starting to worry about your love life too. Having a daughter is really a hassle." Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and said coquettishly, "Okay, Mom. My daughter, I'm not a child anymore. I know how to protect myself. I know you're doing this for my own good. Okay?" Zhuang Jingxue sighed and shook her head, replying, "Okay, okay. Mom, I won't nag you anymore, okay? Walk. Let's go to your father's study and see if Lin Lang can identify rare antiques and pass the test your father has carefully prepared for him." "Good." Zhou Mengyao smiled and tenderly took her mother Zhuang Jingshue's arm, and the mother and daughter walked into the study on the first floor of Zhou's villa. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhengdong took out a small pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid. It looked about the size of a fist, gray in color, with a very natural patina. It was obviously an ancient folk object. "Mr. Lin, please take a look at this small pottery jar in my collection. What's so special about it?" Zhou Zhengdong posed the first difficult question to Lin Lang. Zhou Mengyao held her mother Zhuang Jingshue's arm and stood quietly by the side, blinking her beautiful big eyes and looking at the calm and confident Lin Lang. "Then I'm sorry to show off my skills. If there's anything I said that's wrong, please let Uncle Zhou know." Lin Lang looked at the treasure appraisal entry prompt barrage through the virtual system screen in front of him, raised his hand and picked up the small clay pot with a lotus leaf lid on the table, opened the lid, and poured the 7 black ancient lotus seeds inside onto the table. "My dear nephew, there is no need to be so modest. We are just communicating and learning from each other," Zhou Zhengdong said politely. Lin Lang looked at the small gray pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid and explained, "This gray pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid is a new type of ceramic created in the Song dynasty. It was popular from the southern Song dynasty to the end of the Yuan dynasty and declined in the Ming dynasty. This type of jar comes in different sizes and is named after its lid, which resembles a lotus leaf. It is produced in places like Longquan, Shizuan in Guangdong, and Jingdezhen. This gray pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid is relatively small in size. The lid knob is in the shape of a lotus stem, with a wide mouth, sloping shoulders, and a bulging belly that gradually narrows below. It is covered with green glaze inside and out. The glaze is rich and smooth like jade, and the whole body is smooth and without any patterns. Lotus leaf lid jars are important jars from the Song and Yuan dynasties. They come in different sizes, but they are all storage containers. Small ones can hold tea leaves, while large ones are used to hold wine, water, or other items. Obviously, this gray pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid is used to store lotus seeds. What's truly remarkable is that these 7 lotus seeds from the Song dynasty, along with the gray pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid, have been passed down through the ages. They are extremely precious and have great collectible and artistic value. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao looked at her father, Zhou Zhengdong, and asked tentatively, "Dad, was what Lin Lang just said correct?" Zhou Zhengdong replied with great satisfaction, "That's absolutely right." It's not difficult for an expert appraiser to tell that the grey pottery jar with a lotus leaf lid is from the Song dynasty, but Mr. Lin saw that these 7 lotus seeds were also passed down from the Song dynasty. This kind of vision is extraordinary. Zhou Mengyao couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that old classmate, you are really not simple." Lin Lang smiled slightly, gentle, decent and very friendly. It is no exaggeration to say that even Lin Lang's smile was very measured, as if it had been carefully calculated. His perfect smile made Zhou Mengyao's heart beat fast. Zhuang Jingxue exclaimed after hearing this, "Husband, are the lotus seeds poured out from the grey pottery jar with lotus leaf lid onto the table really handed down from the Song dynasty?" Chapter 29 Chapter 029 was installed again. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhengdong replied with a smile, "That's right. Ancient lotus seeds are pitch black with a hard shell, making it difficult to identify their specific dynasty." Mr. Lin was able to identify such a difficult item as an ancient lotus seed from the Song dynasty. This shows that Mr. Lin's ability in identifying treasures is outstanding among young appraisers. Zhou Zhengdong praised. Zhuang Jingxue couldn't help but praise, "In that case, Mr. Lin is really young and promising." Lin Lang replied modestly, "Aunt Shui, you're too kind. I've just started working in the antique business and know only a little bit about appraising treasures." Appraising treasures in front of an appraiser like Uncle Zhou is like showing off one's skills in front of Lu Ban. Zhuang Jingxue smiled after hearing this and said, "Mr. Lin is a man of great talent and virtue, humble and polite. He is wealthy yet low-key. He is truly outstanding and rare." Lin Lang smiled politely. Zhou Mengyao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lin Lang, how did you tell that these 7 pitch-black ancient lotus seeds are from the Song dynasty?" Lin Lang naturally couldn't answer. He discovered it through the universal item prompt system, so he lied and said, "Using plant physiology methods, the lifespan of ancient lotus seeds can be calculated from the palisade-like cell growth patterns on the outer surface of the lotus seeds." Zhou Mengyao asked, "Is it like observing the growth rings of a tree?" Lin Lang replied, "Basically the same." Zhuang Jingxue was skeptical after hearing this, thinking, the research on ancient lotus seeds is not very popular. Could it be that Lin Lang, a university student majoring in finance, has made contributions to plant biology? Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, "My old classmate, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about ancient lotus seeds." Lin Lang continued, "Of these 7 ancient lotus seeds from the Song dynasty, at least 3 or 4 can be regenerated. First, they need to break the shells, soak the seeds, and then germinate and plant them. If you remember these steps, flowering shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Mengyao was surprised after hearing this, "No way? Ancient lotus seeds from hundreds of years ago can still be planted and germinated today. Isn't this just a fantasy?" Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Many things are like this, far beyond our understanding. Mengyao, you may not know this, but according to the Archaeological Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the lifespan of ancient lotus seeds is approximately 830 to 1250 years, making them the longest-lived seeds in the world." Zhou Mengyao was shocked after hearing this. She looked at her father Zhou Zhengdong and asked, "Dad, is what Lin Lang said right?" Zhou Zhengdong replied, "Mr. Lin is right. It is a miracle that the ancient lotus seed can be resurrected after sleeping for 1,000 years." Zhou Mengyao was puzzled and said, "It's amazing. How is it possible?" Lin Lang patiently replied, "There's a small air chamber inside the ancient lotus seed that stores 0.2 milligrams of oxygen and carbon dioxide. Although the amount is small, it's crucial to maintaining the life of the ancient lotus seed. Plus, the water content in ancient lotus seeds is extremely low, only 12%. In a dry, low-temperature, and closed environment, the ancient lotus seeds lack the conditions to take root and sprout. They leisurely live a dormant life, their metabolism almost stopped, yet they are able to maintain vitality." "Mengyao, I've explained so much to you. Do you understand now?" Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and replied, "Lin Lang, your explanation is very professional and easy to understand. You are truly knowledgeable and talented." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhuang Jingxue was surprised to hear that Lin Lang had talked about so much highly professional biological knowledge on ancient lotus seeds. She couldn't help but dispel her doubts about Lin Lang and even looked at him differently. The more Zhou Zhengdong looked at his junior Lin Lang, the more he liked him from the bottom of his heart. He cherished and loved talents very much, and his eyes could not hide the idea of wanting to take Lin Lang as his disciple. Zhuang Jingxue, who was standing nearby, saw at a glance that her husband Zhou Zhengdong wanted to take Lin Lang as his apprentice. Zhou Zhengdong said, antique appraisers must not only master various types of antique expertise, but also possess a deep knowledge of ancient history and art, as well as relevant chemistry and physics. Without hard work and long-term practice, it is difficult to reach a certain level of expertise. Zhou Mengyao laughed at herself and said, yeah. Because learning antique appraisal requires so much knowledge, even as the daughter of a treasure appraiser, I dare not get involved in the antique business. It is simply too difficult to become an excellent treasure appraiser. It is necessary not only to have a deep understanding of the characteristics, schools, styles, and heritage of various antiques. You also need to be able to distinguish the authenticity of antiques, their age, historical background, and collection value. If you're not careful and buy a fake, you could lose tens or even hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. Lin Lang smiled and said, everyone has different strengths and preferences in their majors, so it's difficult for some people who don't know how to do it, and it's not difficult for those who know how to do it. Meng Yao, you are the #1 female racer in Xia country. You are the best in the field of women's motorcycle racing, so it doesn't matter if you don't learn antique appraisal. Zhou Mengyao asked, old classmate, don't you think it's difficult to learn antique appraisal? I don't think it's that difficult. Lin Lang shrugged. Zhou Mengyao praised him, appraising antiques is not something that can be done overnight, nor is it something that everyone can do. It seems that you, Lin Lang, are gifted and have the potential to become an expert in treasure appraisal. Lin Lang jokingly said, Meng Yao, you said I have the potential to become a treasure appraiser. Could it be a brick? He. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Then, Zhou Zhengdong unfolded a scroll, spread it flat on the table, and asked, Mr. Lin, please take a look at this painting in my collection. Lin Lang looked at the treasure appraisal entry on the system screen and replied without hesitation, this ancient painting looks like a common painting from the Republic of China period, a pleasant scene in a lotus pond, and the signature isn't from a famous artist. However, this humble painting from the Republican era, a pleasant scene in the lotus pond, actually holds a hidden secret. It is a painting within a painting, and within it must be a priceless masterpiece by a renowned artist. Zhou Zhengdong was shocked and said, Mr. Lin has an extraordinary eye. You only took a quick look at the pleasures of a lotus pond and discovered that this Republican-era calligraphy and painting is a picture within a picture that holds a hidden meaning? Uncle Zhou, is it difficult to authenticate this painting? Zhou Zhengdong was surprised and asked, Mr. Lin, do you think it's very simple? Not difficult at all? Lin Lang replied, it's a painting within a painting that's obvious at first glance. It won't be difficult for me to identify it with my discerning eyes. Zhou Zhengdong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead after hearing this. He was so shocked by Lin Lang's talent and vision in identifying antique calligraphy and paintings that his pupils dilated and his face was full of disbelief. Zhou Mengyao looked at the ordinary lotus pond and asked in confusion, Lin Lang, what is this hidden meaning of the picture within the picture? Lin Lang patiently replied, the so-called painting within a painting is something some art lovers do to protect valuable calligraphy and paintings from being robbed or stolen. They ask skilled mounting masters to attach their worthless, clumsy artwork to the valuable paintings. It is very wise to use the method of painting within a painting to pass down valuable and precious calligraphy and paintings. Not only will the paintings and calligraphy be protected from theft or robbery because they are too valuable, but also because the humble artwork attached to the precious paintings and calligraphy has some collectible value, the precious paintings and calligraphy hidden inside will not be destroyed. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, Lin Lang, you are amazing. I never could tell that this painting, The Pleasures of the Lotus Pond, contained a precious calligraphy and painting. This is truly unheard of. I never imagined such a magical operation could happen. Zhuang Jingxue, who was standing nearby, asked, Husband, does this painting of The Pleasures of a Lotus Pond from the Republican era really hold a hidden meaning? Is there a painting within a painting? Zhou Zhengdong laughed loudly and said, that's right. This painting, Lotus Pond Clear Scene from the Republic of China period, contains a very precious pond fish picture, a famous painting by Bada Shanren. The current collection value is no less than 80 million Chinese yuan. You can see this at a glance, Mr. Lin, you really have a good eye. Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. Zhuang Jingxue asked tentatively, Husband, wouldn't it be difficult for an ordinary treasure appraiser to discover the hidden secrets in this painting? Zhou Zhengdong replied with an exaggerated expression, it's impossible for an appraiser without more than 30 years of experience to see that this painting contains hidden secrets, a painting within a painting. Wow! Zhuang Jingxue exclaimed, so, Mr. Lin's skills in identifying antiques, calligraphy, and paintings are truly remarkable, having achieved so much in such a short time. It's not easy. Dad, if I remember correctly, wasn't this painting of the pleasure of the lotus pond from the Republic of China period passed down by my grandfather before he died? Zhou Mengyao asked. Chapter 30 Chapter 030 A famous master, about to take the throne. Zhou Zhangdan laughed loudly and said, that's right, but I haven't announced it to anyone. This seemingly cheap painting of the pleasures of a lotus pond is a painting within a painting that holds a hidden meaning. During the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war in the Republic of China, your grandfather, a real estate tycoon in old Shanghai, was worried that the famous painting by Bada Shanran would be lost during the war. So he spent a lot of money to hire a skilled craftsman to attach this Republican painting to the returned painting pond fish picture. I see. Zhou Mengyao smiled. Zhou Zhangdong continued, many antique appraisers have admired this Republican-era painting, Lotus Pond Delights, at Zhou's residence, but they failed to discover its hidden secrets. It is a priceless painting within a painting. Mr. Lin only took a glance and identified this as a painting within a painting. This surpasses 30 years of experience in treasure appraisal. He is truly a gifted treasure appraiser. Lin Lang replied modestly, Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. I just stumbled upon it by accident and got it right. I'm not some genius at appraising treasures. Zhuang Jingxue saw that her husband Zhou Zhengdong wanted to take Lin Lang as his apprentice, so she said, Mr. Lin, the antique appraisal industry is just like the crosstalk industry. It's a traditional profession that emphasizes the importance of master-disciple inheritance. Without a master, you can't be recognized by the mainstream treasure appraisal community. Your uncle Zhou is the leading treasure appraiser in Shanghai City and a nationally renowned treasure appraiser. He's interested in taking you on as his apprentice. What do you think? Zhou Zhangdan looked at Lin Lang expectantly, as if he was already prepared to be Lin Lang's master, just waiting for Lin Lang to kneel down and kowtow to accept his apprenticeship. Zhou Mengyao smiled and said, Lin Lang, this is a great thing. Why are you still hesitating? Unexpectedly, Lin Lang politely declined, saying, I'm deeply grateful for Uncle Zhou's appreciation of me, but I have a stubborn personality and am used to being free and undisciplined. I'm not suited to being bound by sect rules. I appreciate Uncle Zhou's kindness, but I'd better forget about becoming his disciple. Well. Zhuang Jingxue was stunned. She didn't expect to be rejected by Lin Lang. Well. The smile on Zhou Zhengdong's face suddenly stopped. He never expected that Lin Lang would be so disdainful as to worship him as his master. He felt a little embarrassed. Well. Zhou Mengyao was shocked and asked, Lin Lang, are you stupid? Once you become my father's disciple, you will be learning from a famous family and can quickly make a name for yourself in the treasure appraisal world. With our Zhou family's connections in the society of Longhai City, and your master's support, not to mention the bigwigs in the antique business, they will all give you some respect. Even the celebrities from all walks of life in Longhai City would not dare to underestimate you. After hearing this, Lin Lang replied, Mengyao, how could I not understand what you said? Since I have inherited the glory of my master, I must strictly abide by the rules and regulations and not bring disgrace upon the master. I, Lin Lang, have been alone for many years, free from worries and accustomed to being free and unrestrained. I am not suitable to be bound by the rules of the master. Zhou Mengyao's eyes were a little disappointed. Zhuang Jingxue looked at her husband Zhou Zhengdong, worried that he would be embarrassed, but she didn't expect Zhou Zhengdong to be angry at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. Mr. Lin, I admire young people like you who are both talented and have great character. I've decided to accept you as my disciple today. I will make an exception and not set any rules for you. As long as you obey the law and don't harm society or bring disgrace to the sect, everything will be fine. Now, do you have any excuses to refuse to become my disciple? Lin Lang said sadly, Uncle Zhou, I respect you very much, but when it comes to becoming a disciple, how can you force someone to buy or sell? Zhou Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. It's always been someone else who begged my dad to become my disciple, but was rejected. I didn't expect the extreme reversal today. The person who was rejected turned out to be the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong. How interesting. Zhuang Jingxue winked and gave her daughter Zhou Mengyao a cold look. Ah. Zhou Mengyao tried hard not to laugh. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhengdong laughed loudly and said, the bond between us as master and disciple has already been forged. Today, I, Zhou, will be tough and unyielding for once and must accept you as my disciple. A famous treasure appraiser fell from the sky and insisted on taking me as his apprentice. It's really unparalleled. Uncle Joe, if you insist on taking me as your apprentice, it's not impossible. However, a man's knees are made of gold. I swore at the graves of my deceased parents that I would never kneel to anyone for the rest of my life. Kneel to the sky, the laws of nature are constant, and this is the rule. Kneeling on the ground nourishes all things, it is the environment. Kneel down to your parents. They gave birth to me and raised me. This is human nature, and I should be grateful. When you become a disciple, you must kneel down and pay homage. I'm sorry that I find it difficult to bend down and become Uncle Joe's disciple. Zhou Mengyao complained, old classmate, why does this sound like an excuse for a polite refusal? Zhuang Jingxue originally thought that Lin Lang was deliberately trying to take her husband Zhou Zhengdong as his disciple, coveting her daughter and the Zhou family's property. However, she didn't expect that Lin Lang was so ambitious that he simply disdained to become his disciple. After hearing this, Zhou Zhengdong actually said, as a teacher, I cherish and love talents. Alung, you have a natural talent for appraising treasures. It's all right if you don't kneel when you become my disciple. I don't care about the formalities. As long as you can carry on my legacy, the treasure pavilion will have successors, and I can be considered to have fulfilled one of my wishes. Master will make an exception for you once again and allow you to join the sect without kneeling. Do you still have an excuse to refuse now? Alas, Lin Lang sighed and shook his head. It seems that Uncle Joe is sincere in accepting me as his disciple. I can't refuse such a kind offer. If I refuse, I will be ungrateful. Lin Lang was a little reluctant. Readers with less experience may not understand why the male protagonist needs to become a disciple to gain experience. To clarify, the male protagonist has a system and also becomes a disciple, which requires a background of a famous master. With the help of the prominent connections of the famous Zhou family in Shanghai, he can directly enter the upper-class society. The people of Longhai have always been a very special group in Xia State. The upper class in Shanghai values one's origins and background. A wealthy person from a humble family would never be worthy of a glance from a local Shanghai businessman. With the capital background of the old Shanghai Zhou family, and relying on the Zhou family's 4 generations of wealth for over 100 years and their connections in Shanghai, Lin Lang's master is a famous teacher. From then on, he can talk to most of the celebrities in Shanghai. This is called being a jerk. It requires background. The benefits of the male protagonist becoming a disciple will be known later. Zhou Zhengdong was delighted after hearing this and said with a loud laugh, it's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Let's simplify the ceremony and officially start the apprenticeship now. Uncle Joe, you're not afraid that I'll regret it, are you? That's right. I don't want to miss the opportunity to have you, a rare treasure appraiser, as my apprentice. Everything will be simple. Now you can write the letter of apprenticeship and prepare to formally become my disciple. Zhou Zhengdong smiled from ear to ear. Okay. Lin Lang reluctantly picked up the brush in the study and wrote the letter of apprenticeship on the spot. Zhou Mengyao, with a happy face, stood aside and polished Lin Lang's calligraphy, praising him, Lin Lang, your calligraphy is pretty good. While writing calligraphy, Lin Lang said with a smile, my parents enrolled me in a calligraphy class when I was 5 years old. I've been practicing calligraphy since I was a child. He. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly. When Zhuang Jingxue saw that her husband Zhou Zhengdong had finally found a beloved disciple, she couldn't help but smile and ordered the servants to prepare tea sets, rulers and other items for the apprenticeship ceremony. Zhou Zhengdong prepared a red envelope in advance for accepting his disciple, and was very happy to have a beloved disciple. Soon, Lin Lang wrote the letter of apprenticeship. After everything was ready, Master Zhou Zhengdong and his wife Zhuang Jingxue sat in the center of the study, and the simplified apprenticeship ceremony officially began. The auspicious time has arrived. Lin Lang first straightened his clothes, then respectfully presented the letter of apprenticeship with both hands. Mr. Zhou Zhengdong, Daojian. I am Lin Lang, your disciple, and I have long admired your outstanding skills in antique appraisal. I am grateful that you have agreed to accept me as your disciple. I am willing to follow your teachings, inherit your legacy, unite with my colleagues, study hard, and inherit and promote our national culture. I am sending this invitation with all my sincere gratitude to you as my disciple. Lin Lang clasped his hands together, raised them above his eyebrows, then bowed and said, I bow to you and enter your sect. I will be with you forever. The second bow is respectful to the master, and the master and disciple join hands to illuminate the 9 states. Bow 3 times to uphold the teacher's teachings, always remember the teacher's kindness, and the merits will last forever. After bowing to his master 3 times, Lin Lang began to serve tea according to etiquette. Master, please have some tea. Zhou Zhangdong smiled from ear to ear, took the teacup and took a sip of tea, then put it down and handed Lin Lang a red envelope containing a transfer check for 88,000 Chinese yuan. Thank you, master. Lin Lang took the red envelope. Master's wife, please have some tea. Zhuang Jingxue took the teacup with a smile, took a sip of tea, put it down, and handed Lin Lang a red envelope, which also contained a transfer check for 88,000 Chinese yuan. Thank you, master's wife. Lin Lang took the red envelope. The ceremony of paying respect to the master and offering tea symbolizes the respect and inheritance between master and apprentice. Then, Master Zhou Zhangdong, holding a ruler, admonished, "A knock on the head will clear your mind and make you dedicated to the group. 2 knocks on the shoulder, bravely shoulder the heavy responsibility, and dare to innovate. Knock on the body 3 times, do things in moderation, and proceed step by step." Lin Lang replied respectfully, "I will follow master's teachings. I will uphold the tradition and bring honor to our school." The ceremony is over. The stunningly beautiful Zhou Mengyao smiled happily and said, "Congratulations, Dad, you have a beloved disciple." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhangdong grinned from ear to ear and said loudly, "Today's family dinner has turned into a master's apprenticeship banquet. Ah Lang, you must have a few drinks with master to celebrate." "Master, there's something that's spoiling your mood. I don't know if I should tell you about it or not. As the saying goes, a master and his apprentice are like father and son. From now on, we are a family. If you have anything to say, Alung, just tell me." Lin Lang pretended to be mysterious and said, "Master, you are not allowed to drink alcohol today at the apprenticeship banquet." "Why?" Zhou Zhangdong was puzzled. Lin Lang naturally couldn't reply. He found out through the universal entry system that Zhou Zhangdong had 2 cardiovascular organs with more than 70% stenosis. He was prone to myocardial infarction after drinking and needed a heart stent. So, Lin Lang lied, "I, your disciple, know a little about Chinese medicine. Through a face-to-face examination, I found that master's face and eyelids are a little swollen, there are horizontal lines on the bridge of his nose, his face is red, and his lips are purple. This means that master has insufficient heart blood and stagnant heart meridians. He must not drink alcohol. Master, have you recently experienced chest tightness, shortness of breath, or palpitations? Have these symptoms improved on their own after rest?" Zhou Zhangdong exclaimed after hearing this, "Alung, you're right. I've been experiencing chest tightness and shortness of breath lately. I feel weak when I'm active, and I even have occasional heart attacks. Could it be that I have a heart disease?" Lin Lang said in shock, "Master, you need to see a doctor immediately and have a coronary angiography. You will most likely be diagnosed with cardiovascular stenosis and will need stent treatment." Zhou Zhangdong's face changed instantly after hearing this. Zhou Mengyao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said weakly, "No way? My mother is a famous heart surgeon in Haikao. If my father really has a heart disease, wouldn't my mother be able to tell?" Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Live in Zhou's house and spend time with the school beauty. Lin Lang replied, "Master's wife is a Western doctor. Unlike Chinese medicine, which uses the principles of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, Western medicine diagnoses heart disease through instrumental examinations before a definitive diagnosis can be made. I have a limited knowledge of Chinese medicine, but through face-to-face consultation, I can confirm that master has insufficient heart blood and stagnant heart vessels. There must be something wrong with his heart." "Lin Lang, how dare you make such an assertion? Could it be that you really possess the unique skill of traditional Chinese medicine's visual diagnosis technique, and can tell at a glance that my father has a heart condition just by looking at his face? Today is the joyous day that I become master's disciple. I shouldn't have disturbed master's mood by stopping him from drinking before the banquet. But since we are family, and I can clearly see that master has a heart problem, I can't hide it. I have to tell him directly to live up to his kindness, right?" Zhou Mengyao replied, "Lin Lang, your character is still as straightforward as it was in high school. You are always so rational. I admire that about you. If my dad really had heart problems, I would be very grateful for your honest advice." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhuang Jingxue asked nervously, "Husband, you've been having chest tightness and shortness of breath lately, and even occasional angina pectoris. Why didn't you tell me?" Zhou Zhangdong replied, I thought it was just because I was too busy and overworked recently, so I didn't take it seriously. Zhou Mengyao asked worriedly, Mom, is my dad's heart problem serious? Zhuang Jingxue said, your father is experiencing chest tightness, shortness of breath, fatigue, and even occasional angina. This is likely due to insufficient blood flow to the heart caused by atherosclerosis. A formal diagnosis can only be made after a systematic examination at the hospital. Zhou Zhangdong said fearlessly, I've always been in good health. I haven't had a cold in years. I should be fine. Zhuang Jingxue said with concern, hubby, heart disease is no small matter. I'll call the hospital and arrange for an expedited heart checkup for you this afternoon so I can rest assured. After hearing this, Zhou Zhangdong replied, okay. Wife, you are a famous cardiac surgeon in Shanghai and the vice president of Fudan University's Zhongshan Hospital, yet you didn't even notice that I had a heart problem. Luckily, I have a good apprentice who understands Chinese medicine and can tell from face diagnosis that I have insufficient blood circulation and stagnant heart meridians. Zhou Zhangdong could not hide his admiration for his beloved disciple Lin Lang. Zhuang Jingxue was a little embarrassed and said with some self-blame, I'm so ashamed to say this. As your wife, the vice president, I'm too busy with hospital affairs to care for you. You are the pillar of our family, you can't fall down. Zhou Zhangdong smiled generously and said, don't worry, my dear daughter hasn't gotten married yet, and I haven't had a grandson yet. I can't bear to die. But, hubby, today is the happy day that you accepted your beloved disciple. Why are you mentioning death? Zhou Zhangdong smiled and said, okay, I'm just being outspoken, okay? Since my beloved disciple forbids me from drinking at the apprenticeship banquet, then I will not drink today. Tell the servants to officially start the meal. After hearing this, Zhuang Jingxue teased, husband, you used to pamper your daughter, but now you're pampering your apprentice, right? As a father, I not only dote on my apprentice, but I also dote on my wife, don't I? Zhuang Jingxue replied, old Zhou, it's a bit inappropriate for you to flirt with your wife in front of your apprentice, isn't it? Master and master's wife are very affectionate, there is nothing wrong with that. Zhuang Jingxue praised him enthusiastically, Alung, you are truly a treasured disciple. You are intelligent, sensible, very likable, and knowledgeable. Your master has truly found a treasure. Master's wife, you are too kind. Lin Lang replied politely. Alung, you don't have to be so modest. Zhou Zhangdong nodded with satisfaction. Zhuang Jingxue asked tentatively, face diagnosis is a unique skill of traditional Chinese medicine. Alung, are you also well versed in traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Lang replied, facial diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine uses the color and luster of the face to understand the flow of qi and blood in the internal organs, as well as the location of evil spirits. I can't say I'm a big fan of traditional Chinese medicine, I just have a basic understanding. Zhuang Jingxue asked doubtfully, Alung, then you should give master's wife a face-to-face examination to see if she is in need of Chinese medicine treatment. Lin Lang looked through the virtual system screen, read the prompts, and then seriously diagnosed, master's wife, in addition to some menopausal endocrine disorders, insomnia and difficulty falling asleep. She has recently been relying on sleeping pills to fall asleep. She has no other physical discomfort. Zhuang Jingxue was shocked and said, Alung, you are truly amazing. You can actually tell from a face-to-face consultation with traditional Chinese medicine that I, your wife, am experiencing menopausal endocrine disorders and have been taking sleeping pills for insomnia. Isn't that incredible? Zhou Zhangdong exclaimed in admiration, my disciple, you are really capable. You are quite knowledgeable about Chinese medicine. Zhou Mengyao smiled playfully and challenged him, then Lin Lang, you should also give me a face-to-face consultation. I want to see if you can explain it clearly. After reading the system prompt message, Lin Lang replied, Mengyao, you are in very good health. The only difference is that you may experience period cramps during those few days each month. You should avoid eating raw, cold, greasy, spicy or irritating foods during your period. Zhou Mengyao blushed after hearing this and exclaimed in shock, oh my god. You were actually right, Lin Lang. It seems you really have the unique skill of Chinese medicine's visual diagnosis. Your ability in face diagnosis is not exaggerated. You are truly a learned and talented man. Lin Lang smiled but said nothing. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhuang Jingxue exclaimed, as expected, the end of Western medicine lies in traditional Chinese medicine. Alung, you really have impressed Master's wife. Master's wife is a famous cardiac surgeon in Western medicine. If I were to show off my Chinese medicine face-to-face consultation skills in front of you, it would be like showing off my sword in front of Guangong. I hope Master's wife will not laugh at me if what I say is right or wrong. Zhuang Jingxue was puzzled and asked, Alung, you studied finance in college, how come you are proficient in traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Lang replied truthfully, before my father died in a car accident, he was an associate chief physician at the Longhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. When my grandfather was alive, he ran a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the alley for his entire life. I was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and have been exposed to them since I was young, so I have a basic understanding of Chinese medicine. I see. Zhuang Jingxue nodded. Master's wife expresses her regret for your father's unexpected death. Now that you are so knowledgeable and talented, and have become so wealthy, your late father can finally rest in peace. Lin Lang felt a little sad after hearing this and forced a smile. Zhou Zhangdong said, today is a happy day, let's not talk about these sad past events. Alung, your parents are both dead, and you have no home. You must have suffered a lot outside for so many years. From now on, the Zhou residence will be your home. I will ask the servants to clean out a room specifically for you to live in. Zhuang Jingxue was very surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that her husband Zhou Zhengdong would love his apprentice so much and directly let Lin Lang move into Zhou's house to live. Master, it would be very convenient for me to move into the Zhou residence, right? There are plenty of rooms in the Zhou mansion. If you move in and live with me, there will be servants to take care of your daily life. What inconvenience will that be? I'm used to being alone, so I'd better buy a villa near Zhou's house in Gubeinu district and be a neighbor of Master. Zhou Mengyao playfully teased, a luxury villa costing over 20 million, you bought it just like that, old classmate. You're really being arrogant now. As the apprentice of treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong, I have the financial resources to buy a villa in the wealthy villa area of Lanhai City. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to my master to live in a commoner area? Zhuang Jingxue praised him admiringly, Alung, you've just graduated from college, and with your own abilities and wealth, you've gained the power to transcend class boundaries. Your future is limitless. Master's wife always praises me, and it almost makes me feel proud. Zhou Zhengdong said, Alung, if you want to buy a private house, Master won't stop you. There will always be a room for you in the Zhou residence. You can move some clothes over and stay with Master and his wife anytime you want. If you want to live in a private house, you can live in a private house. If you want to live in Zhou's house, you can live in Zhou's house. Is that okay? Lin Lang could only reply, disciple will follow Master's instructions. Zhou Zhengdong couldn't stop smiling after hearing this, and the more he looked at his beloved disciple, the more pleased he became. Student Lin Lang, you are welcome to the Zhou residence. Zhou Mengyao had a shy sweet smile on her beautiful little face. There was light in her eyes as she looked at Lin Lang. Her watery eyes could not hide the girl's thoughts. Lin Lang replied politely, I apologize for any inconvenience caused to me. Mengyao, please take care of me. Zhuang Jingxue looked at her daughter Zhou Mengyao beside her, and seemed to be looking forward to Lin Lang moving into the Zhou residence and living under the same roof with her. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Zhuang Jingxue knew very well that it was only a matter of time before her daughter Zhou Mengyao and Lin Lang fell in love. Zhuang Jingxue just doesn't know yet whether this is a good thing or inviting trouble. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 Stepping on the Master to Get to the Top. Zhou's Villa Restaurant. On a carefully decorated dining table, there is a sumptuous banquet of seafood. Every dish of Japanese cuisine on the table exudes an enticing aroma, as if the air is filled with mouth-watering flavors. Lin Lang sat at the huge dining table, facing his master Zhou Zhengdong and his family of 3. Zhou Zhengdong said politely, I originally wanted to invite you, Alung, to a family dinner today, but it turned out to be a banquet for apprenticeship. I hope you don't mind if the banquet is not up to standard. Master, you are being too polite. This table is filled with a rich variety of seafood, and every dish is cooked very authentically. I'm afraid this is the Zhou family's private chef, and he hired a star-rated chef of local cuisine, right? Zhuang Jingxue replied, your master is very particular about food. The chef hired by the Zhou family is a state-level seafood chef. After hearing this, Lin Lang smiled and said, in that case, I will be blessed with delicious food after living in the Zhou residence. Zhou Mengyao said playfully, Lin Lang, let me test you. Do you know why the first hot dish today is stir-fried shrimp? Lin Lang replied, because shrimp sounds the same as welcome in Shanghainese, it makes guests feel at home. That's great, old classmate. You really know a lot. Zhou Mengyao smiled beautifully. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhangdong was the first to pick up the chopsticks and said enthusiastically, Alung, don't be so restrained. From now on, the Zhou residence is your home. Take whatever you want to eat and make sure you eat and drink well. Yes, master. Lin Lang picked up the chopsticks. Zhuang Jingxue used serving chopsticks to pick up some food for Lin Lang while smiling and saying, Lang, come and try it. How does Chef Zhou's food taste? Thank you, master's wife. Lin Lang took a bite of the stir-fried shrimp and replied, soft yet crispy, chewy and tender, tastes really good. We in Shanghai stir-fried shrimps are stir-fried without any other side dishes. Just dip it in vinegar and eat it. The taste is absolutely amazing. Zhuang Jingxue smiled and said, Alung, just eat what you like. If it tastes good, eat more. Lin Lang raised his teacup, stood up and said, I'll offer a glass of tea to master and madam, thanking them for their hospitality. Okay. Zhou Zhangdong also drank tea instead of wine and smiled from ear to ear. Zhuang Jingxue took a sip of juice with a smile. She really liked Lin Lang's understanding and his modest and polite demeanor. Zhou Mengyao said, Lin Lang, come and try the 8 treasure duck cooked by our Zhou family chef. This is my favorite Hainan dish since I was a child. After hearing this, Lin Lang picked up a piece of 8 treasure duck and praised it after tasting it. The duck meat is crispy but not mushy, and the juice is rich and the flavor is fragrant. I give a thumbs up to Chef Zhou's cooking skills. He. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, because I love this 8 treasure duck, my dad hired the chef from the Chenghuang Temple Old Restaurant in Shanghai to work as his personal chef at the Zhou residence with a large salary. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Master really dotes on his daughter. The chef at Zhou's house cooks such delicious dishes. Mengyao, how come you don't gain weight? Zhou Mengyao proudly replied, as a top female racing driver, I need to strictly manage my body. My daily calorie intake is guided by a nutritionist. In top-level racing, the driver's height and weight have a significant impact on the car's weight distribution, so I can't be fat. Lin Lang replied, I see. It seems that for you, Mengyao, to become the #1 female racer in Xia country, you have to endure a lot of hardships. Zhou Mengyao smiled bitterly and said, it's all tears if I talk too much. Look at how delicious the sweet and sour pork ribs are. But because they're so high in calories, I feel guilty every time I eat a piece. After hearing this, Lin Lang used his serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for Zhou Mengyao and said lovingly, it's okay to have just one piece. Mengyao, you're so slim, it won't be that easy for you to gain weight. Zhou Mengyao happily ate the sweet and sour spare ribs. Zhou Zhangdong couldn't help but feel very happy when he saw the deep friendship between his beloved disciple Lin Lang and his classmate Zhou Mengyao and how they got along very harmoniously. When Zhuang Jingxue saw Lin Lang's doting eyes on Zhou Mengyao, she guessed that Lin Lang's feelings for her precious daughter seemed to be more than just a simple friendship between classmates. The dining process was very warm and wonderful. Because Zhou Mengyao and Lin Lang were high school classmates and sat at the same table for 3 years and were very familiar with each other, Lin Lang and his master Zhou Zhangdong and his master's wife Zhuang Jingxue also quickly became much closer. Omit irrelevant plot points. After the meal, Lin Lang drove himself, together with Zhou Mengyao and his master's wife Zhuang Jingxue, and took his master Zhou Zhangdong to the hospital for a heart check. In the workshop, Zhou Zhangdong was still chatting with his beloved disciple Lin Lang, seemingly unaware of the severity of his current heart disease. Zhongshan Hospital affiliated to Fudan University, Shanghai. Hello, Vice President Zhuang. After Lin Lang and Zhou Zhangdong's family of 3 entered Zhongshan Hospital, all the medical staff they met along the way greeted Vice President Zhuang Jingxue very respectfully. Hello, Vice President Zhuang. Along the way, Zhuang Jingxue nodded slightly in response without being rude. In a well-known large hospital like Zhongshan Hospital, if you want to do various examinations, you need to queue up and make an appointment. Because Zhuang Jingxue had called in advance and used the privileges of the vice president, the director of the hospital's radiology department was already waiting outside the radiology department. Vice President Zhuang, you're here. Is this your beloved, Ms. Zhou? Hello. Zhou Zhangdong took the initiative to shake hands with the director of the radiology department. I'm your Vice President Zhuang's lover, Zhou Zhangdong. Thank you for your help. Hello, Mr. Zhou. No trouble. No trouble. You are Vice President Zhuang's lover. If you feel unwell in your heart, it's not a big deal to arrange a few internal examinations. Immediately afterwards, under the instructions of Zhuang Jingxue, the director of the radiology department arranged for Zhou Zhengdong to undergo cardiac color ultrasound, cardiac magnetic resonance imaging, cardiac angiography and other examinations. Zhou Mengyao was accompanied by a nurse who ran up and down the stairs several times to register and pay the medical insurance card. The family members of the vice president can exercise their privilege to skip the queue when seeing a doctor, but they must not take advantage of the hospital. If they do not pay the fees, they will be punished if reported by their subordinates. Lin Lang was responsible for accompanying his master Zhou Zhengdong and took a long time to complete various inspections. A few hours later, after changing into a white coat, Zhuang Jingxue sat in the clinic of the chief expert in cardiac surgery, using the mouse to look through the various examination reports of her husband Zhou Zhengdong on the computer, and her face couldn't help but become ugly. Zhou Mengyao asked nervously, "Mom, what are the results of my dad's heart test?" Zhuang Jingxue sighed and said, "The results are the same as Ulung's face-to-face consultation. Your father has been diagnosed with cardiovascular stenosis due to coronary atherosclerosis and needs to be hospitalized for minimally invasive stenting surgery." Zhou Mengyao's eyes reddened after hearing this, and she asked with concern, "Is my dad's condition that serious?" Zhuang Jingxue replied truthfully, "Your father currently has 2 cardiovascular diseases with over 70% stenosis. He could suffer a myocardial infarction at any time. Luckily, your father has a valuable disciple." Today, through a face-to-face consultation with a Chinese medicine practitioner, he discovered that there was something wrong with your father's heart. Otherwise, if your father's condition continued to deteriorate and a myocardial infarction occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, "Lin Lang's traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis is too amazing, isn't it? The results of Lin Lang's face-to-face consultation are actually the same as the various Western medical examinations my father underwent, and the final diagnosis is the same. It's simply unbelievable." Zhou Zhengdong's face changed instantly after hearing this, and he frowned and said, "Wife, is my heart condition really at the point where I need a minimally invasive stent surgery?" "Husband, you must be hospitalized immediately and undergo minimally invasive stent surgery for cardiovascular stenosis." Zhou Zhengdong said with some embarrassment, "But wife, I have to go to the Hi TV station tonight to record the program Appraising Heirlooms as a treasure appraiser. If I'm hospitalized now, won't I miss the recording of the treasure appraisal program?" Zhuang Jingxue frowned slightly and said, "Husband, what's more important now, your life or the job of recording the treasure appraisal program?" "Of course my husband's life is more important. It's just that I'm temporarily absent from the recording of the treasure appraisal program. Where can you expect the Appraising Heirlooms production team to find an appraiser to replace me?" "Dad, the treasure appraiser who can replace you and go to the Hi TV station to record the program Appraising Heirlooms is far away and yet right in front of me." After hearing this, Zhou Zhengdong looked at his beloved disciple Lin Lang and said in sudden realization, Lang, I almost forgot about you. I will personally call the program director and recommend you to replace me and go to the Hi TV station to record the program Appraising Heirlooms as the chief appraiser of the Treasure Pavilion." "Yes, Master. Master, please rest assured and stay in the hospital for the minimally invasive stent surgery. I will definitely live up to your teachings and complete the recording of the TV treasure appraisal program with flying colors." Lin Lang was forced to participate in the recording of the Identification of Heirlooms program that night, and unexpectedly got the opportunity to become famous on Hi TV. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Mixed Race Beauty Director Mary Yang is online. Zhuang Jingxue said with great satisfaction, "Husband, fortunately you have accepted a good apprentice. Lung depends on you. Please rest assured, Master's wife, I never let you down." "Okay. Then I will arrange for hospitalization now and undergo minimally invasive heart stent surgery." Zhou Zhengdong nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Mengyao asked tentatively, "Mom, you are an expert in cardiac surgery. Did you personally perform the minimally invasive stent surgery on my dad?" This. Zhuang Jingxue was a little hesitant and embarrassed. Lin Lang saw the difficulty in his master's wife's heart, so he said on his behalf, "Surgeons rarely perform surgery on their relatives. It would be better to let other excellent doctors perform the minimally invasive stent surgery for Master." Zhou Mengyao asked, "Why?" Lin Lang replied, "Because surgeons operating on their loved ones, they can't bear to operate on them, which can cause too much psychological pressure. If this affects their emotions and distracts them during the operation, they won't be able to perform the operation normally, which can cause accidental harm to their loved ones. So that's how it is." Zhou Mengyao understood. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhuang Jingxue praised, "Lung, you are a person with empathy and compassion. You understand the difficulties Master's wife faces. You are truly a sensible and good child. Lin Lang smiled simply. Zhou Zhangdong comforted her, putting in a stent isn't a major surgery. Daughter, you don't have to worry too much about your father. Yeah. Zhou Mengyao nodded with red eyes. Lin Lang asked sensibly, Master's wife, what does my master need while he's in the hospital? I'll go to the nearby supermarket and buy some. Zhou Zhangdong raised his wrist to glance at his watch and said, Alung, you don't have to worry about these trivial matters. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There's less than an hour left until the live taping of the treasure appraisal program Appraising Heirlooms. You can drive to Longhai TV station now, but don't get stuck in traffic and miss the event. Okay, Master. After I finish recording the TV show, I'll buy some nourishing supplements to replenish my energy and come to the hospital to visit Master. Goodbye, Master and Madam. Go! Your master is blessed with a long life, Alung, you don't have to worry too much. Zhuang Jingxue warned, be careful on the road, drive safely. Yes, Master's wife. Goodbye, Lin Lang. Zhou Mengyao forced to smile. Goodbye, Mengyao. Lin Lang left in a hurry. After Lin Lang left, Zhou Zhangdong said with satisfaction, the more I look at my precious disciple Alung, the more I like him. He really suits my taste. Zhou Mengyao said with some fear, Dad, thankfully, Lin Lang discovered your heart problem through a face-to-face consultation with a Chinese medicine practitioner today, and he didn't let you drink at the apprenticeship banquet. Otherwise, if something had happened, it would have been too late to regret it. It is obvious that Lin Lang and his master Zhou Zhangdong complement each other and are each other's benefactors. Lin Lang did not need to learn many treasure appraisal skills from his master Zhou Zhangdong. What he needed was the identity of a famous master and the social connections of the Zhou family to help him rise to the top. Backstage of the recording of the program Identifying Heirlooms on High TV. Handsome guy, you didn't go to the wrong set, did you? What our program needs is a senior treasure appraiser, not an idol drama. The official recording will begin in a few minutes. Aren't you just messing around? The black-haired, blue-eyed female director Mary Yang looked at the young and handsome Lin Lang and felt so anxious that she was at a loss as to what to do. Mary Yang, a mixed-race Chinese-American beauty, embodies a unique blend of Eastern and Western charm. Her deep eyes are like clear lake water, her skin is fair, delicate, and smooth. She is tall and voluptuous, with flowing hair. She possesses both wisdom and beauty, and possesses an extraordinary aura. Ding! Universal Entry System Barrage Prompt. Name, Mai Rue Yang. Gender, female. Blood type, A. Age, 30. Chinese American mixed blood. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall score of figure and appearance, 9.8 points. Widowed. Occupation, Chief Planner and Director of the Identifying Heirlooms program at High TV station. Desire entry, an ascetic young widow. Whenever night falls, she always stays alone in her empty room, feeling empty, lonely, and cold, suppressing her strong desires. Generated mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang. The handsome Lin Lang looked at the exotic and beautiful director Mary Yang and replied, Sister Mary, I really didn't walk into the wrong set. I am Lin Lang, the chief treasure appraiser of the Treasure Pavilion. Because our respected teacher was temporarily hospitalized this afternoon, I have no choice but to replace him and record this episode of Appraising Heirlooms. Mary Yang blinked her green eyes, looking at Lin Lang, who was dressed in a white Armani double-breasted suit and a Rolex watch, dressed like a domineering CEO, and said in disbelief, Is the chief treasure appraiser of your treasure pavilion so young? Lin Lang asked in return, Will a young and handsome treasure appraiser affect the show's ratings? Well, it won't affect the ratings. Mary Yang was a little melancholy. It's just that other TV stations' treasure appraisal programs employ middle-aged and elderly experienced treasure appraisers. When it comes to professional antique appraisals and valuations, viewers are more convinced. I've never seen a TV station's treasure appraisal program use a young and handsome vase treasure appraiser like you. Sister Mary, you can't underestimate my talent just because I'm young. I'm a professional in antique appraisal. Although I rely on my looks to make a living, I have strength. You used the word vase to describe me. Do you think I'm just pretty but useless? Mary Yang was so anxious that she kept scratching her head. Looking at the handsome Lin Lang, she said in disbelief, Then prove to me that you have what it takes to appear on a TV show as a professional treasure appraiser. Lin Lang looked up and down at the beautiful director Mary Yang, whose figure was so good that it could make people bleed from the nose, and said, "The antique Thai silver ring on your ring finger is an abstinence chastity ring. Sister Mary, you are a widow, but you abide by the commandments of monogamy, single-mindedness, and lifelong love. Are you so affectionate?" Mary Yang was shocked after hearing this and said in surprise, "Oh my God. You can actually see this?" Al generated mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang. Lin Lang replied, "I've already told you that I'm a professional appraiser of antiques, and appraising women is my side job. Now you should believe that I have the skills of a professional appraiser and can appear on the show, right? This is the first time I've heard a man say that his side job is identifying women." Mary Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Lang replied, "This is also the first time I've seen a deeply affectionate widow wearing a chastity ring." Lin Lang, this is my secret. I hope you can keep it a secret for me and don't tell my colleagues at the TV station. Sister Mary, I'm not that gossipy. I don't like to gossip about others. A male staff member came running over anxiously and asked, "Director, the recording of the show is about to begin. Is the absent treasure appraiser here?" Mary Yang looked at the tall and handsome Lin Lang, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "It's too late to find a more experienced treasure appraiser. Since you are the apprentice of the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong, you should have the skills of a treasure appraiser. We're being forced to do something irrelevant. Lin Lang, you're the only one who has to appear on the show." Mary Yang looked helpless. "Tisk, if I hadn't come to my master's rescue, I wouldn't have bothered to appear on your treasure appraisal program." Lin Lang walked from the backstage to the studio. Mary Yang looked at Lin Lang's handsome back and thought to herself, "Is such a handsome little white-faced treasure appraiser really reliable?" Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Debut is the peak. Hi TV. The recording site of the program identifying heirlooms. Sitting in the treasure appraisal expert seat were two middle-aged and elderly treasure appraisal experts, who were talking in low voices. Gong Jiarui, a middle-aged, balding treasure appraiser, said, "I heard that Zhou Zhengdong was hospitalized due to illness and will be absent from this episode. I recommended his apprentice to come in and replace Zhou as a treasure appraiser." Kai Guosheng, a white-haired treasure appraiser, said, "When did Lao Zhou take in an apprentice? How come I didn't know?" "Yes. I don't know where Lao Zhou's apprentice came from." Gong Jiarui shrugged. "I heard from the program staff that Lao Zhou's apprentice just graduated from college, a young man in his 20s. He dares to appear on the show as a treasure appraisal expert. Isn't this nonsense?" Kai Guosheng sneered, "You've only learned how to appraise treasures for a few days, and you're already going on TV as an expert. Isn't that just bluffing and scamming? When the show officially starts recording, we'll let Lao Zhou's apprentice take the lead and see if he can tell us everything." Gong Jiarui echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. If old Zhou's apprentice makes a mistake while appraising treasures on a TV show, it would be a complete disgrace to master appraiser Zhou Zhengdong." Kai Guosheng said, "In other professions, he might be able to pass himself off as an expert, but this young man, who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, dares to go on TV and pretend to be an expert in treasure appraisal. I wonder how he, Lao Zhou's apprentice, can get away with it." Gong Jiarui reminded in a low voice, "Stop talking, Lao Zhou's apprentice is coming over." Lin Lang approached the expert table and politely said, "Junior greets the two senior uncles. I am Lin Lang, the last disciple of Mr. Zhou Zhengdong. Both of you uncles are old friends of my master and colleagues. We are working together today. I hope you will take good care of me." Kai Guosheng replied with a forced smile, "My dear nephew, you are a handsome and promising young man. I am looking forward to your performance when you appraise the treasures." Gong Jiarui said with a sly smile, "This is my dear nephew's first time on a treasure appraisal program. We two uncles will try to speak as little as possible this episode. We will give you more opportunities to speak and appraise treasures, so that you can show yourself in front of the national audience." Lin Lang, who was extremely intelligent, could naturally see that these two old foxes in front of him underestimated him. They must have bad intentions and were hoping that he would make a fool of himself when appraising treasures in front of the national audience. So, Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Thank you both, senior uncles, for your help. I will definitely live up to your master's expectations and perform well." After hearing this, Kai Guosheng exchanged glances with Gong Jiarui, and they both faked smiles, mistakenly thinking that they had successfully set a trap for Lin Lang. Little did they know that they would soon be slapped in the face on the show for underestimating Lin Lang. At the same time, Mary Yang had already walked into the recording site and sat in front of the camera monitor. She saw Lin Lang sitting in the treasure appraisal expert seat. He was so handsome in an Armani white double-breasted suit and looked particularly photogenic. Al generates Mary Yang Meitu. The studio's auditorium was already filled with live audiences, including men, women, young and old, all looking forward to the official recording of the program. The cameraman asked through the headset, "Why is the treasure appraiser sitting in the center of this episode a young and handsome man?" The program is set up by 3 treasure appraisal experts. The young and handsome Lin Lang, sitting between 2 middle-aged and elderly treasure appraisal experts, couldn't help but stand out more handsomely, like a conspicuous bag. Mary Yang replied holding the intercom. Originally, it was the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong, who was sitting in the center of the treasure appraiser seats. Because of a sudden illness and hospitalization, his apprentice Lin Lang had to come to the rescue. The assistant director reminded, "Sister Mary, it's time for the official recording. The host is already backstage and ready to go on stage." Mary Yang held up the intercom and said, "All units, prepare to take positions. 3, 2, 1. Lights, camera, director, get ready. Countdown to 15 seconds. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Act low N." After the entrance music sounded, the audience began to applaud enthusiastically. Then, 2 hosts, a man and a woman, came out with microphones in their hands and smiled. The female host said, "Bring your baby on a date." The male host smiled and said, "Let's share good luck and wisdom together." The female host said, "Welcome everyone to watch the nation's first collection-themed variety show, Appraising Heirlooms. Good luck hotline, omitted." The male host said, "Audience friends from all over the country who want to participate in our program can call the registration hotline." The hostess said, "Before we invite the first treasure owner to this episode, let me introduce to you the 3 treasure appraisers we have invited to this episode." The male host said, "The first treasure appraiser is Mr. Kai Guosheng, a well-known cultural relic appraisal expert in our country." The audience applauded in welcome. The youngest, Kai Guosheng, with a head full of white hair, waved to the camera as a greeting to the audience. The female host said, "The second treasure appraiser is Mr. Lin Lang, the chief treasure appraiser of the Treasure Pavilion. He is also the only closed disciple of the treasure appraiser master Zhou Zhengdong." The audience warmly applauded and welcomed him. Mary Yang saw Lin Lang looking at the camera with a smile and a slight nod on his face on the camera monitor, and she felt a long-lost heartbeat. "Well," Mary Yang thought to herself, "it seems I have been a widow for too long. Why do I feel like a fangirl when I see Lin Lang?" Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. When the male host introduced the 3rd treasure appraisal expert Gong Jiarui, the audience and the audience seats began to whisper to each other. The show Appraising Heirlooms has aired for so many episodes, but it's never hired such a young appraiser. Can this Lin Lang convince the audience? Yes. When the host introduced this young treasure appraiser Lin Lang as the apprentice of the treasure appraiser master Zhou Zhengdong, I knew he was just a relative who wanted to be on TV to gain fame. Is this Lin Lang here to make fun of me? Don't make mistakes when appraising the treasures later. It will embarrass his master Zhou Zhengdong. They found a young, handsome guy to impersonate a treasure appraiser. Does that mean they can't hire a seasoned treasure appraiser for the show Appraising Heirlooms? Could it be that the program team deliberately created a young and handsome treasure appraiser to increase ratings and attract some female viewers? Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know after taking it out for a walk. That's right. The first treasure hunter of this episode has appeared. The owner of the collection, Miss Huang, brought a small object in the shape of a golden beetle and went on stage to ask the program team's experts to appraise the treasure. The female host asked, "Miss Huang, since you are here today, do you have anything to say to our audience?" Miss Huang, the treasure owner, replied nervously, "I am full of hope for this appraisal. I look forward to the treasure appraisers on the program team being able to reveal the value of my collection." The male host said, "Okay, Miss Huang, please send your collection to our experts for appraisal." The owner of the treasure, Miss Huang, walked to the expert's seat and placed the small object in the shape of a golden beetle on the treasure appraisal table. Gong Jiarui said mischievously, "My dear nephew, come and take a look first." After hearing this, Lin Lang picked up the small object in the shape of a golden beetle and took a quick look at it. On the virtual system screen in front of him, a green treasure appraisal prompt entry flashed, indicating that it was a genuine antique object. Kai Guosheng looked at Lin Lang, who was sitting in the C-position expert seat, and handed the microphone to his junior Lin Lang with ill intentions. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 I only need to make a slight move. Lin Lang took the microphone with a smile, looked at the treasure holder, Miss Huang, and asked, "Hello, treasure holder." "Hello, experts. I'm from a rural area on the outskirts of Haikou. I've been farming with my husband. I'd really like to know what this small antique golden beetle collection is used for." Lin Lang looked at the entry prompt barrage and replied, "Judging from the appearance of the golden tortoise and the inscription on its abdomen, this is a seal. This seal, shaped like a turtle, dates back to the Han Dynasty. Official seals in the Western and Eastern Han dynasties used turtle-shaped seals for officials above the county level, while seals below that used nose-shaped seals. A Han Dynasty seal made of gold signifies that its owner was of extraordinary status. In the Han Dynasty, the turtle had many meanings. Minor officials were not allowed to use turtle-shaped seals. Even high-ranking officials, whose salaries had to exceed 2,000 Dan, could use turtle-shaped seal knobs. And generally, high-ranking officials used silver seals. A golden tortoise-shaped seal was only used by kings, dukes, generals, and ministers. This system existed because the tortoise held special significance in ancient times. The turtle itself has a long lifespan, so the turtle shape symbolizes the longevity of the person holding the seal. In ancient times, the turtle also symbolized protection and blessing of the home. Among the 4 sacred beasts worshipped by the ancients, the incarnation of the black tortoise was based on a turtle. The inner chapters of Biopuzi states, life is destined to death, but turtles and cranes live forever. And because ancient people used tortoise shells as currency, the tortoise also symbolizes wealth and good fortune. Judging from the carving technique and the seal script on the abdomen, this turtle-shaped seal is authentic. It is also the golden seal of Prince Guangling of the Eastern Han Dynasty, a priceless national treasure. Ms. Huang, the owner of the treasure who was standing nearby, immediately waved her arms happily after listening to Lin Lang's appraisal comments, and was even so happy that she couldn't control herself. The audience cheered and applauded after hearing this, and were happy for the treasure holder, Ms. Huang. The mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang saw Lin Lang looking very handsome and photogenic in the camera monitor, and his confident and professional appraisal comments on the treasures. She was originally worried about Lin Lang, but now a beautiful and exotic smile appeared on her face. "I was actually amazed by him. I really can't believe that this pretty boy Lin Lang is actually an excellent treasure appraiser. He knows quite a bit and actually has real skills. I was worried that Lin Lang would mess up this episode, but I didn't expect that by hiring a handsome young treasure appraiser, the footage would be so eye-catching. This episode is really a steal." Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. At the same time, Kai Guoshun was quite shocked after hearing this. It was obvious that Kai Guosheng never expected that Lin Lang would dare to appraise the treasure alone and then announce the appraisal result in front of the audience and the camera without humbly asking him and Gong Jiarui, 2 senior predecessors, for advice. Zhou Zhengdong's disciple is indeed conceited. I want to see if he really has the ability to appraise treasures, or if he has simply made a mistake in public and embarrassed his master. After reading it, Kai Guosheng took a look at the golden tortoise seal and was immediately shocked. He thought to himself, it seems that Zhou Zhengdong's apprentice is not simple. With my 30 years of experience as a treasure appraiser, I can only tell with my own eyes that this golden seal is a genuine tortoise-shaped seal from the Eastern Han Dynasty. I cannot conclude that this golden tortoise-shaped seal is the seal of the Prince of Guangling of the Eastern Han Dynasty. I didn't expect Lin Lang to be so promising at such a young age. He reached the pinnacle of his career right after his debut. He's even better than me, who has 30 years of experience in treasure appraisal. I'm really slapped in the face by my junior. After Kai Guosheng finished reading, he praised with some embarrassment, "My dear nephew, you have good eyesight. My dear nephew, you are indeed the last disciple of the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong. Your appraisal results are accurate and flawless. You are truly better than your master." Gong Jiarui was surprised to see that Lin Lang had identified the golden tortoise seal as the priceless golden seal of King Guangling of the Eastern Han Dynasty. He was immediately shocked and convinced by the young and inexperienced Lin Lang. After examining the golden tortoise seal, Gong Jiarui secretly admired the younger generation Lin Lang's ability to identify treasures, but at the same time he also had some evil thoughts. Gong Jiarui asked cautiously, "Ms. Huang, how did you get this golden tortoise seal?" Ms. Huang, the owner of the treasure, replied truthfully, "We dug it out from under the homestead when we were renovating our old house in our hometown." Gong Jiarui even said in a moral blackmailing tone, "This golden tortoise seal is extremely rare and of great cultural relic value. Ms. Huang should hand it over to the country and make a contribution to the protection of cultural relics in the Xia Kingdom." Lin Lang wanted to laugh after hearing this. The priceless golden seal of King Guangling of the Eastern Han Dynasty was handed over to the country in exchange for a silk banner and a reward of 500 Chinese yuan. Isn't this encouraging people to be fools? After hearing this, the smile on the face of Ms. Huang, the owner of the treasure, suddenly stopped. It is obvious that Ms. Huang is very unhappy with the remarks made by the treasure appraiser Gong Jiarui, who used moral blackmail to persuade her to hand over the treasures to the country. Ms. Huang immediately declined, saying, "This priceless golden seal could change our family's poverty. I'm only here to verify its authenticity and value, and I have no intention of handing it over to the state." Gong Jiarui said, "Ms. Huang, you may not understand the cultural relics protection law. Your golden tortoise seal is not an heirloom, it is an unearthed cultural relic and must be handed over to the state. It is illegal to possess it privately." Ms. Huang panicked after hearing this and said weakly, "How can we break the law if we don't hand over the treasures we dug up from the land of our old house to the state?" Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Newcomers to the Workplace. Kai Guoshang replied with a fierce smile, "The golden tortoise seal that your family unearthed belongs to you, Ms. Huang. The Constitution stipulates that unearthed cultural relics are classified as other resources and belong to the whole people. Therefore, legally speaking, they should be handed over to the state. In theory, the state will display the golden tortoise seal that Ms. Huang handed over to the state in a museum. Whenever you want to see this golden tortoise seal, you can go to the museum anytime." After hearing this, Ms. Huang was stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Lin Lang asked tentatively, "Ms. Huang, when your family was renovating the old house, besides the golden tortoise seal found under the foundation, did you unearth any other objects?" Along with the golden tortoise seal, a silk book was also dug out. "Please have a look, expert." Ms. Huang handed the ancient silk book to Lin Lang. Lin Lang unfolded the silk book and after reading it, a barely noticeable smirk appeared on his face. The content recorded in the silk book was the message of the ancient owner of the golden tortoise seal. The content was roughly that his family had been officials for generations, but they encountered war and had to bury the golden tortoise seal here. If it was found by people in later generations, it meant that we were destined to be together. So he gave this golden tortoise seal to the person who was destined to be with him. The date was the Qing dynasty, and the signature of the original owner was also at the end. "That's right, Lin Lang's chance to slap the two old guys in the face has come." So, Lin Lang said with a smile, "Ms. Huang, don't be nervous. According to the silk book, this unearthed golden tortoise seal is a gift. The ownership of the golden tortoise seal belongs to you and does not need to be handed over to the state." After hearing this, Ms. Huang, the owner of the treasure, smiled with joy again, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. After reading the ancient silk book, Kai Guoshang and Gong Jiarui looked at each other in silence, feeling somewhat humiliated because they had been slapped in the face. Gong Jiarui suddenly changed the subject, smiling like an old fox, and forcefully defended himself, "Ms. Huang, I didn't ask you to hand over the golden turtle seal to the state. If you don't want to hand it over, the program team won't force you." After hearing this, Ms. Huang calmed down and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, what is the current market value of this Eastern Han Dynasty Guangling Prince seal?" Gong Jiarui deliberately replied in a disparaging tone, "Although this golden tortoise seal is quite valuable, due to its cultural value, the gold content is not high, and the tortoise shell has a lot of wear and tear, so its value as a collectible is not very high. My estimated price is 7.8 million Chinese yuan. If you're willing to include the silk manuscript, it can be sold for 8.6 million Chinese yuan." Ms. Huang was very happy after hearing this. At the turn of the millennium, 8.6 million Chinese yuan was already a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Gong Jiarui began to have evil thoughts and continued, "In order to prevent the golden turtle seal from being lost abroad, if Ms. Huang is willing to give the golden turtle seal and the silk book to me for collection and research, I am willing to pay 10.5 million Chinese yuan." Ms. Huang was just an ordinary peasant woman. She had never seen so much money before. After hearing this, she couldn't stop laughing. Lin Lang was good at observing people's expressions and was surprised to see that Ms. Huang was about to express her willingness to sell the priceless golden turtle seal to the deliberately tricked treasure appraiser Gong Jiarui at the low price of 10.5 million Chinese yuan. So, Lin Lang said, "Ms. Huang, this priceless Eastern Han Dynasty Guangling King seal is a very precious national treasure. The current market value is over 100 million. If it were sold through a Hong Kong auction house, it could easily fetch a whopping 200 to 300 million yuan." Wow! Ms. Huang was stunned by the shock. After a brief hesitation, Ms. Huang jumped for joy, unable to contain herself. If it weren't for Lin Lang's kind reminder, the owner of the treasure, Ms. Huang, would have been cheated by the treasure appraisal expert Gong Jiarui. Similar things are very common in the treasure appraisal circle. The audience in the studio applauded enthusiastically after hearing the news and were happy for the treasure holder, Ms. Huang. Well, Gong Jiarui, who was tragically exposed and slapped in the face, was so embarrassed in front of the audience and cameras that he could have squeezed out a 2-bedroom apartment. Well, Kai Guosheng was stunned and shocked by Lin Lang's righteous words. He felt ashamed and embarrassed because he had acquiesced with his old friend Gong Jiarui in setting a trap for Ms. Huang, the owner of the treasure. The mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang was sitting behind the camera monitor. She couldn't help but feel secretly happy when she saw Lin Lang publicly slap the evil-minded treasure appraisal expert Gong Jiarui in the face during the recording of the treasure appraisal program. Awesome! I didn't expect that the pretty boy treasure appraiser Lin Lang is actually such a cool and ruthless character. In his first episode on the show, he publicly slapped the face of the senior treasure appraiser. He's really a young and fearless person, and his skills are so bold. Lin Lang dared to step on his senior Gong Jiarui to get to the top of the TV treasure appraisal program. He is definitely not an ordinary person. This episode is sure to be very entertaining and a hot topic after it airs. It looks like the ratings are guaranteed to be high. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. At the same time, the two program hosts, one male and one female, hurriedly made a lot of bland remarks to ease the awkwardness on the scene and to find a way out for the treasure appraiser Gong Jiarui. Well, Gong Jiarui was slapped in the face and was secretly furious because Lin Lang ruined his good deeds, but he had no way to deal with Lin Lang. Helplessly, Gong Jiarui could only watch as the treasure holder, Ms. Huang, took the priceless golden turtle seal and walked off the stage amid the audience's applause, leaving the program recording site with a smile. Lin Lang felt secretly proud in his heart. Oof. After this episode of Appraising Heirlooms, any decent viewer could see that treasure appraiser Gong Jiarui was trying to defraud the owner of the golden tortoise seal. His reputation has been damaged, and his integrity is ruined. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Alung is a bad boy. Before Lin Lang could think too much, he heard the host begin to welcome the second treasure holder to the stage. A white-haired old man appeared with a blue and white porcelain vase amid the applause of the audience. During the conversation with the host, the old man holding the treasure said his surname was Zhang, and he said with a confident smile that the blue and white porcelain vase he brought for appraisal was worth 3 million Chinese yuan. After a brief conversation, under the guidance of the host, Mr. Zhang walked towards the treasure appraisal expert's seat with a smile and carefully placed the very beautiful blue and white porcelain vase on the treasure appraisal table. I'd like to trouble you, 3 experts, to appraise the blue and white porcelain vase I brought here. Gong Jiarui, who had just been badly slapped in the face, was in a bad mood and had no intention of appraising the porcelain. He just glanced at it briefly as if pretending to do so, and did not make any comments on the treasure appraisal. Kai Guosheng didn't want Lin Lang to steal all the limelight on the show, so he took the lead in appraising the treasure and said, Mr. Zhang, the collection you brought is a Ming Yunle blue and white plum vase with a broken branch flower and fruit pattern. If it's genuine, it must be porcelain made by the imperial kiln in Jingdezhen during the Yunle reign of the Ming dynasty for the imperial court. It's a pity that the workmanship of this plum vase is not fine enough, and the whiteness of the body is slightly poor, but the blue and white painting is very skillful. The cobalt material used in the blue and white porcelain during the Yunle period was an imported material called sumaliking, which has a high iron content and produces a rich green color, often with rust spots. The cobalt blue and white material used in this vase is not a typical imported material. Against the backdrop of the white body, the blue and white under the glaze is not rich and vivid enough. The flowers and fruits are covered with brown iron crystal spots, and the halo is not natural. I've identified this Yunle blue and white porcelain vase as a high-quality imitation from the 1970s. It's not worth 3 million Chinese yuan at all. It's only worth 300 yuan at most. It's just for fun at home. Mr. Zhang, who was on stage appraising the treasure, almost had a heart attack after hearing this. He shouted angrily, You are such an irresponsible treasure appraiser. How can you speak nonsense like that? I'm so pissed off. The male host hurried forward and said, Don't be angry, Uncle Zhang. It's normal to buy fakes when collecting. You can't refuse to buy something just because an expert says it's a fake. Uncle Zhang, who was so angry that he was fuming, actually took out an appraisal certificate from his pocket and slammed it on the appraisal table without any hesitation. He said angrily, Kai Guosheng, open your eyes and take a good look. I only saw the appraisal certificate of the blue and white porcelain vase. The appraisal date was 20 years ago, and the name on the appraiser column was actually the signature and seal of treasure appraisal expert Kai Guosheng. Well, when treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng saw his seal and signature on the treasure appraisal certificate, he suddenly felt embarrassed because of his experience of drilling a hole 20 years ago. Lin Lang, who was sitting nearby, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "The signature and seal on the appraisal certificate are actually from you, Mr. Kai Guosheng. Didn't you issue an authentic appraisal certificate for a fake Yangla blue and white porcelain vase 20 years ago?" The audience exclaimed in surprise after hearing this, and looked at Kai Guosheng, who was embarrassed in the expert seat, with shock and contempt. Well, Kai Guosheng was feeling a little uneasy. Facing the questioning gazes of the audience, his expression in front of the camera was as if he had eaten a fly. He was in an awkward situation for a moment and could not justify himself in front of the national audience. The mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang was sitting behind the camera monitor and saw such a dramatic scene on the program recording screen. She keenly captured the topical highlights of the program. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. So, Mary Yang hurriedly held the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Cameraman, immediately cut the camera close and film the embarrassing scene of treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng in the face." After this episode airs, the topic and ratings will definitely explode. The cameraman was very obedient and the program camera moved forward quickly, capturing a close-up of the embarrassing shot of treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng, who was unable to justify himself. Nice. This is exactly the kind of show effect we want. I want to see how Kai Guosheng, the treasure appraiser, can explain it to Mr. Zhang, the owner of the treasure. Lin Lang is such a bad boy. He just wants to watch the fun and cause trouble. He deliberately put senior Kai Guosheng in an awkward position. Now we're going to have a good show. Mary Yang's beautiful mixed-race face was filled with an excited smile that could not be concealed. The treasure owner, Mr. Zhang, stood on the stage, glaring at the treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng. He was so angry that he almost had a cerebral congestion. The audience in the auditorium all turned into spectators, looking at Kai Guosheng with disdain as he was in an embarrassing situation. Gong Jiarui, sitting in the expert seat, looked across from his junior Lin Lang at his old friend Kai Guosheng and thought to himself, "Just now it was me who was embarrassed and humiliated, now it's old Kai's turn. I feel ashamed for Mr. Kai. This embarrassing situation is even worse than a car accident scene." Before Lin Lang appeared on the show, he had never appeared at the show's recording site. This uncontrollable and embarrassing situation, how come Lin Lang's first appearance on the show has embarrassed old Kai and me? Chapter 38 Chapter 038, A Whole Silence. After a brief hesitation, Kai Guosheng could only bite the bullet and flatly deny it, saying, "Although this certificate has my seal and signature, it was forged by someone else. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhang. The Yangla blue and white porcelain vase you brought today and the treasure appraisal certificate are both fake." After hearing this, Uncle Zhang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pointed at Kai Guosheng with his whole body shaking, and said angrily, 20 years ago, it was you who, at a paid treasure appraisal event held by a treasure appraisal agency, identified my blue and white porcelain vase as authentic. I have treasured it like a family heirloom ever since. Now you're telling me it's a fake, and even saying the treasure appraisal certificate is fake. In my entire life, I've never seen someone as shameless as you." After hearing this, Kai Guosheng was speechless and felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. In desperation, Kai Guosheng discovered that the appraisal agency on the certificate had closed down many years ago. In addition, due to the long time, it was impossible to trace the authenticity of the appraisal certificate. No one can prove that it was Kai Guosheng himself who collected the appraisal fee, signed and stamped the certificate, and issued the appraisal certificate. So, Kai Guosheng continued to deny it, saying, "You must have been deceived by someone pretending to be me. I, Kai, have never stamped or signed a certificate of this kind." "You?" Uncle Zhang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gong Jiarui said, "The collecting world is full of mixed people and chaos. It has always been a risk-taking process. When you collect, if you buy a fake, you will have to bear the consequences. I am very familiar with Kai Guosheng's handwriting. The signature on the treasure appraisal certificate is very different from Mr. Kai's handwriting. I can guarantee with my personal integrity that the signature on the treasure appraisal certificate is definitely not Mr. Kai's own signature." Gong Jiarui forcibly whitewashed his old friend Kai Guosheng. After hearing this, Lin Lang thought to himself, "Your character is worthless, yet you shamelessly guarantee others." "I am laughing too." Uncle Zhang looked at Gong Jiarui angrily and said angrily, "You two are birds of a feather. Neither of you is a good person." Gong Jiarui laughed awkwardly. Lin Lang, watching the fun, said without a care in the world, actually, it's very simple for Mr. Kai to prove his innocence. All he needs to do is do a handwriting analysis. After all, what's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real either. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately said, right. Then let's do a handwriting analysis to see who is lying. After hearing this, Kai Guosheng broke out in a cold sweat and felt extremely guilty. 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through Kai Guosheng's heart, and he couldn't help but greet Lin Lang's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. The beautiful director Mary Yang was sitting behind the camera monitor. When she saw Lin Lang maliciously setting a trap for Kai Guosheng, she couldn't help but smile. Lin Lang is such a bad guy. It seems that treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng is probably afraid to do a handwriting identification. After this episode aired, it became a hot topic and the ratings are stable. Al generated beautiful mixed race director Mary Yang. After a brief hesitation, Kai Guosheng said, I can't just go along with him to do a handwriting appraisal every time a fake treasure appraisal certificate with my signature and seal forged appears, right? With my fame in the treasure appraisal world, I wouldn't have to do anything else every day. I'd spend all my time proving my innocence and doing handwriting appraisals with others. I'd be too busy. After hearing this, Uncle Zhang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He picked up his blue and white porcelain vase and didn't want to argue with the villain anymore. He glared at Kai Guosheng fiercely, then left the recording site angrily without looking back. Seeing the treasure holder, Mr. Zhang, leave angrily, Kai Guosheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, tactically drank a sip of water, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. A barely perceptible smirk flashed across Lin Lang's face, and Mary Yang saw it all on the camera monitor, causing her to purse her lips and smile secretly. Before the recording of one episode was finished, Lin Lang, who came on stage to save the show in place of his master Zhou Zhengdong, left a deep impression on the beautiful mixed race director Mary Yang. Immediately afterwards, the host was seen hurriedly trying to smooth things over and ease the awkward atmosphere at the program recording site. The female host said, the collecting world is very complicated. When collecting, audience friends must not blindly believe in so-called treasure appraisal certificates. They can all be forged. The male host echoed, yeah. The road to collecting is bumpy and arduous. Only by seeing accurately and carefully can you start collecting. The female host echoed, that's right. Having a good eye is the first element of collecting. Blindly trusting appraisal certificates will only give scammers an opportunity to exploit. Dear viewers, please take this as a warning. The male host said, let's applaud and welcome the next treasure holder. Amidst the applause of the audience, the third treasure holder appeared. During the subsequent program recording, Kai Guosheng, the treasure appraisal expert who felt embarrassed, spoke little and completed the program recording with gritted teeth. Treasure appraising expert Gong Jiarui, also because of his shame, passively gave up all the opportunities to appraise treasures and appear on camera to Lin Lang during the recording of the program. Chapter 39 Chapter 039, Mary Yang's Invitation. Al generates Mary Yang Meitu. With the help of the universal entry prompt system, Lin Lang professionally appraised and estimated the value of treasures for the treasure holders who came on stage. He spoke eloquently and brilliantly on the show, drawing applause from the audience. The show by the 3 treasure appraisal experts was like Lin Lang's special treasure appraisal show. The host gave closing remarks. The ending music sounded at the scene. After the recording of the program identifying heirlooms ended, the audience stood up one after another, some of them left reluctantly, and were guided by the venue staff to leave the program recording site in an orderly manner. Treasure appraiser Kai Guosheng immediately stood up and said, excuse me, both of you. I'm a little tired today, so I'll take my leave now. Old Kai, let me take your car and let's leave Hi TV together. Gong Jiarui stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Lang stood up and said with a fake smile, 2 senior uncles, take care. I'm sorry I can't see you off. See you in the next episode. Kai Guo forced a smile and said reluctantly, goodbye, nephew. Goodbye. Gong Jiarui said politely with a fake smile. The moment the 2 old foxes, Kai Guosheng and Gong Jiarui, turned around and left, the fake smiles on their faces stopped abruptly, and they almost couldn't help but curse in the street. Gong Jiarui, looking displeased, whispered, recording this episode has me feeling incredibly embarrassed. Kai Guosheng, his face pale as dirt, took a deep breath and said angrily, I really embarrassed myself today. I'm so angry. It's really pissing me off. As Gong Jiarui left the scene, he complained, this disciple Zhou Zhengdong looks harmless, humble and polite, but he's actually quite evil. Kai Guosheng also walked and said, "That's right. Lin Lang, this brat, is just trying to stir up trouble and even add fuel to the fire, asking me to use handwriting analysis to prove my innocence. It's obvious he has bad intentions." Gong Jiarui sighed and said, "We are two well-known treasure appraisers in the industry. We have more than 60 years of experience in treasure appraisal combined, right? Today, we all fell into the hands of Lin Lang. It seems that Lao Zhou, the last disciple, is more cunning and resourceful than both of us." Kai Guosheng sucked his teeth and said, "We were careless today. We shouldn't have underestimated Lin Lang. We've been slapped in the face." Gong Jiarui echoed, "Yes. I, Dong, have been in the treasure appraisal industry for so many years and have never been humiliated. But today, Lin Lang publicly humiliated me by saying that the golden turtle seal is worth hundreds of millions. I was embarrassed and embarrassed." Kai Guosheng said gloomily, "Old Zhou has used his connections in the community to pave the way for his apprentice, Lin Lang. Lin Lang not only has a distinguished master, but he's also cunning and ambitious. He's not lacking in skills and abilities. He's bound to become a great man in the future. You and I must not harbor any grudges against him." Gong Jiarui said tactfully, "Lin Lang is a rising star in the treasure appraisal world, and we are the sunset flowers. It seems that it is time for the younger ones to take the position. It seems that I have to accept my old age." Kai Guosheng sighed and shook his head. The two old foxes in the treasure appraisal industry left the high TV station dejected and covered in dust. After the recording of the program is completed, Lin Lang said goodbye to the on-site staff and then intended to leave the recording site of the Identifying Heirlooms program. "Hey Lin Lang, wait a moment." Lin Lang turned around when he heard the voice and saw the mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang trotting towards him. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. "Sister Mary, is there anything else?" "Lin Lang, can I make an appointment with you for the next episode?" Lin Lang declined politely. "Our master should be discharged from the hospital next week, and he should be able to appear on the show himself then." "Doesn't your production team prefer middle-aged and elderly treasure appraisers?" Mary Yang laughed awkwardly, "Not really. I've never met someone as young, handsome, and a skilled treasure appraiser like you before. The show today with you is going to be great. Our Appraising Heirlooms program team hopes you can serve as a long-term treasure appraiser guest. What do you think, Lin Lang? Are you interested?" Lin Lang actually replied, "Not interested." "Well." Mary Yang was surprised and said, "Lin Lang, the opportunity to be on TV and become famous is something that others can't even get. Don't you cherish it?" "Sister Mary, haven't you heard that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat?" "Lin, I prefer to make a fortune quietly. If it weren't for the fact that our respected teacher was sick and in the hospital today, and he was there to help, I wouldn't have bothered to appear on your show. My precious time is spent on making money, showing off, and sleeping with women." Lin Lang smiled uninhibitedly. Mary Yang wiped the cold sweat after hearing this and said weakly, "You have an unruly personality, but you are really quite frank. You don't pretend at all. Sister Mary, are you praising me or insulting me?" "Of course I'm praising you. To be honest, I really admire your talent and eloquence in treasure appraisal. With your male model figure and incredible looks, as long as you appear on our show more often, you'll soon become a household name and celebrity treasure appraiser." Lin Lang said disapprovingly, "If I wanted to be a star, I would have debuted as a singer, right? Aside from your ability to appraise antiques, are you also a good singer?" Lin Lang tossed his hair exaggeratedly and replied proudly, "I'm not very talented, but I know a thing or two about everything. Singing is something I can handle with ease." Mary Yang smiled and said, "You are not modest at all. If there is a chance, let's go to KTV and sing karaoke together to see your amazing singing skills." After hearing this, Lin Lang curled his lips and said with a wicked smile, "Sister Mary, are you asking me out?" Mary Yang Shayan asked back, "If I ask you to go karaoke, can you agree to continue to appear on our show as a treasure appraiser guest?" Lin Lang took a quick look at the Chinese-American mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang, who had a plump, charming and hot body, fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. He had a good impression of this abstinent young widow. So, Lin Lang replied, "Since my sister is treating us to karaoke, why not choose a day and make it tonight?" Mary Yang said happily, "So, you agree to appear on our show for a long time?" Lin Lang half-jokingly replied, "Actually, I'm not interested in your show. I'm only interested in you, Sister Mary. You're so beautiful, like a spring flower. It's been a long time since I've had a man so sweet talk me to make me happy. Although your compliments are a bit frivolous, I'm still quite happy. Mary Yang's smile was a little bitter. Sister Mary, I'm waiting for you in the underground parking lot of the TV station after get off work. My car is parked at number 32, Section A, Level 1 of the underground parking lot. Okay. See you later. Mary Yang blinked her green eyes and smiled charmingly. See you later. Lin Lang said and left. Mary Yang looked at Lin Lang's handsome back, and her heart was a little fluttering. She thought to herself, what am I doing? How could I have agreed to go karaoke with Lin Lang without even thinking about it? Chapter 40 Chapter 040, Little Patty who gets drunk as soon as he drinks. Al-generated mixed-race beauty Mary Yang. How could I have agreed to go karaoke with Lin Lang without even thinking about it? A man and a woman alone in a private room, just thinking about it makes my heart beat faster. Mary Yang, you are a widow. Don't let your imagination run wild. Mary Yang turned around and got back to work, walking towards the backstage of the program team. The mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang personally directed the program editing and ensured the smooth progress of post-production before leaving the high TV station with peace of mind. That night. Jing'an District, Shanghai City. Xiangui Mass Market KTV nightclub. The top KTV in mainland China at that time was the Qiangui Mass Market KTV nightclub in Jing'an District, Shanghai. It was absolutely high-end and classy at the turn of the millennium. The waiter took Lin Lang and Mary Yang into a small private room of Qiangui KTV. Lin Lang complained, Sister Mary, isn't this private room a little too small? Mary Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled falsely, Lin Lang, haven't you heard that the guest should follow the host's wishes? Qiangui KTV is very expensive. I'm the one paying the bill, so of course we have to stick to the budget. It's just the two of us singing, and the small private room is spacious enough. Lin Lang shrugged and said, okay. The lighting in the private room is very dim and swaying ambiguously, which is very suitable for lovers to have a karaoke date. The waiter looked at Lin Lang curiously and said with a smile, handsome guy, this is the first time I've seen a customer come to a KTV to sing, bringing their own instrument, a guitar. Lin Lang, holding his guitar, replied, you don't have an accompaniment tape for the song I want to sing at Qiangui KTV, so I can only sing and play by myself. The waiter handed over the KTV menu and asked, what would you two like to drink? Lin Lang replied, 2 bottles of imported whiskey. After hearing this, Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to stop him with an awkward smile. No, just a dozen beers will be fine, he. Lin Lang teased, Sister Mary, you don't have to be so stingy, right? Sister, I'm not a famous director. I earn a salary. Unlike you guys who invest in antiques and art and spend money lavishly, do you want me to starve for the rest of the month? Sister Mary, your salary at Hi TV should be quite high, right? Sister, I have to pay off my mortgage and car loan every month. How can I have any spare money to squander? Lin Lang curled his lips and shrugged, saying, Sister Mary, you sound so pitiful. I'll show some mercy to you for once. I'll treat you to today's karaoke. Mary Yang stuck out her tongue and laughed after hearing this, then she actually said, waiter, replace the dozen beers I just ordered with 2 bottles of imported whiskey. The waiter smiled and said, good job, beautiful lady. Sister Mary, you are not? I'm the one paying the bill, why don't you drink the beer? Mary Yang narrowed her eyes and smiled, drinking cheap beer doesn't suit your temperament. Ha ha. Lin Lang laughed. The waiter continued to ask, what would you like to eat? Mary Yang looked at the KTV menu and replied with a wicked smile, spicy duck head, spicy duck neck, spicy duck intestines, beef jerky, pickled pepper chicken feet, salted peanuts, shredded squid, pistachios, popcorn, all for 1 serving. That's right. Don't forget to order 2 more fruit platters. Okay, beautiful. The waiter wrote it down on the menu and left the private room. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh and said, if it were me treating you, you would suddenly become so extravagant when spending. Sister Mary, aren't you being hypocritical? Mary Yang narrowed her eyes and playfully replied, your Rolex watch costs over 100,000 yuan. For a big shot like you who invests in antiques and art, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Sister Mary, please don't flatter me. I'm not a big shot. I'm just a nobody. Lin Lang, what does Xiaopakai mean? Lin Lang explained, Xiaopakai is a dialect from the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions. It originally refers to vegetables that become limp after being cooked. Since people become limp like cooked vegetables after being drunk, the term Xiaopakai is often used to mock people who get drunk easily. Mary Yang covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Lang, you are so interesting. This is the first time I've heard of the term Zayapakai. It seems like tonight, I'm going to make you drink like a Zayapakai. Hee hee. Mary Yang, a Chinese-American girl with an exotic style, is simply beautiful when she smiles. Sister Mary, what type of songs do you like? I'll sing for you. Lin Lang plucked the guitar strings. Mary Yang replied, a soulful song. Lin Lang held his guitar handsomely and said in a melancholic tone, a love song I originally wrote called Wait a Minute, dedicated to the beautiful and charming Sister Mary. Lin Lang, can you still write songs? Mary Yang was a little bit unbelieving. Lin Lang did not answer, but held the guitar handsomely and melancholy, strummed the strings, and began to sing Wait a Minute with deep emotion. After the classic prelude sounded, Lin Lang was amazed as soon as he opened his mouth to sing Mary Yang. The mixed-race widow Mary Yang, watching Lin Lang singing and playing the guitar with deep emotion, turned into a little fangirl in a second. The song was so beautiful that it made her heart beat fast and her ears almost got pregnant. If time forgets to turn. Forgot to take something. Will you still stop at the day you said you loved me? Then in a corner of the world. We have a home. You said my chest would make you feel warm. If life has no regrets and no waves. Will you never say goodbye? Maybe the young heart is too soft. Can't withstand the wind and waves. If I could go back to yesterday. I will compromise with myself. I'll wait a minute. Maybe next minute. Seeing your evasive eyes. I won't let sad tears hang all over your face. The song Wait a Minute was released 7 years later and became a hit on the internet. Lin Lang sang it affectionately to the mixed-race widow Mary Yang 7 years in advance at the turn of the millennium, which made Mary Yang mesmerized and crushed the current pop music. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. Mary Yang felt very sad when she heard it. She could hardly believe that Lin Lang, who looked so unruly, could actually write such a soulful song. The contrast in Lin Lang's personality is reversed to the extreme at this moment. Mary Yang realized through a song that Lin Lang was actually a sentimental person. A decisive blow. A killer song. Mary Yang, who had been a widow for many years, was so deeply immersed in the story when she listened to Lin Lang singing that when Lin Lang finished singing, Mary Yang's eyes were blurred with tears. Mary Yang looked at Lin Lang with tears in her eyes. The lyrics were so touching that she seemed to have recalled sad past events. She couldn't get out of the sad mood of the love song for a long time. Mary Yang sniffed and murmured in tears, this song makes me so sad, it seems to be singing about me. If life had no regrets, no ups and downs, would you never have the day to say goodbye? Time rushes by, but I still can't let it go. Lin Lang slowly raised his right hand, wiped the tears for Mary Yang Wenru, and said with melancholy and affection, forgetting what you shouldn't remember is the best thing for you. Let the past be the past. Mary Yang looked at Lin Lang with tears in her eyes and said pitifully, your hands are so warm. Lin Lang said gently, my hug is warmer. Can I lend you my shoulder to lean on? Tisk, I don't want you to take advantage of me. Mary Yang sniffed and turned sideways to wipe away her tears. I didn't expect Sister Mary to be so decisive at work, but so sentimental in life. I cried just by singing one song. What's next for my original tear-jerking love song? Still not singing? Mary Yang was shocked and said, no way? Lin Lang, are you a talented person? You have written more than one soulful and beautiful original song? Lin Lang flipped his hair exaggeratedly and replied pretentiously, I'm not very talented, but I know a little bit about writing lyrics and composing music. When it comes to the trivial matter of original songs, I'm quite capable. Mary Yang burst into laughter, looked at the handsome Lin Lang with tears in her eyes, and teased, I said you were fat and you gasped. Is the word holding a handle your catchphrase? Lin Lang pretended to be affectionate and replied, give me a chance, I can understand you better. Mary Yang was stunned after hearing this. Lin Lang smiled wickedly and said, actually, this is my catchphrase. Mary Yang wiped the cold sweat from his face and said contemptuously, give me a chance, I can understand your words better. You must have said this to many women, right? Chapter 41 Chapter 041, you little bastard are so bad. Before Lin Lang could answer, he saw the waitress pushing the food cart and walking into the KTV private room. After the drinks, snacks, and fruit plates were served, the waitress asked, excuse me, are there any other services you need? Lin Lang gave the waitress a 100 yuan tip and instructed, open the line, we don't need any more waiters. Don't bother us singing in the private room anymore. The waitress took the 100 yuan tip and bowed happily, saying, "Thank you for the tip, sir. I wish you a pleasant evening." After opening 2 bottles of imported whiskey, the waitress tactfully left the KTV room and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door handle. Mary Yang teased, "Sure, handsome Lin. You're quite generous. There don't seem to be many Xia countrymen in the mainland who have the habit of tipping." Lin Lang poured a glass of whiskey for Mary Yang. "Thank you." Mary Yang took the wine glass. Lin Lang poured himself a drink and replied, "I have the habit of giving tips. It's not to show off, but to show kindness to those hard-working service workers at the bottom of society in the city." Mary Yang clinked glasses with Lin Lang and said admiringly, "Come on. Little Patakai, who gets drunk as soon as he drinks, this glass is for you." "Sister Mary, you learn very quickly. I think you've mastered the term Xiao Pa Kai. Lin Lang raised his glass. "Cheers." Mary Yang took the initiative to clink glasses with Lin Lang. "Cheers." Lin Lang drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, showing his heroic spirit. Al generates Mary Yang Meitu. Mary Yang drank half a glass of whiskey in a sip. It was obvious that he drank frequently and often used alcohol to numb himself. Only someone with a story to tell and who values emotions could write a love song as poignant and moving as "Wait a Minute. I See You as a Playboy. Where does your deep affection come from?" Lin Lang feigned deep affection and replied, "I won't trap anyone in the name of love. After all, the sky is high and birds fly freely. I once said that my heart is higher than the sky. Love is nothing. Freedom is my main theme." Mary Yang covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this. "I didn't realize that you have such good literary talent. You just casually said a few words and the Playboy's image as a scumbag was completely whitewashed and elevated to a higher level. It seems you are a master at picking up girls." Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. Lin Lang joked, "Sister Mary's way of praising people is really special. You didn't say a single dirty word, yet you nailed me to the scumbag's pillar of shame. It seems your writing is pretty good. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted you to be on the show and serve as a treasure appraiser guest for a long time, to attract a group of young viewers to the program appraising heirlooms and increase the ratings, I wouldn't dare to contact a cynical playboy like you." Lin Lang asked tentatively, "Sister Mary, how long has it been since you last dated a man?" Mary Yang drank the wine in the glass and said self-deprecatingly, "I can't remember the last time I went out for a drink with a man. It was a few years ago." While Lin Lang poured wine for Mary Yang, he said earnestly, "Everyone is moving forward. You can't be stuck in the same place. Many times, a good night's sleep is more important than love. Lin Lang, you're quite good at talking about life." "Sister, I have insomnia and haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time." Lin Lang jokingly said, "That's because you don't feel safe, Sister Mary. If you have a man hugging you gently at night, maybe you can sleep well." "Tisk, no way. You men only think about taking advantage of me. You hug me to sleep and toss me around 8 times a night. Wouldn't that make me sleep even worse? But Sister Mary, you live such a pure and simple life. Although you look glamorous on the outside, you are actually depressed and sad on the inside. Aren't you wasting your best years?" Mary Yang shook the wineglass and replied in a nonchalant manner, "Having enough food and no worries is a blessing, being free from illness and disaster is a blessing. As for the other things, having them is icing on the cake, and without them, you will still be glorious. Sister Mary, your melancholy eyes have betrayed you. Women are animals that long to be loved, and so are you. Tisk, Lin Lang, you're not a worm in my stomach, how do you know what I'm thinking? Could it be that besides your ability to appraise antiques, you also know psychology?" Lin Lang replied, "Actually, I don't really understand psychology. But Sister Mary, I understand fatigue, commitment, love, and sadness. I may be a little boastful, but I understand money, fame, reality, and women." Lin Lang, you really know a lot. If bragging were taxable, wouldn't you be bankrupt? Lin Lang poured himself a glass of whiskey, then picked up his guitar and said, "It seems that I can only stack buffs and use my ultimate move to continue to conquer Sister Mary with my singing. A song called Misplaced Time and Space, dedicated to the incredibly beautiful Sister Mary." Mary Yang held up the wine glass and said, "If you can sing me to tears again, even if you have the ability." Lin Lang strummed the guitar strings, raised his eyebrows and said with a sly smile, "Listen to my song, if Sister Mary cries and bursts into tears, I won't be responsible." Mary Yang took a sip of whiskey and replied disdainfully, "I don't believe it." Lin Lang held the guitar handsomely, strumming the strings melancholy, and began to play and sing the song Misplaced Time and Space with a half-dead voice, as if his life was half hanging on. When you first listen to the song, you don't understand the meaning, but when you listen to it again, you become one with the song. When I first listened to it, Mary Young didn't realize how great this song was. But when I heard the chorus, I instantly became emo and wanted to cry more and more as I listened. A movie that doesn't even fill half the row. Until the lights suddenly came on when the show was over. Subtitles are fixed on a certain production and distribution. I watched them hurry away. Like a repeater who overestimates his own abilities. Failure to complete the mission of passing the imperial examination. Fate is not a matter of guessing rock, paper, scissors. So willful. I blew the evening breeze you blew. So, do we hug each other? But I woke up empty-handed like a dream. My heart is empty. I blew the evening breeze you blew. Have you seen the same scenery? Like disturbing time difference, staying in dislocated time and space. In the end, it is empty. The affectionate and sentimental Mary Young was once again brought into a sad mood by Lin Lang's sentimental and tear-jerking singing. Her eyes were red and she drank 2 glasses of whiskey in succession. I felt the evening breeze you felt, so does that mean we're embracing? Just this one line of lyrics made the mixed-race widow Mary Young feel heartbroken. The lyrics seemed to be singing about the separation of yin and yang, and that she and her deceased husband were out of place in time and space, and had no intersection anymore. After Lin Lang sang a heartfelt song, in just one song, Mary Young, who was crying her heart out, had already drunk half a bottle of whiskey. Nice. This song is so beautiful. Mary Young narrowed her drunken eyes and applauded Lin Lang. The years passed by in tears, and she missed him. Perhaps, only fragments could make the memories smile. Lin Lang put down his guitar, raised his hand to wipe the tears from Mary Young's eyes, and said tenderly, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have sung such a sad song for you." Mary Young looked at Lin Lang with tears in her eyes and asked in a sobbing voice, "Shapakai, what on earth do you want to do? You know I'm a sentimental widow, yet you still sing this tear-jerking song to me. Aren't you bullying me?" While wiping away Mary Young's tears, Lin Lang replied, "I've already told you, if you cry your eyes out over the love songs I composed, I won't be responsible." Mary Young Choo-Choo said pitifully, "Who would have thought that with such an unruly personality like you could write such a soulful song? I'm already very sentimental, and it's really embarrassing that you made me cry twice." Sister Mary, it's good for you to cry. It's a release of your emotions. You must have been suppressing them for too long. This will not be good for your health for a long time. You are such a bad little brat. Now your sister is unhappy. Sister, I'm not happy. You have to be responsible. Make me happy now. Mary Young said coquettishly. Chapter 42 Chapter 042, A good night's sleep is more important than love. Sister Mary, do you want to hear me tell you a joke? Or do you want to continue listening to me sing for you? Sister Mary sniffed and replied, "You can sing for me, but I don't want to listen to sentimental and tear-jerking love songs. I want to listen to songs that can make people happy." After hearing this, Lin Lang thought for a moment, then strummed a few chords on his guitar, struck a cool pose, and said with an exaggerated expression, a song called The Wind Blows, dedicated to the sentimental yet breathtakingly beautiful Sister Mary. Lin Lang's exaggerated expression successfully made Mary Young laugh, and she clapped her hands with tears in her eyes to show her anticipation. Then, Lin Lang began to play and sing the prelude of the song The Wind Blows by himself. As soon as he started to sing the lively tune, Mary Young Ching felt much better, and she could hear a feeling of an agreement made in a previous life. It was so beautiful that it was indescribable. Mary Young felt that Lin Lang's singing was very sophisticated, especially the lifeless look on his face when Lin Lang was singing and playing, which made Mary Young completely fascinated. Take a cup of water from heaven. Under the bright moon, the world is swaying. Love and hate are just a moment. Drifting in the world. Take a cup of water from heaven. The bright moon shines on the world. Love and hate repeated thousands of times. Drifting in the world. Just let the strong wind blow and blow. Blow away the pain and sadness in my heart. Let the rainstorm wash away the you who sighed in the wind. It seems like fate. After Lin Lang finished singing, Mary Young applauded enthusiastically, and the little fangirl exclaimed, "It sounds great. It sounds so beautiful. Shapakai, you are so talented. I admire you so much. This song is very free and easy. It's different from the popular songs nowadays. The songs you create are very advanced in style. I feel like I'm completely brainwashed after listening to it once. Shapakai, you should just debut as a singer. You'll definitely gain a ton of female fans. Great. Xiao Pakai, you are really amazing. Come on, sister will toast you a glass, drink it. Mary Yang and Lin Lang clinked their glasses and drank the whiskey in their glasses. He. Lin Lang smiled and also drank the whiskey in the glass in one gulp. Sister Mary, are you feeling better now? Yeah. Mary Yang nodded with a smile, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Lang became much gentler, even a little admiring. Now it's Sister Mary's turn. You sang a song for me, but I don't know if your singing is good or not. Are you tone deaf? Lin Lang grinned. Mary Yang picked up the microphone and confidently replied, Sister, I am a microphone master. Xiao Pakai, what song do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. Lin Lang replied sweetly, Sister, whatever song you want to sing, that's what I want to listen to. Mary Yang selected several songs on the jukebox that she was good at and liked. She squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly, saying, the first song is Jolin Sai's Rewind, which I'm singing to a drunk kid. Lin Lang applauded to express his anticipation. It was a real pleasure to drink whiskey, listen to Mary Yang singing, and look at her exotic and beautiful little face. Mary Yang twisted her charming body, began to look at the lyric subtitles on the LCD screen, and sang to Lin Lang affectionately. Mary Yang sang several popular songs of that time in succession. She was beautiful and her songs were sweet, and Lin Lang was really intoxicated by her. Of course, it could also be because of Mary Yang's beauty and amazing figure that made Lin Lang a little infatuated. The two sang karaoke and drank, and even sang several love songs to each other. When they were singing the passionate part, Lin Lang put his hand on Mary Yang's shoulder. Mary Yang smiled shyly and pushed Lin Lang's hand away embarrassedly. Xiao Pakai, what are you going to do? Lin Lang replied, I just want to help you get out of the haze, bring you love and warmth, and make you happier from now on. Tisk, I don't believe your nonsense. You just want to take advantage of me and lust after my body, but you say it so hypocritically. Mary Yang is also a clear-headed person. Sister Mary, haven't you heard that you should enjoy yourself while you can? Why wait until now? Life is about enjoying life while it lasts. You shouldn't wait or postpone happiness. Sister Mary, you are now at the most beautiful and charming age in a woman's life. Is being a widow really what you want? Mary Yang was touched in the sore spot, but she replied stubbornly, I don't know, I am also confused a lot of the time. Lin Lang continued, as the ancients said, when flowers are in bloom, pick them immediately, don't wait until there are no more flowers to pluck. That also means that when life is going well, one should indulge in pleasure, right? Sister Mary, I am an orphan whose parents are both dead. I have been alone for many years and I know how cold the lonely night is. I've been caught in the rain myself, so I want to hold an umbrella for you. Let my warm heart accompany you and turn loneliness into warmth, okay? Mary Yang was feeling a little emotional. In the dim and ambiguous light of the KTV, she looked at the tall and handsome Lin Lang. She, who had been a widow for many years, felt her heart beating fast. I admit that I'm lonely, and I admit that I don't dislike you, but I'm afraid that if I pour my emotions into you, I'll end up hurting myself. Isn't it good for me to live a simple life like this, enriching myself with busy work? Lin Lang retorted, what's good about that? A woman without a man's nourishment is like a flower that lacks sunshine and rain. It loses its original brilliance and gradually withers. Mary Yang replied stubbornly, love and men are not necessities of life for me. Lin Lang continued, love and men are not necessities of life, but they are the spice of life. A woman with love is like a flower watered by rain, so graceful and beautiful. Mary Yang burst out laughing after hearing this. Lin Lang, you are really good at speaking. You used sweet words to coax me into being with you. The moment I saw Sister Mary, my possessiveness went off the charts. Sister Mary, I love you. I'm leaving this out. You have to find a way to fall in love with me. There's no room for negotiation, and I won't accept any objections. I think you are not a little bitch at all, but a little pervert. Lin Lang laughed awkwardly. Mary Yang pushed a whole bottle of whiskey on the coffee table in front of Lin Lang and said provocatively, drink this bottle of 43-degree whiskey in one breath and let me see your sincerity in liking me. Lin Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said weakly, Sister Mary, isn't it? I'm a drunkard. I drank a whole bottle of 43% whiskey in one gulp. I was so confused I couldn't tell which way was which. You insisted on making me drink it. If you don't want to drink it, forget it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. After hearing this, Lin Lang steeled himself and said, drink it if you want. Who's afraid of who? Even if I die under the peony flowers, I will still be romantic. Before drinking, Lin Lang slapped his bank card on the coffee table. Mary Yang asked puzzledly, "Why did you take out your bank card and put it on the table?" Lin Lang replied warmly, "The bank password is 6/8. I'm afraid I'll be drunk and unable to pay the bill." "I don't want you to pay for it and put a financial burden on you, sister. After all, you have monthly mortgage and car loan payments. I can't bear to let my sister starve for the rest of the month." Mary Yang felt warm in her heart after hearing this and replied, "I was just kidding you, you didn't really drink it, did you? In order to be with Sister Mary, I risked everything. Now I'm going to give her a spin. As Lin Lang spoke, he arrogantly picked up the whiskey bottle, shook it as he drank, forming a vortex inside the bottle, and then drank the entire bottle of whiskey in one gulp. "Well. So this is called spin 1. No way, little Pa Kai. You actually drank a bottle of 43% alcohol whiskey in one breath. You are really trying too hard to sleep with me, right?" Mary Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Hey." Lin Lang burped, then placed the empty whiskey bottle on the coffee table. He chuckled drunkenly and said, "Sister Mary, you're so beautiful." As soon as Lin Lang finished speaking, he fell drunk on the sofa in the private room, and lay on Mary Yang Chuan's legs. He was drunk and unconscious, sleeping like a pig. "Well. You really are such a drunkard. Lin Lang, are you okay? Lin Lang, wake up." Mary Yang shook the drunk Lin Lang with concern and found that Lin Lang was very drunk and it was obvious that he had passed out from drinking. "Well. Lin Lang, your alcohol tolerance is too poor, isn't it?" Mary Yang looked at Lin Lang's handsome face, her heart rippled and she couldn't suppress her heartbeat. He. "Little Pa Kai, you can't drink that much and you still wanna pick me up." Mary Yang stroked Lin Lang's hair. It had been a long time since she had such close contact with such a handsome man like Lin Lang. Her heart was beating fast and she was deeply attracted to Lin Lang. Mary Yang, with a blushing face, was secretly delighted. Her heart was beating wildly. It was definitely a heart-thumping feeling. Mary Yang Qingting kissed Lin Lang on the face lightly, feeling a little secretly happy in her heart. Chapter 43 Chapter 043 Wine doesn't make you drunk, but you make yourself drunk. Mary Yang lowered her head shyly, looking at the drunk Lin Lang, gently stroking his resolute cheek, somewhat fascinated and unable to take her eyes away. "You little bastard are really quite handsome. Little Patakai, wake up. Xiao Pa Kai, are you really asleep?" Mary Yang shook the drunk Lin Lang, who was already drunk and unconscious, and had no reaction at all. "It seems like you really are a drunkard. Wow. Your eyelashes are so long. Your nose is so high. Those two thick, sword-like eyebrows look incredibly heroic. Even with his eyes closed, he's so handsome. What am I thinking about? Is it true that women don't love men unless they are bad? It must be because I've been a widow for too long that I'm letting my mind wander. I need to calm down." In nature, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. The more handsome a man is, the more dangerous he is. There's no future between us. Xiao Pa Kai is just playing with me for a while. When he gets tired of me, he'll definitely dump me. Mary Yang, who was born sentimental, was already worried about losing Lin Lang before her story with him officially began. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. "Xiao Pa Kai, wake up. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Xiao Pa Kai, please stop sleeping and tell me where you live. Sister will take you home." Mary Yang shook the drunk Lin Lang vigorously, but Lin Lang just turned over and continued to sleep, and he was sleeping soundly. "Hello. Hey Xiao Pa Kai, wake up. Ah. I'm really going crazy. Xiao Pa Kai, you sleep like a pig. No matter how I call you, you won't wake up. If you can't drink, don't try to be brave. I'm convinced too. If I had known, I wouldn't have teased you. Who would have thought you'd actually spin it and drink a whole bottle of whiskey in one gulp? And now I don't even know where you live? I can't take you back to my house, can I? No. Bringing you back to live in my house is like inviting a wolf into my house, giving you an opportunity to take advantage of me. I'd better call your master Zhou Zhengdong and ask someone from your sect to come and take you home." Mary Yang took out her cell phone and was about to call the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong, but when she thought of Zhou Zhengdong, who was in the hospital for surgery, she didn't feel like disturbing him. "Xiao Pa Kai, you are homeless now, what should we do? It seems I can only find a hotel, book a room for you, and send you to the hotel to stay alone for one night. Then, Mary Yang searched Lin Lang's body and took out his wallet, but did not find his ID card in his wallet. Without his ID card, he could not stay in the hotel. Well, what should we do now? Mary Yang rummaged through her bag again and was shocked to find that she didn't bring her ID card either. Isn't this broken? Shapakai, you left home without your ID card, and neither did I. There's no way I could send you to a hotel. Am I really going to take you to my house? It's so confusing. I always feel like this is inviting a wolf into the house. Should I let you sleep on the streets at night, or take you to live in my house? Mary Yang hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't bear to let Lin Lang spend the night on the street. After paying the bill at Xiangui KTV, she put on Lin Lang's guitar, which was his magic weapon for picking up girls, and staggered to help Lin Lang into a taxi. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. Hey there Shapakai, you're so heavy. Helping you get into the taxi is exhausting. Mary Yang wiped the sweat off her face, got into the back seat of the taxi, and told the driver the destination. As the taxi turned a corner, the drunk Lin Lang leaned against Mary Yang and continued to sleep. Well. Mary Yang gently stroked Lin Lang's hair and said sadly, Shapakai, please don't spit on me, my sister's clothes are very expensive. The taxi driver hurriedly said, don't let your husband vomit in my car. If he does, he will have to pay for the cleaning fee and lost wages. Mary Yang smiled awkwardly. The taxi driver mistakenly thought Lin Lang was her husband, and Yang Mary was actually a little happy in her heart, a kind of inexplicable happiness. Workshop. The mixed-race beauty director Mary Yang, because the drunk Lin Lang slept like a puppy, almost snoring, thought that this man drank a bottle of whiskey in one breath for her, and he looked quite cute when he was drunk. There is very little space in a taxi. The smell of alcohol and Lin Lang's original smell intertwined together, forming a smell that was very attractive to Mary Yang. There is a hint of unruly and passionate in the fragrance. For some reason, Mary Yang felt very warm with Lin Lang by her side. It seemed that Lin Lang had a kind of magic that could dispel the loneliness and fatigue in her heart. This was the first time that Mary Yang had brought a man home after being a widow for many years. She felt very complicated, a little nervous, but also a little inexplicably expectant. It seemed that Mary Yang could vaguely sense that tonight was destined to be a restless night. Women's sixth sense is sometimes really good. Jing'an Bailey Community, Shanghai City. The petite and lovely Mary Yang, supporting the 1.85-meter tall Lin Lang, stumbled into the elevator, but unfortunately ran into Ma Xiaofei, a female neighbor who lived in the same building. Fashion photographer Ma Xiaofei lives across the street from Mary Yang's house. She is not only Mary Yang's neighbor, but also her good friend for many years, the kind of bestie with whom she can talk about anything. Well. Yang Jie smiled and nodded, because she felt very embarrassed when her best friend saw her bringing a man home to stay overnight. Ma Xiaofei couldn't believe her eyes and asked in surprise, what's going on? Mary, you actually brought a man home. Is the sun rising from the west today? Could it be that you secretly have a boyfriend and didn't tell me? Ma Xiaofei smiled wickedly as she watched her best friend Mary Yang in the elevator, holding the tall and handsome Lin Lang. Mary Yang laughed awkwardly, this matter is a bit complicated, I don't know how to explain it to you. Seeing that you're finally in love, I'm so happy for you. What do you have to explain? Sister, I have never seen you bring a man home. It seems that this drunk and elegant gentleman must have captured your heart. Ma Xiaofei winked and smiled evilly. Mary Yang didn't know how to answer, and her beautiful little face turned red with embarrassment. Ma Xiaofei leaned close to her best friend Mary Yang and whispered in her ear, I know you don't have any birth control products at home. I'll send you a box later. Ma Xiaofei had a wicked grin on her face while she spoke. Well. Mary Yang's face turned even redder. In the elevator, she supported the drunk Lin Lang intimately. She knew that the more she explained, the worse it would get, so she could only smile awkwardly and express her agreement. Chapter 44 Chapter 044, Brother Lang's Routine. Ding. The elevator door opened. Ma Xiaofei helped her best friend Mary Yang and helped the unconscious Lin Lang into Mary Yang's home. Mary Yang originally wanted to let Lin Lang sleep in the guest room, but without any explanation, his best friend Ma Xiaofei enthusiastically helped him to her bed. For the sake of face, Mary Yang couldn't say anything. Lin Lang, who was drunk and unconscious, fell on Mary Yang's bed with his arms and legs spread out. Mary, how much did your boyfriend drink? Why is he so drunk? Mary Yang replied, he is a drunkard who gets drunk easily. Next time, don't let him drink so much. It's bad for his health. Ma Xiaofei jokingly said with a wicked smile. Hey, you're so worried about your boyfriend? Ma Xiaofei, don't be so annoying. You have to keep the fact that I brought a man home a secret for me. Don't tell anyone, otherwise I will ignore you. Okay, okay. I don't want to be a third wheel, so I'll leave now, okay? Ma Xiaofei left with a smirk on her face. After Yang closed the door, she leaned against it, covering her hot cheeks with her hands, thinking, a single man and a single woman living in the same room, it seems that my reputation will be in jeopardy tonight. Will Xiao Pakai wake up in the middle of the night and do something inappropriate to me? Before Yang Duo could think about it, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Squeak. After Mary Yang opened the door, she saw her best friend Ma Xiaofei with a smirk on her face and stuffed a box of anti-pregnancy products into her hands. Then, Ma Xiaofei raised her eyebrows and said, I wish you a pleasant night. Mary Yang smiled awkwardly. Ma Xiaofei, my best friend who lives across the street and is a fashion photographer, returned to her room with a smirk on her face. Mary Yang closed the door again, feeling as if she had returned to her teenage years. The long-lost throbbing made her heart pound. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. Lin Lang was like a ray of rising sunshine, illuminating Mary Yang's originally gloomy world. Every word of lyrics written by Lin Lang, every song he sang, and every passionate look made Mary Yang's heart tremble. Mary Yang didn't dare to get close to her bed, because the man who made his heartbeat was lying there drunk. At this moment, Mary Yang's heart was like a crumpled piece of paper. She wanted to open it to welcome a new love, but she was afraid of losing Lin Lang after having him. Mary Yang leaned against the door, her inner thoughts were very complicated. From uneasiness to secret joy. From expectation to confusion. From joy to worry. Faced with inner struggles and self-doubt, Mary Yang finally plucked up the courage and walked towards the room where Lin Lang was lying. Seeing Lin Lang sleeping in her bed, Mary Yang thought to herself, I must be crazy. I actually brought the little man I just met back to my home. What on earth was I expecting? Then, Mary Yang took off Lin Lang's shoes and muttered, how can a widow's sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases be stained with the smell of a man? Looks like I'm going to have to throw all the sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases into the washing machine tomorrow and give them a good wash. Lin Lang seemed to be drunk and was sleeping soundly. Xiao Pakai, you sleep so soundly and yet you still want to take advantage of your sister. Isn't this funny? Mary Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Perhaps because Lin Lang was sleeping so soundly, Mary Yang actually lay beside him, blinking her mixed-race blue eyes, silently looking at the little idiot Lin Lang. As he watched, Mary Yang couldn't help but laugh. He. If we do this, does it count as sleeping in the same bed? My best friend Ma Xiaofei saw me taking you home to spend the night. I can't explain it at all. My sister's reputation has been ruined by a little brat like you. It's been a long time since I've looked at a man so favorably. What kind of magic do you, a little bitch, have? Men who sing well are always popular with women. Not only do you sing beautifully, you're also amazing at writing lyrics and composing music. Songwriting is a piece of cake for you. Wrong. Even the little thing of seducing a woman is something you should be able to do with ease. My heart hasn't been beating this fast in a long time. Bringing a strange man home is the craziest thing I've ever done in my life. You little bastard. You won't be so easily taken home by a woman every time, right? I always thought that I would never be able to love again in this life. I never thought that my heart, which had been sealed for many years, would be moved by a little bitch like you. Can I really be brave for once? You little brat, why are you throwing stones into the calm lake, causing ripples in my heart? Mary Yang was lying on her bed, looking at the drunken Lin Lang with emotion, muttering with a fluttering heart, I can't let my imagination run wild anymore. If I continue to let my imagination run wild, I will lose control of myself. Sister is going back to the room to sleep. Good night, Xiao Pakai. Don't think about waking up in the middle of the night and doing anything inappropriate to me. I will lock the door. Mary Yang was about to get up and go to the second bedroom, but was suddenly sobered by Lin Lang, who grabbed her wrist and said gently, Sister Mary, don't go, stay with me. Well. Mary Yang was embarrassed and shocked and asked in surprise, Xiao Pakai, why are you awake? Could it be that you weren't drunk at all and were just pretending to be asleep? Sister Mary, haven't you heard that high-end hunters often appear as prey? Well. Xiao Pakai, you actually cheated me into taking you home. You are such a scheming kid. Sister Mary, I'm just drunk, not drugged, right? You little bastard, you weren't even drunk. You tricked me into bringing you home. How embarrassed are you that I am? I'm so embarrassed to bring a strange man home. Sister Mary, I sobered up quickly and didn't pretend to be drunk. You look so cute when you blush. Al generated Mary Yang's back beautiful picture. After hearing this, Yang's face turned even redder, and she said nervously, Sister Xiao Pa Kai was so kind to take you in, how did it become like inviting a wolf into the house? Sister Mary, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, let's go to bed. Well. Sister, I'm a little embarrassed. Sister Mary, forget your reserve. Our story will begin tonight. Mary Yang used the last bit of rationality and said with a blushing face, once I fall madly in love with you, I will stick to you like a dogskin plaster. When the time comes, it will be impossible for you to get rid of me. Sister Mary, you don't have to scare me. You are such a beautiful mixed-race beauty, it would be great if you could rely on me for the rest of your life. Xiao Pa Kai, be more rational. Haven't you heard that impulse is the devil? Sister, you are as attractive as a blooming peony. I would like to die under your peony and use my body as fertilizer for you, hee hee. Xiao Pa Kai, your love words are a bit scary. Lin Lang smiled evilly and said, then I'll go turn off the lights now and tell you ghost stories all night. If you're scared, hold me tight. Xiao Pa Kai, you actually turned off the lights. The room is pitch black, and there's a strange man telling ghost stories in the house. What the hell are you trying to do, little Pa Kai? Sister, come into my arms quickly, I'm going to tell you a ghost story now. Xiao Pa Kai, don't scare me. I'm so timid and scared. Lin Lang spoke in a mysterious tone, it was a pitch-black night, with a howling wind. It felt as if the entire world was shrouded in darkness. A crimson waning moon, stained as if with blood, hung diagonally in the sky, exuding a strange and eerie aura. Mary Yang was a little scared. Lin Lang continued, the cicadas on the branches seemed to sense this strange atmosphere and chirped weakly and hoarsely, as if they were telling something ominous. Sudden. A ghost in white appeared, its tongue lolling out. Its face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, and its hollow eyes stared straight ahead, as if they could penetrate a person's soul. A gust of cold wind blew, and Pia's long hair fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of weirdness and horror. Xiao Pa Kai, what you say is so scary. Mary Yang was so scared that she hid in Lin Lang's arms, not daring to look at the dark surroundings. Only by hugging Lin Lang tightly could she feel a little bit of security. Lin Lang held Mary Yang in his arms, stroked her hair and said, don't be afraid, sister. I'm here. Xiao Pa Kai, you are so bad. Mary Yang's tone was full of shyness. Hey. Lin Lang's triumphant smirk indicated that this was going to be an unforgettable night. Chapter 45 Chapter 045, The Tycoon's Daughter Comes to Your Door. The next morning. Zhongshan Hospital affiliated to Fudan University, Shanghai. Lin Lang appeared in the hospital's inpatient department wearing a gray Armani double-breasted suit, sunglasses, and carrying a high-end nutritional gift box. Ding! The universal entry system prompts, the host's master, Zhou Zhangdong, underwent minimally invasive stent surgery last night and is now hospitalized in VLP Special Needs Ward number 8 on the 3rd floor of Building A. As soon as Lin Lang stepped into the hospital, he came to visit his master Zhou Zhangdong, and he received a system prompt message. The system's AI intelligence is very high. The so-called VLP Special Care Ward is actually a VLP high-end single-room ward. The VLP Special Needs Ward is configured according to the star-level hotel, with advanced and complete medical facilities and thoughtful and complete daily necessities, creating a warm and comfortable hospitalization environment for patients. To put it bluntly, it is a special ward for rich people to be hospitalized. In the VLP Special Care Ward of the inpatient department. After the operation, the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhangdong looked very haggard. He lay weakly on the hospital bed with an infusion bottle hanging on his body and medical monitoring equipment connected to his body. The TV hanging in the ward was playing the program Identifying Heirlooms on Hainan TV. The TV program showed Lin Lang sitting in the C position as an expert treasure appraiser, professionally appraising the treasure for the owner and talking freely, which drew applause from the audience. Dad, the doctor said that after heart stent surgery, you can eat less apples. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao sat on a chair beside the hospital bed, peeled an apple, cut a piece with a fruit knife, and fed the apple to her father Zhou Zhangdong. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Zhangdong, lying on the hospital bed, ate a crisp, sweet apple and smiled weakly. My dear daughter, look at how brilliant Alung is on the show appraising heirlooms. Zhou Mengyao smiled and said, Dad, you know what, Lin Lang is quite photogenic. His looks alone can prop up the ratings of the show. My beloved disciple is both beautiful and capable, okay? I never thought that Alung could surpass two senior treasure appraisal experts in the treasure appraisal program and steal the limelight like a conspicuous bag. Zhou Zhangdong smiled from ear to ear. Dad, the way you look at your apprentice right now is more doting than the way you look at me. Could it be that after you found your beloved apprentice, your precious daughter has fallen out of favor? Zhuang Jingxue, wearing a white doctor's coat, personally measured her husband Zhou Zhangdong's blood pressure and said jokingly, "Your father's eyes are full of his precious apprentice now, so you, my daughter, will have to stand aside from now on." Zhou Zhangdong replied, "As the saying goes, a master and his apprentice are like father and son. Alung's parents died young, so as a father, I love him more and give him some fatherly warmth." After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao said, "That's it. Daughter, I know Lin Lang is alone and it's not easy for him to make his way in society without anyone to rely on. Isn't it okay if you don't compete with him for favor?" Zhou Zhangdong praised, "My precious daughter is the most sensible." Zhuang Jingxue put away the manometer and said, "Husband, all your indicators after the operation are currently normal. As long as you take your medication on time, get enough rest, and have regular checkups, you'll be fine." Zhou Mengyao said with concern, "Dad, you now have a disciple who can take on the responsibility. Lin Lang is representing the sect and standing up for you. You should rest for a while to recuperate and worry less about work." Zhuang Jingxue said, "Yes. Alung is a young and promising kid, and he's steady and rigorous. He's a good talent worth cultivating." As soon as Zhuang Jingxue finished speaking, she saw Lin Lang carrying a high-end nutritional gift box and pushing the door and walking into the VLP special care ward. "Speak of the devil and he will appear." Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly. "Master, I'm here to see you." Lin Lang greeted her politely and placed the nutritious gift on the bedside table. Zhou Zhangdong wore a haggard smile on his face and said happily, "Alung, just come if you want to. Why are you buying so many things?" "Hello, master's wife." Lin Lang looked at Zhuang Jingxue. Zhuang Jingxue greeted with a smile, "Alung is here. Originally, I should have come to the hospital to visit master after the show last night, but something urgent happened and delayed me. I hope master won't blame me." Zhou Zhangdong replied, "2 heart stents under minimally invasive surgery. It's not a major operation. It's not a big deal. Mengyao, you are here too." Lin Lang looked at Zhou Mengyao, who was so beautiful that she seemed like a mystery. Zhou Mengyao smiled and replied, "I got here before you." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang asked with concern, "Master, how are you feeling now? Did you experience any adverse reactions after the operation?" "Alung, don't worry too much. With your master's wife, a cardiac surgery expert, here, I won't make any mistakes. I didn't have any adverse reactions after the operation. I'm just a little weak because of the damage to my vitality." Zhuang Jingxue said, "Your master has no other underlying diseases, only cardiovascular stenosis. The postoperative follow-up results are good. He will be hospitalized for about a week after the operation and can be discharged home to recuperate." Lin Lang replied, "That's good." Zhou Zhangdong pointed at the television hanging in the ward and said, "Alung, you came at the perfect time. Hi TV is currently showing the treasure appraisal program you recorded last night. I was forced to do this, and I had to save the day by appearing on camera for the show. I hope I didn't embarrass you in front of a national audience." "Alung, you are too modest. Master, I saw that your performance on the show was very impressive. Your strength surpassed the 2 senior treasure appraisers and left a deep impression on the audience." Zhuang Jingxue smiled and said, "Alung, your master needs to rest for a while after the surgery. From now on, I'll have to leave the task of recording the treasure appraisal program to you. I will follow the master's wife's instructions. I will handle all matters within the sect. Please rest assured, master, and recuperate at home." Zhuang Jingxue smiled after hearing this and was very satisfied with Lin Lang's performance. Zhou Zhangdong instructed, "The Lehigh Chamber of Commerce will be holding a charity auction dinner at the Truman Hotel tonight. You will attend the dinner on behalf of your master and bid for a piece of art in his name. Spend $1 million or $800,000 and contribute to the charity." "Yes, master." Lin Lang took the invitation. The invitation to the 2000 Shanghai Charity Auction Dinner stated that it was hosted by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce and co-organized by the Truman Group. The event was scheduled for 6 p.m. and would be held in the banquet hall of the 5-star Truman Hotel in Shanghai. The Truman 5-star Hotel is a hotel chain under the Truman Group. As soon as he saw the word Truman, Lin Lang thought of Gu Keqing, the wife of the president of the Truman Group, with her charming and sexy figure, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. When Lin Lang saw the word Truman, the second woman he thought of was naturally Chu Erin, the COO of the Chu Group. When Lin Lang thought of the scene when he forcibly kissed the tycoon's daughter Chu Erin in the Starbucks parking lot yesterday morning, he felt a little unsatisfied, and the smell of Chu Erin's perfume was still lingering in his mind. Before Lin Lang could think about it, he heard his master Zhou Zhengdong remind him, Lang, you need to bring a female companion to the charity dinner. After hearing this, Lin Lang looked at the beautiful Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 46 Chapter 046, Gu Keqing's Resentful Eyes. Zhou Mengyao understood Lin Lang's expression, but shrugged and said, I'm sorry, Lin Lang. Tomorrow morning at the Longhai Open Air Stadium, I'm competing in the Asian Women's Motorcycle Circuit Championship. I'm preparing for the race tonight, so I can't be your companion at the charity auction dinner. Lin Lang smiled and replied, Then I wish you a successful start and victory in advance. Thank you for your good wishes. Zhou Mengyao smiled charmingly. Lin Lang continued, Tomorrow morning, I will go to the competition in person to cheer for you, my deskmate. Okay. It's a good opportunity for you to see the #1 female racing driver in Xia country, who crushes foreign players with her speed and passion as she breaks the wind and chases the championship. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly. Come on. Lin Lang made a heart gesture. Just when Lin Lang was about to marry Yang and send her a text message to invite her to be his female companion to attend the charity dinner, he unexpectedly received a text message from Chu Erin, the daughter of a wealthy family. Alung, I'm Chu Erin. I have a charity dinner tonight and I'm in need of a male companion. Are you free? After receiving the invitation text message, Lin Lang had a barely noticeable smirk on his face. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Erin. It seems that Chu Erin, the daughter of a wealthy family, has begun to miss Lin Lang and has fallen in love with him after being kissed by him yesterday. So, Lin Lang edited the text message and replied, It would be my honor to attend the appointment. Chu Erin, the arrogant and domineering daughter of a wealthy family, shook the red wine glass in her hand after receiving the reply to Lin Lang's text message, and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful little face. Inside the luxurious villa of Chu's house, Chu Erin took a sip of red wine elegantly and looked at the TV screen, where the program identifying heirlooms was being broadcast on high TV, with the handsome and eye-catching shots of Lin Lang. I didn't expect that Lin Lang came from a famous family. He is actually the last disciple of the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhengdong. Lin Lang is a public figure who's appeared on TV shows, after all. He can't be a professional con man who deliberately approached me to defraud me of my money and my body, right? It seems that I underestimated Lin Lang before. Not only does he have the ability to pick up girls, but he is also a young treasure appraiser from a famous school. There's no other treasure appraiser this young and handsome in the vast Xia kingdom, right? I'm going crazy now. As soon as I close my eyes, my mind is filled with the heartbeat of Lin Lang kissing me in the Starbucks parking lot yesterday. The most abominable thing is that Lin Lang, this kid, actually forcibly hugged and kissed me twice in public. Thinking about it now, I still blush and my heart beats fast. How abominable. Lin Lang took advantage of me and took away my first kiss. It's so hateful. Chu Erin drank the red wine in the glass. Lin Lang's affectionate persona is obviously fake, so why is it that all I can think of is his lingering handsome face? Even though I knew Lin Lang was trying to seduce me with his affectionate persona, I actually took the initiative to text him. Could it be that I've really fallen in love with this younger guy? My heart is in turmoil. What to do? I'm actually looking forward to meeting him right now. That night. The Truman 5-star Hotel in Shanghai. In the magnificent hall of the charity auction dinner, business tycoons and celebrities from all walks of life, all accompanied by their female companions, attended this charity event in their best attire. It is said to be a charity auction dinner, but it is more like a high-end occasion for the upper class to show off. To put it bluntly, charity dinners are the biggest places for fame and fortune. Groups of business colleagues from Hainan, accompanied by their beautiful female companions, were seen clinking glasses, chatting animatedly, and strolling around this dazzling dinner scene, taking the opportunity to expand their network and negotiate business. The business leaders of the Lehigh Chamber of Commerce shared their experiences and insights with each other, and bursts of laughter occurred from time to time. Their female companions, some elegant and some charming, were like the halos behind them, adding a bit of brilliance to their identities. This shows the importance of bringing a female companion to such high society occasions. It seemed that the entire dinner party was a beautiful scene created by the female companions who were dressed in expensive dresses and adorned with jewelry, and were either dignified or lively. Before the charity auction began, the entire dinner was filled with a commercial atmosphere. Gu Keqing was seen wearing a luxurious dress, holding her husband Chu Tiannan's arm, elegantly holding a wineglass, and walking around the charity auction dinner. That is right, it was Gu Keqing who was fulfilling the obligations of a sham marriage and cooperating with her gay husband Chu Tiannan in social events. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Chu Tiannan, president of the Truman Group and co-organizer of this charity auction dinner, walked side by side with his wife Gu Keqing, raising their glasses to drink from time to time. This was not only a polite greeting to the guests, but also an excellent opportunity to expand their personal network. Because Gu Keqing, who is the ceiling of pure lustful queen, is the female companion of her husband Chu Tiannan, she has invisibly improved Chu Tiannan's taste and style. At the charity auction dinner, every smile and every handshake seemed to mean business opportunities and cooperation. Mr. Chu, I heard that your company has opened several new Truman hotel chains in Southeast Asia. They have been very successful since their official opening. I wonder if you are interested in expanding into the European market. A business tycoon toasted. Chu Tiannan raised his glass and replied, Mr. Wang, thank you for the compliment. Our Truman Group is actively looking for partners to expand overseas markets. Do you have any suggestions? Chu Tiannan chats about business with his business colleagues. Gu Keqing had a fake smile on her face. She was tired of socializing and was drinking red wine nonchalantly. However, when she glanced sideways unintentionally, she was shocked and stunned. Well, what's going on? Why would my chaebol sister-in-law Chu Yiren attend a charity auction dinner arm in arm with Alung? Gu Keqing was secretly shocked. Chapter 47 Chapter 047 Gu Keqing was shocked. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Yiren. At the dazzling charity dinner, the aloof chaebol daughter Chu Yiren, dressed in a gorgeous haute couture gown, was seen arm in arm with the handsomely dressed Lin Lang. After the handsome man and beautiful woman entered the venue, they became the most dazzling presence of the night. Lin Lang was wearing a white evening gown, elegantly accessorized with a bow tie and pocket square, his hair combed meticulously, looking regal, handsome and elegant. Because Chu Yiren, the heiress of the Chu Group, is a well-known beauty tycoon in the business world of Lehigh, as soon as she entered the venue, she attracted the whispers of some presidents' wives and Lehigh socialites. Who can stand this? Isn't the male companion of the tycoon's daughter Chu Yiren simply too handsome? Among the successful men in the business community of Shanghai, I don't think I've ever seen Chu Yiren's male companion. Yes. Could it be that he's not a male companion, but the boyfriend of the tycoon's daughter Chu Yiren? Impossible. Didn't Chu Yiren insist that she was single and didn't have a romantic relationship when she was interviewed by a financial magazine? Whoever marries Chu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, is like marrying a mountain of gold. The Chu family's inheritance will never be spent in a lifetime. Chu Yiren's male companion has such a great figure, tall and handsome, like a walking clothes rack. He must be a supermodel, right? Anyone who can be the male companion of Chu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, must be either rich or noble, and definitely not an ordinary person. Yes. Chu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, is well known for her arrogance in the financial world of Shanghai. Look at her arrogant look, she doesn't take anyone seriously. I couldn't believe my eyes. The usually aloof Chu Yiren acted like she was worth a fortune, holding her male companion's arm like a little bird, smiling happily, and even feeding him fruit in public. It seems this is what they call one thing conquers another. The arrogant tycoon Chu Yiren has actually been won over by this seemingly harmless, puppy-like male companion. What do you mean by that? Could it be that the male companion of the wealthy heiress Chu Yiren is a gigolo? Looks like he's just a gigolo, but this man is full of pride. Even in grand social occasions, he's calm, confident and elegant. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Where can you find such a handsome pretty boy? I also want to keep one as a toy. When women become lustful, men have nothing to worry about. It seems that the saying 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger really is true. The scene returns to Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing, who looked confused, took a sip of red wine tactically, his brain working rapidly, wondering what was happening in front of him. Gu Keqing couldn't figure out why her lover Lin Lang would attend tonight's charity event with her sister-in-law Chu Yiren. AI generates beautiful pictures of Gu Keqing. Before Gu Keqing could think too much, she saw Chu Yiren holding Lin Lang's arm and walking towards her elder brother Chu Tiannan and elder sister-in-law Gu Keqing. Gu Keqing was extremely nervous. What's going on, Alung? Alung and Chu Yiren actually walked towards me, aren't they crazy? It's getting closer. Gu Keqing was secretly panicked. Lin Lang approached and saw that Gu Keqing's expression was not very natural, so he took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, cousin." Gu Keqing quickly lied. "Cousin, why are you with Erin?" Lin Lang smiled and replied, "Sister Erin is in need of a male companion, and I happened to be attending an event and was in need of a female companion, so we attended tonight's charity auction dinner together." Gu Keqing's expression was not very natural, and she said for fun, "That's really a coincidence." Shu Erin said, "Sister-in-law, you don't look very good today, are you feeling unwell?" After hearing this, Gu Keqing thought to herself, "Sister-in-law, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just afraid that your brother will find out that Alung gave him a large grassland. That would be embarrassing." After finishing his recitation, Gu Keqing raised his left hand and rubbed his temple, then lied, "Maybe I didn't get enough rest last night, and I'm tired from all the socializing today, so I feel a little tired." Chu Tiannan, who was discussing business with several Shanghai businessmen, was surprised to hear someone calling his wife cousin and looked at the unfamiliar Lin Lang. Chu Tiannan looked up and down at Lin Lang, who looked so imposing and noble, as if he had never met him before. "Keqing, why haven't I heard that you have such a handsome cousin?" Gu Keqing was almost sweating and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Without waiting for Gu Keqing to answer, Lin Lang took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, cousin-in-law. My name is Lin Lang, and I'm cousin Keqing's distant cousin. Because my parents passed away early, I haven't had much contact with my cousin for many years." Gu Keqing echoed, "Yes. Alung just graduated from university recently and is starting to get involved in the business world in Shanghai. We'll naturally have more opportunities to run into each other in the future." Chu Tiannan was skeptical after hearing this, and politely replied, "Hello, cousin Alung." Shu Erin, who was arrogant and looked down on everyone, greeted with a blank expression, "Hello, big brother." Chu Tiannan asked tentatively, "Erin, are you familiar with Alung?" Shu Erin took a sip of red wine and replied, "Fortunately, we have had some interactions." Chu Tiannan was very curious about Lin Lang's sudden appearance, and asked cautiously, "Where is Alung doing now?" Lin Lang held up his red wine glass and replied confidently and elegantly, "I'm currently an independent angel investor, mainly investing in financial stocks and antiques. I'll also be investing in real estate next." Chu Tiannan continued to ask, "Alung, you are so young, are you very knowledgeable about these investment fields?" Lin Lang replied truthfully, "I graduated from the Department of Finance and know a thing or two about many types of investments." Chu Tiannan asked doubtfully, "But Alung, you just graduated from college. Where did the capital for venture capital come from?" Chu Erin replied poker-facedly, "Alung is from a prestigious school. He is the only beloved disciple of treasure appraiser Zhou Zhangdong. He has the support of the renowned Zhou family of Longhai and the financial backing of his master." Gu Keqing was secretly shocked after hearing this. She didn't expect that the treasure appraisal master Zhou Zhangdong would actually accept Lin Lang as his last disciple. After hearing this, Chu Tiannan dispelled his doubts and his attitude changed 180 degrees. He enthusiastically and proactively shook hands and greeted Lin Lang. "Your master is a descendant of a prominent real estate tycoon from Oldihai. As a Xiagua treasure appraiser with a fortune of tens of billions, he is a renowned collector in this city. He has extensive connections in Ihai and holds a high social status. Even the most influential figures in the political and business circles have to show some respect to your master. My father also loved collecting his entire life and was a longtime friend of your master. Every time he bought something antique or valuable, he would always ask your master for his opinion." Lin Lang smiled and replied, "So, my master and your father have quite a connection." Chu Tiannan continued, "I'll take some time out to arrange a dinner party in the next few days. I'll invite you, my cousin, and your master to meet up with my father for a few drinks and reminisce about the past." Lin Lang politely declined, "I'll accept your cousin-in-law's kindness on behalf of my master. It's just that my master just had surgery for cardiovascular stenosis. 2 stents were placed in a minimally invasive surgery. He is currently hospitalized for treatment and I'm afraid he won't be able to attend the banquet." After hearing this, Chu Tiannan replied, "That's right. I'll go to the hospital to visit your teacher on behalf of my father when I have time. The dinner and reminiscing can be postponed." Why did Chu Tiannan's attitude change 180 degrees when he heard that Lin Lang came from a famous school, was the favorite disciple of the treasure appraiser Zhou Zhangdong, and had the capital background of his master? Chapter 48 Chapter 048, My Sister is Really a Hidden Talent. Because this is the reality of Vanity Fair. The people of Longhai have always been a very special community in Xia State. Ordinary people in Hainan all have a certain sense of superiority. No matter how rich a grassroots nouveau riche is, he will never be in the eyes of the wealthy families in Shanghai. Only those with a prominent family background can be looked up to by the second generation of a chaebol like Chu Tiannan. Lin Lang is a disciple of a famous family, with the capital background of the Zhou family of old Shanghai. With the help of the 4 generations of the Zhou family, which has been entrenched in Shanghai, he can be said to have aristocratic connections and can talk to most of the celebrities in Shanghai. Many times, connections are wealth. In a place like Haikou where foundation is important, it is difficult to achieve anything without connections. There is a saying that goes, to get involved in a gang is all about background. It's the same principle. Gu Keqing, who was standing aside and secretly nervous, was surprised to see Lin Lang chatting with his lover's husband without blushing or getting nervous. Gu Keqing tactically took a sip of red wine and saw her husband, the CEO, Chu Tiannan, scrutinizing Lin Lang. Every word he said was full of ulterior motives, which made her tremble with fear, fearing that her ambiguous relationship with Lin Lang would be exposed. Fortunately, Lin Lang is a talented actor with excellent psychological quality. His answers were flawless with almost no loopholes. For some reason, Gu Keqing felt a sense of excitement in her heart at this moment. In short, at this moment, Gu Keqing's previous uneasiness and nervousness that made her heart beat wildly gradually turned into a kind of secret joy and satisfaction, and a charming smile involuntarily appeared on her face. In front of her husband Chu Tiannan, the president's wife Gu Keqing and her lover Lin Lang treated each other as cousins, exchanging glances and flirting with each other. It was really unparalleled. The excitement of secretly exchanging glances with Lin Lang in front of her husband who was in a sham marriage, perhaps this is the difference between love and not love. Gu Keqing drank her red wine strategically while secretly observing the chaebol's sister-in-law, Chu Erin, and the affectionate look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Lang. She wondered, how could Alung be related to the chaebol's daughter, Chu Erin? Isn't Chu Erin a celibate who views men as inferior creatures who think with their lower bodies and has never been in love? Could it be that Alung has the ability to be a human wrench and bring Chu Erin, who is so arrogant and despises all men, back on track and accepts dating a man? Oh my god. I was just thinking about it, and I was shocked to the point of my scalp tingling. Isn't Alung too powerful? Well. The more Gu Keqing thought about it, the more angry she became. She became jealous and her eyes gradually became resentful. She began to feel jealous secretly. Women's sixth sense is often very sharp. After Gu Keqing married into the wealthy Chu family, she had never seen the cold and arrogant Chu Erin look at a man with such gentle eyes. Chu Erin, who always had a proud and arrogant face, actually took Lin Lang's arm in public for the first time. They were very close and kept holding each other's arms throughout the whole process. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Erin. Even Gu Keqing, who was always so arrogant, still held Lin Lang affectionately in front of her brother and sister-in-law. The huge contrast between her and Lin Lang made Gu Keqing stunned. This was the first time that eldest brother Chu Tiannan had met a man who could make Chu Erin, the daughter of a wealthy family who looked down on all men, lower herself and accompany him to a grand event. So, Chu Tiannan teased, "Erin, did you rent Alung?" Chu Erin, who was always cold and aloof, frowned and asked, "Of course it's not rented." "Why do you ask, brother?" Chu Tiannan jokingly said, "If it wasn't rented, you would have been so gentle holding Alung's arm, unwilling to let go for even a second. This is not your character as a chaebol daughter, right?" Ah. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Erin. After hearing this, Chu Erin's face turned slightly red, and a blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face, making her look even more beautiful and charming. When Chu Erin heard her elder brother Chu Tiannan joking and teasing her, she realized that she had been holding Lin Lang's arm intimately and naturally, and had never let go since she entered the venue. So, Chu Erin reluctantly let go of Lin Lang's arm and replied in a cold tone, "Brother, your jokes are not funny at all." Chu Tiannan had no choice but to shut up. Gu Keqing teased, "Husband, who gave you the courage to make fun of Erin?" Chu Tiannan laughed awkwardly and said, "I've never seen such a gentle and lovely side of Erin before." I was surprised and curious for a moment. Let's stay away from her before she gets really angry. Gu Keqing took her husband Chu Tiannan's arm and left on the pretext of something, raising a toast to her business friends at the dinner. Lin Lang raised his glass, smiled, and nodded slightly as a polite farewell. "Sister Erin, why do your elder brother and sister-in-law seem so afraid of you?" Chu Erin replied proudly, "I am the real boss behind the Chu group." "Can't you see it?" After her brother and sister-in-law walked away, Chu Erin, with a frosty face, switched from an arrogant and cold expression to a gentle and lovely look in a second after looking at the little puppy Lin Lang. Ding! Friendly reminder from the Universal Entry System. The Chu family has never had a daughter. Chu Iren, the daughter of a chaebol family, is the only daughter of the Chu family in 10 generations according to the family tree. She is regarded as the apple of her eye by her chaebol father, Chu Jinchang. From childhood to adulthood, she has never dared to ask for the moon or the stars. Even Chu Jinchang, the tycoon father who was a daughter slave, had already made a controversial will. The ratio of the Chu brothers and sisters inheriting the family inheritance is 7-3, with the sister Chu Iren getting 70% and the brother Chu Tiannan getting 30%. After the death of her chaebol father Chu Jinchang, his daughter Chu Iren will legally inherit 70% of the shares of the Truman Group and 70% of the assets of the Chu Group, including all overseas assets, becoming the big boss who actually controls the Truman Group. By then, Chu Iren will become the youngest female billionaire in the history of Xia Kingdom. For this reason, eldest brother Chu Tiannan was helpless. It was simply because her younger sister, Chu Iren, was recorded in the genealogy of the wealthy Chu family as the only daughter in 10 generations. She was born to be the apple of everyone's eye, and there was nothing she could do about her favor. Chu Iren, the daughter of a wealthy family who has been the center of attention since childhood, has developed an arrogant and domineering personality. After reading Chu Iren's detailed entry, Lin Lang secretly marveled, "I never thought that the chaebol's daughter I hooked up with would actually be a future chaebol worth hundreds of billions. It's such a pleasant surprise." After reading it, Lin Lang concealed his intentions and deliberately changed the subject, saying, "I didn't realize that Sister Iren is the real boss of the Truman Group. Me. I only see that my sister is so beautiful that she can captivate the whole country. She is so beautiful that she entangles my heart and mesmerizes me. I can't move my feet when I see you." Lin Lang pretended to look at Chu Iren affectionately. His eyes were melancholy and deep, full of electricity, and his eyes were extremely dischargeful. He. The beautiful and charming Chu Iren was so aroused by Lin Lang that she trembled with joy. She covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. "Alung, you have such a sweet mouth. You must have grown up eating honey, right?" Chapter 49. Chapter 049, My life depends on wandering. Without waiting for Lin Lang to continue to make Chu Iren happy. Then he saw Zhou Weihao, the son of the richest man in Hai at that time, followed by 2 dandy followers, holding wine glasses and proudly approaching Chu Iren, who was looking at Lin Lang with a sweet smile. "Miss Chu, long time no see." Zhou Weihao stepped forward to greet her. Chu Iren turned around when she heard the voice. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Iren. Chu Iren was surprised to see that the visitor was Zhou Weihao, the son of the richest man in Hai. Instead of smiling, she lowered her brows and replied indifferently, "It seems that there is nothing good to see between me and Mr. Zhou." Zhou Weihao held up his wine glass and laughed awkwardly. "Miss Chu was smiling brightly just now, but after seeing me, she turned as cold as ice." "Your expression changed so quickly, didn't it?" Chu Iren raised her beautiful little face and said with cold contempt, "You are not worthy. This young lady is smiling at you." Zhou Weihao felt embarrassed after hearing this, feeling a little embarrassed in front of his followers, so he said self-deprecatingly, "Hey my. I'm the son of the richest man in Hai, but I'm not even worthy of Miss Chu's glance. Then I'm very curious, who is this handsome, fair-faced young man beside Miss Chu? How could he be so lucky to win her smile?" As Zhou Weihao spoke, he looked at Lin Lang with hostility. Zhou Weihao, who had ulterior motives, used the term handsome fair-faced young man to describe Lin Lang, implying that Lin Lang was a gigolo. Why did Zhou Weihao feel hostile towards Lin Lang? Because as the son of the richest man in Haikao, he had pursued Chu Iren for a long time, but was repeatedly rejected by Chu Iren. Even Chu Iren, who was born with a proud and arrogant character, had never looked Zhou Weihao in the eye. Every time Zhou Weihao sees Chu Iren in a business setting, he will take the initiative to greet her enthusiastically, but without exception, he is always rejected. This made Zhou Weihao, the son of the richest man in Hai, feel inferior. He couldn't understand why Chu Iren hated him so much. Zhou Weihao, who has been coveting Chu Iren for a long time, always thought that she had no interest in men. Today, Zhou Weihao was shocked to see that the arrogant Chu Iren was gentle, sweet and dependent in front of Lin Lang. He was so shocked that he began to doubt his life. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Iren. Zhou Weihao implied that Lin Lang was a gigolo. Lin Lang deliberately put his arm around Chu Iren's waist and looked provocatively at Zhou Weihao, the son of the richest man in Hai. He said sarcastically, "Mr. Zhou, you don't know that Iren is allergic to things that are not beautiful in appearance." Lin Lang implied that Zhou Weihao was ugly, and the two of them were rivals in love, exchanging favors. "You?" Zhou Weihao was so angry that he was speechless for a moment. The chaebol daughter Chu Iren was hugged by Lin Lang's slender waist in public. Instead of getting angry, she cooperated with Lin Lang and deliberately acted coquettishly. My dear, you still understand me. When I see something that's not beautiful in appearance, I feel a little nauseous. Lin Lang said sarcastically, I know no one would refuse something that looks beautiful, but are things that don't look beautiful really that eye-catching? Chu Yiren echoed the sentiment, saying, it's not that eye-catching, actually. It's just something ugly, dangling in front of me, and it's really annoying. Zhou Weihao was so angry after hearing this that he almost broke the red wine glass in his hand. Lin Lang continued to say mischievously, isn't it like a toad jumping on your feet, not biting but annoying? Chu Yiren pretended to be coquettish and held Lin Lang's arm, lowering her eyebrows and replied, yes. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and smirked, Mr. Zhou, you don't have an earthquake sense? Why is your wine glass shaking? Zhou Weihao felt like 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his mind, thinking, I've been pissed off to the point of shaking with anger, and you're still saying these sarcastic things. You're really pissing me off. Zhou Weihao's face was extremely ugly. He felt that he had lost face in front of his followers and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. No matter how angry you are, rich people still have to maintain their dignity. So, Zhou Weihao suppressed his anger and asked, I'm not Zhang Heng, and I don't have the ability to use a seismograph. May I ask your name, sir? I am Lin Lang, a man of unparalleled elegance, suave, handsome, talented, and a man resembling Panin. He is known as a pear blossom surpassing a crabapple, and nicknamed the jade-faced little flying dragon. Twin woods, waves of spray. I don't even use oars to row a boat, I rely on the waves for my entire life. Lin Lang was talking nonsense in his serious tone, with a scornful look on his lips and a look as sharp as a knife in his eyes. Zhou Weihao was almost pissed off. He had never met such a boastful young man who dared to act cool in front of him. You have to know that he was the son of the richest man in Shanghai. I can see that you are quite wild. A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhou Weihao's face. Chu Yiren couldn't help laughing after hearing this. She tactically took a sip of red wine, but she couldn't help but spray Zhou Weihao all over. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. This conversation between you two is so funny, I couldn't help myself. Your suit must be very expensive, right? I'll compensate you. Chu Yiren opened her limited edition Prada bag and took out her checkbook and pen. The two followers behind Zhou Weihao were all stunned, but they didn't even dare to fart. Zhou Weihao suppressed his anger, looked at the wine stains on his body, and maintained his final decency, but he was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. Chapter 50 Chapter 050, the harm is not great, but the insult is very strong. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Yiren. If the woman who sprayed Zhou Weihao with wine stains on her body was not Chu Yiren, the daughter of a prominent tycoon, given his arrogant and domineering personality, he would have slapped her in the face. On the beach, background and power are important. Although Zhou Weihao's father, Zhou Zhini, is nominally the richest man in Shanghai, that is only the official amount of tax he pays. He has already topped the rich list. If the Chu family's net assets were not placed in overseas trusts and reasonable tax avoidance, they could easily defeat the Zhou family in a few rounds. That's why Chu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, is so arrogant and can walk sideways on the sea. To put it bluntly, is the richest man in Xia country on the list really the richest person in Xia country? It's just that many wealthy families with strong backgrounds keep a low profile, make a fortune quietly, and disdain to be on the rich list. Chu Yiren wrote a check and casually handed it to Zhou Weihao, who had a sullen face. She said in a tone that was not very hurtful but very insulting, Mr. Zhou, I can only say sorry again. I will compensate you with a new suit. Miss Chu, aren't you looking down on me too much? Zhou Weihao was so angry that he almost exploded. After all, I am the son of the richest man in the sea. Do I need you to compensate me for a piece of clothing? Zhou Weihao loved and was angry with Chu Yiren. He snorted coldly and left the charity auction dinner angrily. Before leaving, Zhou Weihao gave Lin Lang a bad look, and it seemed that they had a grudge against each other. Lin Lang added, I didn't have time to shake hands, so I'm sorry I can't see you off. Goodbye, Master Zhou. As the son of the richest man in Lehigh, Zhou Weihao had always been able to get whatever he wanted in Lehigh City and had never suffered any setback. However, today he had lost face for the first time in his life. He was almost pissed off by Lin Lang and Chu Yiren, and he left the scene angrily without even looking back. Chu Yiren looked at Zhou Weihao's back as he left angrily, and a smug sneer appeared on her beautiful little face. In the millennium, the term suck up did not exist. In Lin Lang's eyes, Zhou Weihao is a typical bootlicker. AI generates beautiful pictures of Chu Yiren. So, Lin Lang asked, Sister Erin, why do you hate this Mr. Zhou so much? Shu Erin replied with disgust, this Zhou Weihao relies on his father being the richest man in Hai to indulge in drinking, gambling, whoring, and bullying. He even took the blame for drunk driving and bullied others. After hearing this, Lin Lang sneered, so he's just an uneducated and unskillful playboy. Shu Erin said with a look of disdain, this kind of rich second generation is just relying on their parents for support. They can't achieve anything great. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Even his father, Zhou Zhini, the richest man in Shanghai, was just a nouveau riche with no cultural heritage. Before he became rich, he was just a small-time thug in the Shanghai shantytown. The Zhou family is a nouveau riche. They have no power or foundation in the sea, and no high-ranking figures behind them. They are just stupid people with a lot of money. As the saying goes, when the sky is wild, it will rain. When people are wild, they will suffer disaster. With the arrogant personalities of Zhou Zhini and his son, he won't be able to remain the richest man in Shanghai for long. Shu Erin, with a sneer on her face, had already seen through everything. After hearing this, Lin Lang secretly exclaimed, Shu Erin, the daughter of a wealthy family, is indeed no ordinary person. Why did Lin Lang suddenly look at Shu Erin differently? Because Lin Lang was a time traveler, he knew that Zhou Zhini, the richest man in Lehigh at the time, had experienced great ups and downs in his life, from a ruffian to the richest man in Lehigh, and then from the richest man in Lehigh to being thrown in jail. In May 2003, Zhou Zhini, the richest man in Shanghai, was formally arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison for falsely reporting a registered capital of 700 million yuan. In May 2007, Zhou Zhini was arrested again and convicted of multiple crimes. He was sentenced to 16 years in prison for his second time. To put it bluntly, if Zhou Zhini came from a wealthy family with a strong background and had the support of powerful figures and high-ranking officials, it would be impossible for him to be sentenced for such a minor crime. Even Zhou Zhini's 2 sentences combined total almost 20 years. Before Lin Lang could think about it, Shu Erin said, Lang, the charity auction dinner is about to begin. Our Truman Group is the co-organizer. As the co-organizer's representative, I will go on stage to give a speech. I'll excuse myself for now. Okay, Sister Erin. I love you. Lin Lang made a heart gesture with his hands. The beautiful Shu Erin smiled charmingly, and then left reluctantly. Because Lin Lang had almost no friends in the upper class at the huge charity dinner, he was bored and signed in with the system today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's system sign-in and obtaining the maximum level, Piano Master, skill. The host's current piano playing level has already ranked among the top 10 pianists in the world. Lin Lang took a sip of red wine, a look of pride on his face. Nice. It's that simple. I've transformed into a piano prince in an instant. It's so cool. Lin Lang was drinking red wine boredly at the lively charity auction dinner. The male host on the stage held up the microphone and announced the official start of the charity auction. He spoke a lot of opening remarks, but Lin Lang didn't hear a word of it. Even when the chaebol's daughter Shu Erin, as the representative of the co-organizer of the Truman Group, took the stage to give a speech, Lin Lang was delighted and applauded the beautiful Shu Erin from the audience. Lin Lang was not interested in any of the guests at the charity auction dinner, and he disdained to curry favor with the local Shanghai business tycoons because he would soon become a top business tycoon. It won't be long before these Shanghai business tycoons from the Shanghai Association find opportunities to curry favor with Lin Lang. The atmosphere of the charity auction dinner that night was solemn yet warm. In the banquet hall, the auctioneer's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every fall of the hammer was accompanied by warm applause. The charity auction items at the event were dazzling, and no matter how much they were worth, they all carried a heavy load of love. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings, ceramic artworks, jewelry, bags used by celebrities, and even concert tickets signed by musicians, each one carries the donor's thoughts and expectations. Celebrities from all walks of life, cultural and sports stars, and local Shanghai business tycoons all competed to bid, generously donated money to buy the charity items, and made contributions to charity. Time passed quickly and the charity dinner was coming to an end. The male host on the stage smiled at the guests in the audience and said with the microphone, "Next, please invite our etiquette lady to present the last item of the charity auction tonight." A hostess wearing a cheongsam, holding an abstract oil painting, slowly walked onto the stage to display the painting for the charity auction. This beautiful and imaginative abstract painting, Loneliness, was created and donated specifically for this charity event by the young and beautiful painter, Ms. Han Jae-in. Ms. Han Jae-in, a native of Haikou, was born into a family of scholars. She could have relied on her looks, but she has so much talent. She is an outstanding young contemporary female painter. Although Miss Han Jae-in was not present, please give her a warm round of applause and thank her for her efforts and contributions to this charity event. There was warm applause at the scene. Then, the male host looked at the audience and announced through the microphone, "This abstract painting, Loneliness, has a starting price of 300,000 Chinese yuan, and each bid must be no less than 50,000 Chinese yuan." After the auction started, caring people from all walks of life in the audience began to raise their placards to bid. You can show your face in the world of fame and fortune and make a contribution to charity. Why wouldn't the wealthy and famous people in the upper class do it? The lights are coming on. In the interweaving of light and shadow, Lin Lang, dressed in a white tuxedo, held up the sign confidently. Starting from a reserve price of 300,000, after several rounds of bidding, Lin Lang finally successfully bought the abstract painting Loneliness by the beautiful painter Han Jae-in for 2.15 million Chinese yuan. After the auctioneer asked for the price 3 times and confirmed that no one raised the bid again, he struck the auction hammer in his hand. There was warm applause again. Following the introduction by the host, Lin Lang slowly stood up amid applause and showed up at the grand charity auction dinner, holding a glass of red wine. This was his first appearance in the business world of Shanghai. The socialites, wives of CEOs, and beautiful stars at the event applauded Lin Lang's generosity and cast their admiring gazes on the handsome Lin Lang. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 Have you ever risked your life for others? I don't know whether the Shanghai business leaders at the charity auction dinner remembered Lin Lang. However, some of the rich ladies, wives of big bosses, wives of presidents, and wives of chairmen who participated in the charity event were all deeply impressed by the handsome Lin Lang. Beauty is justice. Lin Lang didn't want to be so attractive to women. It was because he was so handsome that he was conspicuous wherever he went. Because Lin Lang attended the charity auction dinner on behalf of his master Zhou Zhengdong, the money for the charity auction donations was paid by his master, but it was his apprentice Lin Lang who showed up at the scene and stole the limelight. Therefore, Lin Lang will definitely make money by participating in tonight's charity auction dinner. The ending music started. The host began to give closing remarks. Thanks to the organizer, Hai Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to the co-organizer, Truman Group. Thank you to everyone who has made efforts and contributions in this charity event. In short, the host on the stage only spoke some official and polite words. Thanks for this. Thanks for that. After expressing a lot of thanks, the host loudly announced that the charity auction dinner was officially over. The guests attending the charity event stood up and left one after another as the music played at the end of the event. After groups of celebrities from all walks of life and Shanghai business leaders exchanged greetings and said goodbye to each other, they could leave at will and go back to their homes. Xu Yiren stood up and said, "Excuse me, Alung. I'm the co-organizer representative of the Truman Group. I'll be personally responsible for many of the aftermath of this charity event, and I'll be busy until very late. Let's meet again another time when we have time." Okay, Sister Erin. Work is important. Sister, go and do your work. I love you. Lin Lang made a heart gesture with his hands. Xu Yiren, the daughter of a wealthy family, smiled and said goodbye to Lin Lang reluctantly. After getting into work, Xu Yiren switched to the mode of a domineering beauty tycoon in a second and resumed her cold and arrogant poker face. Xu Yiren, the arrogant daughter of a wealthy family, despises all men, but she leaves her gentle and lovely side to Lin Lang. AI generates beautiful pictures of Xu Yiren. The next morning. High City Open Air Stadium. 2000 ARC Asian Women's Road Motorcycle Championship High Station. The warm sunlight shines through the clouds and onto the winding track, as if drawing dazzling racing lines for this grand Women's Asian Motorcycle Championship. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of spectators, top female racers from various Asian countries, riding their professional horizontal racing motorcycles, appeared at the competition scene in a heroic manner, like roaring beasts. 20 minutes before the game started, Zhou Mengyao, the top-ranked female racing driver in Xia country, wore a cool racing suit. The tight design highlighted her graceful figure. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She appeared on the track holding a helmet, which was a beautiful sight. It is no exaggeration to say that the sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao attracted the attention of all the audience as soon as she appeared on the stage. Zhou Mengyao's stunning face is as beautiful as a painting, and her clear eyes reveal her determination to win the championship. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang bought a VVLP grandstand ticket from a scalper at a high price, which allowed him to witness the top female racers from various Asian countries from a very close distance as they raced all the way to compete for the latest ranking of Asian female racers. Lin Lang appeared in the audience VVLP stands, wearing black Armani sunglasses. In the huge open-air stadium, he drank iced cola under the scorching sun and cheered for Zhou Mengyao on the spot. The venue was nearly packed with spectators, most of whom were local Shagwa spectators from Lehigh. Naturally, they had the highest expectations for Zhou Mengyao, a female racing driver from Lehigh. There was even a cheerleading team at the competition site. Before the game started, they sang at the top of their lungs to cheer for their idol, female racing driver Zhou Mengyao. The overwhelming cheers at the scene showed Zhou Mengyao's extremely high popularity in the racing world. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the female racers from various countries, together with the team engineers and technicians, were all preparing for the race in an intensive and orderly manner at the venue, jointly pursuing the ultimate performance of motorcycle racing. In addition to their outstanding skills, the key to winning the competition is also the tacit cooperation with the team of female racing drivers from various countries. Ding! The Universal Entry System's weather forecast alert: halfway through the race, the weather will suddenly change and heavy rain will fall. This sudden downpour will directly affect the results of the female racers from various Asian countries. Fuck! The TV weather forecast says there won't be any rain in High City today? Could it be that my Universal Item Prompt System can actually predict sudden weather changes? That's awesome. My entry prompt system is truly omnipotent. After receiving the system entry prompt, Lin Lang felt that the iced cola in his hand was no longer sweet. He took off his sunglasses, looked up at the cloudless sky, and suddenly felt ecstatic. When the game was halfway through, it suddenly started to rain heavily. Why was Lin Lang happy? Because Lin Lang could notify Zhou Mengyao in advance and replace her motorcycle with rain tires, so that she would not slip when cornering in heavy rain, increasing Zhou Mengyao's chances of winning the championship. So, Lin Lang hurriedly waved and shouted Zhou Mengyao's name in the VVLP stands. Unfortunately, there were too many spectators and the noise was very loud. Zhou Mengyao, who was preparing for the competition in the stadium, could not hear it at all. Helplessly, Lin Lang could only take out his cell phone and call Zhou Mengyao, but unfortunately Zhou Mengyao, who was concentrating on preparing for the competition, had turned off her phone long ago. Lin Lang was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. What should he do? In desperation, Lin Lang had no choice but to make up his mind, risking being kicked out of the stadium by security, climbed over the fence and jumped into the stadium, running madly towards Zhou Mengyao. The tens of thousands of spectators in the audience mistakenly thought that Lin Lang was a fanatical fan of Zhou Mengyao, and irrationally jumped into the competition venue to chase his star, which caused the audience to exclaim. The security personnel at the scene also immediately discovered that some spectators had jumped into the competition venue and ran towards Lin Lang to stop them. Because of the exclamations of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene, Zhou Mengyao looked back and was surprised to see Lin Lang jumping out of the audience and running towards her desperately. The visual effect of shock was like a love story of a moth flying into a flame. Love at first sight. That's right. Zhou Mengyao, who was concentrating on preparing for the competition with her team members, felt like she was in love when she saw Lin Lang being chased by a dozen security guards and running towards her desperately. The foreign female racing drivers who were preparing for the race at the scene were also stunned by Lin Lang's bold moves. They turned into spectators and mistakenly thought that the audience Lin Lang was a lunatic. Lin Lang, what are you doing? Zhou Mengyao looked shocked. Lin Lang desperately ran towards Zhou Mengyao, then panting and grabbing her shoulders, whispered, "When the race is halfway through, there will be a sudden change in the weather and a torrential downpour. The sudden downpour of extremely heavy rain will directly affect the outcome of today's game. Change to rain tires." The technical members of Zhou Mengyao's racing team at the scene looked at each other after hearing this. They simply couldn't believe that such sunny weather would suddenly lead to heavy rain after the race. Zhou Mengyao was surprised and said, "But there's no rain in today's weather forecast?" "Mengyao, don't be fooled by the clear sky now. The weather will change suddenly once the race starts. You must listen to me and change to rain tires." Lin Lang panted. "Tell your team members to change to rain tires immediately, otherwise it will be too late." Before Lin Lang could finish his words, more than a dozen security guards on the scene rushed forward and pressed Lin Lang to the ground. Zhou Mengyao was stunned. A security guard held his knees and asked breathlessly, "Ms. Zhou, did the spectator who jumped off the stands hurt you?" Zhou Mengyao hurriedly explained, "He is my male classmate. He didn't jump off the stands to hurt me. Please don't make things difficult for him." Even if Zhou Mengyao spoke for Lin Lang still needed to undergo an investigation and confirm that it was not an intentional attack before he could be expelled from the stadium for disrupting the order of the game. Fortunately, the game had not started yet. If the game was in progress, I would be detained by the police for 15 days. Zhou Mengyao was stunned when she saw Lin Lang being escorted to the backstage of the venue by a dozen security guards for investigation. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Then, Zhou Mengyao raised her beautiful face, looked up at the bright sunny sky, and murmured softly, "Could it be possible that such sunny weather will suddenly turn into a torrential downpour after the game?" He Zai, the team engineer, frowned and said, "Boss, you're not really going to believe him and risk losing the race by switching to rain tires on a sunny day, are you?" Lin Lang is a very steady and serious person. He was my deskmate for 3 years in high school and my father's last disciple. He would never harm me. If Lin Lang wasn't absolutely sure, there's no way he would have jumped off the stands and rushed towards me, asking me to change to rain tires and race on a sunny day. Xiao Lei, the team's technician, advised, "But boss, if it doesn't rain during the race, our motorcycles, using rain tires, will definitely lose in a dry land race against competitors from other countries." Zhou Mengyao frowned slightly and ordered firmly, "Do as Lin Lang says immediately. Change the motorcycle racing tires to rain tires, the brake pads to rain-specific ones, and the front and rear shock absorbers to softer ones that are more suitable for wet racing." While adjusting the hardware, the software must also be adjusted immediately. The electronic engineers immediately adjusted the ECU and LMU to make them more suitable for racing in rainy weather, making the engine output more linear and improving the traction control and auxiliary systems. After hearing this, Heizi, the team engineer, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said weakly, "Boss, you're gambling your career here. Don't you trust the official weather forecast and your classmate Lin Lang?" Zhou Mengyao steeled herself and angrily replied, "I'm going to make a bet for Lin Lang today. The match starts in 15 minutes. Do as I tell you immediately." "Yes, boss." "Everyone, do it quickly. Go. The technical staff of Zhou Mengyao's team were all well trained and devoted to their work. Some were changing rain tires, some were changing shock absorbers, some were adjusting software settings, and they were all busy racing against time. Chapter 52, Speed and Passion. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao herself was surprised that she would choose to trust Lin Lang unconditionally and gamble her career as a professional racing driver for it. If Zhou Mengyao had listened to Lin Lang and used rain tires to compete on the dry track in the Asian Women's Motorcycle Championship, and lost the race because it didn't rain, she would have become a laughingstock in the motorcycle racing world. Racing on a dry track with rain tires increases friction and reduces vehicle speed by at least 5%, which is a nightmare for professional racing drivers who want to win the championship. If there had not been a heavy rainstorm during the competition, it would have meant that the championship would have been handed over to someone else, and the team might not even have made it into the top 10. Rain tires are structurally different from dry tires, with a softer compound used on the surface of the tire. Rain tires have more grooves on their surface. These grooves drain water away from the tire surface. Rain tires can also drain water between the track surfaces. Not to mention in the case of heavy rain. Even in heavy rain, a motorcycle racing car using dry tires, also called slick tires, does not have enough grip. When turning without slowing down, the probability of skidding and falling will increase a lot. To put it bluntly, slick tires have no drainage grooves, so they are fast on a dry track, but they are prone to slipping and falling when cornering or braking in the rain. Although there have been precedents in the international racing world where well-known male racers have become legendary after racing on slick tires in the rain, these scenes are few and far between. Rain tires are divided into semi-rain tires and full rain tires. Semi-rain tires may be suitable for racing when it is not raining, but Zhou Mengyao's Suzuki racing motorcycle is equipped with full rain tires with an astonishing displacement. If there is a heavy rainstorm during the race, Zhou Mengyao's chances of winning will double when she rides a Suzuki motorcycle with all rain tires. 1 minute and 5 seconds before the race officially started, Zhou Mengyao's team technicians, with super professional teamwork, adjusted Zhou Mengyao's Suzuki racing motorcycle to an invincible state for rain racing. Nice! Zhou Mengyao, wearing a cool racing suit and a professional racing helmet, rode on the Suzuki 911 in the rain, twisted the accelerator twice heroically, and the exciting sound of the motorcycle was heard. Buzz! Buzz! The members of Mengyao's team shouted in unison, "Come on, boss! Win the championship! Win the championship! Win the championship!" Okay. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao raised 2 fingers on her right hand and saluted the technical members of the team. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Mengyao casually took off the eye mask of her helmet, rode her Suzuki bike with rain tires, and rode to the 4th starting position, ready for the official competition. All the female racers from Asian countries on the track were shocked by Zhou Mengyao's amazing performance. What? Using rain tires to race on a sunny day, are the female racers from Xia country crazy? Oh my god. There's no rain in the forecast, yet the Xia country female racer is using rain tires on a dry track. Doesn't she want to win? The Singaporean female racer thought to herself after watching the video. Zhou Mengyao is from Hainan. Is she crazy? Among all the top Asian female racers participating in the competition, only Zhou Mengyao's Suzuki used rain tires, and the racing mode was also rain battle mode, which stunned the female racers from various Asian countries. The commentator at the game also clearly saw Zhou Mengyao's Suzuki bike, which was using rain tires, on the big screen in the stadium, because the cameraman broadcasting the game live gave a close-up. Zhou Mengyao, beautiful pictures. The male commentator exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my god. I couldn't believe my eyes." Xia country's Zhou Mengyao actually changed her Suzuki to full rain tires on a sunny day. Is it going to rain heavily during today's race? The female commentator replied in surprise, "The weather forecast says there's no rain in Hai City today. It's a clear blue sky at the competition site right now, and the competition is about to start in less than a minute. How could it possibly rain heavily?" The male commentator asked in confusion, could it be that Zhou Mengyao's team made a major mistake and changed the wrong tires before the race? The female commentator replied, "Absolutely impossible. In such a major event, it's impossible for Zhou Mengyao's team to make such a low-level mistake." Tens of thousands of spectators at the scene were shocked to hear that Zhou Mengyao was using rain tires to compete on a sunny day. Wow! There was an uproar in the huge open-air stadium, and the audience was talking about it. All of them were shocked. No? What kind of amazing operation is this by Zhou Mengyao? It's a beautiful day today, with clear skies, and the competition is about to start. How could it possibly rain? Yes. I was originally hoping that motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao would win. There's no way she'd win the wet tire dry race. The Asian Women's Motorcycle Championship in Haijian is the home turf of motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao. Half of the stadium's spectators are locals from Longhai. They came to support Zhou Mengyao, not to watch her lose the race on dry land using rain tires. That's right. The female racer Asano Monet, who lives a low life, is the #1 female racer in Asia. She is already very strong. Even if Zhou Mengyao used slick tires, she would not be able to win, let alone use rain tires and compete on a dry track. It seems like Zhou Mengyao is likely to lose today's match. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Didn't Zhou Mengyao say in an interview with a motorcycle magazine that she really wanted to beat the female racers who were just living off the competition? Why did she race on rain tires on a sunny day, deliberately letting them down to lose? Alas! Who knows what evil has befallen Zhou Mengyao? The eyes of tens of thousands of spectators were all focused on the track. The female motorcyclists participating in the competition from various Asian countries are all ready. They stare at the track ahead, ride their racing bikes and twist the accelerator, feeling that no one else can do it but them, and their blood is racing. Rows of dazzling motorcycle racing cars are in neat rows, and on each motorcycle racer sits a cool female racer wearing a tight racing suit. They come from various Asian countries and have different skin colors, but they all have the same desire to win. The starting gun sounded. Female racers from various Asian countries stepped on the accelerator almost at the same time. The roaring sound of the engines was like the sound of war drums, stirring the hearts of every audience member. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, riding a Suzuki motorcycle with rain tires, rushed out in an instant like a cannonball. Buzz. The other female racers also looked heroic while speeding, controlling their flat-legged motorcycles with superb skills. Every turn and every acceleration showed the female racers' extremely high professional competitive level. The motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao was seen driving the Suzuki Chariot calmly, weaving in and out of dense traffic, flexibly overtaking one racing car after another, with extremely skillful and exquisite driving skills. The wind whistled in Zhou Mengyao's ears. The buzzing sounds of dozens of racing cars intertwined together, making Zhou Mengyao's adrenaline surge. Her eyes remained firm, staring straight ahead. Every acceleration and every turn of Zhou Mengyao was just right, like a moving painting, showing the tenacity and bravery of the female racer. At this moment, Zhou Mengyao was completely focused and only wanted to win. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to win the championship. What the hell is Speed and Furious? This is called Speed and Passion. Zhou Mengyao is not only a professional female racing driver, but also a female warrior who challenges herself and pursues extreme speed. Every turn and every pass is poetic and picturesque. Zhou Mengyao's incredibly graceful figure riding on the Suzuki chariot made the audience unable to take their eyes off her. She looked like a flower blooming at a rapid speed, and she looked so cool. Tens of thousands of spectators followed Zhou Mengyao's figure with their eyes. Everyone was filled with anticipation and nervousness. That kind of adrenaline rush can only be obtained by watching a motorcycle race live. The fans and audiences at the scene were all sweating for Zhou Mengyao. Although Zhou Mengyao's racing skills are very impressive, the weakness of rain tires in dry track racing soon became apparent. No matter how Zhou Mengyao twisted the accelerator to accelerate, or tilted the car perfectly to turn an S-curve, she was always ranked around 10th, and could not catch up with the top female racers in front of her who were using slick tires. The race had just begun, and Zhou Mengyao, the top-ranked female racer in Xia country, was already at a disadvantage in the Asian competition. Those patriotic audience members who supported Zhou Mengyao out of a sense of national honor all frowned and clenched their fists, secretly cheering for the motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao in their hearts. The male commentator said, currently leading the race is Monet Asano, who rides a Honda motorcycle. She is from the Japanese nationality and is the top-ranked female racer in Asia. The female commentator on the scene said, currently ranked second is Kim Jina, who rides a Yamaha motorcycle. She is from South Korea and is the third-ranked female racer in Asia. Currently ranked third is Sheikh Nadi, who rides a Kawasaki motorcycle. She is from faraway Qatar and is the second-ranked female racer in Asia. The male commentator continued, Asia's fourth-ranked female racer, Vindia, will miss this event due to injury. Xiaogua's Zhou Mengyao, ranked 5th in Asia, is currently in 12th place. It seems she was using rain tires and competing on a dry track, so she wasn't able to perform to her full potential in this race. The female commentator on the scene said, racing on a dry track with rain tires increases friction and significantly reduces speed. Zhou Mengyao couldn't speed up at all, and it was extremely difficult for her to overtake on the curve. The male commentator at the scene said, originally, Zhou Mengyao played at home in Shanghai and had a chance to win the championship in this competition, or at least make it into the top 3. If Zhou Mengyao were to race at the current speed on rainy or sunny days, she probably wouldn't even be able to maintain a top 10 finish. Chapter 53, The Motorcycle Goddess, Passionate Rush. Seeing Zhou Mengyao's ranking dropping all the way down, she struggled to accelerate through corners with rain tires but still couldn't overtake the female driver in front of her. He Zai, the engineer of Mengyao's team, was so anxious that he was sweating. I shouldn't have agreed to let the boss race on rain tires. We're already a third of the way through the race, and what about the rain? How could it suddenly rain heavily on such a sunny day? The team engineer Heizai kept pacing back and forth, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling ominous and worried that his boss Zhou Mengyao would lose the game. Team technician Xiaolei frowned and said, boss's ranking has dropped to third from the bottom. Racing with rain tires is really a disadvantage. It's all that damn Lin Lang's fault. He gave our boss such a stupid idea. Not only did he have to race on rainy tires on sunny days, but his car was completely tuned for rain racing mode. He'd definitely lose if it didn't rain. Team coach Lao Ma scratched his head anxiously and said, boss trained and prepared for this Asian championship for over 3 months, and it was all ruined by Lin Lang. I'm so pissed off. This damn Lin Lang is really making me mad. Team engineer He Zai angrily said, if the boss loses the game today because of Lin Lang, I will definitely beat him up and let him vent his anger. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao's assistant, Xiana, was also very angry and said, how could such a professional team owner and racing driver like boss easily believe Lin Lang's nonsense? Boss shouldn't be a nymphomaniac, right? What kind of drug did this kid Lin Lang give to the boss? Xiaolei, the team's technician, looked at the real-time ranking data on the computer and said worriedly, boss has dropped to second from last. It looks like he's doomed to lose today's race. The on-site staff of the Mengyao racing team were all extremely anxious and worried for the team owner Zhou Mengyao. Of the tens of thousands of spectators in the stands, nearly half were local spectators from Haikao. Seeing that Zhou Mengyao, the motorcycle goddess who has always been regarded as the pride of the people of Lehigh, has been at a disadvantage in her performance at home, the atmosphere at the competition site was very depressing. The female commentator on the scene said, the current leading female driver is still Asano Monet of Shiori nationality. It seems that Asano Monet has a good chance of defending her title today. The male commentator on the scene said, the female driver currently in last place is Zhou Mengyao, the top-ranked female racer in Xia country. Is Zhou Mengyao betting on rain tires when competing in sunny weather? The competition is already halfway through, and the sky is still clear at the competition venue. It seems that the possibility of Zhou Mengyao making a comeback and winning the championship is becoming increasingly slim. Under the enthusiastic attention of the audience, Zhou Mengyao fought for honor while bearing the tremendous pressure of winning glory for the country. The female racers speeding on the track were like a combination of speed and passion, which made the audience's blood boil and their adrenaline soar. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, with her amazing speed and elegant posture, and near perfect cornering, stunned the audience and broke through the siege, giving 200% of her strength. The female host on the scene suddenly said excitedly, "Everyone, look, Zhou Mengyao suddenly started to speed up. Oh my god." Zhou Mengyao, competing on rainy and sunny tires, unexpectedly used her exceptional racing skills to claw her way into the top 6 with just one turn. It seems this talented female racer from Xia country is quite capable. Tens of thousands of audience members couldn't help but give thunderous applause and cheers. The male host exclaimed, "Zhou Mengyao was using full wet tires on a sunny day, and she managed to carve a corner on a dry track and break through the crowd. I'm sure she was going full speed through the corner without even braking. It would have been easy to flip over and fall off the track." From this, it can be seen that Zhou Mengyao must have wanted to win so badly that she dared to take such a risk to stand out. If Zhou Mengyao wanted to win so badly, why did she choose to use rain tires on a sunny day? The female host replied, "Perhaps we can only wait until the competition is over," and Zhou Mengyao, who was being interviewed, gives the answer herself. The race was already halfway through and the clear sky still showed no sign of rain. During the competition, Zhou Mengyao began to get anxious. After all, this was the only chance for her to become famous and become the #1 female racer in Asia. Judging from the current situation of the race, it is not optimistic for Zhou Mengyao. Asayamone has always been in the leading position with the powerful performance and technology of Honda Pasai. Jean Gina's several overtaking attacks were all resolved by Qian Yeminit. Sheik Nadi, who was chasing closely, twisted the throttle of the Kawasaki motorcycle frantically. He actually took a dangerous turn when turning, suddenly overtook, successfully blocked Kim Jina's car, and ranked second. After Kim Jina fell to third place, he adjusted his body to turn the corner, twisted the throttle of the Yamaha motorcycle, and waited for an opportunity to overtake Kim Jina. Hateful. Zhou Mengyao, who ranked 6th, felt like she was going to break the accelerator. Racing on rainy tires in sunny conditions, it seemed as if she had a built-in deceleration feature. She was willing but unable to catch up, and could never catch up with the top 3 female drivers in Asia. Helplessly, Zhou Mengyao could only use her skills to block the female racer behind her, try her best to maintain the 6th place, and look for opportunities to overtake on the curve. It's a pity that the contestants from various countries are basically the top female racers in Asia, leaving Zhou Mengyao almost no chance to overtake. The Singaporean female driver, currently ranked 7th, was no pushover either. She repeatedly stepped on the accelerator to try to overtake. Unfortunately, Zhou Mengyao sealed the blind spot of the curve very well and always occupied the inside lane, giving the female driver behind her no chance to overtake. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao, who competed on rainy tires in sunny weather and has a built-in deceleration property, was able to maintain 6th place with her superb racing skills, leaving the female racers from various countries behind her far behind. This was an incredible performance. After all, they are all top female racing drivers in Asia. Zhou Mengyao, who has been passionate about racing since childhood, has become the 5th-ranked female racing driver in Asia with her unremitting efforts and talent. But this is not what Zhou Mengyao wants. At this moment, there were only 2 words in Zhou Mengyao's mind, and that was winning the championship. The female host said, "There are only 2 turns left in the race, and the everyday runner, Mone Asano, is still in the lead." Currently ranked 2nd is Qatari contestant Sheik Nadi. The 3rd place goes to South Korean athlete Kim Jina. The 4th place is. Before the female host could finish her words, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the clear sky, crack boom boom. The male host exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! It's actually raining?" Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and sunny, but suddenly it became overcast. The sudden change was so unexpected that it actually started to rain. It's unbelievable. It's simply heaven's blessing for Zhou Mengyao to win the championship. I saw strong winds blowing up dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain began to fall in the huge open-air gymnasium. The audience in the stands who supported Zhou Mengyao were instantly excited. They all stood up involuntarily and clenched their fists to cheer for Zhou Mengyao. The female host on the scene exclaimed, "Even movies don't dare to shoot like this. There's no rain in the forecast." Zhou Mengyao is racing on rain tires in sunny weather. Of all the female racers in the Asian Championship today, only Zhou Mangyao Suzuki motorcycle is equipped with rain tires. Will the pouring rain help Zhou Mangyao? Whether Zhou Mangyao can break through the wind and win the championship depends on the last two corners. Filipino runner Hana, who was in 5th place, lost control of her car while cornering due to the slippery track just as the heavy rain started. She and her car were thrown off the track. The team doctor rushed over to help immediately. Chapter 54, Life and Death Speed, Wild Speed. Crack boom. Heavy rain poured down, washing the track of the Longhai open-air stadium, just like washing away Zhou Mangyao, who had been frustrated for half the game. Nice. It's actually raining. Under the cool racing helmet, Zhou Mangyao's beautiful little face was filled with an excited smile that could not be concealed. Buzz. Buzz. At the moment the first raindrop fell, the all-rain tire Suzuki chariot driven by Zhou Mangyao seemed to have become the carrier of her soul. It had an unparalleled tacit understanding with her, and the driver and the car were one. She twisted the throttle madly, and the exhaust pipe emitted a passionate burning sound. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mangyao. In the pouring rain, dozens of female racers from various Asian countries raced at high speed on the slippery track of the open-air stadium. The buzzing sounds of the race cars intertwined together, stirring the hearts of tens of thousands of spectators on the scene. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This kind of passionate racing scene in the rain is a famous scene loved by every racing fan. AI-generated motorcycle racing rain and slippery road. Leading the pack in the pouring rain, on a Honda motorcycle racer, Monet Asano, felt a pang of fear in his heart, thinking, Maji? No way? It's bad luck, it's raining. Unlucky, it's raining. Victory negative. Heiga, when you are about to win, you are about to lose. Why did Monet Asano have an ominous premonition? Because in the two final turns of the sprint, the heavy rain not only blurred her vision, but the slippery road surface made it difficult for her to control the car. Even though Asano Monet slowed down and tilted the motorcycle to turn, he still almost overturned and fell off the track. Although Asano Monet relied on his strength as a champion driver to barely pass the corner and continue racing, he was shivering in the heavy rain, lost confidence in winning the championship, and was forced to slow down to stabilize the balance of the car. Snap. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several female racers in succession tilted their cars to make an S-turn in strong winds and heavy rain, but because of the slick tires on the slippery track, they slipped and fell off the track when making the turn at high speed, and unfortunately lost their race results. Even Sheikh Nadi, the third-ranked female racer in Asia, accidentally fell off the track due to the slippery track while taking a turn at high speed in the heavy rain, and lost her temporary second place. The Kawasaki motorcycle skidded and fell off the track, rubbing against the ground with a hissing sound, and the sparks were extinguished by the rain. The Qatar team staff and team doctor braved the heavy rain and rushed forward to check whether Sheikh Nadi was injured. Shit. A common curse used around the world. Sheikh Nadi, who was thrown off the track with his motorcycle, rolled over twice and fell to the ground. He slapped the rain on the side of the track with resentment, and lay on the ground, watching Zhou Mangyao pass the corner perfectly and speed away unwillingly. The taillights of the racing car disappeared in an instant. AI-generated, Qatari female racer Sheikh Nadi crashed. Shit. Korean curse. It actually rained. Kim Jina, a South Korean athlete currently ranked third, was shocked when she saw Qatari athlete Sheikh Nadi's car slipped and fell off the track while turning at high speed because he did not slow down enough in the heavy rain. Although at this moment, Kim Jina, who was racing in the heavy rain, was temporarily ranked second, she felt unprecedented pressure while competing in the rain on slick tires. Jina suddenly understood why Zhou Mangyao urgently changed to full rain tires with amazing displacement before the race started even though it was a sunny day. This is what we call foresight. Kim Jin-na, a South Korean racer who was racing at top speed and ranked third among the top female racers in Asia, was driving a Yamaha motorcycle with slick tires. She was forced to slow down in the heavy rain that blurred her vision to avoid the car slipping and falling off the track and getting injured. Showtime. It's time for this young lady to break the wind and win the championship. Under the cool racing helmet, a confident and determined smile appeared on Zhou Mangyao's beautiful little face. When all the contestants were forced to slow down to turn in the wind and rain, Zhou Mangyao, riding a Suzuki bike with full rain tires, frantically twisted the accelerator and started a desperate counterattack. The famous scene of classic rain battle in the racing world is being passionately performed in the Longhai open-air stadium. The tens of thousands of spectators in the stands were so excited that their blood boiled and they felt the thrilling viewing experience. At the same time, Zhou Mangyao's assistant Xiona ran into the wind and rain, dancing and jumping for joy. She was so excited that she couldn't help herself. It's raining. Oh my god. It's actually raining. The boss's Suzuki Chariot with rain tires can finally show its might and leave everyone in the dust. Team technician Xiao Lei couldn't hide his excitement, clenching his fists and shouting, "Let me ask you, besides our boss, who else could have broken through the wind and won the championship in this pouring rain? God is really helping our manhwa team. Awesome." When we got to the last two corners of the race, it actually started to rain heavily. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Lang is even smarter than the weather forecast. He's a real godsend for the boss's victory. He Zai, the team's engineer, was extremely excited and said, "This is really fucking awesome. Everyone in our manhwa team must invite Lin Lang to a luxurious dinner. This kid is simply the boss's lucky star." The Suzuki Chariot driven by the boss, with rain tires, has been adjusted to full rain and slippery road racing mode. He races at top speed in the torrential rain as if it were flat ground, and can still blast through corners at top speed. Female racers using slick tires in dry conditions are courting death if they don't slow down when cornering in a heavy rainstorm. Even if they slow down and adjust their leaning posture perfectly, the chances of the car skidding and overturning are still extremely high. I believe that Boss will be able to become famous in this dramatic Asian championship and win the gold medal for Asia's top-ranked female racer. Boss, if you lose the match in rain mode, He Zai, will stand on my head and eat shit. Team coach Lao Ma was so excited that he stood in the heavy rain and exclaimed ecstatically, "Brothers, the boss is sure to win. Our manhwa racing team is about to become one of the top championship teams in Asia. This is the first time we've experienced such a torrential downpour, and I'm so excited." My boss made a bold promise during the competition preparations. If she won the Asian Championship, she'd cover all the flights, hotels, and tickets for a 2-week trip to Europe. That way, the team could have a long vacation. Yeah. At the race site, all members of the manhwa team hugged each other excitedly in the heavy rain, all crying with joy, celebrating their boss Zhou Manhwa's victory in advance. This kind of team spirit and collective sense of honor are indispensable to every championship team. The entire manhwa team has been preparing for more than 3 months just for this exciting moment. Without the strong technical support of a professional team, it would be difficult for a driver to crush his opponents and win the championship in a major event where many top riders gather. At the same time, then the male commentator on the scene excitedly said loudly, "Everyone, look! Zhou Manhwa suddenly accelerated in the wind and rain." The female commentator on the scene was also unable to hide her excitement and shouted, "Yes! You read that right. Zhou Manhwa, riding a Suzuki motorcycle with full rain tires, quickly passed South Korean athlete Kim Jina at the penultimate corner. She's now in second place, securing a spot in the top 3 of the championship." The male commentator praised Zhou Manhwa's perfect top speed cornering. Without the assistance of rain tires, it would be difficult for slick tires to accelerate through the corner in the rain. This shows that Zhou Manhwa's team's decision to go against common sense and equip the race with all-weather tires with astonishing displacement on sunny days before the race was a wise one. This will greatly increase the possibility of Zhou Manhwa breaking the wind and winning the championship. The female commentator said, "There is only one more corner left and the race is over. Can Sia country's Zhou Manhwa stage a comeback victory, overtake the leading racer, Asano Monet, and win the championship in the Suzuki Arena with her rain tires? Please wait and see, audience friends." The winner of the 2000 ARRC Asian Women's Road Racing Championship, Asia's top-ranked female professional racer, will soon be officially revealed in this exciting and thrilling rain race. The male commentator on the scene said, "Is it the everyday player Asano Monet who is defending the title? Or was it Sia country's talented contestant Zhou Manhwa who made a comeback and won the championship? Let's wait and see who will win in the end." AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Manhwa. Chapter 55 Chapter 055, Motorcycle Goddess, Breaking the Wind and Winning the Championship. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Manhwa. For professional racers, rain is not a big deal. Even if it is raining heavily and you don't have rain tires, racing on slick tires is not that scary. The terrible thing is that the rain is accompanied by strong winds. Such extreme weather occurred during the 2000 ARC Asian Women's Road Motorcycle Championship. Dark clouds were gathering, heavy rain was pouring down, and strong winds were blowing. The female racers were speeding on the track, driving their bald motorcycle racing cars through corners and pressure points on the slippery track in the heavy rain, their hearts filled with tension and depression. The heavy rain finally came as Lin Lang had said, accompanied by strong winds, washing the track of the Longhai Open-Air Stadium. Under normal circumstances, according to the rules of ARRC motorcycle racing, if it rains during the race, you can pit and change cars. Because the Women's Racing Championship at the Longhai Station was held on a sunny and cloudless day, there was no rain in the weather forecast. Therefore, the teams from Asian countries have no plan B for rain racing, nor do they prepare number 2 rain tire cars for the contestants. The number 2 cars prepared in advance by each team are all equipped with dry tires. At the last 2 corners of the race, a sudden strong wind and heavy rain began to fall. The teams replaced the rain tires of the number 2 car on the spot, but it was too late. Moreover, pit stop to change to car number 2 would also waste racing time, so the female racers from various countries on the track had no choice but to continue racing. As the saying goes, the racing track is like a battlefield, regardless of wind or rain. Every moment of the battle in the rain is thrilling, burning the passion of every female racer. Crack boom! A thunder sounded in the sky. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Amidst the raging wind and heavy rain, the track became like a raging river, with water splashing wildly under the wheels. Female racers from various Asian countries struggled to compete in rain racing, and their physical and mental stress reached the limit. One after another, female racers lost control of their cars when they leaned over to turn the penultimate corner because their slick tires slipped, and they were thrown off the track. The rolling cars splashed huge water. The injuries suffered by the female racers who crashed during the race varied. Racing is a dangerous sport. It is a race against time and a dance with death. It is all about your heartbeat. Injuries are inevitable during the competition. In a women's motorcycle track championship, more than a third of the female racers were forced to end their race after falling off the second corner. This is still very rare. This shows how bad the heavy rain weather was for this competition. On a wet and flooded track, the sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Jo Mengyao, riding a full rain tire Suzuki motorcycle racing, rushed through the storm like a black lightning. The last bend. Look at me as my silky rain road turns, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Jo Mengyao wore a pair of black racing gloves, her left hand tightly gripping the handlebars, her right hand twisting the accelerator, her eyes flashing with determination, the engine of the car making a deafening roar, a sound that made one's adrenaline surge. This feeling of high speed is a bit like a person running in front and the soul chasing behind. AI generates beautiful pictures of Jo Mengyao. Jo Mengyao, who was fighting with unity of mind and faith, suddenly accelerated again, accelerating madly until the front wheel of the Suzuki Chariot was slightly off the ground. She kept adjusting her tilted body with terrifying control, and it seemed that the brakes had become a decoration. The audience was watching with bated breath, wondering if Jo Mengyao could overtake the champion driver Monet Asano in the last corner. Buzz. Buzz. Jo Mengyao suddenly accelerated and kept close to the Honda Basai driven by Asano Monet, and fought in the rain with the small-time player, which made the tens of thousands of spectators who were watching the game in the stands in the rain boil with excitement and almost ignited the atmosphere. Buzz. Fighting in the rain with strong winds is terrible. You can fall off your bike and get injured at any time. Asano Monet tried to overcome his psychological fear and use technical skills to block Jo Mengyao's Suzuki from overtaking. However, the Honda motorcycle racing car with slick tires was at a disadvantage in the rain. Because Jo Mengyao's car was biting too hard, when Asano Monet drove towards the last corner, the slick tires kept slipping on the wet track. Opportunities are always fleeting. Asano Monet, whose car was skidding, hesitated for just a second while speeding and made a mistake in taking a wide turn. The car body was not straightened, so the throttle could not be stepped on to the bottom. When he was closing the curve, Jo Mengyao seized the opportunity. Jo Mengyao overtook Asano Monet with a perfect turn at the last corner, and then suddenly accelerated madly. The Suzuki car with rain tires completely outperformed Asano Monet, leaving all the female racers far behind. The tens of thousands of spectators in the stands were surprised to see Jo Mengyao, who was so far ahead of the others, successfully counterattacked and overtook Asano Monet, and cheers and shouts broke out. The audience who watched the game in the heavy rain were still enthusiastic. They were all very excited and thrilled. The male commentator excitedly shouted, "Today's rain game was absolutely amazing." Xiaogua's Jo Mengyao's car cut a perfect arc at high speed in the last corner, overtaking Xiao Rizi's Asano Monet in a desperate comeback, stunning the audience. When Jo Mengyao, riding on her Suzuki Chariot, bent down to turn the accelerator, even the high-speed train had to bow its head. The female commentator couldn't contain her excitement as she said, "Genius female racer Jo Mengyao, driving her Suzuki bike with rain tires, cut through the wind and rain like a sharp sword. As fast as a flash of lightning, she rushed to the finish line unstoppable." The Mengyao Racing technical team members on site, please prepare the champagne for the celebration now. Baga. Asano Monet, who made a mistake in the last corner, was obviously unwilling to accept being overtaken by Jo Mengyao. He gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator desperately to accelerate, trying to catch up with Zhou Mengyao's Suzuki. However, Asano Monet, who was speeding at full speed, suddenly fell heavily on the track because of the side slip of the front wheel, and the Honda motorcycle rolled off the track. Monet Asano fell on the track and slid more than 10 meters away. It was obvious that he had fallen quite hard. Generated, Sakura nationality female racing driver Asano Monet crashed. The male commentator could no longer sit still and stood up and said loudly, "Oh my god." Asia's top-ranked female racer, Monet Asano, unexpectedly spun and crashed after exiting the final corner, completely eliminating her chances of winning the championship in a tight battle with Zhou Mengyao. The female commentator said, Asano Monet had already lost the championship match to Zhou Mengyao, and in this match, he lost the points for the long high battle. At the same time, South Korean athlete Kim Ji-na was riding a Yamaha motorcycle and was about to rush out of the last corner. In order to avoid Asano Monet, who fell on the track, Kim Ji-na and the Yamaha motorcycle rolled off the track. The team doctor and staff of the Shaorizi team ran forward in the rain to check Monet Asano's injuries. Kim Ji-na was thrown more than 10 meters by a Yamaha motorcycle racing car. After landing, she slid for more than 10 meters. She was suspected of having a collarbone fracture and lay in pain on the lawn in the heavy rain. The male commentator exclaimed, "Oh my god. Another racing accident." Unfortunately, Kim Ji-na, the second-ranked female racer in Asia, was trying to avoid Asano Monet, who had just fallen on the track. The slick tires on her Yamaha skidded, causing her to crash and end her race. AI-generated, South Korean athlete Kim Ji-na crashed. At the same time, Buzz. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, in the suffocating rain, was racing on the track to the finish line, leaving the dust behind. At the moment when she rushed through the finish line with passion, her Suzuki motorcycle with rain tires accelerated so wildly that the front of the car almost left the ground. Invincible. Zhou Mengyao was like a wildflower blooming at an extremely fast speed. In the fierce battle in the rain, she controlled the car to the extreme and broke through the wind to win the championship, shocking tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. The blood-boiling battle in the rain ended with Zhou Mengyao, a player from Xia State in Haikao, winning the championship, bringing the competition to a perfect end. Woohoo! This lady wins! After winning the championship and coming out of the corner, Zhou Mengyao raised the front of her Suzuki bike high, unable to hide her excitement as she celebrated her victory, which drew cheers from the audience. Because Zhou Mengyao was playing at home, tens of thousands of spectators in the Longhai open-air stadium cheered Zhou Mengyao is awesome the moment she won the championship. Zhou Mengyao is awesome. The 5 words Zhou Mengyao is awesome were shouted loudly by the audience, echoing throughout the sky above the open-air stadium. Seeing Zhou Mengyao win the championship at home and snatch the title of Asian women's professional racing driver from the hands of everyday player Monet Asano, everyone was happier than the Chinese New Year. The male commentator shouted excitedly, "Zhou Mengyao won. Congratulations to Zhou Mengyao for winning the 2000 ARC Asian Women's Road Racing Championship at the Longhai Station." Because in this championship, the top 3 female racers in Asia, Asano Monet, Shinadi, and Jean Ji-na, all crashed and were forced to stop their races, losing points for this event. After winning the Longhai race, Zhou Mengyao has surpassed Asano Monet in individual points this season, becoming the top of the ARC Asian female racing drivers' standings. We would like to congratulate Zhou Mengyao for winning the ARRC Women's Racing Driver Championship this season. The female commentator was equally excited and said, "Zhou Mengyao, China's top-ranked female racer, has become the first Chinese-born top-ranked female racer in Asia." Genius female racer Zhou Mengyao made history in today's rainy race, becoming a world-renowned female racer from Xia country standing at the top of Asia. The male commentator continued excitedly, "Talented racer Zhou Mengyao has just achieved the best result in history for a female racer from Xia country. Her name will go down in history as one of the most influential women's motorcycle racers in Asia." The female commentator exclaimed, "Yes." In this championship, Zhou Mengyao battled fiercely in the rain against everyday racer Asano Monet, ultimately making a comeback and winning the championship. She deserves to be enshrined in the imperial temple of Xia country's motorcycle racing community. Let us once again congratulate motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao for her meteoric rise to fame and becoming Asia's top-ranked female racer of Xia nationality. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 56 Chapter 056, I just want to see you now. We won. The boss rode away from the crowd and won the championship. Boss is awesome. Woohoo. Very good. The boss wins. The technical team members of the manga racing team all cheered with excitement, hugged each other with tears in their eyes, and celebrated the victory moment of the team owner and racing driver Joe Manga with great joy. Cow! Cow! Boss won the race in the rain and became the #1 female racer in Asia. That's incredible! Xiaolei, the team technician, clenched his fists and jumped up excitedly, so happy that he couldn't contain himself. Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiaona cried with joy, "Boss won. We are now the Asian champion team. Now our team's sponsors can be lined up from the sea to Kyoto, right?" It was a breathtaking battle in the rain. The boss's silky smooth cornering was unbeatable. It was such a wonderful game. Team engineer Heizai, a tough guy, was moved to tears and exclaimed ecstatically, "Racing in the rain is both dangerous and fascinating. This is the first time I've ever witnessed such an exciting rain race." Computer testing data shows that Boss's Suzuki motorcycle didn't break once during the entire race. He went full speed through every corner. This is simply insane. Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiana said, "Boss is really the idol of our entire team, he is so amazing." Team coach Lao Ma couldn't contain his excitement and said, "Racing in the rain is not only a test of Boss's driving skills, but also a test of the car's tuning settings." Thanks to Boss's classmate Lin Lang, who predicted that it would rain heavily during today's race. The Boss's Suzuki was adjusted to rain racing mode, which was one of the important factors in our team's victory. Lin Lang is really a benefactor to the Boss. Team engineer Heizai said, "Lin Lang is more than just the Boss's benefactor, he is simply the benefactor of our team. We are not only the champion team of Xia country, but also the most awesome champion team of Asia. All of us brothers have reached the pinnacle of our lives." Xiaolei, the team's technician, said excitedly, "Open the champagne. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get ready to open the champagne for the Boss." The motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, who won the championship in the rain race, has returned triumphantly. She rode a Suzuki motorcycle with rain tires into the pit, like a female warrior who had won a battle, shining with the brilliant light of the queen of the track. Well-trained staff supported the Suzuki chariot and climbed onto the frame to stop the car. After stepping off the Suzuki, Zhou Mengyao took off her cool racing helmet, shook her flowing long hair, and her beautiful little face was filled with a smile of victory. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Newly crowned Asian champion female racing driver Zhou Mengyao seems ready for the upcoming celebrations. "Congratulations, Boss, on winning the championship. Boss is awesome. The Boss is so awesome. Now we are the top team in Asia. Boss, you have brought our team to a new level. Congratulations, Boss, for winning the ARC Asian Women's Racing Driver Championship this season. Congratulations, Boss, for achieving the best result in the history of female racers in Xia country. You are undoubtedly the #1 female racer in Xia country." The members of the team rushed forward, hugged her tightly, and shared this hard-earned joy. Zhou Mengyao, tears welling up in her eyes, hugged the team members and replied with a tearful smile, "The Asian Season Championship doesn't belong to me alone. The honor of the ARRC Asian Season Championship belongs to everyone in our team. Raise wages. Give bonuses. Boss, I'll give you a raise." The salaries and bonuses of the team's technical team members have all been doubled. You've all received a raise. The team members were ecstatic after hearing this. They all jumped and danced for joy, as happy as little children. Woohoo! Boss is so arrogant. Yeah. Boss is such a conscientious boss. Boss is awesome. Zhou Mengyao continued happily, "There is one more thing to announce. That's what I promised before the race. If we win the season championship, I'll give the team's technical staff a long vacation. I'll reimburse all your flights, hotels, and tickets for a 2-week trip to Europe. Enjoy your vacation, my dears." Yeah. Very good. The Boss is so majestic and handsome. Woohoo! The team members cheered and threw their boss Zhou Mengyao high into the air. After catching her together, they threw her into the air again in celebration. A joyful smile was always on Zhou Mengyao's face. At this moment, she was not only the group's darling, but also the queen of the team members, returning triumphantly. Afterwards, the team members opened the champagne, and the crystal-clear bubbles sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The team members raised champagne and extended their warmest congratulations to their boss Zhou Mengyao. At this moment, the air was filled with the aroma of champagne and an atmosphere of laughter, as if the entire Lehigh Open Air Stadium was dancing for Zhou Mengyao's victory. At this moment of breaking through the wind to win the championship and celebrating passionately, Zhou Mengyao's heart was filled with gratitude and joy. Zhou Mengyao knew that this honor belonged not only to her, but also to the entire team and the person who changed her destiny, that is Lin Lang. Zhou Mengyao knew very well that if Lin Lang had not jumped down from the audience seats 20 minutes before the start of the game, risking being expelled from the gymnasium by security, and told Zhou Mengyao that it would rain heavily during the game and asked her to change to rain tires on a sunny day, it would be unknown whether Zhou Mengyao could win the championship. Zhou Mengyao felt very regretful that Lin Lang was not there to celebrate with her at this glorious moment. Even when she was celebrating with the team members by drinking champagne, Zhou Mengyao was a little absent-minded. She just wanted to find Lin Lang, who had been expelled by security, and celebrate this great victory with him. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao was holding a bottle of champagne in her hand and standing in the race team station on the track. She looked at the lightning and thunder outside and the heavy rain, with a beautiful smile on her face. This was the first time in Zhou Mengyao's life that she felt that the horrible weather with thunder, lightning, and heavy rain was so beautiful and happy. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. A large number of reporters from newspapers and TV stations braved the rain to find Zhou Mengyao, who was celebrating with champagne, and rushed to interview the newly crowned Asian women's racing champion of the ARRC season. Zhou Mengyao was elegant, calm and joyful in front of the camera. She briefly expressed her gratitude for winning the championship and conducted some post-match interviews. Immediately afterwards, major newspapers, magazines, and television stations invited Zhou Mengyao for exclusive interviews. Zhou Mengyao, who had just won the championship and brought glory to the country, became the center of attention. However, the absent-minded Zhou Mengyao was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. At this moment, motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao just wanted to perfunctorily send these reporters away and find Lin Lang as soon as possible to share and celebrate the joy of breaking the wind and winning the championship with Lin Lang. The next and final part is the award ceremony of this championship. Under the illumination of thousands of lights, Zhou Mengyao stood on the championship podium in a cool racing suit. The tight design outlined her graceful body lines, which was full of power without losing her feminine beauty. Zhou Mengyao, with a tall and dazzling figure, stood on the championship podium with a bright look. The flame of victory burned in her eyes, and the light was brighter than the stars. Wearing the championship medal, motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao's beautiful face is filled with pride and joy, just like the spring sunshine shining on blooming flowers, warm and bright. The Golden Season Championship trophy shines brightly in Zhou Mengyao's hands, just like her indomitable spirit. The beautiful motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao held the championship trophy high above her head with a brilliant smile on her face. This was her glorious moment. It was also the moment when Zhou Mengyao, who was only 22 years old, reached the peak of her life. After attending the award ceremony, Zhou Mengyao, wearing the championship medal, walked down the podium and handed the championship trophy to her assistant Shana, and immediately called Lin Lang's cell phone. "Hey Mengyao. It's me, Lin Lang, where are you now?" Lin Lang replied during the call, "Congratulations on winning the championship in the rain and becoming the #1 female racer in Asia. After being kicked out of the Longhai Open Air Stadium by security, I just watched the live broadcast of your race at the nearby Qingyuan Internet Cafe with other racing fans who didn't buy tickets. After you battled Asano Mone in the rain, successfully resisted the Japanese, and defeated the ordinary racer Asano Mone, winning the racing championship, the racing fans in the entire Internet Cafe were all excited. Even the owner of the Love Internet Cafe is a fan of yours. He's so excited that he's waived all the internet fees for all the fans. Don't even mention how lively the cafe is right now." Zhou Mengyao smiled happily during the call and said, "Lin Lang, wait for me at Qingyuan Internet Cafe. I'll be there soon." Lin Lang said during the call, "It's still raining heavily outside. Mengyao, don't come looking for me. Celebrate this joyous peak moment with the team members. I'm completely focused right now and just want to see you right away." Zhou Mengyao hung up the phone. Love Internet Cafe. Lin Lang, who was answering a call with his phone playing, realized after hanging up that he was surrounded by racing fans in the Internet Cafe. "Well, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Lang was confused. The racing fans in the Qingyuan Internet Cafe, having heard the conversation between Lin Lang and Zhou Mengyao, turned into spectators, surrounding Lin Lang and asking him questions. "Fuck. We just heard you congratulate Zhou Mengyao on her victory. She's going to come to the Love and Destiny Internet Cafe to see you, right? That's awesome. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, are you coming to our Internet Cafe? Brothers, you are so lucky to get to see the beauty of motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao. My idol goddess is coming, guys, I'm so excited." "Fuck, you're the only one excited. Brothers, quickly prepare paper and pens. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao has arrived at the Internet Cafe. Everyone line up to get her autograph. Yes, yes, yes. I came to the Love Internet Cafe today to surf the internet and watch the car race with everyone. I really made a killing. Ha ha ha. Handsome guy, what is your relationship with Zhou Mengyao? Why did motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao call you first after winning the championship? Yes. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao actually said that she has nothing else to do right now and just wants to see you right away. Could you be her boyfriend? Fuck. I got a surprising piece of gossip today. Isn't motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao single? I shouldn't have answered the phone on hands-free mode. You guys asked so many questions at once, whose question should I answer? Lin Lang was surrounded by racing fans in the internet cafe, and he couldn't help but look melancholy. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Chapter 57 Chapter 057, Motorcycle Goddess comes with BGM. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Everyone misunderstood. It's not what you think. I'm just Zhou Mengyao's high school classmate. We just have a pure friendship. Lin Lang explained. Brothers, do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. After the championship award ceremony, Zhou Mengyao immediately called her high school male classmate. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Only a fool would believe that. You two are in a secret relationship, right? After hearing this, Lin Lang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said wistfully, What kind of underground couple are you talking about? We are just pure friends. Please don't misunderstand. If a scandal arises and affects Zhou Mengyao, it will be bad. To explain is to cover up. Did any racing fans just hear Zhou Mengyao on the phone? She said she's completely focused on seeing you right now. Isn't that the kind of sweet talk you only share with your boyfriend? Yes. If my high school classmate told me on the phone that she was completely focused on seeing me, my girlfriend would beat me to death if she heard it. Lin Lang shrugged and said, We just met by chance, why would I lie to you? Some people can pretend, some people can't. I can't ruin Zhou Mengyao's reputation just to show off in front of you. Can I? We were fortunate to gather in an internet cafe and watch a classic motorcycle racing battle in the rain. We also witnessed Xiao was Zhou Mengyao win the championship and become the top-ranked female racer in Asia. It was also a kind of fate. Why else would it be called Love Internet Cafe? If I didn't take into consideration that you, the racing fans, are loyal fans of motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, I wouldn't bother to explain to you and would have just walked away long ago. When I think about how your wish to meet your idol goddess Zhou Mengyao will be impossible once I leave Qingyuan Internet Cafe, I, Brother Lang, am staying at Qingyuan Internet Cafe out of kindness and righteousness. I don't want you to return disappointed. If you keep messing around with couples and talking nonsense, I'm leaving the Internet Cafe right now and meeting Zhou Mengyao somewhere else. After hearing this, everyone shut up and stopped making trouble. Brother Lang is so kind and righteous. Yes. Brother Lang, if you really leave Qingyuan Internet Cafe, how will we racing fans have the chance to see our idol, motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, up close? That's right. Now that you mention it, Brother Lang, you really are a particular person. Everyone was in an internet cafe for a good time, watching a live broadcast of motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao's race. Come on, Brother Lang, have a smoke. Fuck, your cigarettes are too low grade, handsome guy, smoke my Yushi cigarettes. Get out of my way, your Yushi is not good enough, come and take my Huazi from Brother Lang. Brother Lang, let me light a cigarette for you. Lin Lang smoked a cigarette and said, puffing smoke, can you guys stop being so attentive? I'm not leaving for now. Brother Lang, I'm giving you racing fans a chance to meet your idol goddess driver. It's also a dream come true for you. Yes. Brother Lang, you are right. Come on, Brother Lang, I'll treat you to some Gianlibo. Brother Lang, I'll treat you to a Coke. I'll treat you to iced tea. And me, I'll treat Brother Lang to orange juice soda. While smoking a Huazi, Lin Lang replied, I only have a mouth and a stomach, I can't drink so many of your drinks. Brother Lang, let me be frank. If any of you racing fans behave or say anything lowbrow when you see the motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, don't blame me for beating you to a pulp. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. No. We are all people with ID cards. We are lucky enough to meet our idol, motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, and we will never behave in a low-class manner. Yes. Being able to see our idol goddess up close is already a blessing thanks to Brother Lang. How dare you brothers act rashly? Lin Lang puffed out smoke and said, you guys are just talking and welcoming your idol goddess with just your lips? Well, Brother Lang, what do you mean? Lin Lang replied, life requires a sense of ritual. Do I need to teach you this? There's a wedding shop next to Qingyuan Internet Cafe. Let's go get some friends and buy some fireworks tubes, the kind that spray out colorful ribbons. Let's have a simple welcome ceremony to celebrate motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao's victory. Wouldn't that give her a little sense of ceremony? Yes. Brother Lang is right. Go, go, go. Brothers, come with me to buy fireworks and create a little surprise for our idol goddess. 5 or 6 young racing fans braved the rain and rushed to a nearby wedding shop to buy 2 boxes of fireworks. Each racing fan had a firework tube in their hands. Under Lin Lang's organization, everyone lined up in the internet cafe to welcome the arrival of motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao. Racing fans are looking forward to it and are very excited because they will be able to see their idol female racing driver soon. Buzz. Buzz. Zhou Mengyao was seen wearing a cool racing suit, riding an Augusta streetcar, and wearing a professional racing helmet. She braved the heavy rain and sped all the way from the Longhai open-air stadium to the gate of the Qingyuan Internet Cafe. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Here it comes. Here it comes. The motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao, who comes with her own background music, is really here. Brothers, get ready to spray the ribbons and give our idol goddess a little surprise with a sense of ritual, hee hee hee. When the racing fans who lined the internet cafe to welcome her heard the roar of the engine, they knew that Zhou Mengyao, the motorcycle goddess with her own background music, had arrived. Lin Lang, who was standing in the center of the aisle, also held a firework tube in his hand. Zhou Mengyao parked her streetcar, took out the car keys, and ran into the Qingyuan Internet Cafe in the rain. After entering the Qingyuan Internet Cafe, Zhou Mengyao took off her racing helmet and shook her long hair to reveal her beautiful little face. When the motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao pushed the door and walked into the Qingyuan Internet Cafe, the heartbeats of all racing fans seemed to speed up a bit, and they were absolutely excited. Zhou Mengyao, the motorcycle goddess with long flowing hair, gives people the feeling of being both cool and sassy, sweet and cool. She is really beautiful like a mystery. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The moment Zhou Mengyao stepped into the Qingyuan Internet Cafe, a burst of colorful fireworks burst out and colorful ribbons fluttered in the air, bringing a wonderful moment for Zhou Mengyao. Lin Lang, holding a firework tube, sprayed out colored ribbons and said with a gentle smile, Mengyao, congratulations on breaking through the wind and winning the championship. Zhou Mengyao was so surprised that she was stunned for a moment, then she smiled sweetly and gave Lin Lang a tight hug in public, which stunned all the racing fans who lined the streets to welcome her. Thank you, Lin Lang. My championship medal is half due to you. Lin Lang looked confused. Motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao showed up at the Qingyuan Internet Cafe and hugged Lin Lang in public, leaving all the racing fans in the cafe stunned. The racing fans looked at each other, all of them looking confused. Chapter 58 Chapter 058, He and She, the atmosphere is full. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. After a brief hesitation, Lin Lang whispered a warning, Mengyao, so many racing fans are watching. If you continue to hug me, they will misunderstand. Bye, dear fans and friends. Zhou Mengyao smiled and waved her hand, saying goodbye politely to the racing fans who lined up in the internet cafe to welcome her. Then, Zhou Mengyao put on a cool racing helmet, suddenly grabbed Lin Lang's hand, and walked out without saying anything. Lin Lang said weakly, Mengyao, where are you taking me? I want to take you for a romantic car ride in the rain to celebrate my victory. Mengyao, your way of celebrating your victory is really unique. But we're just racing in the rain, so you won't catch a cold, right? Zhou Mengyao held Lin Lang's hand, walked to the door of the internet cafe, and coolly threw a men's racing helmet to Lin Lang. Put it on. Lin Lang obediently put on his racing helmet. Zhou Mengyao inserted the car key and climbed onto the Augusta streetcar, which was limited to 100 units worldwide. She shook her head and said, get in the car and hold on tight to my waist. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Lang got on the Augusta National streetcar and hugged Zhou Mengyao's waist from behind. His heartbeat instantly quickened. It was definitely a heart-pounding feeling. Zhou Mengyao, riding a street bike, is so cool, and she said, hold me tight. Okay. Lin Lang hugged Zhou Mengyao tightly, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness. The person Lin Lang is hugging intimately now is the school beauty who was his deskmate for 3 years in high school and the white moonlight when he first fell in love. The once unattainable school beauty by Yu Guang is now in his arms. This indescribable feeling is like the feeling of first love, clean, pure, and very beautiful. Buzz. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao suddenly twisted the accelerator, and the tires of the Augusta streetcar spun on the ground, and it rushed away like an arrow from a bow. Only the racing fans in the Qingyuan internet cafe were left, looking confused. This visual experience shocked even my friends and I. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. After recovering from the shock, the racing fans were suddenly in an uproar. The racing fans in the Qingyuan internet cafe were so excited that they could not hide their excitement and started talking about it because they had the honor of seeing their idol goddess racing driver up close. Wow! What's going on? Didn't Brother Lang just say that he and Zhou Mengyao were just high school classmates, with a pure friendship? Why did Zhou Mengyao hug him in public the moment she entered the Love Fate internet cafe? Yes. I saw Brother Lang was also confused just now. Could it be that the motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao fell in love with him? Fuck. I don't know where this Brother Lang comes from. Brother Lang is no ordinary person, as he can make motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao take the initiative to hug and hold his hand? Brother Lang is awesome. Well, I feel like I've been heartbroken. Don't bother stopping me, let me go to the bathroom and cry for a while. Before I could even get an autograph, my idol goddess Zhou Mengyao rode away on a motorcycle with Brother Lang in tow. What a shame. Oh my god. Zhou Mengyao just asked Brother Lang to hold her waist tightly, and the two of them rode a motorcycle and had a romantic race in the heavy rain. I'm so damn envious. That's right. Brother Lang hugged Zhou Mengyao's slender waist while the two of them rode a street bike. The scene was so beautiful that I couldn't even look at it. It was so cool and sweet. I wouldn't believe they weren't having an underground relationship. Well, being publicly exposed to dog food by idol goddess Zhou Mengyao, this Brother Lang really deserves to die. This is the hatred of having my wife taken away from me. Ha ha. Even if Zhou Mengyao is a virgin her whole life, she won't fall for ordinary people like us. Stop dreaming and go to bed. This Brother Lang is obviously rich or noble. His Armani suit costs tens of thousands of dollars, and he's wearing a brand new Rolex watch. He's definitely tall, rich, and handsome. Alas. I'm so jealous and envious. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. At the same time. Buzz. Buzz. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao took Lin Lang on a street bike and took them for a ride in the heavy rain on the streets of Lehigh. The refreshing rain, coupled with the whistling wind in his ears, made Lin Lang feel stunned. Woohoo! Yeah! The feeling of racing is so exciting. Lin Lang hugged Zhou Mengyao's waist tightly, unable to hide his excitement. He said loudly, "Exciting. It's so fucking exciting. I didn't realize how exciting racing feels. The roar of the engine gave me a surge of adrenaline, and I immediately fell in love with the feeling of racing." Lin Lang, are you in love with racing? Are you still in love with speed racers? Zhou Mengyao raised the corners of her mouth under the helmet and drew an ambiguous smile. When masters fight, the one who falls in love first is the loser. Lin Lang pretended not to hear. He rode on his street bike, hugged Zhou Mengyao tightly, and replied, "The wind is too loud. I can't hear what you said. I won't say nice things a second time. Just forget it if you didn't hear it." Zhou Mengyao continued to drive Lin Lang for a ride in the heavy rain. The atmosphere of racing in the rain was extremely exciting. Lin Lang held Zhou Mengyao's waist and raced at high speed on the Huangpu River Bridge, experiencing unprecedented excitement. This is a life-threatening feeling. The roar of the engine makes Lin Lang feel very healed. The sweet and cool motorcycle goddess Zhou Mengyao gives Lin Lang a sense of redemption at this moment. It turns out that immersive rain riding, with all the splashing water, can release stress and free the soul. Woohoo! Cool. This feels so fucking good. For the first time, Lin Lang experienced the feeling of indulgence of riding a car in the rain. Since I'm already soaked anyway, I might as well close my eyes and hug Zhou Mengyao, enjoying the pleasure of getting wet in the rain and going for a drive with her. What kind of fairy girl would carry a handsome boy in the pouring rain to feel the wind and freedom? Dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain poured down. Some people are trapped in the wind and rain, while others are partying in the wind and rain. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. At this moment, Lin Lang was sitting on a streetcar, hugging the beautiful Zhou Mengyao tightly, speeding across the Huangpu River Bridge, feeling incomparable freedom. Crack boom. Zhou Mengyao, who was riding at full speed, asked loudly, "Are you afraid of riding in a storm, rain, lightning and thunder?" Because the noise was so loud, Lin Lang shouted back at the top of his voice, "I'm not afraid. Even if I die happily with you right now, I'm not fucking afraid." Zhou Mengyao's mouth curled up after hearing this. At this moment, she once again developed an emotional bond with Lin Lang. The wind and rain on the streets of Longhai are filled with the scent of freedom and love. At this moment, they healed each other, she fell in love with him, and he fell in love with the sound of rain hitting his helmet. Chapter 59 Chapter 059, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. That evening. Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar Club in High City. This is a motorcycle-themed bar that men can't refuse. It brings together the most free-spirited people and is a gathering place for a group of motorcycle veterans and racing fans in Longhai. Rock. Accent. Beer. Locomotive. The tough industrial-style decoration, coupled with modern elements, gives the motorcycle-themed bar a tough feel that can be seen at a glance. Inside the glass curtain wall outside the bar building, there are dozens of classic retro motorcycles on display on the upper, middle, and lower floors, with a collection value of more than 10 million Chinese yuan. Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar Club is built with original industrial steel plates and glass curtain walls, giving off a very tough industrial style, and the motorcycle wine is quite heroic. Al Chengsheng Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar. When passers-by along the street see rows of cool motorcycles through the glass curtain wall of the bar, they all look sideways, stop and take photos. In the millennium, it has become one of the popular check-in spots in Shanghai. Appreciating the passion brought by motorcycles while drinking and chatting is a unique romance for men. Of course, there are an outrageous number of young ladies coming to Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar to spend money. After all, there are quite a lot of girls who like motorcycles. The celebration party to celebrate Zhou Mengyao's victory was naturally held in the motorcycle-themed bar under her name. An atmosphere of joy. Lively atmosphere. After everyone clinked their glasses and congratulated Zhou Mengyao on winning the championship. The important members of the Mengyao team raised their glasses to toast Lin Lang, one glass after another. Even though their boss Zhou Mengyao kept blocking the wine for Lin Lang still got a little drunk. "Come on, Brother Lang, I toast you. Brother Lang, this is my toast to you. And me, Brother Lang, I'll toast you too." A tipsy Lin Lang said wistfully, "To celebrate your boss's victory, you keep pouring me wine. What's the point?" Team engineer He Zai raised his glass and replied, "Brother Lang, today's race is thanks to you. You informed our boss in advance to switch to rain tires on sunny days. You are a great contributor to our team. I appreciate your kindness, but if you keep toasting me, I'm going to lose my memory." After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Lang's face turned red. Al Chengsheng Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar. Team coach Lama smiled and said, "Alung, they've been trying to get you drunk because they want to know how you predicted the sudden change in weather and heavy rain after the race started. You've been so secretive and haven't said a word about how you predicted it would rain heavily during the game. How can they not force you to drink?" Zhou Mengyao took a sip of whiskey and said curiously, "Yeah. I want to know too, why are you better than the weather forecast?" Lin Lang naturally couldn't answer, he received a prompt from the universal entry system. So, Lin Lang could only play dumb and reply, "I had a dream. I dreamed it would rain heavily during the competition. And it actually happened to rain heavily, changing the outcome of the competition. Isn't that a coincidence? Tisk, do you believe what Brother Lang said? Anyway, I don't believe it." Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiaona obviously didn't believe it. Technician Xiaolei shook his head and said, "I don't believe it either. Brother Lang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us the truth." Zhou Mengyao poured wine for Lin Lang herself and said with a sweet smile, "Hurry up and tell me, Lin Lang. Look, everyone wants to know so much, so just tell me." Lin Lang pretended to be mysterious and replied, "Okay. I'm going to show my cards now. I am not very talented, but I know a little bit about divination and metaphysics, and I can tell fortunes. I just calculated with my fingers that if there was a sudden change in the weather during the race, it would rain heavily and change the outcome of the Women's Asian Motorcycle Championship. Do you believe me?" Zhou Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this. "Old classmate, now that you say that, won't the team members be even more unconvinced?" Lin Lang shrugged and said, "I'm telling the truth. There's nothing I can do if they don't believe me." Technician Xiaolei said, "Brother Lang, since you can tell fortunes, why don't you do it for me? I'll see if what you said is true. Lin Lang took a sip of whiskey and answered without thinking, you sprained your ankle before you were 8, and you fell when you were learning to ride a bike. Tisk, who hasn't sprained their ankle as a kid? Who hasn't fallen down when learning to ride a bike? Technician Xiao Lei didn't believe it at all. Lin Lang lied, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. If you reveal them easily, you will suffer backlash. Technician Xiao Lei said, since leaking the secret will backfire, then why did you, Brother Lang, tell us that the boss had to change terrain tires before the game? Lin Lang replied half jokingly, it's worth it to reveal the secrets for your boss and suffer the consequences, but it's not worth it to reveal the secrets for you. Do you understand? Technician Xiao Lei scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. In that case, I really should thank you very much, old classmate. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and clinked glasses with Lin Lang. After Lin Lang clinked glasses with Zhou Mengyao, he took a sip of whiskey. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao drinking. Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiona said, Brother Lang, how about you count on your fingers and tell us some small things that don't reveal the secrets, so that everyone can be convinced? After hearing this, Lin Lang followed the system prompt and replied, Heizi has a crush on you. The team engineer Heizi laughed awkwardly. Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiona actually replied, it's a semi-open secret within the team that Hei Zai likes me. Unfortunately, I have a boyfriend who I love very much. I can only apologize to Hei Zai. After hearing this, Heizi said nothing and drank a glass of wine alone, with an expression of unrequited love on his face. Lin Lang put his arm around Heizi's shoulders and asked, Brother, do you really like Xiona? Heizi nodded with a melancholy expression. Lin Lang continued to ask, do you need an assist? Heizi's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he asked tentatively, Brother Lang, do you mean to help me catch up with Xiona? Lin Lang pretended to be mysterious and replied, whether you can catch up with Xiona is up to you, but I can help you make Xiona single again. Heizi hurriedly stood up and poured wine for Lin Lang, saying respectfully, my lifelong happiness depends entirely on your help, Brother Lang. Brother Lang, please drink. You're a sensible kid. Lin Lang took the glass and took a sip of whiskey in a mysterious manner. After seeing this, Zhou Mengyao said, Xiaona and her boyfriend have already met each other's parents and are about to get officially engaged. Lin Lang, do you really have the guts to break up this loving couple? Xiaona shook her left hand with a proud look on her face, showing off the diamond ring on her ring finger. Lin Lang replied, it's common sense that it's better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage, but I can't bear to see Xiaona being deceived and still looking so happy while being kept in the dark. Then I'll have to see. Brother Lang, you know a little bit about divination and metaphysics. Can you figure out how my boyfriend cheated on me? Lin Lang sneered, first of all. Xiaona, you are wearing a 1-carat engagement ring, but it's a fake diamond ring. Everyone at the celebration party was stunned after hearing this, and they all turned their eyes to Zhou Mengyao's assistant Xiaona. Xiaona's face changed instantly after hearing this, and she said in surprise, no way? The diamond ring my boyfriend gave me is from the famous brand Tiffany, how could it be fake? Lin Lang replied, the ring setting must have been custom made by your boyfriend at Tiffany Company, so it has the Tiffany logo and the diamonds are replaced with moissanite. Ordinary people can't tell the difference between moissanite and diamond, because moissanite is extremely similar to natural diamonds, and its physical properties are also very close to natural diamonds. So, Xiaona, the engagement ring your boyfriend gave you is definitely fake. The team members were all shocked after hearing this and turned their attention to Xiaona, who was showing off her engagement diamond ring but was slapped in the face. Xiaona was embarrassed after hearing this, her face turned red and white, but she said stubbornly, impossible, my boyfriend loves me so much, he would never give me a fake diamond ring. Zhou Mengyao frowned slightly and said, Xiaona, you also know that my father is a master treasure appraiser, and Lin Lang is my father's last disciple. He is a professional and authoritative treasure appraiser. You can't help but believe him. After hearing this, Xiaona bit her lip, her eyes began to turn red, and she looked at the fake engagement diamond ring between her fingers, shaking with anger. After seeing this, Hei Zai, the team engineer, was immediately delighted. Brother Lang is really a godlike assist, awesome. Team coach Lama played mediator, saying with an awkward laugh, could it be possible that Xiaona's boyfriend paid the original price for a fake engagement ring and didn't mean to deceive her? After hearing this, Xiaona wiped her tears and said to herself, yes. Maybe it was my boyfriend who paid the original price for a fake diamond ring and got cheated by the seller. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang replied categorically, absolutely not. Why not? Xiaona looked at Lin Lang with tears in her eyes. Lin Lang replied mysteriously, Because I calculated with my fingers that your boyfriend has been cheating on your best friend for a year and a half. If it weren't for your best friend having a husband, your boyfriend would have dumped you and married your best friend long ago. All the team members were shocked after hearing this. They looked at Lin Lang in disbelief, and then looked at Xiaona. The table suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Xiaona was so shocked that she was speechless. Zhou Mengyao hurriedly said, Lin Lang, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Lin Lang downed the wine in his glass and replied according to the system prompt, I calculated that Xiaona's boyfriend and her best friend are currently staying at the home and 2 blocks away. What are they doing there? I don't need to tell you, right? Room number is 2403, go ahead, Xiaona. Go to the home inn and catch the adulterers within half an hour, and we'll definitely catch them. Zhou Mengyao was stunned with shock. Xiaona was stunned after hearing this, her eyes full of disbelief, as if she was petrified. Team technician Xiao Lei looked incredulous. The team coach Lao Ma looked shocked. He Zai was shocked, but secretly delighted as he asked tentatively, Xiaona, how about I accompany you to the home inn to take a look? Just in case what Brother Lang said is true, you can see through your boyfriend's true face as soon as possible. Xiaona, trying hard to hold back her tears, drank the wine in her glass in one gulp, stood up and replied, if my boyfriend really were to fool around with my best friend, I would never forgive them in my life. Let's go. Xiaona took her bag and cell phone, left the table angrily, and went to the home inn to catch the adulterer. Haizi picked up the cell phone on the table and hurriedly chased after him. Zhou Mengyao ordered, Xiao Lei, you come with us. If you really catch them in bed, protect Xiaona and don't make a big deal out of it. Yes, boss. Xiao Lei, the team technician, also went to the home inn. Chapter 60 Chapter 060, The Plane Crash of the Tycoon's Daughter Chuiran. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. Seeing Xiaona angrily leave the table and go to home inn to catch the adulterer, Lin Lang took a sip of whiskey and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Mengyao looked at the handsome Lin Lang as if he were a monster, and said in surprise, old classmate, why didn't I know before that you have the ability to tell fortunes? Lin Lang replied, as the saying goes, after 3 days, one should look at someone with new eyes. We separated after graduating from high school and haven't seen each other for 4 years in college. Even if I know a little bit about divination and metaphysics, it wouldn't be surprising, right? Zhou Mengyao replied in disbelief, of course it's strange. Divination, metaphysics, Shimenduanjia, those are all ancient techniques. How can ordinary people possibly learn them? Sometimes, I also feel that I am a gifted genius. Lin Lang boasted proudly. Zhou Mengyao exclaimed, old classmate, you are truly a genius. You mastered the 5 arts of metaphysics, mountain, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination. You first mastered the unique technique of Chinese medicine's visual diagnosis. You diagnosed my father's heart blood deficiency and stagnant heart meridians through his face diagnosis. Now you know a little bit about divination and metaphysics. You calculated with your fingers that Xiaona's boyfriend had an affair with her best friend. You've already mastered 2 of the 5 metaphysical arts. Aren't you incredible? Lin Lang replied pretentiously, the mountain art, also known as the immortal art, is one of the 5 arts of metaphysics. It is a Taoist technique for refining elixirs and cultivating immortality. I really don't know how to do it for now. Numerology is fortune telling and reading the 8 characters. Lin also knows a thing or two. Physiognomy is about looking at people, places, and houses. Physiognomy is about looking at the palms and faces, it's easy to understand. Feng Shui for the house is what we now call Yang House Feng Shui, while Feng Shui for the ground is Yin House Feng Shui. It combines the dragon, sand, cave, water, and direction to see how Feng Shui will affect the fate of the descendants of the buried person in the future generations. After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said weakly, no, old classmate? You mean to say that among the 5 arts of metaphysics, except for the immortal arts, you have a basic understanding of the other 4? Lin Lang took a sip of whiskey and replied, I'm not very talented, but I know a thing or two about everything. The team coach, Lao Ma, exclaimed, I know that becoming a treasure appraiser requires a very high level of knowledge and a wide range of understanding, but I didn't expect that one would also need to understand metaphysics. Lin Lang replied, in the art of fortune-telling, geomancy is not only about the feng shui of graves, but also about excavating tombs and doing archaeological research. Having many skills is always a waste. Zhou Mengyao asked, Lin Lang, you just mentioned immortal arts, but I don't understand what it means for the time being? That's literally true. Just because I don't understand immortal arts for now doesn't mean I won't understand them in the future. If I ever do, I'll take you with me to ascend to immortality, and we'll continue to be deskmates in the immortal world. Lin Lang joked. Zhou Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed. We were deskmates for 3 years in high school, and you didn't get tired of me? After ascending to immortality, you still want to be my deskmate? Lin Lang smiled and replied, when I'm sitting next to the beautiful campus belle, every day is full of energy. How can I be bored? The team coach, Lama, played matchmaker and deliberately joked, Boss, you and Mr. Lin, you look like a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A blush appeared on Zhou Mengyao's beautiful little face, and she took a sip of whiskey tactically. Then, Zhou Mengyao changed the subject and said, Lin Lang, you said you know a little about fortune-telling and can read houses and analyze feng shui. So, what do you think of the feng shui of my motorcycle bar? Lin Lang asked in return, what's the point of watching it? If it's not free, why do you want to charge for it? Zhou Mengyao smiled. Lin Lang replied half-jokingly, the fee for asking me to look at your house's feng shui is very high. Zhou Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, do we need to charge for our relationship? What's our relationship? Even brothers should settle accounts openly. You are not a couple, so of course I have to charge you for asking me to look at your house's feng shui. Lin Lang joked. Zhou Mengyao, with a look of affection in her eyes, continued to joke, what do you mean? Do you still want to be my husband and wife? Boss, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom. The team coach Lama knew that he was a light bulb, so he found a reason to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. After Lao Ma left the table. Mengyao, when you blink your big eyes at me like that, I get lost. Congratulations again on winning the championship and becoming the #1 female racing driver in Asia. Lin Lang raised his glass with a smile. Thank you. Zhou Mengyao clinked glasses with Lin Lang. The two looked at each other and drank the wine in one gulp. Zhou Mengyao took the initiative to pour wine for Lin Lang and asked tentatively, old classmate, I've never heard you tell me what type of girls you like. My standards for choosing a partner are similar to those of all traditional Xia men. Nothing special. Then what are your traditional Xia men's criteria for choosing a spouse? Lin Lang replied, of course, a wife should be gentle, virtuous, considerate, well-educated, good-looking, fair-skinned, beautiful, and well-proportioned. She should also be loyal and filial to her parents. That's about it. He. You men think it's pretty nice, but in daily life, how many girls can meet so many requirements? Lin Lang replied, yes. Mengyao, you fit the bill perfectly. Zhou Mengyao smiled after hearing this, realizing that Lin Lang was implying that her was his standard for choosing a partner. AI generates beautiful pictures of Zhou Mengyao. So, Zhou Mengyao asked, then why don't you ask me what type of boy I like? Lin Lang half-jokingly replied, isn't the boy you like me? Zhou Mengyao blushed after hearing this and replied embarrassedly, who likes you? Stop being so narcissistic and conceited. The two of them couldn't help but continue chatting when they heard Zhou Mengyao's cell phone ringing rapidly. The caller ID showed that it was Xiaolei, a fleet technician. Lin Lang said with a wicked smile, take it. Xiaona must have caught the adulterer successfully. Hello Xiaolei. Zhou Mengyao answered the phone. Xiaolei said during the call, boss, brother Lang is really amazing. Hey Zai and I accompanied Xiaona to room 2403 of the Home Inn. We cornered Xiaona's soon-to-be engaged boyfriend and her best friend inside the room. It turned out they were having an affair. Zhou Mengyao was shocked after hearing this and said, then Xiaona didn't do anything extreme, right? Xiaolei replied during the call, Xiaona was heartbroken and broke up with her boyfriend on the spot. She also broke off all ties with the best friend who seduced her boyfriend. Xiaona has run out of the home and heartbrokenly. With He Zai protecting and comforting her, nothing should happen to her, right? After hearing this, Zhou Mengyao said, then just come back by yourself. Yes, boss. After hanging up the call, Zhou Mengyao looked at the drunken Lin Lang as if he were an alien, exclaiming in amazement, old classmate, you can actually tell fortunes. Xiaona actually succeeded in catching an adulterer at the Home Inn Hotel based on the information you provided. You are too amazing, aren't you? Not only did they predict that it would suddenly start to rain and blow during my competition today, but they even predicted that Xiaona's boyfriend was cheating on her with her best friend. Isn't this too incredible? It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Lin Lang drank half a glass of whiskey by himself. Lin Lang, you've hidden it so well. You know this strange technique, but you're so low-key. If it weren't for helping me win the competition, I'm afraid you wouldn't have told me. You can tell fortunes and understand a little bit of divination and metaphysics, right? Lin Lang lied. If I were to use this ancient technique in today's society, people would think I was a charlatan. Of course, I can't use it casually. Zhou Mengyao raised her glass with admiration and said, "It seems that the Lin Lang I knew before was just the tip of the iceberg. My old classmate is amazing. This glass is for you." Lin Lang smiled drunkenly, clinked glasses with the beautiful Zhou Mengyao, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, showing his heroic character. The look in Zhou Mengyao's eyes when she looked at Lin Lang couldn't help but add a bit of tenderness and admiration. Ding! The Universal Entry System prompts, in 30 minutes, the chaebol's daughter, Chuiren, will board International Flight Wu-343 from Hongqiao Airport to Sakura Country on a business trip. 5 minutes after takeoff, International Flight Wu-343 will crash and explode due to engine and control system failure, killing all on board. What the hell? Lin Lang was shocked. When Lin Lang thought about Chuiren's imminent death in a plane crash, he suddenly sobered up. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Lang grabbed the Audi A6 keys from the table, stood up in a panic and said, "I'm sorry, Mengyao. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to excuse myself. Goodbye." Lin Lang ran out of the motorcycle bar in a hurry. Zhou Mengyao didn't know what was going on, but she looked at Lin Lang's running back and reminded him loudly, "Lin Lang, you've been drinking, don't drive drunk." Lin Lang didn't even turn his head back and ran out of the motorcycle bar like crazy. Because Lin Lang drank a lot of alcohol, he was unable to drive to Shanghai Hongqiao Airport by himself and had to take a taxi. Outside the Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar Club, there are many taxis waiting for work. Lin Lang got into a random taxi. Before the driver could ask where he was going, he anxiously said, "Hongqiao Airport, hurry up." The middle-aged male driver drove the taxi away from the Mengyao Motorcycle Theme Bar Club. Lin Lang hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chuiren, but no one answered. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Fuck. Sister Iren didn't answer the phone. Isn't this bad? Lin Lang was secretly shocked. Ding. The Universal Entry System prompts, Chuiren's phone has been set to airplane mode in advance. Lin Lang, reeking of alcohol, anxiously asked, "Master, how long does it take to get from the Mengyao Motorcycle Bar to Hongqiao Airport?" The middle-aged male taxi driver, driving the taxi slowly, replied, "Probably more than half an hour." After hearing this, Lin Lang said anxiously, "Driver, I'm going to the airport to rescue someone. It's too late to drive to Hongqiao Airport in half an hour. I have to get there within 20 minutes. The middle-aged male taxi driver replied in embarrassment, "It's impossible to get from here to Hongqiao Airport in 20 minutes without speeding or running red lights." Lin Lang was so anxious that he almost lost his temper and said immediately, "I'll pay more. As long as you can take me to Hongqiao Airport within 20 minutes, I will give you whatever price you want." The middle-aged male taxi driver, waiting leisurely for the red light, replied awkwardly, "This isn't about the money. Speeding and running red lights are both very dangerous, and both will result in fines from the traffic police.